A chef traverses into a fantastical realm, awakening the mightiest culinary deity system. Each dish he prepares garners acclaim, enhancing his innate abilities, physique, and comprehension. Remarkably, he ascends instantaneously. Furthermore, his culinary creations possess extraordinary effects, fortifying the body, nurturing health, and eradicating hidden injuries. The entire sect erupts in fervor. From the venerable ancestors and esteemed elders to the lowly disciples, all become ensnared in a frenzy over the delectable offerings. The sect leader declares, "As the leader, it is my rightful privilege to savor the first bite." To which an elder retorts, "Begone. I have but a few years left to live. Is it wrong for me to desire a taste?" The disciples chime in, "It's mealtime." Chapter 1. The Culinary System. On a serene and sunny morning at the foot of the Divine Sword Peak within the Tao-Yi sect, a place designated for the servant disciples, Yi Changqing sat at the entrance of a small courtyard, appearing somewhat despondent. It had been half a month since his arrival, yet the system he yearned for had yet to make an appearance. In a world rife with demons, where cultivators could soar through the skies, the implications of lacking a system are all too evident. Not only was there no system, but the ring's master was also absent. Despite not being an orphan, Yi Changqing found no glimmer of hope. In his previous life, he was merely a chef of modest success, having labored for years to establish a moderately prosperous tavern. Who would have imagined that while contemplating his culinary tools, a deafening explosion would occur, engulfing him in flames, only for him to awaken in this Tao-Yi sect? To add insult to injury, he had been a chef in his past life, and now, in this new existence, he found himself as a chef once more present. The identity of this body is that of a miscellaneous disciple from the Divine Sword Peak, one of the 36 peaks of the Tao-Yi sect, tasked with responsibilities in the kitchen. Elaborate. A miscellaneous disciple is one who performs menial tasks, and the kitchen, in essence, is a place to prepare meals. Although cultivators can achieve the state of fasting, this is typically only possible after reaching the golden core stage. Lower-tier cultivators still require sustenance. Thus, Yi Changqing's duty is to prepare meals for the outer disciples. However, it is worth noting that the kitchen sees little traffic, as the outer disciples prefer to dine elsewhere, who would travel all the way to the foot of the mountain merely for a simple meal. Their pursuits lie in the quest for immortality, not in the mundane act of eating. Having perfectly inherited the memories of his predecessor, Yi Changqing was born into a prominent family in a small town. Though referred to as a notable family, it amounted to little more than a small plot of land. As the only child, Yi Changqing's parents naturally hoped for his success. Moreover, his grandfather had some connections with a steward of the Tao-Yi sect, allegedly owing his life to this individual, though the specifics remain unclear. Thus, when Yi Changqing turned 15, the Yi family spared no effort, even leveraging that connection, to secure his admission into the Tao-Yi sect. Regrettably, while the predecessor possessed some aptitude for cultivation, it was far from exceptional. With no hope of becoming an outer disciple, after a series of endeavors, he ultimately found himself honored as a miscellaneous disciple. Nevertheless, he could at least practice at the foot of the mountain, thereby savoring a taste of the immortal cultivation experience. After a year of struggle, I barely managed to break through to the entry level of body refinement. At this pace, I would only achieve perfection in body refinement by the time I grow old, and any aspirations of reaching the chi perception realm seem utterly futile. The path of cultivation begins with the fundamental body refinement realm, followed sequentially by the chi perception realm, meridian opening realm, golden core realm, purple mansion realm, and yuan infant realm. It can be said that I have yet to even cross the threshold of cultivation. Without a system or a guiding mentor, and with no one to annul my engagement, my talents are so lackluster that it seems I am destined to forego the path of an immortal. Perhaps I should just return home to inherit the vast fields instead? As I pondered the possibility of returning home, it dawned on me that if I could not become a cultivator, living as a wealthy gentleman might not be such a poor alternative. Since my arrival in this world, I had indeed contemplated making an effort. However, the pursuit of immortality hinges upon innate talent. Without such talent, no amount of hard work would yield results. As for the steward from the Yi family, who had once shown me some kindness, he gradually distanced himself as my progress stagnated. The previous kindness bestowed upon me had now been rendered null and void with my inability to advance. Just then, a sudden chime echoed in my mind, and I felt a jolt of energy coursing through me. Ding. System binding in progress. In mere words, it resembled the most exquisite language in existence. System, please introduce yourself. A person who had traversed worlds. I was no stranger to the concept of a system and promptly bypassed the formalities to get straight to the point. The system is known as the Supreme Culinary Deity System. The very first utterance from the system left Yi Changqing momentarily speechless. Dogged system, I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your words clearly. Pray tell, what sort of system are you? After eagerly anticipating your arrival, like a child yearning for the stars, you reveal yourself as a culinary system? Is this merely about cooking? In the realm of reality, such a system might be somewhat acceptable. Yet in this fantastical world teeming with demons and monsters, you expect me to wield a spatula to vanquish evil. However, as the system elucidated its purpose, Yi Changqing's expression gradually transformed. Indeed, it was a culinary system, but it possessed a fantastical twist. As long as the dishes crafted by Yi Changqing received accolades from others, he would earn rewards, including but not limited to talents, innate qualities, longevity, and even cultivation. The binding of the supreme culinary system was complete. Host, Yi Changqing. Identity, a menial disciple of the Tao Sect in the eastern continent of the vast earth world. Cultivation level, beginner in body refinement realm. Reputation, utterly unknown. The novice gift pack is now being distributed. Comprehensive knowledge of ingredients in the vast earth world. Acquired recipe, braised noodles. The system directly issued the novice gift pack and then fell into silence. Yi Changqing felt an overwhelming surge of information flooding his mind, taking approximately a quarter of an hour to fully digest this wealth of knowledge transmitted by the system regarding the culinary ingredients of the vast earth world. After all, this is not a previous life. The vast world is teeming with myriad mystical beasts and spiritual ingredients. Utilize these as culinary components. One must not view them through the lens of past experiences. For a chef aspiring to create delectable dishes, an intricate understanding of the ingredients is paramount. As for the recipes, they are bestowed as rewards from the system. And upon acquiring a recipe, Yi Changqing would master the dish flawlessly, producing flavors that are unparalleled. He opened the introduction to braised noodles. Braised noodles, a simple and unpretentious staple, are crafted from the most ordinary alkaline water noodles, paired with a sauce made from red-striped pork, resulting in a dish that is both uncomplicated and delicious, capable of slightly enhancing one's constitution. Yi Changqing knew that the red-striped pork is a type of beast that does not belong to the esteemed category of mystical creatures. In truth, the red-striped pig occupies a middle ground between mystical beasts and ordinary wild animals. It is quite common, and even in the mundane world, many taverns utilize red-striped pork as an ingredient. After all, the meat of the red-striped pig is far more delectable than that of the typical wild boar. Additionally, it possesses unique effects, and he found himself unable to resist the urge to discover how the braised noodles in this vast world differ from those of his past life. Thus, in a fit of inspiration, Yi Changqing immediately made his way to the kitchen. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was momentarily taken aback as a series of prompts appeared before his eyes. The unremarkable hind leg meat of the red-striped pig came from a 5-year-old sow, slaughtered yesterday afternoon. The ordinary cucumber, lacking any remarkable qualities. The plain green onions, also devoid of distinction, that a commonplace frying pan, readily available. Ordinary kitchen knives are ubiquitous. Whenever it comes to anything related to chefs, Yi Changqing can discern their quality at a glance, which leaves him momentarily stunned. Chapter 2. The increase of talent. To Yi Changqing's astonishment, the system possessed such a remarkable feature, bringing him immense delight. After the initial shock, he took a piece of red-striped pork, chopped it finely, and commenced the preparation of the sauce. The essence of braised noodles undeniably lies in the sauce, which is pivotal to the dish's flavor. Thanks to the system's rewards, Yi Changqing had long since mastered the art of crafting this delicacy. Moreover, the system astonishingly provided hints during the process, including guidance on heat and timing. Before long, a bowl of aromatic sauce emerged, its enticing fragrance causing Yi Changqing to nod in approval. Next came the task of boiling the noodles, a straightforward endeavor, once the water reached a rolling boil. He added the noodles and sequentially introduced 3 ladles of cold water to enhance the noodles' elasticity. With the noodles cooked, he generously ladled the sauce atop and sprinkled some green onions. At that moment, an unexpectedly petite little girl appeared in the courtyard. Her cherubic face, adorned with a hint of baby fat, was irresistibly adorable. Yet, her gaze was fixated intently on Changqing, or more precisely, on the large bowl in his hands. "That smells divine. What are you making?" she inquired, hastily approaching him. "This is called braised noodles. And by the way, you're drooling," Changqing remarked, noticing the droplet of saliva trickling from the corner of her mouth as she spoke. "Ah, my apologies. It's just too fragrant. I couldn't help myself. I'm so sorry. Would you be so kind as to prepare a bowl for me? I truly long to taste it." Upon witnessing the girl's pitiful demeanor, her large eyes brimming with entreaty, it seemed she might weep for a mere bowl of braised noodles. In response, Changqing offered a faint smile before extending the bowl towards her. "I haven't eaten yet, if you don't mind." I don't mind." Before she could finish her sentence, the bowl was snatched away with such swiftness that even Changqing could scarcely perceive it. Having never tasted braised noodles before, the girl did not even bother to mix them. She simply began to eat. Nevertheless, her delight was palpable as she repeatedly exclaimed, "Delicious, delicious." Changqing looked on with bemusement, questioning how mere noodles could be so exquisite. "You're eating it all wrong. You must mix it first to combine the ingredients with the noodles." Unable to bear it any longer, Changqing offered guidance. Ultimately, under his personal demonstration, the girl learned the proper way to enjoy the noodles. After mixing, as she took a bite, Changqing caught a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes. What followed was a whirlwind of consumption, that seemingly petite mouth transformed into an abyssal maw. "Slow down. No one is competing with you. Take your time." Though he was unaware of her identity, Changqing could not help but smile at her fervor. As a chef, witnessing the joy his culinary creations brought to others was indeed a source of profound satisfaction. I could hardly discern what the girl was saying. With a smile, Changqing entered the kitchen and prepared another batch of noodles. Such is the nature of braised noodles, with a sauce, convenience follows. By the time Changqing brought the bowl of noodles out, the girl had already finished her meal, yet her gaze immediately fixated on the bowl in his hands. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she couldn't help but ask, "Could you prepare another bowl for me?" It was simply exquisite, reflecting on the delightful flavor she had just experienced. The young girl found her fingers itching with anticipation. It was her first encounter with such a taste, and she never imagined that such deliciousness existed in the world. Noticing her eagerness, Changqing chuckled, "Hand me the bowl." Having prepared a little extra, the girl happily passed the bowl to him. Subsequently, the 2 figures, one large and one small, sat side by side at the kitchen door, slurping their noodles heartily. Changqing consumed his portion with a semblance of normalcy, whereas the young girl could only be described as ferocious in her appetite. Indeed, there was a slight enhancement to her physique, although it was barely noticeable unless one paid close attention. Ever since binding with the system, the food Changqing prepared possessed unique effects, albeit the impact of these braised noodles was minimal. The flavor was satisfactory, yet he did not exhibit the same exaggerated enthusiasm as the girl. Having consumed 2 large bowls, the young girl patted her distended belly and, feeling a touch of embarrassment, turned to Changqing. "I usually don't eat this much. It's just that your cooking was so delectable that I couldn't resist." Her explanation lacked conviction, yet Changqing paid it no mind. "There's no need for embarrassment. What matters is that you enjoyed it." "Of course I did. This is the most scrumptious meal I have ever tasted. But will I be able to return in the future?" Perhaps concerned about the possibility of not being able to savor such delights again, the girl glanced at Changqing with a hint of trepidation. Changqing found her worry puzzling. "This is the dining hall of the Divine Sword Peak, a place meant for feeding the disciples. You are welcome to come anytime." Upon hearing this, the girl was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a cheerful grin. "So this is the dining hall. I had no idea until now. It's settled then. I shall come every day." In high spirits, she tossed this declaration over her shoulder and skipped toward the door. However, just as she was about to exit, she turned back to Changqing. "By the way, my name is Lu Yuyu. Thank you for the delicious noodles." With that, she hurried off. Changqing, unfamiliar with her name, brushed it aside. But shortly after Lu Yuyu departed, a notification chimed from the system. Ding. Received a positive review from Lu Yuyu. Current progress, 1/100. The reward for talent has increased by 1 point, and cultivation has also risen by 1 point. Progress, in this context, refers to the level of favorable reviews. Upon reaching 100 positive reviews, one will unlock additional culinary creations. After all, as a chef, it is hardly sufficient to possess just a single dish. A mere bowl of braised noodles would not suffice for a banquet. As for the increase in talent, Changqing did not experience any particularly remarkable sensation. System. Display personal panel. Host. Changqing identity. Disciplinary apprentice of Daoist Sect cultivation. Entry-level body refinement realm, 81-100. Reputation, obscure and unknown talent. Low-grade intermediate, 51-100. Root bone. Low-grade upper, 31,000. Comprehension. Upper-grade intermediate, 20, except for comprehension. Both talent and root bone are disappointingly subpar. The recently awarded point of talent has been duly added. The enhancement in comprehension seems to be a result of my transmigration. My comprehension surpasses that of many, placing me among the ranks of geniuses. However, mere comprehension is insufficient. It is akin to understanding the essence of a technique, yet being incapable of cultivating it. What purpose does that serve? Merely to observe? The journey ahead remains arduous. Nevertheless, with the system at my disposal, Changqing feels a newfound confidence. I can bide my time within Daoist Sect for 100 or 80 years by then. With enhanced talent and root bone, I shall emerge as a figure of distinction. The only unfortunate aspect is that as one ascends in rank, the path to improvement becomes increasingly arduous. For instance, my comprehension now requires a staggering 100,000 points for any advancement. However, Changqing does not possess the character of an overbearing dragon. He is content to bide his time. With the assistance of the system, the constraints of bottlenecks are non-existent. It is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, within the Daoist Sect, there is no need to worry about any imminent dangers. Chapter 3. Dinner time at this moment. Changqing felt fortunate to have joined the Daoist Sect. As the foremost leader of the righteous path in the Eastern continent, he was at least free from concerns regarding his safety within the sect. Moreover, the Daoist Sect upheld strict regulations, ensuring that its disciples did not engage in acts of mutual harm. On the contrary, the disciples of the Daoist Sect exhibited a remarkable sense of unity and camaraderie. Changqing, despite being merely a servant disciple, had not faced any form of bullying. This might be attributed to the rigorous assessment process for enrolling disciples in the Daoist Sect. Within the sect, there exists a treasured artifact known as the heart-illuminating mirror, which discerns right from wrong and good from evil. Every individual aspiring to join the Daoist Sect must undergo the test of the heart-illuminating mirror, with only those achieving a benevolence score of 90 or above permitted to pass. Following this, a talent evaluation is conducted. If one fails to surpass the heart-illuminating mirror's challenge, no matter how extraordinary their innate abilities may be, the sect will not accept them. This applies equally to servant disciples. As a result, the Daoist Sect is devoid of any unscrupulous characters, fostering an atmosphere of tranquility throughout the sect. Furthermore, with a relatively small number of disciples, it indeed resembles a legendary sanctuary of immortals. The entire Daoist Sect comprises 36 peaks, with the outer disciples numbering around 70 to 80,000. While the inner disciples exceed just a little over 10,000. In contrast, the number of servant disciples is significantly higher, surpassing 100,000. Nevertheless, given the Daoist Sect's esteemed status, such a number of disciples is considered remarkably scarce. This is a belief that the Daoist Sect has steadfastly upheld. Better to have fewer disciples of quality than many of lesser merit. The elite nature of each disciple is paramount, as evidenced by the inner disciples, each of whom possesses a minimum cultivation level of the Golden Core stage. Among them, there are not a few who have reached the Purple Mansion stage, and even some at the nascent soul stage. As for the outer disciples, while there are no stringent requirements aside from age and innate talent, any individual whose aptitude, root, and comprehension reach a commendable standard may join as an outer disciple, provided they pass the heart reflection mirror test. However, if one fails to break through to the pulse unblocking stage by the age of 30, they will be promptly dispatched by the sect to manage Dao Yi's worldly enterprises, which signifies the end of their celestial prospects. It is no exaggeration to assert that each disciple of the Daoist Sect, when placed in the outside world, would be regarded as a prodigy, which is a testament to the sect's enduring prominence in the Eastern continent. Of course, this does not extend to the miscellaneous disciples, who are not held to the same standards of talent. To put it plainly, these miscellaneous disciples often serve more as a means of fostering connections, much like Changqing. Nevertheless, countless individuals still vie fervently for entry into the Daoist Sect, even if it means settling for the role of a miscellaneous disciple. They feel that the Dao sect is perfectly suited to their aspirations, offering a harmonious environment coupled with formidable strength, allowing them to live in peace and security. Glancing at the time, I realized that mealtime was approaching. The dining hall of the Divine Sword Peak serves 2 meals daily, though it is primarily frequented by miscellaneous disciples, as outer disciples seldom visit. Even among the miscellaneous disciples, the turnout is not particularly high. At the summit of the Divine Sword Peak, there are thousands of miscellaneous disciples. Yet the number of those who frequent the kitchen daily barely reaches 100. Today, let us indulge in some braised noodles for lunch. Turning to enter the kitchen, Changqing commenced preparations for the midday meal. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, 2 lovely maidens were tidying up the courtyard for an outer disciple. This task also fell under the duties of the miscellaneous disciples. Having toiled since morning, they finally completed their chores. One of the maidens wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled. "It seems we won't have time to cook today. Let us head to the kitchen instead." Generally, the miscellaneous disciples cook in small groups, and outer disciples are no exception. They are indifferent to their meals, as a single grain elixir suffices for their sustenance. More than the act of dining, they are preoccupied with swiftly breaking through to the core formation stage to ascend to inner discipleship. Consequently, the kitchen overseen by Changqing remains almost invisible on the Divine Sword Peak. It is only when circumstances arise, as in the case of these 2 girls, that they resort to the kitchen for a hasty meal. Upon hearing this, the other maiden furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "The food there is quite unpalatable. I would rather not go." However, time is of the essence, and she was indeed weary after a morning of labor. After a brief moment of hesitation, the initially reluctant maiden reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us make do with a quick meal, and we can cook for ourselves later this evening." Indeed, as the 2 young women conversed, the owner of the courtyard emerged, a handsome young man. It must be said, within the Dao sect, there seems to be no one of unattractive countenance. Even among the servant disciples, the men are striking, and the women are lovely. Of course, in terms of appearance, Changqing undoubtedly ranks among the most exceptional talents. Thus far, no one has been able to compare with him, save for perhaps the readers, who may slightly surpass him in this regard. "Thank you for your hard work," he said with a smile to the 2 girls. Upon hearing this, they promptly bowed respectfully. "Brother Wu, you flatter us. This is merely our duty." In the presence of the servant disciples, Brother Wu exhibited no hint of arrogance. Rather, he was exceedingly amiable, which reflects the normal camaraderie among the disciples of Dao sect. Although the servant disciples are tasked with considerable responsibilities, overseeing the daily meals and lives of the numerous outer and inner disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, once their duties are fulfilled, they have the liberty to allocate their remaining time as they please. After parting ways with Brother Wu, the 2 young women made their way down the mountain path. Simultaneously, several other servant disciples were also heading toward the kitchen from various corners of the Divine Sword Peak. Their numbers were few, totaling perhaps 50 or 60 individuals, all of whom had their own reasons for seeking sustenance. At the kitchen entrance, Changqing had already set up a large pot and brought in a sizable table. Water was boiling in the pot, ready for cooking noodles at any moment. On the large table nearby, a generous bowl of mixed sauce was accompanied by an array of condiments, including green onions and cucumbers. To preserve the texture, Changqing, drawing from his past life experiences, refrained from cooking the noodles in advance. Instead, he opted to prepare them fresh upon the arrival of guests, ensuring that the flavor of the noodles would be exquisite. Before long, the first batch of servant disciples entered the courtyard, 3 young men arriving together. "Changqing, what are you up to?" They were puzzled as they spotted Changqing standing at the kitchen entrance, alongside a large pot and table. Typically, they would find him cooking rice or stir-frying vegetables. Then they would serve themselves. What prompted him to boil water today? In response to their inquiries, Changqing smiled and replied, "I've invented a new dish, specifically prepared for you to taste. Just the 3 of you, right?" Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded in agreement. Indeed, just the 3 of us. Yet, despite their affirmative response, they harbored little hope. They had sampled Changqing's culinary skills before, which could only be described as palatable but utterly ordinary, lacking any remarkable qualities. Thus, their expectations were modest. They merely sought a meal to satiate their hunger. Chapter 4. The feast. Upon hearing the words, Changqing began to prepare the noodles, while the 3 companions curiously approached the grand table. As they drew nearer, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and their gazes instinctively fixed upon a bowl of savory sauce. This delightful scent emanated from it. How fragrant! The expressions on their faces shifted as their appetites stirred, the cravings within them awakening with fervor. Changqing, did you prepare this? One of them asked, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Changqing. Indeed, came the reply. May we sample it? Not yet, my esteemed seniors. This sauce is best enjoyed with the noodles. Changqing's lips twitched at their eagerness. Just moments ago, they had appeared indifferent. Upon hearing this, the three refrained from reaching for the sauce, standing obediently before the table. Yet, their eyes sparkled with insatiable desire as they gazed at the bowl, drool escaping their lips uncontrollably. Goodness, Junior, you've dripped saliva onto my shoes. One exclaimed. And you? Your collar is already damp. Ah, they had never felt time drag on so slowly. Glancing at the bowl of sauce, and then at Changqing, who was diligently cooking the noodles, they could not help but wonder why the noodles seemed to take an eternity to cook today. Normally, wouldn't the water boil in an instant? Changqing, is it not ready yet? This was the third time they had urged him. Changqing could only respond with a sigh of resignation. Just one more bowl of water, and we will be ready. Do not rush, my fellow brothers. How can one not be anxious? As the saying goes, if one is not enthusiastic about their meal, there is something amiss in one's character. Brother Changqing, I believe it is nearly done. I prefer my noodles a bit firmer. For the sake of this delectable sauce, the three have cast aside all restraint. Previously, they would only venture into the kitchen if there was no alternative, but now, the eager diners have emerged. As the three awaited their meal, other disciples gradually arrived, entering the small courtyard. Like the trio, they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the large pot and table. But as the enticing aroma of the sauce wafted through the air, their composure quickly dissolved. This scent was simply irresistible to them. Brother Changqing, is it ready yet? I can hardly wait. How about you just give me a bowl of raw noodles? I usually prefer my meals fresh. The first three brothers' noodles were ready, and Changqing generously topped their bowls with sauce, scallions, cucumbers, and other accompaniments. He instructed them to mix the noodles thoroughly with the sauce before indulging. The already irresistible fragrance of the sauce intensified as the trio stirred, filling the air with an aroma that left the onlookers salivating. Wow, it truly smells divine. I wonder what the flavor could possibly be. The brothers were fixated on the trio, all eager to discover the taste of this unfamiliar dish. Stirring the mixture thoroughly, the three individuals each lifted a portion with their chopsticks and brought it to their lips. All present held their breath, eagerly awaiting their verdict. Meanwhile, Changqing, who was busy cooking the noodles, shook his head in amusement, bemused by the tension surrounding such a simple act of eating noodles. How does it taste, apprentice brother? Is it delicious? As the three savored the noodles, their expressions radiated pure delight, prompting their fellow disciples to inquire anxiously. Please, just tell us if it's good. Though the trio remained silent, in the next moment, they transformed into voracious beings, voraciously devouring the noodles from the bowl with a tempestuous fervor. It was as if they had been starved for days. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers quickly deduced the undeniable truth. These braised noodles were absolutely delectable. One by one, they rushed to Changqing's side, eagerly anticipating their own bowls of noodles. In an instant, the courtyard of the kitchen erupted with raucous chatter. Changqing, my friend, please give me a larger serving. I've been training hard and my appetite has grown. Weren't you just saying yesterday that you intended to switch to alchemy? Planning to transfer to Yawang Peak, yet you're here claiming to be training? Don't listen to him, apprentice brother. I've been focusing on crafting. So please serve me a generous bowl. Apprentice brother, is it ready yet? Look, the noodles are floating. They must be done. Apprentice brother, where's my raw noodles? I prefer them uncooked. Just serve them to me as they are. A group of over a dozen individuals encircled Changqing, clamoring loudly. However, he remained utterly unfazed, methodically preparing the noodles. This large pot was capable of cooking at least 10 bowls in one go. Before long, the second batch of noodles emerged, and upon witnessing this, the eyes of many disciples instantly glistened with emotion, gazing at the bowls as if they were precious treasures. Among them, the eldest disciple spoke, fellow brothers. I believe our Dao Sect has always upheld the tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, thus this braised noodle. My bowl. Before he could finish his sentence, the younger disciples erupted in unison, surging forward and unceremoniously pushing him out of the crowd. I was here first. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Did you not hear the elder brother just now proclaim the importance of respecting your seniors? I am the elder brother. This bowl of noodles rightfully belongs to me. Unacceptable. Everything else can be negotiated. But this bowl of braised noodles must be mine. Junior brother, how about I offer you a body-refining pill if you allow me to eat this bowl first? I'll give you two. Elder brother, please let go. In pursuit of a single bowl of noodles, the disciples were even willing to exchange a body-refining pill. It is worth noting that this pill is essential for cultivators in the body refinement stage, and as mere auxiliary disciples, they receive only 10 each month. Yet, here they were, ready to barter for just one bowl of noodles. Moreover, none had tasted it yet. But merely inhaling its aroma assured them that these braised noodles were undoubtedly a culinary delight. Otherwise, why did the three individuals just now devour their food with the ferocity of famished tigers? Their pace of consumption was hardly reminiscent of human behavior. In truth, when it comes to who possesses the most authority to speak at this moment, it is undoubtedly those three senior brothers who have already savored the dish. At this juncture, a large bowl of braised noodles had been completely consumed by them, exuding an enticing aroma and proving to be exceedingly delectable, leaving one yearning for more. The sauce, intertwined with the noodles, created a flavor that was simply irresistible. Thus, upon finishing one bowl, without the slightest hesitation, the trio swiftly approached Changqing. Junior brother, another bowl. Please. Upon uttering these words, the other brothers who had been scrambling for the noodles turned their gazes toward the three, their eyes glinting with an ominous intensity. The eldest among them, exhibiting a rather sardonic expression, remarked, I believe you should line up now and allow those who have yet to eat to go first. Don't you think? In an instant, the imposing presence of over 20 brothers sent a shiver down the three's spines, causing them to involuntarily swallow hard. Rationality urged them to heed the elder's advice, yet their mouths betrayed them, uncontrollably voicing, but senior brother, I still wish to eat. Meanwhile, other disciples had successfully seized some braised noodles, and imitating the trio's manner, they mixed them thoroughly before taking a bite, instantly feeling as though they had been elevated to a new realm of culinary delight. So delicious. Chapter 5. The regret of a bowl of noodles. The second batch of disciples to savor the braised noodles, much like the trio before them, transformed into insatiable gluttons. The flavor was simply overwhelming. Despite their distinguished status in the mundane world, they had never encountered such exquisite delicacy. The Taoist sect holds a peculiar phenomenon wherein outer disciples and inner disciples often lack any notable background, their presence solely attributed to talent. In contrast, nearly half of the servant disciples boast extraordinary lineage, often hailing from affluent families, whether as sons or daughters of esteemed households. In terms of pedigree, the servant disciples of Taoist sect surpass even the outer and inner disciples. Yet, at this moment, these young masters and mistresses were devouring their noodles with unabashed fervor, their mouths glistening with grease, utterly unable to restrain themselves. Even before finishing what remained in their bowls, they clamored loudly to Changqing, urging, Junior brother Changqing, another bowl. Please, make it a large one. Me too. Me too. The courtyard reverberated with their shouts, drowning out all but the slurping of noodles. Consequently, newcomers were left bewildered, pondering the cause of such fervor over a mere bowl of noodles. Senior sister, what do you suppose is the matter with these people? Inquired two young maidens who had just arrived from the outer sect, having arrived rather late. Faced with the sight of the ravenous crowd, one of them curiously questioned. In response, the other maiden shook her head in confusion, stating, I have no idea. Regardless, let us eat first. Uncertain of the unfolding events, the two women quickly approached Changqing. Junior brother, shall we have noodles today? We would like 2 bowls. Upon hearing this, Changqing glanced helplessly at the remaining noodles. I'm afraid there's only 1 bowl left, senior sister. He had not anticipated that these individuals would have such hearty appetites. After all, he had prepared enough noodles to serve 100 people. Yet, with only a little over 40 attendees, they had devoured it all, with just a single bowl remaining. The two women frowned, clearly taken aback by the situation. As they contemplated whether to seek another dining venue, the nearby disciples erupted with excitement. Only 1 bowl left? Junior brother Changqing, boil another. I can still eat. Nonsense. That last bowl is mine. I hope all of you will show me some consideration. I am willing to offer 2 body refining pills. Please let me have that bowl. 2? I'll give you 3. How about you yield it to me? As cultivators, we cannot bow to a mere handful of pills. Fellow disciples, I have resolved to claim this last bowl of noodles. The moment the disciples learned that only 1 bowl remained, they could not help but engage in a renewed scramble. The 2 newly arrived women stood in bewilderment. What was this all about? They were willing to barter for a bowl of noodles with body refining pills, and the bidding had escalated to 3 already. Was this not sheer folly? Having never tasted the braised noodles, the two young ladies were unaware of the unparalleled flavor of Changqing's dish, which not only boasted an unbeatable taste but also possessed the remarkable ability to enhance one's physical prowess. This effect was something that all disciples who had savored the noodles had already experienced, although the benefits could not be compared to those of body-refining elixirs. The sheer delight of the flavor was enough to drive numerous disciples into a frenzy. As for the body-refining elixirs, they were individuals of status and standing in the secular world. A mere 10 or 8 elixirs was hardly a matter of concern for them. Junior brother Changqing, may I have the last bowl of noodles? Queried one senior disciple. Senior brother, have you forgotten the rules we just established? The 2 senior sisters have just arrived and have yet to partake. Thus, we must wait for them to eat before it can be your turn, replied another. First come, first served, no scrambling, was the decree set forth by Changqing. After all, with so many individuals present, it was impossible for him to cater to only a select few. Moreover, the system's accolades were calculated on a per-person basis. Each meal earned a single point, and the same individual would not be counted multiple times, regardless of their cultivation level. Thus, the praise from a mere servant disciple counted the same as that from the sect leader, treated with equal regard. Upon hearing this, the senior disciple, feeling resigned, turned to the 2 young ladies to negotiate. Junior sisters, might you consider letting this bowl of noodles go to your senior brother? I shall offer 3, no, 5 body-refining elixirs in exchange. To be honest, I have not eaten for 5 days. In the spirit of our camaraderie, I implore you to pass this bowl to me. The senior brother has fallen victim to a peculiar affliction, a condition where he cannot survive without consuming noodles. Truly, I assure you, dear junior sisters, that a disciple of the Tao One sect would not deceive another disciple. Every word spoken by my senior brother is utterly genuine. In pursuit of this bowl of noodles, he employed a myriad of tactics, both coaxing and cunning, leaving the 2 young ladies utterly bewildered. Somehow, they found themselves agreeing to his outrageous request. Upon witnessing their assent, the senior brother was filled with elation and hastily presented them with body refinement pills, as if fearing they might retract their agreement. He then hurried to face Changqing, his countenance brimming with anticipation. Junior brother Changqing, please prepare the noodles, every last bit, and do so quickly. Changqing, observing the scene, merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Since the agreement had already been made, he felt no need to add further commentary. Meanwhile, the other disciples looked on in disbelief, exchanging glances and murmuring, Junior sisters, have you lost your senses? Sigh, you relinquished 5 body refinement pills for merely a bowl of braised noodles. Do you comprehend the folly of your decision? You lack experience and are far too naive. Indeed, one must know the person behind the face. Even the closest of brothers cannot be trusted when it comes to Changqing's braised noodles. As the disciples lamented, the 2 young ladies grew increasingly perplexed. Is it not just a bowl of noodles? Why do they speak of it so enigmatically? They reasoned that exchanging a bowl of braised noodles for 5 body refinement pills seemed quite reasonable. However, as the senior brother lifted the bowl of noodles and began to stir, releasing an intoxicating aroma, the 2 ladies suddenly felt a pang of regret. The aroma of this braised noodles is utterly irresistible. Merely inhaling its fragrance evokes an insatiable craving. Saliva involuntarily drips as the gazes of the 2 women swiftly shift towards their senior brother, who stands there grinning foolishly while holding the bowl of noodles. In that moment, the body refinement elixir in their hand seems to lose its allure. Junior sister, a promise is a promise. You have already ceded this bowl of noodles to me, he remarks, sensing their scrutinizing stares. Instantly alert, he guards his bowl defensively. Senior brother, how about we return the body refinement elixirs to you? Not a chance, he retorts without granting them the slightest opportunity, tossing the words back before turning away to find a secluded corner where he begins to savor his meal with great enthusiasm. Observing their senior brother relish the dish so delightfully, the 2 women feel as though they have missed out on something truly exceptional. Sister. One of them glances at her elder sister, a look of helplessness on her face, only to turn to Changqing, receiving a similar response. Don't look at me. I truly have none left. In an instant, the younger of the 2 finds her eyes glistening, acknowledging her regret. Why did she relinquish this bowl of braised noodles for merely 5 body refinement elixirs? Chapter 6. A bountiful harvest. Observing his senior brother, who was utterly engrossed in devouring the noodles, with grease glistening on his lips, the 2 young women could not help but salivate. Coupled with the irresistible aroma wafting through the air, They were filled with regret over their earlier decisions. Why did I ever agree to this? Oh, how I lament. Senior brother Changqing, is there truly none left? Just one bowl. Could you possibly spare us a bowl? Unable to contain herself, the younger of the two ladies clung to Changqing, her soft touch sending a pleasant sensation through his arm. Yet, Changqing shook his head resolutely. Sister, I assure you, there is none remaining. Perhaps if you come a bit earlier this afternoon, there would be no exceptions, not even for beauty. And though the young woman felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she had no recourse. Once the meal concluded, everyone took to washing their bowls, a practice that Changqing had instituted. In his previous life, he had always dreaded the chore of dishwashing, and this sentiment remained unchanged even in his current existence. The other disciples held no objections. With such delicious fare at hand, washing a few dishes was hardly a burden. In fact, while scrubbing the bowls, several voices could be heard exclaiming, I've taken on the task of washing. I'll scrub away the remnants of this bowl of noodles for 3 days. Senior brother, allow me to assist you with the dishes. You can let junior brother you handle the noodles tonight. Begone. I am perfectly capable of managing this myself. Changqing smiled at the lengths his companions would go to for a single bowl of braised noodles. Once the dishes were cleaned and tidied away, the group of disciples reluctantly departed, leaving Changqing alone in the courtyard once more. Although Changqing, as a mere servant disciple, found his duties to be quite manageable. With only 2 meals a day to attend to, he enjoyed the freedom to organize his remaining time as he pleased. At that moment, the system's notification sound resonated. The host received 1 favorable review, granting him 1 point in physique and 1 point in cultivation. Another review brought him 1 point in talent and 1 point in cultivation. Yet another rewarded him with 1 point in bone structure and 1 point in cultivation. A further review granted him 1 point in comprehension and 1 point in cultivation. The notifications poured in, and Changqing's cultivation soared, swiftly breaking through to the initial stage of the body refinement realm, achieving a minor success therein. Open panel, he commanded. Host, Changqing identity. Servant disciple of the Tao 1 Sect cultivation. Minor success in body refinement realm. 23,200. Reputation. Unremarkable talent. Low-grade intermediate. 7,100. Bone structure. Low-grade superior. 41,100. Comprehension. Upper-grade intermediate. 28. Having successfully advanced in cultivation. Changqing noted that while his talent and bone structure had yet to reach a breakthrough, they were not far from it. With another day or two, he should achieve that milestone. After all, only 40 or so disciples came to dine at noon. Feeling the burgeoning strength within him, Changqing nodded in satisfaction. It had been merely half a day since he bound the system, and he had already achieved a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. It is essential to understand that in order to transcend into the realm of body refinement, one must dedicate an entire year to cultivation. However, now, astonishingly, such a feat can be accomplished in merely half a day. With the afternoon free, Changqing intends to engage in further training. The primary focus of body refinement lies in tempering the physical form, expelling impurities from within, and harmonizing the body with the ethereal energies of the cosmos, thereby preparing for the subsequent integration of these energies. In the journey of cultivation, each significant realm is intricately interconnected. The realm of body refinement lays the foundation for the realm of energy perception, which in turn establishes the groundwork for the realm of meridian opening. One must attune to the celestial energies in preparation for the eventual cleansing of the meridians. Thus, it is imperative to advance through each stage with meticulous diligence. Ensuring a solid foundation is set, only then can one venture further along the path. For the practice of body refinement, the most effective method is the combination of body refinement pills with medicinal baths. Changqing possesses a few body refinement pills, consuming 1. He soon feels a surge of warmth coursing through his body. This sensation indicates the pill's efficacy, as its medicinal power cleanses his physical form. Generally, individuals with higher innate talent are better able to retain the pill's potency, while those with lesser talent often experience substantial loss of its effects. This accounts for the phenomenon where, given the same resources, individuals of higher aptitude progress at a significantly accelerated rate compared to their less gifted counterparts. Yet, after merely a week, Changqing perceives the effects of the body refinement pill beginning to wane. This situation is truly absurd. A single body refining pill should typically require at least 3 to 5 cycles of cultivation, while the outer disciples often start with a minimum of 10 cycles. Yet here, it seems that a single cycle is all that remains. This implies that Changqing has absorbed merely 1/10 of the pill's efficacy, rendering the remaining 90% utterly wasted. What is the point of this cultivation? Consuming 10 body refining pills yields results equivalent to just one of others. And this is not merely a matter of arithmetic. The complexities involved are far greater. Ultimately, it is evident that my innate talent is ill-suited for cultivation. This underscores the importance of talent in the pursuit of immortality. Sheer willpower is insufficient if one lacks the requisite aptitude. Even with relentless dedication, the effort may ultimately prove futile. After all, the lifespan of a mortal is limited to a mere few decades. No matter how determined one is, time is not on one's side. It is crucial to recognize that the foundational realms of body refinement, chi perception, and meridian opening do not significantly extend one's lifespan. Only upon reaching the core formation stage can one expect a substantial increase in longevity. If one possesses poor talent and cannot transcend the foundational 3 realms within their lifetime, they are left with nothing but the inevitability of death. Changqing was once in a similar predicament, but the present circumstances differ. After an afternoon of cultivation, there has been no noticeable improvement in talent, yet he remains undeterred. After all, with a fortuitous advantage, what is there to fear? All that remains is to persist. Glancing at the time, it is now time to prepare dinner, perhaps some braised noodles. On this occasion, even before mealtime, numerous disciples had already arrived at the kitchen, most of whom had dined there at noon. After savoring Changqing's delectable braised noodles, they returned home in a state of restless anticipation, their minds consumed by the lingering taste of that dish. Finally, when the time seemed right, they hurried over with great urgency. How fragrant it is! When the first group of brothers arrived, Changqing had yet to finish frying the sauce. Nevertheless, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the courtyard was enough to make everyone's mouths water. They stood in the yard, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of the kitchen, eagerly awaiting that first bite of braised noodles. Once the sauce was ready, they set the pot on the fire to boil water. Changqing, leave the heavy lifting to us. I'll fetch the water. I'll chop the firewood. I'll tend to the fire. Without needing Changqing to say a word, they instinctively took on these laborious tasks, all to expedite their opportunity to indulge in the noodles. In response, Changqing could only chuckle helplessly. Brothers, please don't rush. It will be ready soon. All right, all right. We're not in a hurry, they replied, saliva pooling in their mouths as they nodded repeatedly, though their eagerness betrayed their words. Before long, other brothers also arrived. And even before stepping into the courtyard, they could hear the shouts. Brothers, charge ahead. If you arrive late, you might miss Changqing's braised noodles. What the elder brother says is true. If we are late, there may be none left. A group of individuals hastily entered the courtyard, only to discover that more than 10 people had already been waiting there. The crowd was taken aback for a moment, and then a wave of regret washed over them. They had indeed arrived too late. Chapter 7. Cooking with care, they arrived promptly, only to discover that this group had outpaced them. Had you truly been waiting here all afternoon? No, we just got here. The group instinctively formed a line, with those who arrived first brimming with excitement, while the later arrivals voiced their grievances. Yet, no one dared to cut in line, for this was a rule set by Changqing, and even if he remained silent, the other disciples would not condone such behavior. The determination of these disciples for the savory noodles should not be underestimated. Fairness benefited everyone, and anyone attempting to jump the queue would undoubtedly become the target of collective disdain. The lengthy line stretched beyond the courtyard, and at that moment, the 2 young women, who had missed lunch and eagerly anticipated the meal all afternoon, hurriedly approached. Along the way, they boasted, "Sister, this time we are surely in the clear. We arrived so early, and it's not even time yet." Indeed, they believed they had arrived sufficiently ahead of schedule. However, upon reaching the courtyard and witnessing the extensive queue, their expressions froze in disbelief. "Junior brother, what is this? Waiting for the meal, sister. Are you here for lunch as well? Please join the line." Observing the queue extending outside the courtyard, the smiles on their faces vanished. It wasn't even mealtime yet. What on earth was going on with these people? They had thought they had arrived early enough, but it turned out that this group had beaten them to it. This is simply more outrageous than receiving cultivation resources every month. Back then, they never exhibited such excitement. Now, all for a bowl of braised noodles? As I contemplated stepping forward to assess the situation, numerous disciples expressed their discontent. "Hey, junior sister, do not disrupt the order. Please join the queue at the back." Indeed, we are all in line. First come, first served. Do you understand? Merely taking 2 steps forward, I was met with opposition from the crowd. The 2 girls, noticing the response, withdrew their necks and reluctantly returned to the end of the line, obediently taking their place. What should we do, senior sister? Are we going to miss out again? What is so special about this bowl of braised noodles? Well, let us wait. Perhaps we will get a chance to taste it. That was the only consolation I could offer myself, hoping to savor at least a bite. Meanwhile, atop the divine sword peak, where the elders, disciples, and the peak master reside, within a cave, a drunken old man was speaking to a young girl before him. Yo-yo, did you remember what I just told you? Yes, I remembered everything. Is there anything you do not understand? No, master. Then you may take your leave. Disciple takes her leave. With a respectful bow, the girl exited the cave, not pausing for a moment, heading straight down the mountain. Even when others called out to her along the way, she paid them no heed. What is junior sister Yo-Yo up to? Why is she in such a rush? Indeed, she called out to her, but received no response, and instead, she headed straight towards the foot of the mountain. Puzzled, she mused that as a direct disciple, such a display of impatience was unexpected. Could it be that some urgent matter had arisen? Yet, she had heard no news of any significant events taking place. The girl in question, a youthful maiden, was none other than Lu Yuyu, the first to savor the delectable braised noodles. After relishing a bowl of those noodles that morning, Lu Yuyu had spent the entire day longing for that exquisite flavor. Originally, she had intended to arrive at noon, but her master had summoned her, leaving her unable to break free. After enduring until the afternoon, she was determined to indulge in this meal of braised noodles, and thus, upon bidding farewell to her master, she hurriedly made her way to the kitchen. Her speed was unparalleled, and it was not long before she reached the foot of the mountain. Those waiting outside the kitchen felt a gust of wind sweep by, followed by a fleeting glimpse of a white figure. What just passed by? They had not caught a clear sight of it. Was it a large white rat? Nonsense. That was clearly a person. They too were perplexed by the crowd outside the kitchen. But Lu Yu paid no mind to such distractions. All she desired was a taste of the braised noodles. She swiftly came to a halt in the courtyard, her large eyes sparkling as she looked towards Yi Changqing. Junior brother Changqing, she called sweetly. Hearing her, Yi Changqing, who was busy cooking the noodles, looked up and smiled in response. Ah, it's Sister Yuyu. Indeed, I am here to enjoy the noodles again. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing had yet to speak, but the surrounding disciples were already in an uproar. Sister, if you wish to have noodles, you must kindly queue at the back. It was evident that Lu Yuyu was not a mere servant disciple. However, her attire did not reflect that of an esteemed inner disciple, leaving everyone momentarily uncertain of her status. Nevertheless, she should at least be regarded as an outer disciple. Yet, with the tantalizing noodles before them, what difference did it make? Everyone had to wait their turn. Perhaps it was her first experience of such a situation, as Lu Yuyu gazed at Yi Changqing in confusion. Observing her expression, Yi Changqing responded helplessly, Sister Yuyu, this is the kitchen's rule. I am powerless to change it. In Yi Changqing's perspective, distinctions between servant, outer, inner, or direct disciples were inconsequential. After all, each individual could only offer a limited amount of praise per meal, rendering everyone equal in this regard. Seeing Yi Changqing's resolute stance, Lu Yuyu pouted in disappointment, but ultimately nodded and said, Oh, then you must save a bowl for me. Rest assured, sister, there is ample preparation for this meal. Certainly enough for everyone. Soon, bowls of noodles were dished out, and before long, all had indulged in the delectable braised noodles. Those who had already savored the dish devoured it with fervor, while those who had yet to taste it were filled with excitement. Among them were two young maidens who, at that moment, were relishing their bowls of braised noodles, tears of joy glistening at the corners of their eyes, utterly unconcerned with their appearances. Woowoo, sister. This is absolutely delicious. I was such a fool at noon, willing to trade 5 body-refining pills for a bowl of these noodles. How regretful. I am utterly regretful. Had I known it would be so delectable, I would not have exchanged even 10 refining body pills for just 5 at noon. The slurping of noodles and the continual clinking of bowls filled with more noodles resonated throughout the room. Each individual felt an immense sense of satisfaction, and some even turned to Yi Changqing, suggesting, Master Changqing, why not switch to 3 meals a day? Upon uttering this, a chorus of agreement erupted from all present. Indeed, Master Changqing, it is commonly said that 3 meals a day is far healthier. I concur. Agreed. How absurd to hear a group of cultivators discuss health. After some contemplation, the notion of 3 meals a day did seem appealing. However, would it not be a bit too demanding? Yi Changqing had been contemplating acquiring some cultivation resources recently. Although endowed with a system, one must not grow complacent. At the very least, he ought to dedicate an hour or so to cultivation before sleep. Therefore, He shook his head and declined. My esteemed seniors, I sincerely apologize, but as a junior, I must also focus on my cultivation and find ways to procure resources. 3 meals a day would indeed be quite overwhelming, even as a mere servant disciple, aside from the fixed resources received each month. One must complete tasks to obtain additional cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu was the first to rise, producing over a dozen jade bottles and placing them before Yi Changqing. Do you lack cultivation resources, Master Changqing? I have some here. You need not worry about these trivial matters in the future. Just take them and use them. Chapter 8. The devotee of culinary arts gazing at the numerous bottles of elixirs and powders before him, Yi Changqing found himself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, the other disciples regained their composure, each one speaking in turn. Indeed, Changqing, if you are in need of elixirs, do let us know. I have 10 body refinement pills here for you to use. I am currently a bit short on resources myself, with only 3 bottles of body refinement liquid powder left. Please take these, Changqing. In a couple of days, I will arrange for my family to send more. Do not worry about such trivial matters, Changqing. You can focus on your cultivation and cooking with ease, for we are here to support you. Yes, such minor concerns need not trouble you, junior brother. To Yi Changqing's astonishment, a simple remark from him had instantly garnered him hundreds of body refinement pills and ample body refinement liquid. This was utterly absurd. Moreover, judging by their tone, it seemed that whenever he lacked something in the future, all he needed to do was ask them. When did the resources for cultivation become so plentiful? Yi Changqing had yet to realize that their generosity stemmed entirely from their desire to benefit from his culinary skills. If Yi Changqing were to undertake tasks for the sake of cultivation resources, their time for enjoying his cooking would inevitably diminish. This was completely unacceptable. Thus, the matter of cultivation resources was of little consequence. They were more than willing to support him. After all, they could always take on additional tasks, and surely, with so many of them, supporting a single Yi Changqing would not be an insurmountable burden. Yet, was this truly the most appropriate course of action? Junior brother Changqing, what are you saying? You cannot refuse these modest cultivation resources. Indeed, if you do not accept them, we would feel embarrassed to come for noodles in the future. Unable to decline, Yi Changqing eventually accepted the offerings. However, having received their gifts, he felt it was only proper to reciprocate. Consequently, he increased the daily meals from 2 to 3. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in cheers, mentally calculating the benefits. Previously, they had enjoyed 2 servings of noodles each day. Now, with the increase to 3, they would indulge in an additional 30 servings each month, amounting to an extra 365 servings over the year. Chuckling to themselves, many emitted peculiar laughs, realizing the worth of the cultivation resources given. They resolved that such trivial matters must not hinder junior brother Changqing's culinary endeavors. After the meal, everyone instinctively washed their dishes and tidied up, including Lu Yuyu. As night fell, the group gradually departed, leaving Lu Yuyu as the last to remain. Once the courtyard was deserted, Yi Changqing approached her with a teacup in hand and inquired, "Senior sister, do you have something to discuss?" "Junior brother Changqing, if I desire for you to become my attendant, would you be willing?" Lu Yuyu asked eagerly. In the Dawi sect, direct disciples, peak masters, and senior elders are permitted to have attendants. An attendant, in essence, is akin to forming a personal bond. For instance, if Yi Changqing were to become the attendant of Lu Yuyu, they would share both glory and misfortune. Naturally, there would be numerous advantages, such as the opportunity to access dual resources for cultivation, one from the sect and the other from Lu Yuyu herself. Additionally, it would equate to having an extra pillar of support. Perhaps fearing that Yi Changqing might decline, Lu Yuyu paused momentarily before continuing, "Rest assured, junior brother, I shall never treat you poorly. I will take full responsibility for all your cultivation resources from now on." Upon hearing these words, Yi Changqing gazed at Lu Yuyu in astonishment, realizing that this girl was indeed a personal disciple. Only personal disciples possess the privilege of having attendants. He had assumed she was merely an inner sect disciple, but to his surprise, she was a significant figure. It is noteworthy that there are currently only 7 personal disciples on the entire Divine Sword Peak. Becoming the attendant of a personal disciple is something countless individuals strive for, and this desire transcends even the ranks of outer and inner sect disciples. After all, personal disciples are akin to princes in secular empires, and aligning oneself with them signifies a position of proximity and privilege. Not to mention, Lu Yuyu is a charming young lady, which undoubtedly adds to her appeal. However, Yi Changqing, without a hint of hesitation, shook his head in refusal. Thank you for your kind offer, senior sister, but I currently do not harbor such intentions. Yi Changqing could easily deduce the intention behind Lu Yuyu's proposal. It was merely due to his culinary skills. Yet, if he were to follow her, he would be relegated to cooking exclusively for her in the future. This holds no benefit for personal advancement, and Yi Changqing is reluctant to occupy a subordinate position. Although he currently stands as merely a humble servant disciple, he finds contentment in this modest realm. As for cultivation resources, to speak candidly, Yi Changqing lacks for nothing. In response, Lu Yuyu felt a tinge of disappointment but did not press the matter further. Then I shall come to seek your company for meals every day. That is perfectly fine. This is, after all, the kitchen of the Divine Sword Peak. Sister Yuyu is always welcome to come. With a smile, revealing 2 charming dimples, Lu Yuyu soon took her leave. The time for harvest arrived, and the system notification chimed as expected. This evening, the number of diners exceeded that of noon, totaling over 50. Host, Yi Changqing. Identity, servant disciple of Daoi Sect. Cultivation level, minor completion of body refinement stage, 76-200. Reputation, obscure. Talent, inferior upper grade, 3-100. Bone quality, inferior upper grade, 61-100. Comprehension, superior intermediate grade, 30. Although there was no breakthrough in cultivation, his talent ascended to the inferior upper grade. The approval rating for the braised noodles reached 100-100, rewarding him with a dish of stir-fried pork. Additionally, the approval rating for the braised noodles met the standard, granting him a new culinary creation. Coupled with the previous potions, the harvest was indeed quite fruitful. After practicing for an hour and enjoying a medicinal bath, Yi Changqing blissfully succumbed to slumber. While he slept soundly, the other disciples found themselves restless, tossing and turning in their beds. Why hasn't Dawn arrived yet? Who dares to snatch my noodles? We are brothers. I can allow you to take anything else, but my noodles are off limits. Among the various servant disciples, some could not sleep at all, while others, even in their dreams, muttered incoherently. Finally, as dawn broke, the disciples recalled Yi Changqing's announcement from the previous day. Breakfast would be provided starting today. Consequently, numerous servant disciples awoke early, flocking to the kitchen area. Oh, up so early? Don't you usually sleep until noon? Some disciples observed this unusual diligence with curiosity, wondering when these individuals had become so industrious. After a quick morning wash, a formidable army of hungry disciples marched determinedly toward the kitchen, ignoring those who invited them to join for breakfast. Brother Chun, come eat breakfast with me. Not going. Brother Wang, where are you off to this early? To eat. Witnessing this peculiar behavior, other servant disciples were filled with bewilderment. Why did they all appear with such fiery eyes this early in the morning? They resembled fierce tigers descending the mountain, seemingly ready to devour anyone in their path. Chapter 9. These individuals are troubled at the break of dawn. When the first light barely illuminated the sky, dozens of disciples had gathered outside the kitchen. When Yi Changqing finally opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Dear seniors, you have arrived rather early, haven't you? It's not too early. They replied. The early bird catches the worm. Rising early is no trouble at all. Each of them shook their heads. For who could fathom the lengths they went to for a mere bowl of braised noodles? They had spent the previous night dreaming of slurping up noodles. Yi Changqing could only shake his head in resignation. These individuals were truly dedicated to their quest for sustenance. Without further ado, he welcomed everyone into the courtyard while he set about preparing the sauce. The others busied themselves chopping firewood, fetching water, and kindling the fire, all for the simple hope of enjoying a bowl of those coveted noodles sooner. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the sauce wafted through the courtyard. Groups of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak huddled together, completely disregarding their image as they devoured their meals with abandon. Each one appeared to be a ravenous beast, lacking any semblance of the decorum one might expect from disciples of a prestigious sect, resembling instead rustic villagers. Changqing, add another bowl of noodles. 2 bowls, please. Make sure to include some for us here. The requests for additional noodles echoed in unison, and even the female disciples insisted on at least 2 bowls, while the male disciples were even less restrained. Changqing, prepare extra noodles for lunch. After finishing their meal, the group busied themselves with washing dishes and tidying up, with some even commenting to Yi Changqing that the braised noodles were simply insufficient. As soon as these words were uttered, they garnered unanimous approval from everyone present. However, Yi Changqing shook his head. He decided against having noodles for lunch and instead experimented with a new dish. Consuming noodles at every meal can become tiresome, and fortuitously. The system had rewarded him with a new recipe for stir-fried meat yesterday, providing an opportunity to offer a change of flavors. This dish, a quintessential home-cooked meal, utilizes premium streaky pork, artfully balancing fat and lean meat. Its preparation is straightforward, and when paired with rice, it becomes an exquisite delight. Upon hearing about the new dish for lunch, the eyes of many disciples gleamed with excitement. In the past, they may not have harbored any expectations. But after savoring the braised noodles, their perceptions of Yi Changqing's culinary skills had undergone a complete transformation. Very well, Brother Changqing. Is there anything I can assist you with? Please do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, I have a few body-refining pills here. Since you have been working hard, please take them for your cultivation. Brother, you are too kind. I still have plenty of pills from yesterday. That is of no concern. If you find them excessive, you may simply treat them as candy. With the promise of a new dish, the disciples eagerly vied to offer their assistance, some volunteering to help, while others presented pills and medicinal powders. Despite Yi Changqing's repeated refusals, he ultimately had to accept these pills, for they were unwilling to take them back, even if it meant treating them as candy. There is no need for assistance. Dear brothers and sisters, just arrive at the designated time. There was nothing that required assistance, and upon hearing this, the others ceased their chatter. After breakfast, they gradually took their leave. Most of them were mere disciples tasked with various duties. Thus it was only natural that they could not linger at Yi Changqing's side. However, Lu Yuyu remained, and observing her solitude, Yi Changqing remarked, Sister Yuyu, do you have nothing to attend to today? I am free every day, Lu Yuyu replied with a smile. In response, Yi Changqing smirked slightly. I meant, Sister Yuyu, do you not need to cultivate? Of course I do, but there is no rush. I will practice in the evening. By the way, do you need assistance, junior brother? As a direct disciple, Lu Yuyu's sole duty was cultivation, with others handling her other concerns. Yet, the thought of tasting new dishes at noon completely overshadowed her desire for cultivation, prompting her to choose to stay and wait. Noticing this, Yi Changqing decided against further conversation and resolved to cultivate for a while, as there was still ample time until noon. Sister, make yourself comfortable. I shall practice for a bit. I will teach you, came the prompt reply, without a hint of hesitation. The guidance from a direct disciple was a rare privilege for any disciple, an opportunity that was both sought after and scarce. Moreover, to attain such an opportunity would invariably demand an exorbitant price, for not everyone could engage with a direct disciple. This was evident as many of the miscellaneous disciples had yet to recognize Lu Yuyu's true identity. Due to their lack of interaction with direct disciples on a daily basis, they found themselves in a unique situation. Very well, Yi Changqing acquiesced, and soon the two began their training in the courtyard. However, after only half an hour, Lu Yuyu began to question her life choices. Perhaps it stemmed from the distinct experiences that shaped them. Throughout her life, Lu Yuyu had been surrounded by prodigies. Yet, Yi Changqing's talent was rather difficult to articulate. His comprehension was indeed exceptional. He grasped the intricacies of various training concepts with just a single explanation and could even extrapolate from them. However, when it came to actual practice, the scenario markedly shifted. It was as though his mind understood, yet his limbs did not follow suit. Simple foundational martial techniques took Yi Changqing an inordinate amount of time to master even a single movement. From Lu Yuyu's perspective, such straightforward techniques should have been learned after just 1 or 2 demonstrations. Observing the confusion in Lu Yuyu's eyes, Yi Changqing felt a blush creep across his face. Sister Yuyu, perhaps you should rest while I practice alone for a bit? No, I can manage. If I struggle, we shall practice a few more times. Master always says diligence can compensate for deficiencies. Lu Yuyu insisted stubbornly, determined to teach Yi Changqing the art of cultivation. They continued their training until nearly noon, and as the time approached, Yi Changqing began to prepare lunch. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyu found herself deep in thought, contemplating the best approach to instruct her junior brother, Changqing. Without paying her any mind, he fetched half a slab of red-striped pork, weighing over 100 jin, which should suffice for lunch. After cleaning, slicing, and marinating the meat, he proceeded to prepare the accompaniments, as well as cook the rice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, as Yi Changqing was preparing lunch, the disciples working as servants at Xinjian Peak had already begun to quietly keep track of the time. In the main square halfway up the mountain, more than a dozen servant disciples were busy tidying up. Among them, 3 had gathered together, their mouths watering as they conversed eagerly. How much longer? One asked. No need to rush. There is still half an hour until mealtime, replied another. Damn it, how can there still be half an hour? I'm going to starve, exclaimed the third. Enough of the chatter. Let us finish sweeping and get in line. If we're late, we might miss out on food, urged one of them. Right. Let us hurry and finish so we can queue up. Driven by the mere thought of food, the three suddenly appeared invigorated, their brooms moving with such swiftness that they seemed to blur in motion. Observing their frantic sweeping, the remaining servant disciples exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions revealing confusion. Senior brother. Are they all right? They seem a bit off, one remarked. I don't know. Could they be practicing some martial technique? Another pondered. Surely not. What martial art involves a broom? Came the response. It seems there's none. Wait, what's that? It's on fire. Look. Following the direction of the pointing finger, they saw that one of the brooms was indeed igniting from the vigorous sweeping. In an instant, the onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. After all, it was merely sweeping the floor, yet someone had managed to set the broom ablaze. Chapter 10. Another flaming broom in the hands of this humble disciple. The broom resembled a wheel of fire. It's on fire, Brother Cheng. Upon hearing this, the other disciples quickly raised their voices in alarm. Only then did Brother Cheng realize that his broom was entirely consumed by flames. Preoccupied with hastily finishing his task to enjoy a meal, he had failed to notice the imminent danger. Once he grasped the situation, he swiftly extinguished the flames with a few stomps, scolding the broom with palpable disappointment. Utterly useless. Nearly thwarting my important task. With a dismissive toss, he addressed his fellow disciples. Brothers, may I borrow a broom? Are you all right, brother? One of them inquired with evident concern, sensing something was amiss with Cheng. However, Brother Cheng simply shook his head, took the broom, and resumed his sweeping. Unacquainted with the thoughts swirling in the minds of Brother Cheng and his companions regarding their imminent meal, the other disciples also hastened their efforts, eager to complete their chores and join the queue for food. Yet, an unspoken understanding prevailed among them. They were not foolish. With only Changqing managing the kitchen, the limited number of diners was already insufficient. If even more joined, there would hardly be enough to eat. Consequently, those who had ventured to the kitchen chose to remain silent. One less person meant one less mouth to feed, allowing them the prospect of enjoying a few more bites. Such was the reasoning, flawless in its logic. Not only were the disciples of lesser rank anxious, but in the area designated for direct disciples, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an air of aloof elegance, was hastily searching for something. Junior brother, have you seen Sister Yuyu? This woman, also a direct disciple, had not seen Lu Yuyu since early morning and had searched high and low without success. Upon hearing this, the disciple shook his head. I haven't seen her, but it seems Sister Yuyu hurried down the mountain last evening. I'm not sure what it was about. Nodding in acknowledgement, the woman hastened her pace toward the mountain's base, having scoured the mountaintop without any sign of Lu Yuyu. She could only try her luck at the foot of the mountain. Yet, what could that girl possibly be doing at the foot of the mountain? Wasn't that the area for the lesser disciples? As the final disciple of the esteemed Sword Peak, Lu Yuyu was quite favored among her senior brothers and sisters. Her sudden disappearance naturally caused concern. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyu was in the kitchen, gazing at a steaming bowl of stir-fried pork, her mouth watering in anticipation. Other matters had long since slipped her mind. It smells so good. Sister, would you like to try some? With that, Changqing offered her a pair of chopsticks. Smiling as he spoke, Lu Yuyu, momentarily taken aback, accepted the chopsticks. Is it really okay? Of course. With Changqing's assurance, Lu Yuyu wasted no time in picking up a generous portion of the stir-fried pork and savoring it eagerly. In an instant, the aroma of meat permeated the mouth, evoking a sensation that defied description, causing Lu Yuyu to squint her eyes in sheer delight. It was delicious, exceedingly so, surpassing even the taste of braised noodles. Moreover, this stir-fried meat possessed the remarkable ability to invigorate one's vitality. Although for Lu Yuyu, the enhancement was negligible, for practitioners of body refinement, it proved to be immensely beneficial. Should they indulge in such meals regularly, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results in their cultivation. With a single chopstick as scoop, Lu Yuyu found herself utterly captivated, gazing at Changqing with a contented expression as she lavished praise. Delicious, truly exquisite. I'm glad you like it, came the response from her senior. Unable to resist, Lu Yuyu continued to take several more bites, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment each time. After all, this was meant to be lunch for everyone, and her actions felt akin to pilfering. Yet, she simply could not help herself. Just one last bite, truly the final one, she would tell herself, only to find an excuse to take another scoop shortly thereafter. Before long, Yi Changqing brought a large pot of freshly cooked rice and a generous portion of stir-fried meat to the kitchen entrance, setting up a large table. Simultaneously, the first batch of disciples arrived, and as they stepped through the courtyard, the inviting aroma instantly whetted their appetites. What a delightful fragrance! As someone approached, Lu Yuyu swiftly positioned herself at the forefront. Although she had already indulged considerably, her appetite remained unsated, and she yearned for more. Observing her eagerness, the others instinctively formed an orderly line. As time passed, the crowd swelled, and soon the queue extended beyond the courtyard. Each individual awaited the meal, their anticipation palpable. Just then, a woman soared through the sky, her curiosity piqued by the sight of so many people gathered below. Initially perplexed by their purpose, her confusion dissipated when she spotted Lu Yuyu at the front. With a momentary pause, she descended gracefully. "Junior sister," she called out as she landed in the courtyard. At the sound of her voice, Lu Yuyu turned, her face lighting up with a bright smile. "Senior sister." The woman, named Lu Shuang, was also a direct disciple of the Sword Peak at Daoyi Sect. Finally locating Lu Yuyu, Lu Shuang, with a stoic expression, inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Junior sister?" Lu Shuang's demeanor was naturally aloof, having seldom formed close bonds during her many years at Sword Peak. Even among her fellow direct disciples, she rarely engaged in conversation. However, her rapport with Lu Yuyu was an exception. "I'm waiting for the meal," Lu Yuyu replied without hesitation. Lu Shuang was taken aback by her response. "Eating? As a direct disciple, you come to the kitchen for a meal? Little junior sister, are you serious?" With a gaze filled with skepticism, she stared at Lu Yuyu for a considerable time before finally inquiring softly. "Indeed, second senior sister, do not underestimate junior brother Changqing. His skills are truly remarkable." Both Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang had long since entered the state of fasting. Yet who could have anticipated that one day Lu Yuyu would be tempted by the allure of culinary delights? This prompted Lu Shuang to involuntarily cast her gaze towards Yi Changqing, noting his modest cultivation level. Merely a minor success in body refining, and aside from his handsome appearance, he possessed no other remarkable qualities. She furrowed her brow in concern. "Little junior sister, cease your antics and return with me. Master is still awaiting you." Lu Shuang was entirely skeptical of Lu Yuyu's assertions. Although the courtyard was indeed filled with enticing aromas, she, as the second senior sister of the Divine Sword Peak, would not be swayed by such trivial scents. Nevertheless, Lu Yuyu resolutely shook her head in refusal, insisting on finishing her meal before departing. Their exchange, however, drew no attention from the multitude of disciples present. Even when Lu Shuang mentioned that Lu Yuyu was a direct disciple, the others were solely focused on their own meals, indifferent to her status. In fact, a disciple standing behind Lu Yuyu whispered, "Sister Lu, if you have matters to attend to, please do so swiftly. Do not keep the Peak Master waiting." "Yes, indeed. If Sister Lu has urgent business, please hurry along. Do not delay important matters." Chapter 11. Breakthrough in root bones. The multitude of disciples present began to voice their opinions, feigning concern for Lu Yuyu's well-being. However, in truth, their thoughts were unified. Fewer mouths to feed meant a greater share of food for themselves. At that moment, every disciple in the dining hall was, quite frankly, a competitor. Yet, Lu Yuyu paid them no heed. What matter could possibly eclipse the importance of her meal? Moreover, today marked the debut of junior brother Changqing's new dish, and the tantalizing aroma of the stir-fried pork had left Lu Yuyu salivating. Thus, even if the heavens were to fall, she was resolute in her intention to savor this meal first. "Sister, I will return after I finish eating," she stated without the slightest hesitation, casting a glance at Lu Shuang. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang was rendered speechless. This young junior sister had previously been exceedingly obedient. How had she come to defy their master's orders for a mere morsel? Was the food here truly that delectable? Casting a skeptical glance at Yi Changqing and the heaping bowl of stir-fried pork, she could not deny its enticing fragrance. "Very well, if that is the case. I shall accompany you to finish your meal before we return," Lu Shuang replied, attempting to maintain an air of composure despite her own growing appetite. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent as Lu Yuyu responded, "That's fine, but sister will have to wait in line." "What?" Lu Shuang exclaimed, taken aback. As a direct disciple, was she truly expected to queue for a meal in the dining hall? With incredulity, she gazed at Lu Yuyu, who calmly replied, "Indeed. This is the rule of the kitchen. Regardless of one's status, everyone must queue." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang turned her gaze to the others present. Although they dared not speak, they all nodded in agreement, affirming that mealtime requires patience and waiting. Witnessing this, Lu Shuang found herself questioning her existence. Senior sister, if you don't hurry, there may be nothing left to eat. Under Lu Yuyu's gentle reminder, Lu Shuang ultimately complied and obediently joined the line at the end of the courtyard. As mealtime approached, Lu Yuyu was the first to serve herself, generously ladling a heaping spoonful of stir-fried pork atop her rice, and then she enthusiastically began to eat. Changqing, seated at the kitchen entrance, did not need to serve himself. Each disciple took it upon themselves to do so. One by one, the disciples emerged with their bowls brimming with rice. Even the female disciples were no exception, often piling their bowls higher than their male counterparts. Confronted with this scene, Lu Shuang was left in stunned silence. Was the life of a servant disciple truly this arduous? Although the sect did not place much importance on servant disciples, surely there was no actual deprivation. While resources for cultivation may be scarce, surely they could fill their stomachs without issue. Yet, why did each of them appear as though they had just emerged from starvation? There was no doubt that the bowls were smaller, otherwise, they would have had room for more. At long last, it was finally her turn. Lu Shuang emulated the others and served herself a bowl of rice, followed by a generous spoonful of stir-fried meat. In comparison to the others, her portion appeared quite reasonable. Despite the enticing aroma, she only took a small half-bowl, which seemed rather meager. Approaching Lu Yuyu, who was devouring her meal with gusto, Lu Shuang's modest serving prompted a curious inquiry. Sister, is that all you're having? I've been fasting, and if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even eat today. In response, Lu Shuang replied nonchalantly, while Lu Yuyu wore the expression of someone with experience. Sister, trust me, you will soon regret this. Regret? What a joke. I, the esteemed second sister of the divine sword peak, regret over a mere meal? Defiantly, she took a bite of her rice. The grains mingling delightfully with the succulent meat and its savory juices, the flavor overwhelming her senses. In that instant, she stood frozen, utterly captivated. Delicious. This is truly exquisite. It felt as though her very soul had been elevated. Soon after, Lu Shuang transformed into an insatiable abyss, devouring the rice with a speed that surpassed even Lu Yuyu. The little rice she had initially served herself vanished in mere moments. Witnessing this, Lu Yuyu chuckled. I told you that second sister would surely regret it. Now you see for yourself. Hastily, she made her way to the large table outside the kitchen, only to discover that the food had already been consumed. Is it all gone? Gazing with incredulity at the empty rice container before her, Lu Shuang inquired, is it all gone? Indeed, Changqing affirmed with a nod. These individuals possessed an insatiable appetite, consuming at least twice the portion of an average person. In contrast, Lu Shuang appeared to maintain a relatively normal appetite. Yet, unbeknownst to Changqing, Lu Shuang was inwardly lamenting her choices, finally comprehending the meaning behind Lu Yuyu's warning of impending regret. Were they truly a herd of swine? Such a vast container of rice, and it had vanished in an instant? With a forlorn gaze directed at Changqing, her previously aloof demeanor had dissipated. Changqing, too, felt helpless. Senior sister, please do not look at me like that. Even if I wish to assist, it is far too late now. Perhaps this evening, arrive early tonight. Disheartened, she returned to Lu Yuyu's side, who had already finished her meal. With a beaming smile, Lu Yuyu remarked, so, senior sister, was I not truthful? You should have informed me sooner. Lu Shuang retorted. I did mention it to my senior sister, Lu Yuyu replied. Lu Shuang, feeling vexed, gradually regained her composure thanks to Lu Yuyu's persistent reassurances. After the two young women washed the dishes and tidied up, they agreed to return in the afternoon before departing the dining hall. With the multitude of disciples gone and Lu Yuyu having left, Changqing found himself alone once more in the courtyard. Suddenly, a notification sound from the system echoed in the silence. The host received 1 commendation, granting an increase of 1 in talent and 1 in cultivation. The host received another commendation, resulting in an increase of 1 in bone quality and 1 in cultivation. The host received a further commendation, leading to an increase of 1 in physical constitution and 1 in cultivation. Open the panel. Host, Changqing. Identity, servant disciple of the Taoist sect. Cultivation, minor achievement in body refinement, 146-200. Prestige, anonymous. Talent, low-grade upper tier, 36-100. Bone quality, medium-grade lower tier, 2-1000. Comprehension, upper-grade middle tier, 69. With the bone quality directly advancing to medium grade, Yi Changqing felt a warmth enveloping his body, a subtle transformation stirring within him. The elevation in grade signifies an essential metamorphosis. Medium-grade bones, while not particularly remarkable within the Taoist sect, would be considered moderate in other sections. Sensing the changes brought about by his breakthrough in bone quality, Yi Changqing murmured, "Perhaps I should engage in some cultivation." After half an hour of arduous practice, the efficiency was significantly improved compared to before. If his talent could also ascend to medium grade, his progress would accelerate even further. Though he knew this was merely a matter of time. Very well, this is promising. Now, it is time for an afternoon nap. In the realm of cultivation, one must master the balance between exertion and rest, a principle that Yi Changqing understood well. After diligently practicing for half an hour, it was essential to take a proper rest. Otherwise, jeopardizing his foundation would be a grave miscalculation. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang had also returned to the mountain peak, where they encountered their master, the esteemed Jiao Jianhong. Chapter 12. Discovery atop the sacred sword peak, within a modest cave dwelling. The only furnishings were a few simple tables and stools, alongside an abundance of wine jars and a solitary meditation mat. At this moment, a disheveled old man clad in gray robes sat cross-legged on the mat, thoroughly inebriated and devoid of dignity. Before him stood Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, who had just returned from their excursion. The old man was none other than Hong Zun, the master of the sacred sword peak, a formidable being who had transcended the nascent soul realm. "Burp, where did you two little girls wander off to so early in the morning?" he slurred, his speech muddled by drink. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang was about to respond, but Lu Yuyu interjected, "Master, my senior sister and I went for a stroll in the town below." Lu Shuang cast a skeptical glance at her junior sister, puzzled by her decision to conceal the truth from their master. Surely it would have sufficed to mention they went to the kitchen below. However, she chose not to expose the pretense, and Hong Zun appeared indifferent, continuing in his drunken stupor, "Just don't run around aimlessly, especially you, Yuyu." "I understand, master." Lu Yuyu replied obediently, nodding her head. Afterward, Hong Zun offered some guidance on their cultivation, allowing the two to depart only after nearly an hour had passed. "Sister, why did you hide the truth from master?" "Shoo, keep your voice down," Lu Shuang asked, perplexed, as they exited the cave. Lu Yuyu gestured for silence and glanced back at the dwelling, hastily pulling Lu Shuang away. After departing from the master's cave abode, Lu Yuyu turned to Lu Shuang and inquired, "Sister, how delectable is the cuisine prepared by our junior brother Changqing?" Although uncertain of Lu Yuyu's intentions, Lu Shuang nodded in response. "Do you wish for someone to compete with you for the food?" Lu Yuyu asked, to which Lu Shuang shook her head, indicating her reluctance. "Then it is settled. Junior brother Changqing's culinary skills are exceptional. Once tasted, no one can forget them. As more people become aware of this, naturally, the competition increases. Conversely, if there is one less person, we have one less rival, allowing us to indulge a little more," Lu Yuyu proclaimed with an air of cleverness, while Lu Shuang, upon hearing her words, displayed a look of sudden realization. Indeed, junior brother Changqing is a treasure, and such a gem must be well concealed. No one desires an unnecessary competitor. "You speak wisely, sister," she replied. "Precisely. Therefore, regarding junior brother Changqing, we must remain silent." "I understand." The two young women, under the impression of their own cunning, were blissfully unaware that within the cave, after their departure, a subtle smile graced Hong Zun's lips. "These two little girls think they can deceive me. I have consumed more salt than they have rice, and I haven't tea yet wiped the grease from my lips." As mealtime approached, throughout the divine sword peak, the servant disciples hurriedly completed their tasks, their minds solely focused on quickly queuing up at the kitchen to savor the fragrant stir-fried pork, eagerly anticipating an ample serving of rice. "Senior brother, if there are no other matters, we shall take our leave. Junior brother, do not be hasty. Today, I fortuitously acquired a snow hare. Let us dine together before departing." In the inner disciple area, two young female servant disciples had just completed their tasks and were preparing to leave when this inner disciple proactively extended an invitation. It is not uncommon within the Taoist sect for inner and outer disciples to invite servant disciples to share a meal. In the past, such invitations have elicited overwhelming joy from the servant disciples, who would never decline. Moreover, the snow hare is indeed a genuine demonic beast, and consuming it would be beneficial for cultivation. However, at this moment, the two girls were solely focused on reaching the dining hall and, without a second thought, declined the offer. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother, but we have matters to attend to. We hope you will not take offense. Oh, I shall not press the issue then. May you walk safely, junior sisters. Thank you, senior brother. Having politely declined the inner disciple, the two girls immediately took off, sprinting down the mountain foot. Observing their swiftly receding figures, the inner disciple couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems they truly have pressing business." For they are exhibiting extraordinary speed akin to that of the body refining stage. If there were no urgent matters, who would recklessly dash away with such fervor? It is important to note that those at the body refining stage lack spiritual energy, and such a full-force sprint would greatly deplete one's stamina. Yet, these two young servant disciples showed no hesitation as they ran with all their might. In the depths of my heart, I ponder the notion that if this esteemed inner sect senior were to discover the true motive behind the actions of the two young women, who merely sought to secure a favorable position in the kitchen, I wonder what thoughts would cross his mind. From every direction, the servant disciples dashed frantically, leaving many of their fellow disciples utterly bewildered by this spectacle. What has befallen these servant disciples? One might speculate that a crisis has arisen at home. Yet such a notion seems absurd. How could an entire household face calamity simultaneously? Along this path, I must have witnessed over 10 servant disciples in similar distress. The confusion deepens, especially as these servants, in their haste, called out to one another, "Could you possibly slow down? I can scarcely keep up." To which another replied, "If you cannot keep pace, then rest for a moment. Fret not, I shall partake of your share." What audacity! You wish to consume my meal? Yet, spurred by an unseen force, he resumed his pursuit with renewed vigor. As the appointed mealtime approached, a lengthy queue had already formed outside the kitchen, with Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang prominently among the line. Though they arrived slightly later and did not secure the foremost positions, they were nonetheless situated favorably. The line extended beyond the courtyard, with each individual craning their necks in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the meal. What is the purpose of this gathering? At that moment, an elderly man at the rear of the line inquired of the servant disciple ahead. Upon hearing this, the disciple glanced back but failed to recognize the old man as the venerable master of the divine sword peak, Jiao Jianhong. After all, they find it difficult to even approach their direct disciples, let alone the master of a peak. On ordinary days, being able to converse with a few outer sect stewards is already quite commendable. Although he did not recognize Master Hong, the humble disciple enthusiastically explained, "This is the kitchen of the divine sword peak, and we are all here for a meal. Are you here for?" I too have come for a meal." Upon hearing this, Master Hong was taken aback to learn that Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, these two young ladies, had hurried here solely for food, and that it was indeed the kitchen of his divine sword peak. He felt a mix of surprise and curiosity, deciding to investigate what could possibly attract his two disciples to such a modest kitchen. Upon hearing that Master Hong was also there to dine, the humble disciple did not dwell on it, but simply reminded him, "Dining is no problem. However, the kitchen has rules that require everyone to queue." "Queue? Do I also need to?" Master Hong was momentarily stunned. As the esteemed master of a peak, he had to wait in line for a meal? Yet, the humble disciple was entirely unfazed by his confusion and pointed towards the corner of the courtyard where Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang stood. "Do you see those two senior sisters? They are direct disciples as well, yet they must adhere to the kitchen's regulations. Therefore, esteemed predecessor." Chapter 13. The elders' lack of martial virtue. The direct disciples of the various peaks within the Dao-E sect hold a status akin to that of elders. The servant disciple refrained from elaborating further, yet the implication was unmistakable. Even the two esteemed direct disciples obediently lined up, demonstrating that no one, not even the elder of the divine sword peak, possessed any privileges. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun seemed indifferent, taking a hearty swig of wine before dutifully positioning himself behind the multitude of servant disciples. "Mealtime," a disciple called out loudly, prompting the line to advance at a leisurely pace. The disciples at the front eagerly rubbed their hands together, eager to exchange their large bowls for basins, determined to heap their servings high until they could hold no more. Witnessing such fervor, those in line behind were consumed with impatience. "Come on, Chendanyu, enough already. Leave some for the brothers behind." While such words were spoken, when it was their turn, each one bit down hard on their teeth to pile on more rice, pressing and pressing, striving to fill their bowls to the brim. Even Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang were no exception. Lu Yuyu watched Lu Shuang, who, visibly indignant, flattened her portion only to add more, then pressed again. Changqing could not help but comment, "Sister, does this rice bear a grudge against you? It's not that. It's simply that my appetite is substantial, and this bowl is too small," Lu Shuang replied without lifting her gaze, continuing her task. Changqing's lips twitched at her response. "This bowl is probably larger than your head. How can it be too small?" In a relentless pursuit to secure a larger portion of rice, each individual exerted their utmost ingenuity. However, Changqing had prepared ample servings, ensuring that no one faced the dilemma of insufficient sustenance. After all, the number of diners at each meal barely reached 50 or 60. 15 minutes later, they finally reached Hong Zun, who had just observed his two disciples voraciously devouring bowls larger than their own heads, utterly oblivious to their master's presence. Noticing the two women disregarding their appearances, Hong Zun felt a surge of interest. What enchantment lay within this humble kitchen? As he approached, the tantalizing aroma intensified with every step. By the time it was his turn, the old man's beard was thoroughly dampened with saliva, and his shirt bore significant wet patches. Rice, rice. Quickly his eyes gleamed with an almost ravenous hunger, akin to a famished wolf fixated on a dish of stir-fried meat. Although Changqing had grown accustomed to the expressions of his many disciples, he couldn't help but be taken aback by Hong Zun's demeanor. What was amiss with this elder? Had he succumbed to madness? "Are you all right, senior? A bowl, please, a bowl." Yet, Hong Zun seemed entirely oblivious to his words, singularly focused on his meal. Observing this, Changqing gestured toward a large bowl nearby, only to witness Hong Zun, in an even more exaggerated manner than Lu Shuang, directly channel his energy to seize it. "Insufficient, insufficient, press it more," compress the rice in the bowl with spiritual energy. All for the sake of adding just a couple more servings? Changqing was left utterly astonished, while on the other side, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang also sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Upon raising their heads, they discovered that it was, astonishingly, their esteemed master. How could the master be here? However, at this moment, that was not of paramount importance. Watching their master continuously compress the rice with spiritual energy, the portion in the tub diminished rapidly, almost entirely depleted. In a hurry, Lu Yuyu stood up and exclaimed, "Master, one must not employ spiritual energy when serving rice. It violates the rules." As her words echoed in the air, many disciples present also looked up in unison. The revered master of their direct disciple. Wasn't that the esteemed leader of the divine sword peak? Such a distinguished figure shared a meal with them? Yet, upon seeing the rice in Master Hong's hand, their eyes turned red with envy. Good heavens, how much rice had he taken? "Master, the kitchen has its own regulations that must not be breached," Lu Shuang also interjected, and though the other junior disciples remained silent, the glint of longing in their eyes spoke volumes. The rice in the tub had suddenly diminished significantly. Under the scrutinizing gazes of so many and the reproaches from two disciples, Master Hong could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. "Haha, I couldn't help myself." He chuckled sheepishly, then reined in his spiritual energy, yet still scooped a generous ladle of stir-fried meat to pour over the rice. Then he strode toward Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, devouring his food with little regard for decorum. "Delicious, truly delicious," he mumbled through mouthfuls. Despite his age, the speed at which Hong Zun consumed his meal was unmatched, even surpassing that of the younger disciples. When one of the disciples finished and sought to refill his bowl, he was startled by a shadow darting past him. Hong Zun had already appeared at the grand table. "Brother, may I have a refill?" he inquired. "Of course. As long as you don't waste any food like before," came the response. Splendid." With that, Hong Zun grinned broadly and promptly filled his bowl to the brim. The other disciples watching felt their eyes widen with envy. This old man had no sense of martial ethics, if he hadn't been mistaken. He had just employed some sort of swift movement technique. Even Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang were left speechless, quickly realizing their oversight. "Our master is truly formidable. How could we not have thought of this?" Initially, there was a queue for refills, but it was not necessary as long as one finished their meal without waste. They happily returned with generous servings. Inspired by their master, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang swiftly executed their own movement techniques. The servant disciples, taken by surprise, scarcely had time to react before the two ladies had already surrounded the grand table. This caused an uproar among the crowd. Alas, can we still partake in this meal? Are we to be bullied due to our humble cultivation? Are we to be mocked for lacking the finesse of martial arts? Dear sisters, could you perhaps spare a morsel, even a drop of sauce, to enhance our rice? The numerous disciple attendants lamented. And only after filling their bowls to the brim did Lu Yuyu turn and smile at them. We have not breached any rules. The policy of serving food is strictly first come, first served, and we have indeed queued up. It is true that no regulations were violated. However, Changqing had not anticipated such a scenario. Who could foresee that one would need to employ martial skills merely to secure a meal? The other disciples were rendered speechless. Acknowledging that Lu Yuyu's words held merit, she had indeed queued. As for the first come, first served policy for additional servings, it was quite reasonable. You rascals, failing to diligently train. How do you feel now that you cannot even secure a meal? Do you comprehend the significance of cultivation? On the other side, Hong Zun, with his mouth smeared in grease, jovially chided while devouring his food. Without hesitation, he continued to feast, savoring the divine flavors as if it were a revelation. Never had he imagined such exquisite delicacies existed in this world. As for the throng of disciple attendants following Hong Zun, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang, chaos erupted as they scrambled. Who knows who initiated the frenzy? Leave some for me. Brother, just a bite, I implore you. Chapter 14. Take it easy. Young man Hong Zun, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang were outmatched. Their cultivation levels were simply too low. However, among the current group of servant disciples, none was intimidated. A multitude of individuals scrambled for the meager leftovers, creating a chaotic scene. Junior brother, without further ado, I shall require 10 body refining pills, one elder proclaimed. Senior brother, last year when you encountered a beast on your journey down the mountain, it was I who led a team to rescue you. Today, it is time to repay that debt of gratitude. Once I finish my meal, you may take my life. Don't forget the bowl. Give it a lick, another chimed in. Lick what? It's already been licked clean by someone else, came the retort. In the end, even the bowl shone with brilliance, cleaner than if it had been washed, serving as a mirror for anyone standing before it. As the meal concluded, the various disciples felt a lingering desire for more. The reason for their dissatisfaction was clear: the presence of the unprincipled old man, Hong Zun. Not only did he employ his cultivation to display impressive martial skills, but he also consumed more than anyone else present, leaving them no competition. Taking a comfortable sip of wine, and under the gaze of the numerous servant disciples, Hong Zun chuckled and remarked, "You all still lack the necessary experience. While the sect's rules may offer you some protection, you cannot rely solely on them. Consider this meal. The first bowl requires everyone to queue up, providing you with the most basic assurance against hunger. However, if you desire to indulge further, you must depend on your own abilities. In the ordinary course of life, without diligent practice, one would not only struggle to secure a meal, but might even find themselves unable to savor the warmth of freshly served food." Hong Zun expounded profound truths with great eloquence, leaving the multitude of servant disciples at a loss for words to counter his assertions. All right, be gone. If you wish to attain more, then strive for it with your own strength. The same applies to resources for cultivation as it does to meals. Otherwise, you shall only have the fate of a single bowl. As the disciples departed, the courtyard was soon left with only Hong Zun, Lu Yuyu, Lu Shuang, and Changqing. With a beaming smile, Hong Zun regarded Changqing, recognizing him as a treasure, albeit lamenting his rather modest talent. Nonetheless, he continued with a grin, "Young man, you possess great potential. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Although your aptitude may be lacking, with sufficient elixirs, you could certainly reach the golden core stage and no longer need to serve as a mere servant disciple." Hong Zun genuinely believed in Changqing's culinary skills, thus making an exception to accept him as a pupil. In truth, he required nothing more than for Changqing to prepare meals for him. In contrast to how others might have eagerly accepted the favor of a peak master, Changqing, without a moment's hesitation, declined the offer. "Thank you, esteemed peak master. But I am aware of my own limitations and do not feel deserving of the title of direct disciple." His rejection was tactful, recognizing the dignity of a peak leader, despite the lack of propriety in his conduct. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun appeared to have anticipated the response and was not overly disheartened. "Your demeanor reflects a certain prideful arrogance, unlike the other menial disciples. The old man wishes to tether you to his side, designating you as the one to prepare his meals, yet you would never acquiesce to such a fate, and indeed, it is as I surmised. If you are disinclined, then so be it. In the future, should any matters arise, seek out my 2 disciples." Hong Zun, a solitary figure, does not conceal his thoughts. Rising with a smile, he departed, casually tossing a vial of pills to Changqing. "This is a 5th grade pill, the cocoon-breaking pill, which can enhance one's cultivation. Pills are classified into 9 grades, and a 5th grade pill is already of immense value. Moreover, given its unique ability to elevate innate talent, its worth is further magnified. Surprised by Hong Zun's generosity, Changqing expressed his gratitude with a bow. "What are you thanking me for? Consider it an apology from the old man. I have my own motives, so do not hold it against me," Hong Zun remarked, referring to his desire to accept Changqing as a disciple. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the trio of master and disciples took their leave. Changqing found the peak master to be quite agreeable. Upon closing the courtyard gate, a system notification chimed, prompting him to access his personal panel. Host, Changqing. Identity, menial disciple of the Dao Sect. Cultivation, great perfection of body refinement, 300. Reputation, obscure and nameless. Talent, inferior upper tier, 45-100. Bone structure, medium inferior tier, 16-1000. Comprehension, superior middle tier, 98. The stir-fried pork received a perfect rating of 100-100. Rewarding a new dish, Mapo tofu, 0-100. A new dish was acquired, and cultivation also advanced to the great accomplishment of body refinement, significantly enhancing strength once more. As night fell, Changqing consumed the cocoon-breaking pill given by Hong Zun. Unsurprisingly, his talents surged from inferior upper tier to medium inferior tier. At this point, Changqing's talent and bone structure both reached the medium tier. After attempting to cultivate, he found his speed at least 5 times faster than before. A direct benefit of elevated talent and bone structure. After half an hour of diligent practice, he indulged in a medicinal bath and consumed several body refinement pills, gradually drifting into slumber. Resources for cultivation were abundant, and Changqing had begun to treat body refinement pills as mere candies, occasionally enjoying a few for their pleasant flavor. A night of silence passed, and upon rising the next day, he opened the courtyard door to find numerous disciples gathered outside. Among the crowd were 3 new faces, Hong Zun and his companions. For breakfast, they had braised noodles. It was Hong Zun's first experience with them, and he nearly bit his tongue in delight. "You've got some talent, kid. This noodle dish is exceptional," he praised, leaving with unrestrained admiration for Changqing's culinary skills. In his heart, he made a decision akin to those of Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, even taking the time to remind his 2 disciples. "You must not disclose the matter of the young evergreen to anyone. Rest assured, Master, I am aware." After breakfast, Changqing glanced at the dwindling supplies. It was evident that the consumption in the kitchen had surged recently. Meat, vegetables, rice, and noodles were nearly depleted, necessitating a replenishment. He made his way to the outer Sect steward hall, seeking out Steward Qian Yukai, who managed the kitchen. "Steward Qian," he called out. "Ah, Changqing, what brings you here?" Qian Yukai inquired with a smile upon seeing Changqing. "The kitchen supplies have been exhausted and require a new batch," Changqing replied. As a mere servant disciple, he lacked the authority to procure ingredients. Each time the kitchen needed supplies, he had to approach Steward Qian for approval before he could make any purchases. Qian Yukai raised an eyebrow, bemused. "It seems only half a month has passed since the last procurement. Typically, there are very few disciples dining in the kitchen, so we usually restock only once every month or so. It is quite curious that we need to restock again so soon. I suggest you take it easy, my boy. I must warn you that there are certain actions one should avoid. If the enforcer hall were to discover anything amiss, no one would be able to shield you from the consequences," Qian Yukai cautioned, a look of concern etched on his face. He feared that Changqing might resort to desperate measures, potentially jeopardizing his future, a grave misstep indeed. Chapter 15. Shopping excursion. The Dao Sect maintains stringent regulations, and the members of the law enforcement hall are unwaveringly just, exhibiting no tolerance for corruption or favoritism. Thus, if Changqing were to succumb to temptation and engage in any unscrupulous behavior, he would undoubtedly find no refuge. Noticing Qian Yotsai's evident concern, Changqing responded, "What are you thinking, Elder Qian? Even in my current plight, I would never resort to stealing ingredients. It is merely a trifling sum." He continued, "The recent influx of individuals in the kitchen has naturally led to a swifter depletion of supplies." Upon hearing Changqing's explanation, Qian Yotsai's expression softened slightly. Indeed, despite Changqing not hailing from a prominent family, it was unlikely he would be tempted by a mere handful of ingredients. After all, they hold little value. However, Changqing's mention of the sudden increase in kitchen personnel piqued Qian Yotsai's curiosity. "What has caused this sudden surge in numbers? I recall there were only a few individuals in the kitchen. It may be due to my culinary skills improving, Yi Changqing replied with a smile, only to receive a skeptical glance from Qian Yukai. Come now, I am well aware of your abilities. Merely being edible is an achievement in itself. Having set aside his concerns, as long as Yi Changqing remained above board, Qian Yukai swiftly completed the procurement order. Here you go. Thank you, Elder Qian. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, I shall visit the kitchen to sample your culinary skills and see if there has indeed been an improvement. You are always welcome, he replied with a chuckle. Be careful on your way. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Changqing departed from the outer gate of the Deacon Hall, holding a procurement list. He genuinely cherished the atmosphere of the Daoist sect, devoid of the melodramatic plot lines found in novels from his past life. Within the entirety of the Daoist sect, no one would arbitrarily create difficulties for others. In fact, when facing challenges, fellow disciples would readily extend a helping hand. Each rank of disciples and elders diligently performed their respective duties, ensuring the smooth operation of the Daoist sect. As he descended the mountain, leaving the Sword Peak behind, he observed that the 36 peaks of the Daoist sect, aside from the main peak, formed a circular mountain range akin to a grand formation. Not far beyond the mountains lay over 100 villages. These villages were under the protection of the Daoist sect. Yet they also bore the responsibility of cultivating spiritual fields and rearing low-tier magical beasts, such as the red-striped pigs. From a worldly perspective, these villages could be regarded as tenants of the Daoist sect. However, for the villagers, residing here was indeed a stroke of fortune. They need not fear the attacks of malevolent beasts, and their basic needs were met, ensuring they would not go hungry. Additionally, the Daoist sect imparted some simple methods for strengthening the body, allowing these villagers to cultivate their physical prowess. Although the cultivation methods may differ vastly in caliber, they nonetheless contribute to physical health and alleviate ailments. Moreover, compared to the outside world, the younger generation in these villages finds it considerably easier to become disciples of the Daoist sect, provided they possess the requisite talent and innate qualities. From a young age, they can enter the Daoist sect for cultivation, a fortunate opportunity akin to being the first to bask in the moonlight from a nearby tower. Following the mountain path, I arrived at the village closest to the sacred sword peak, known as Chijia village. I was well acquainted with this place, and upon encountering Yi Changqing, the villagers of Chijia greeted him warmly. Master Yi has arrived. What provisions do you seek this time? Even the ordinary disciples were met with great respect from the villagers, as any association with the Daoist sect elevated their status to that of celestial beings in the eyes of the locals. In response to the villagers' enthusiastic greetings, Yi Changqing replied with a smile, Yes, I am here to procure some items. Where is the village chief? At home. Allow me to escort you there, came the reply. Upon locating the village chief of Chijia, I conveyed the ingredients I needed to procure. They were mostly common items such as spirit rice, red-striped pork, noodles, green onions, cucumbers, and bean curd. Chijia village could provide all these items swiftly. The only missing components were some seasonings. After all, these were not particularly useful and tended to be pricey. The villages at the foot of the mountain did not typically stock such items. To acquire the necessary seasonings, a trip to the city would be required. The nearest cities to the Daoist sect are 3 in total, collectively known as the San Yuan City, arranged in a character resembling the letter H in relation to the 3 directions of the sect. All are under the control of the Daoist sect and are exceedingly prosperous, ranking among the top 10 cities in the eastern continent. Presently, the closest to Yi Changqing is the Yuan City, which can be reached in an hour on his black-scaled steed. After checking the time, Yi Changqing decided to prepare lunch before making the trip, as half a day would suffice. After gathering the necessary items and placing them into his storage bag, Yi Changqing bid farewell to the villagers of Qi family village and returned to the sect. He arrived just in time for the mealtime. The mapo tofu would likely be unfeasible, lacking pepper, so he resolved to make do with what he had. Soon, he became busy, and as mealtime approached, the usual group of servant disciples, along with Hong Zun, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang, all arrived punctually. Particularly, Hong Zun, with a swift motion, positioned himself at the forefront. Peak Master, you. What do you mean by that? If you lack skill, don't blame me. Hong Zun retorted with conviction. I secured the first place through my own merit. Is there a problem? Who told you to be so slow? Upon hearing this, the servant disciples were filled with indignation, yet dared not voice it, secretly vowing to learn a martial technique for movement as quickly as possible. Even if they could not surpass the Peak Master himself, they were determined to outpace their immediate companions. In that moment, many looked at their fellow disciples with a newfound intensity, resolved that this meal must be theirs to consume first. The meal was consumed with great enthusiasm, with Hongzun being the most voracious of all. Truly, he was a testament to the adage that age does not diminish one's vigor. His appetite would leave even the youth in disbelief. Are you planning to venture to Yuan City? Are you unaware of the recent sightings of demonic cultivators within the city? The sect is currently engaged in a thorough manhunt, so it would be prudent to refrain from going at this time. Hongzun expressed his concern after the meal. Upon learning that Changqing intended to head to Yuan City in the afternoon, demonic cultivators are not to be trifled with, especially for Changqing, who had only achieved the pinnacle of body refinement. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. In response, Changqing expressed his frustration. That poses a bit of a dilemma. The kitchen seasonings are rather lacking, and many dishes cannot be prepared. He hoped to quickly create some new culinary delights. Upon hearing this, Hongzun's eyes sparkled with interest. New dishes? Fear not. Although demonic cultivators are troublesome, they cannot wreak havoc on our Daoi sect's territory. You intend to go to Yuan City, but you lack a mount, correct? Allow me to gift you one. With a wave of his hand, 2 celestial cranes, one large and one small, gracefully descended from the sky and landed steadily in the courtyard. Upon seeing the cranes, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang were momentarily taken aback. With Lu Shuang unable to contain her curiosity, "Master, you can't possibly mean to." "Haha, young Changqing is responsible for managing the kitchen at my Divine Sword Peak, and it is only natural for him to venture out for supplies. Having a reliable mount will certainly save him a considerable amount of time." Hongzun explained with a smile, assuring them that his intentions were purely practical, not driven by gluttony. Chapter 16. The bloodthirsty old demon. Before him stood 2 majestic cranes, their forms imposing. The larger one towered over 5 meters, while even the smaller one measured around 3 meters, each adorned with a crimson mark atop their heads. Their bodies and necks were a pristine white, accentuated by dark stripes on their wings and bodies. Changqing recognized them as the premier flying beasts reared by the Daoi sect, the celestial cranes. For ordinary disciples, the most they could hope for in terms of mounts were the black-scaled horses. Only those who attained the status of direct disciples or elders were deemed worthy of riding cranes. It was evident that these 2 magnificent cranes were personally nurtured by Hongzun. With an expression of disbelief, Changqing gazed at Hongzun and asked, "Sect Master, what is this?" "This smaller one is a gift for you. It will certainly make your future excursions for procuring ingredients more convenient," Hongzun replied nonchalantly. In fact, he took it upon himself to forge a master-servant contract between Changqing and the smaller crane. As the contract was finalized, Changqing felt an inexplicable bond form between himself and the young crane. In that moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. After all, this was a crane, the most esteemed mount of the Daoi sect, akin to a luxury automobile in his past life. What man could resist such a treasure? Moreover, this little crane appeared quite youthful, having been nurtured from a tender age, promising a profound bond in the future. Almost immediately after the contract was established, the crane affectionately nudged Changqing with its head. Unlike other beasts, it bore no unpleasant odors. Instead, it exuded a faint, delightful aroma of fresh grass, which was utterly enchanting. Gently caressing the creature, the little crane emitted a soft, pleasurable coo. "From now on, I shall call you Little Bai." Immersed in the joy of acquiring Little Bai, I was entirely oblivious to the envy gleaming in the eyes of Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang beside me. "We shall take our leave now, Changqing. We will return in the evening." After assisting Changqing in taming Little Bai, Hongzun departed with Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang. Changqing escorted the trio to the entrance, and after bidding farewell to the majestic crane and Little Bai, it soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. This grand crane was Little Bai's father, as Hongzun had previously mentioned. "Master, you are biased," Lu Yuyu remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone as we walked along. "Oh, you silly girl, do you not already possess your own steed? That is entirely different." Little Bai was no ordinary crane. It was the pinnacle of the Daoi sect's red-crowned cranes, possessing the bloodline of a celestial beast. The cranes of the Daoi sect were divided into 3 tiers: ordinary cranes, black-crowned cranes, and red-crowned cranes. Ordinary cranes were the most common, reaching a maximum cultivation of the purple mansion realm upon maturity. Black-crowned cranes were somewhat stronger, typically attaining the nascent soul level, with a few surpassing it. In stark contrast, red-crowned cranes belonged to an entirely different echelon. If nurtured well, they could rival the peak masters of each faction. The entirety of the Dawi sect boasted no more than 10 red-crowned cranes, apart from the sovereign and the Grand Elder. Only Hong Zun among the remaining 35 peak masters possesses a red-crowned celestial crane. Moreover, Yi Changqing's little white crane is the offspring of Hong Zun's celestial crane and that of the sovereign. Thus, can they truly be compared? Lu Yuyu's steed is merely a black-crowned celestial crane, which she had envied intensely just moments ago. Are you no longer interested in enjoying Yi Changqing's culinary skills? I am, she replied. Then it is settled. Yi Changqing often ventures out for supplies, and given his low cultivation, it would be safer for him with little by his side. Do you wish to never savor Yi Changqing's dishes again? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu was momentarily taken aback. The mere thought of Yi Changqing encountering misfortune weighed heavily on her heart. Having grown accustomed to his culinary prowess, the idea of never tasting it again sent shivers down her spine, rendering her reluctant to continue imagining such a scenario. She nodded in agreement, acknowledging her master's insightful consideration. Unaware of the distinctions among celestial cranes, as Yi Changqing's cultivation level had yet to allow him such knowledge. After resting for approximately half an hour, Yi Changqing prepared to embark on his journey. Little Bai, displaying remarkable intelligence, immediately lowered itself to allow Yi Changqing to mount. However, with a flurry of wings, Yi Changqing nearly lost his footing and fell, hastily grasping Little Bai's neck and reclining on its back. Previously, he had observed the elders of the sect riding their celestial cranes with such elegance, firmly standing atop their majestic steeds as if rooted to the ground. At present, Yi Changqing is merely at the body refinement stage, devoid of spiritual power, rendering him incapable of executing this step. Hence, he can only adopt a rather ungraceful posture. Xiaobai. Slow down. I can scarcely catch my breath. In the skies above, Xiaobai's speed is astonishingly rapid, compelling Yi Changqing to urge it to decelerate. Alas, his insufficient cultivation leaves him vulnerable, unable to harness Xiaobai's full velocity. Nevertheless, this marks his inaugural experience of soaring through the heavens atop a celestial crane. An experience vastly distinct from his previous flights on an airplane in his past life. It is also the first occasion since his transmigration that he gazes down upon the entirety of the Dawi sect from such heights. The 36 peaks rise majestically into the clouds, forming a natural formation resembling a grand array. Within the mountains, streams intertwine, verdant trees provide shade, and wisps of mist embellish the landscape, presenting a scene that mirrors the ethereal realms envisioned by mortals. Beyond this enchanting vista lie countless villages. Fertile rice fields stretching as far as the eye can see, and tendrils of smoke curling gently into the air, a picture of serene harmony. The breathtaking scenery elevates Yi Changqing's spirits immensely. This is the essence of a cultivator, reveling in the freedom of the cosmos. Though he recognizes that he is still far from achieving such a state, his heart brims with confidence. He continues his flight toward Yuan City. And even at a reduced pace, they still progress swiftly, estimating their arrival within half an hour. However, after traversing several hundred miles, a sudden surge of battle energy resonates ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of furious shouts. Bloodthirsty old demon, you cannot escape. Surrender yourself, you fiend. Turning to the source of the sound, Yi Changqing beheld, on the horizon, several disciples of the Dawi sect rapidly pursuing a black-robed elder with blood-red hair, who was heading straight towards him. A formidable being of the Purple Mansion realm, the sight caused a jolt in Yi Changqing's heart. Was he truly so unfortunate as to encounter a demonic cultivator right upon his departure? For Yi Changqing, a Purple Mansion expert represented an insurmountable threat, one from which he had no means of defense. At that moment, the bloodthirsty elder was charging directly toward him, while the disciples of the Dawi sect had caught sight of the little white creature. However, due to Yi Changqing's prone position, they were unaware that another individual was perched atop the creature's back. Yet, in an instant, the disciples recognized the little white creature, their expressions brightening with excitement. Red-crested crane? They exclaimed. Esteemed crane elder, please intervene and capture this fiend. The bloodthirsty elder, facing the little white creature, felt a chill in his gaze. He had been relentlessly hunted down during this period. The Dawi sect had clung to him with unwavering tenacity. Now, even a celestial crane dared to obstruct his path. Filled with murderous intent, he declared, "You seek death." With that, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending a blood-red palm print plummeting from the sky. Witnessing this scene, Yi Changqing was left utterly stunned. Had he truly neglected to consult the auspicious omens before venturing out today? Moreover, was this demonic fiend truly so deranged as to attack despite the little white creature's plea for retreat? Was his fate sealed? Chapter 17. Little White's display of power. As Changqing watched the blood-red hand descend upon him with ferocity, a chilling sensation enveloped him, extinguishing any thought of resistance. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and just when Changqing believed his life was forfeit, Little White suddenly flapped its wings. In an instant, countless azure blades of wind were unleashed, colliding fiercely with the blood-red hand. Upon contact, the blood-red hand exhibited no semblance of resistance and was utterly shredded by the wind blades. Changqing was left in a state of shock, as was the bloodthirsty old demon. How is this possible? The old demon exclaimed in disbelief, watching his own blood-red hand being torn apart. Soon after, he too was disintegrated by the azure blades of wind. In a single blow, the bloodthirsty old demon met his demise. The danger had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, primarily due to Little White's astonishing power. Observing the bloodthirsty old demon transform into a mist of crimson, Changqing finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to Little White with a look of exhilaration. Wow, Little White, you're incredible. This revelation brought him immense joy. He had not anticipated Little White's strength to be so formidable. Consequently, not only had he resolved his predicament, but he had also gained a superlative guardian. In response to Changqing's praise, Little White joyfully chirped, clearly relishing the compliment. The disciple bowed respectfully. At that moment, several disciples from the Sect approached Xiaobai, intending to speak. However, upon noticing Changqing reclining on Xiaobai's back, their voices abruptly ceased. Initially, they had assumed they would merely encounter the esteemed elder, yet they were taken aback to discover a person upon the crane's back. Moreover, this individual, possesses the cultivation of the body refinement realm? In response, Changqing cleared his throat twice. Just then, Xiaobai came to a halt, allowing Changqing to rise and greet the group with cupped hands. I am Changqing from the Divine Sword Peak. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed seniors. Oh, so it is junior brother Changqing. Upon recognizing Changqing's handsome features, they were puzzled as to why he donned the attire of a mere menial disciple. After a brief moment of astonishment, the leader of the group returned the gesture. This is somewhat peculiar. How could a menial disciple possibly ride upon a red-capped celestial crane? May I inquire about this red-capped celestial crane? Oh, junior brother is on an errand for the Peak Master. After this explanation, the disciples nodded in understanding, recognizing that this crane belonged to the master of the Divine Sword Peak, which alleviated their concerns. Nevertheless, they still found the situation rather odd. Even if a menial disciple were on an errand, it was quite absurd to be riding a red-capped celestial crane. However, this was a matter for the Divine Sword Peak. Aside from the main peak, only the Divine Sword Peak possessed such cranes, which were raised by Hong Zun himself. As long as they were willing, it was of no consequence. Since there are no further matters, junior brother shall take his leave. As the junior disciple took his leave, he assured that he would faithfully report the matter regarding the bloodthirsty old demon to the sect. After exchanging pleasantries, Changqing bid farewell, bending gracefully before once again mounting the back of the majestic Xiaobai. Observing the entire scene, the expressions of several senior brothers betrayed a hint of suppressed amusement, as if the ethereal essence had suddenly dissipated. With one hand clasped around Xiaobai's neck and the other waving farewell, he addressed his senior brothers. Farewell, esteemed brothers. In an instant, Xiaobai flapped its wings and soared into the distance. Safely traversing the journey, they arrived at a Yuan city, where Changqing nimbly dismounted and affectionately patted Xiaobai's head. Wait for me outside the city, with a chirp of acknowledgement. Xiaobai understood, and Changqing proceeded to step into the bustling city. Changqing was not particularly familiar with Yuan City, having joined the Daoi sect for a little over a year, with only a handful of visits to this metropolis. Yet, being one of the foremost cities in the entire eastern continent, Yuan City was undeniably vibrant. Towering city walls loomed overhead, and upon entering, the streets thrummed with the ebb and flow of people, flanked by an array of diverse shops. As he walked through, he noted the considerable number of cultivators present in Yuan City. With a population numbering in the millions, it was comparable to the other two cities, Yuan and Sanyuan, which were similarly populous. Within Yuan City, as long as one possessed wealth, there was virtually nothing that could not be acquired, be it mundane items or precious materials sought after by cultivators. As he wandered with great interest, glancing left and right, Changqing found himself captivated by the ancient-like city. The surrounding cultivators also took note of him. After all, his attire marked him as a disciple of Daoi's sect, which was hard to overlook. However, when some recognized him merely as a miscellaneous disciple of Daoi's sect, many lost interest, particularly the other cultivators. Changqing, unfazed by this, had no desire to engage with them. As he strolled through, he indulged in a variety of local delicacies from Yuan City, experiencing both delightful and disappointing flavors. For him, it was primarily about savoring the novelty. After a leisurely exploration, he finally discovered a shop selling spices. Upon entering, the shopkeeper greeted him with a bright smile, asking, "What does the esteemed immortal need?" It was evident that Changqing was a disciple of Daoi's sect. Indeed, the reputation of Daoi's sect held significant weight here, even for a miscellaneous disciple. To most, even a miscellaneous disciple from Daoi's sect was someone to be held in high regard. After carefully selecting from the well-stocked and quality spices, which were quite superior, Changqing completed his purchases, paid, and stored the items in his bag before departing. With his shopping concluded, he prepared to leave. Meanwhile, atop the Divine Sword Peak, Lu Yuyu was engaged in a sparring session with her senior brother Sujia. However, despite several exchanges, it was Lu Yuyu who consistently faced defeat. Although Sujia's cultivation indeed surpasses that of Lu Yuyu, during their confrontation, he had deliberately suppressed his own level to match hers. In the past, defeating Lu Yuyu at the same realm had proven to be a formidable challenge. However, today he achieved consecutive victories with remarkable ease. The root of this unexpected outcome lay in Lu Yuyu's distraction. Having already sensed her peculiar behavior, Sujia, after effortlessly breaching her defenses with a single strike, inquired, "Are you troubled, junior sister?" "Ah, no, not at all," Lu Yuyu promptly responded, shaking her head repeatedly, indicating that she harbored no concerns. Could she possibly reveal to Sujia that her mind was preoccupied with hunger? It had only been a little over an hour since lunch. Yet Lu Yuyu found herself impatiently yearning, her thoughts consumed by Changqing. Time seemed to drag on interminably. Why was it taking so long for dinner to arrive? Sujia, however, remained unconvinced, for her demeanor was clearly that of someone burdened by thoughts. Moreover, did he not notice a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth? "Really, there's nothing troubling you? Then why are you salivating, junior sister?" "Oh, third senior brother, you must be mistaken. I shall take my leave now," she stammered, hastily wiping the corner of her mouth before fleeing the scene. Observing her retreating figure, Sujia furrowed his brow. Something was undoubtedly amiss with her. She had been acting strangely for the past couple of days, and it seemed that at a certain hour, she would inexplicably vanish. Chapter 18. Pursued indeed, Lu Yuyu was not particularly adept at deceit. Observing her hasty retreat, Sujia felt increasingly convinced that something was amiss. As she sprinted back to her residence, she murmured to herself in a hushed tone, still shaken by the encounter, "That was perilous. I nearly caught the attention of the third senior brother." Gradually calming herself, she began to anticipate dinner, glancing at the clock, wondering why it had not yet arrived. For Lu Yuyu, the most anticipated moments of her day had become the trifecta of meals. Meanwhile, Changqing, returning from Yuan City, gracefully landed in the courtyard atop his steed, Little Bai. Casually tossing a body-refining pill into his mouth, he noticed Little Bai leaning in, eyes gleaming with a desire for a taste. Amused, Changqing extended a pill to Little Bai. "Go play in the backyard. I must prepare dinner now." With time ticking away, he organized the ingredients he had purchased and commenced his culinary preparations. This evening, Changqing planned to whip up 2 dishes, a stir-fried meat and mapo tofu. As the tantalizing aromas wafted from the kitchen, Little Bai could not resist approaching the kitchen door. Witnessing Changqing's industriousness, the little creature's mouth watered incessantly, his eyes fixated on the freshly cooked stir-fried meat. Observing this, Changqing chuckled softly, "Would you like some?" Nodding eagerly, Little Bai expressed his desire. In response, Changqing retrieved a small bowl and served a portion. "Enjoy." The fragrance wafted through the air, irresistible even to the demonic beast. Little White could not help but take a bite. An unprecedented flavor surged wildly in its mouth. Elated, Little White let out an excited chirp, having never encountered such exquisite cuisine. As a red-crowned crane, Little White's previous rations were undoubtedly of high quality. Yet they paled in comparison to the dish of stir-fried meat before it. Unable to contain its exhilaration any longer, it quickly devoured the entire plate. It then gazed longingly at Changqing. "That's it. This is the dinner prepared for everyone. If you eat more, there won't be enough left," Changqing replied, surprised that the crane would take such a liking to this dish. Upon hearing this, Little White's expression fell. While Changqing's mind registered a notification from the system, received a positive review. Talent increased by 1, cultivation level increased by 1. Could a demonic beast also provide a positive review? Changqing turned a little white, astonished. Any living being can provide a positive review, the system confirmed with certainty. This unexpected delight caught Changqing off guard. Observing Little White's despondent demeanor, he pondered before suggesting, "If you wish to eat more, you'll have to wait in line when it's mealtime." At these words, Little White's eyes sparkled with hope. There was still a chance. In that moment, even a beast like Little White eagerly anticipated the arrival of mealtime. As time slowly passes and mealtime approaches, the miscellaneous disciples of Xinjiang Peak can no longer contain their restlessness. Dinner is almost ready. Hurry, let us finish this and head for the meal. At the lumber yard on the back mountain, several disciples wield their axes with great fervor. These are no ordinary trees. They are made of black ironwood, with trunks that exhibit a deep, dark hue and an exceptional hardness, rivaling steel. This wood serves as the primary material for constructing houses on Xinjiang Peak, being both robust and resistant to damage. However, felling these trees requires immense effort. A group of 5 disciples can manage to cut down at most 3 black iron trees in a single day. The tree before them is the third. Once it is downed, their tasks for the day will be complete. Upon hearing that dinner is imminent, the disciples, who were previously exhausted, suddenly seem invigorated, their axes swinging with such intensity that they appear to blur. Goodness! A nearby group of disciples, witnessing this spectacle, is left astounded. Their own tasks involve felling black iron wood as well, and despite having worked for a similar duration, they had been utterly fatigued. Why had this group suddenly become so spirited? Yet, their astonishment deepens further. Observing that their efficiency is still lacking, one disciple speaks up, "Brothers, unleash your vitality, or we'll miss the cue." Indeed, they realize that arriving late could result in losing their place in line. A mere flicker of vitality. A bowl of stir-fried meat suffices to restore it. Immediately, several individuals radiated wisps of sanguine energy, leaving the other auxiliary disciples, who were already bewildered, questioning their existence. "Brother, is it truly necessary? Is it not merely the act of chopping down a piece of black iron wood? Why must one resort to igniting their vital essence? One might assume you are preparing for a life and death duel with this black ironwood. The act of igniting one's vitality is not a sophisticated technique. Every practitioner in the body refinement realm possesses such a method. However, once the vitality is consumed, the individual will inevitably succumb to a state of weakness for a certain duration, requiring subsequent recuperation and replenishment of their vital essence to gradually regain strength. Typically, such measures are employed solely in battle. Yet here, it is merely a matter of felling trees. Is it truly warranted to go to such extremes? This is utterly incomprehensible. Under the enhancement of their vitality, this group of auxiliary disciples swiftly felled the last black iron wood, completing their task for the day. One would expect them to be utterly exhausted at this juncture, yet to everyone's astonishment, these individuals showed no inclination to extinguish their fiery vitality. Instead, with a sudden burst of energy, they dashed towards the foot of the mountain, propelled by the lingering force of their vitality. Are they out of their minds? To rush forth while ablaze with vitality. Surely, the flames consuming their home could not incite such frenzied haste. In the face of this peculiar behavior from the group of auxiliary disciples, those surrounding them stood in stunned silence until one finally spoke up. "There is something decidedly amiss with these individuals. I recall that recently, numerous individuals have exhibited a peculiar behavior, as if they were invigorated by some unseen force at specific times. It seems evident that they harbor secrets from us. What shall we do?" Let 2 individuals discreetly follow them. Very well. Sensing something amiss, 2 junior disciples stealthily trailed behind. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had finally persevered at her residence until mealtime approached, her spirits soaring as she made her way toward the foot of the mountain. In her eagerness to hasten her journey, she even employed her agility techniques, her speed reaching an extraordinary pinnacle. However, she remained blissfully unaware of the figure shadowing her closely, none other than her 3rd senior brother, Su Jia. Having followed her from her dwelling, Su Jia's confusion only deepened. Why was his junior sister employing her agility techniques? What urgency compelled her to rush? Under normal circumstances, she would never resort to such exertion for mere travel, as it demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy, especially in the manner Lu Yu was currently exerting herself. What pressing matter could possibly warrant such fervent haste? Chapter 19. The secret is out at the foot of the Divine Sword Peak at dusk. The kitchen was bustling with activity as the first batch of disciples had already arrived. Before even stepping through the courtyard gate, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly awakening their appetites and causing their mouths to water. How delightful it smells! As they rushed into the courtyard, they discovered that the mapo tofu had just been stir-fried and was ready to be served. The sight of the new dish sent several disciples into a frenzy of excitement. Wow, new cuisine! Impressive, junior brother Changqing. Although they had yet to taste the dish, the tantalizing fragrance alone had stirred their cravings, leaving them eagerly anticipating the meal. Without needing further encouragement from Changqing, the disciples were already preparing to line up. However, upon noticing the petite figure of Xiaobai standing outside the kitchen, they were momentarily taken aback. A crane? What on earth was a celestial crane doing in the kitchen? Moreover, it appeared to be waiting in line. Surely this was a jest. Could a crane truly queue up? This is my beloved beast companion. You may refer to it as Xiaobai, Changqing interjected, peering out. The disciples were taken aback. Their junior brother Changqing had a beast companion, and a celestial crane at that. As mere servant disciples, they were oblivious to the rarity of the crimson-crowned crane. Yet, even an ordinary crane was a creature beyond their reach. Envy washed over them. But with the delectable food before them, they quickly regained their composure and lined up behind Xiaobai. While the crane was indeed a source of admiration, nothing was more important than the prospect of a hearty meal at that moment. As time passed, an increasing number of disciples gathered in the kitchen. Upon spotting Xiaobai, they were momentarily taken aback, yet soon fell into line obediently. Lu Yuyu, Lu Shuang, and Hong Zun arrived almost simultaneously. When Hong Zun appeared, the queue was still relatively short. However, upon noticing that more than 10 disciples were already ahead of him, the old man couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Are you little rascals just loitering here? Have you abandoned your tasks? Why are you here so early? Peak Master, we completed our tasks long ago, they replied. Completed them? Upon hearing that the disciples had all finished their duties before arriving, Hong Zun felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Glancing at the sky, he thought it peculiar that they had managed to finish so early. Have you all taken some sort of stimulant? Although the chores assigned to the auxiliary disciples were not particularly arduous, they were by no means trivial. Based on past experiences, it was unlikely they could have accomplished so much at this hour, especially with such a sizable group. The only explanation for their swift completion could be their astonishing efficiency. Having arrived just a tad late, he found himself outpaced by others. Despite his irritation, he complied and took his place at the end of the line. After all, he respected the rules, having previously invoked them on numerous occasions. It felt rather difficult to contravene them now. However, upon seeing Xiaobai at the front of the queue, he instantly objected. Hey, we can accept queuing, but how did a beast manage to sneak in here? When did the demonic beast start queuing in the kitchen? In response, a disciple explained, Peak Master, it is permitted by junior brother Changqing. He says that Xiaobai is also a member of our divine sword Peak. Upon hearing this, Master Hong was rendered speechless. It was one thing to compete with humans, but when did they also have to vie for food with demonic beasts? However, Xiaobai paid no heed to the crowd behind, fixated solely on 2 large bowls of stir-fried pork and mapo tofu. Before long, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang arrived, accompanied by Su Jie, who had been following Lu Yuyu all the way. The kitchen? Su Jie paused, taken aback by the modest courtyard before him and the long queue stretching before it. Throughout the journey, his junior sister had hurriedly rushed ahead. Was it merely to dine in the kitchen? Furthermore, what was the situation with these disciples? When had the kitchen become so crowded? Feeling somewhat bewildered, Su Jie ceased to conceal his presence and strode toward the courtyard. However, as soon as he entered, a disciple promptly reminded him, Senior brother, you must queue for your meal. Taken aback by the reminder, Su Jie exclaimed, Queue? Me? A distinguished direct disciple must queue to eat in the kitchen? What nonsense is this? Yet, before Su Jie could articulate his thoughts, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. You ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for my nurturing care, you wouldn't be where you are today. And now you refuse to switch places? Upon turning to investigate the source of the noise, Hong Zun found himself beside Xiaobai, who was met with his furious reprimand. It turned out that Hong Zun had intended to approach Xiaobai to request a position swap, an act not against the rules as long as both parties consented. Unfortunately, Hong Zun had overestimated his own influence, or perhaps underestimated Xiaobai's resolve to secure his meal, resulting in a blatant rejection. No matter how he pleaded or attempted to coerce, Xiaobai remained steadfast in his refusal, which incensed him further. Noticing his master present, Su Jie called out in confusion. Master? At this, Hong Zun turned to see Su Jie, his face instantly reflecting a mixture of puzzlement. He then glanced at Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, his eyes betraying a hint of reproach and inquiry, as if to ask whether they had disclosed information that was meant to be kept secret. However, under the weight of Hong Zun's gaze, the two women were equally bewildered, wondering why Su Jie had appeared there. Why are you here? Hong Zun inquired, his brow furrowing at the apparent ignorance displayed by the two women. Su Jie felt a pang of grievance, questioning if his master truly wished for him not to be present. The bond of master and disciple seemed strained, as he sensed that both his master and junior sister were intentionally withholding information from him, which only deepened his sense of unfairness. I noticed that my junior sister has seemed distracted these past few days, and I grew concerned. So, he explained, his voice tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun immediately grasped the situation. Casting a reproachful glance at Lu Yuyu, one remarked, "You fool, can you not comprehend the performance? How could you be so easily seen through?" In response, Lu Yuyu felt equally aggrieved. She truly did not intend for this to happen. However, with the matter at hand, Hong Zun deemed it inappropriate to say more and simply advised, "If you wish to eat, proceed to the back and queue up." Once again, they were to stand in line, yet this time it was the master's directive, and Su Jie dared not object, obediently taking his place at the end of the line. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, a number of new faces arrived in succession, all of whom sensed something amiss and followed others in, predominantly comprised of servant disciples. Yet, upon realizing their final destination was the kitchen, these servant disciples were left perplexed. Such excitement, and for what? They had assumed there was an urgent matter to attend to, only to discover it was merely to dine at the kitchen? Were they truly in such a rush for this? It must be so, one mused. Is it really just for a meal at the kitchen? Someone else questioned incredulously. Despite the exaggeration, the aroma wafting from the courtyard was undeniably enticing. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable dishes, one could not help but succumb to the allure, prompting others to inhale deeply as well, confirming its delightful fragrance. Without further contemplation, they too joined the queue, causing the line to grow even longer. Chapter 20. Old Qian's existential doubt. Suddenly confronted with a plethora of unfamiliar faces, the seasoned disciples inwardly cursed their fate. They had long concealed the truth, driven by a fear of such a situation arising. Although they were aware that the truth could not remain hidden indefinitely, they never anticipated that the day of revelation would arrive so swiftly. With nearly 200 newcomers now present, one could hardly imagine the toll it would take on their dining arrangements. Pray tell, how did you all find your way here? One inquisitive soul inquired, curious about how these new arrivals had discovered the kitchen. In response, the newcomers were candid, revealing, "We followed you here." "Goodness, were you stalking me?" the seasoned disciple retorted. Incredulous, "Who could blame you for being suspicious, considering you shadow my every move, especially at mealtime?" To his astonishment, their admission left him momentarily speechless, realizing that his own actions had been rather conspicuous. Yet, the thought of his junior brother Changqing's culinary prowess was utterly irresistible. Now that they had arrived, further discussion seemed futile. The newcomers were brimming with curiosity. "You all exhibit such enthusiasm merely for a meal in the kitchen? Was it not said that the food served here is unfit even for dogs?" With the truth no longer concealed, the seasoned disciples decided to embrace the situation with open arms. Upon hearing this, one of the older disciples proudly boasted, "You know nothing. My junior brother Changqing's skills are unparalleled. The flavors are beyond compare. You wouldn't grasp it even if I explained it. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you might manage to savor it yourself." The newly initiated disciples were filled with curiosity, wondering if the food was truly as delectable as described, almost as if it were celestial fare. In that moment, their anticipation heightened, for the aroma was indeed enchanting. As the disciples patiently formed a line, a rotund steward named Qian Yukai approached at a leisurely pace. He had intended to visit the kitchen today, but to his surprise, he spotted a queue of disciples stretching several meters from the kitchen. Were all these individuals waiting to dine? Upon realizing this, Qian Yukai paused, recalling Yi Changqing's earlier remark about the recent influx of patrons at the kitchen, which he had been skeptical about. Yet, it was evident now that the situation exceeded mere crowds. The line extended outside. Moreover, what were these disciples saying? Was it true that Changqing's culinary skills were unparalleled? He couldn't help but suspect something was amiss. Qian Yukai had tasted Yi Changqing's cooking before, and it certainly did not warrant such a claim. "This fellow," he muttered with a bemused chuckle, continuing his stride towards the courtyard. The truth would reveal itself once he sampled the food. However, just as he took a few steps, several servant disciples spoke up. Steward Qian, one must queue for meals in the kitchen. Indeed, this was the established protocol. In the past, individuals might have refrained from speaking out, but now, even the peak master queued obediently. Did a mere outer sect steward think he could bypass the line? Upon hearing this, Qian Yukai was taken aback, a mix of amusement and indignation washing over him. A group of young disciples, and here I am, an external steward responsible for the kitchen. Required to queue? When you come to dine, it is a matter of inspection for me. Do you understand? With that, Qian Yukai continued to walk forward. But after only a few steps, Su Jie obstructed his path, his expression devoid of emotion. Although Steward Qian was in charge of the kitchen, it was mealtime. If he had no intention of dining, he need not queue. However, if he wished to partake in the meal, he must adhere to the rules. Upon seeing Su Jie, Qian Yukai was taken aback. Su, the esteemed direct disciple? Surely, his eyes had not deceived him. How could a direct disciple be found here? It was unexpected. Such a high-ranking disciple should not descend to the kitchen at the foot of the mountain. Even if one sought to indulge their palate, they would not come here. Mingling with the lowly servant disciples in line, noticing Qian Yotsai's cold demeanor, Su Jie felt a sense of balance within himself. Here I am, a direct disciple dutifully queuing, and you, an external steward, wish to cut in? What audacity! Thus, Steward Qian, will you not join the line? Upon hearing this, Qian Yukai regained his composure, nodding repeatedly with a smile. Queue? Indeed, I shall queue right away. He obediently moved to the end of the line and began to wait. Soon, as a call of dinner is served echoed throughout the courtyard, the line commenced its gradual advance. The disciples at the front had already filled their plates. And upon discovering there were 2 dishes today, each was filled with excitement. Today marks the celebration of the new year, and to my surprise, there are 2 delectable dishes. One of them is a new addition, which brings immense joy after such a lengthy wait. The atmosphere is charged with excitement as those in front eagerly anticipate their turn, while the individuals behind them urge for haste. Changqing sits at the threshold of the kitchen, cradling a large tea mug, with a smile illuminating his face as he observes the bustling crowd. The senior disciples are nearly all at the forefront, well-versed in the customary procedures of serving food. As the line gradually reaches the new disciples, Changqing feels compelled to offer guidance. You must serve yourselves without waste. Once you have filled your bowls, please move aside for those who follow. Under the direction of Changqing and the senior disciples, the newcomers gradually partake in the meal. Having previously inhaled the enticing aromas, they now hold steaming bowls of rice in their hands, and it seems they finally comprehend the fervor exhibited by the senior disciples. The moment they take a bite, the flavors are overwhelmingly exquisite, rendering them unable to resist. Delicious. I can't help but feel that what I consumed before was akin to swill. Never have I savored such a delightful dish. The new disciples are profoundly moved and utterly satisfied. Yet, amidst the joy, some express their indignation towards their companions. You scoundrel! How could you indulge in such a delightful feast without including me? Hey, are you mute? I'm speaking to you. Seeing the lack of response, he turned to look, only to find the senior disciple engrossed in his meal, completely indifferent to his presence, as if he were in a race to be reborn. Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? He remarked. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the senior disciple polished off an entire bowl of rice. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose to refill his bowl. The new disciples were evidently too inexperienced, utterly unaware that dining in the kitchen was all about speed. As the esteemed master would put it, if one's pace was not swift enough, one might as well be eating dung when it was already cold. Observing the senior disciple's whirlwind approach to his meal, the newcomers soon grasped the situation and could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Dude, couldn't you at least give me a heads up? A heads up? What are you dreaming about?" The senior disciple scoffed. Positioned at the end of the line, Qian Yukai felt disheartened as by the time it was his turn, there was hardly any food left. Watching the crowd voraciously devouring their meals, he wondered if he had come to the wrong place altogether. However, upon spotting 4 figures in the corner, he stood frozen in astonishment. The esteemed master? He could hardly believe his eyes. The master was indeed present, along with Lu Yuyu, Lu Shuang, and Su Jie, whom he had just encountered. What on earth was happening in this kitchen? Chapter 21. Selection of martial techniques. Upon seeing Master Hong, Qian Yukai could hardly focus on his meal. Although his stomach was already rumbling with hunger, the presence of the esteemed peak master compelled him to approach and offer his greetings. He hurried towards Master Hong, But just as he reached him, he noticed that Master Hong, engrossed in his meal, swiftly consumed his last bite and then abruptly rose to his feet. Master. Qian Yukai began to speak, but Master Hong paid him no heed. At that moment, a servant disciple hurriedly dashed towards the large table, where only a meager amount of rice, salt ed meat, and mapo tofu remained, barely enough for one person. Witnessing this scene, Master Hong's eyes turned red with indignation. "You little rascal, leave some meat," he exclaimed. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, arriving at the table ahead of the servant disciple, firmly positioning himself before the spread. Without a hint of mercy, he scooped up the remaining rice. "Master, you. What's that?" he retorted. "Am I to be blamed for being outmatched in cultivation?" The disciples behind him gaped in disbelief, watching as Master Hong made no effort to leave even a morsel. They lamented, "Could you at least spare a bit of soup?" But Master Hong, displaying a lack of consideration, poured the rice into the dish, leaving not a trace of broth before returning it to his bowl. He left absolutely nothing for anyone else. In response to this, Hong Zun remained utterly indifferent. If one failed to seize the opportunity, it was their own misfortune. After all, I had graciously allowed you to escape first. Having filled his bowl to the brim, Hong Zun turned away with a cheerful smile, leaving behind a group of junior disciples staring at the gleaming bowls and plates, inwardly cursing this old rogue for his unkindness. The senior disciples were somewhat accustomed to it, for they knew that in the kitchen, Hong Zun was notorious for taking more than his fair share. However, the new arrivals were completely bewildered. Could it truly be that within just a quarter of an hour, the food was gone? What on earth? Just like that, it disappeared? I had only just begun to savor the flavors. I am still hungry. In disbelief, an older disciple scoffed. "Come on, with your speed. You wouldn't even catch up with a warm meal if you tried. None of us are full either." Dining in the kitchen of the Divine Sword Peak was characterized by speed, precision, and decisiveness. Otherwise, one could forget about a second helping. Dinner was swiftly devoured like a whirlwind. Yet, the most unfortunate of all was Qian Yukai. He had intended to greet Hong Zun, but ended up with not a morsel to eat. By the time he realized what had happened, the senior disciples had licked their bowls clean. Qian Yukai was left utterly dumbfounded. After the meal, as everyone washed the dishes and tidied up, the newcomers, under the guidance of the older disciples, quickly learned the rules and began to imitate them in an orderly fashion. Until this moment, Qian Yukai finally had a conversation with Hong Zun. Observing Qian Yukai, Hong Zun smiled pleasantly and remarked, "You have done well. The kitchen is quite impressive. Thank you, Sect leader. From now on, you shall heed the arrangements of Changqing. Whatever is required, you must fulfill it with utmost diligence, understood?" Initially delighted, Qian Yukai was rendered speechless by Hong Zun's next words. "I am to take orders from you, Changqing? As a steward responsible for the kitchen, I must listen to a mere servant disciple? Who could have anticipated that a trip to the kitchen would result in such a predicament?" However, since these words were uttered by Hong Zun himself, Qian Yukai, despite his frustration, could only respectfully nod in agreement. "Yes. Good. Satisfied." He nodded and engaged in casual conversation with Yi Changqing before he and his disciples departed. On their way back, having tasted Yi Changqing's culinary skills, Su Jie incessantly complained to Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, "Senior sister, junior sister, you both are quite inconsiderate. We are all brothers and sisters, and with such delicious food available, how could you not include me?" In response, Lu Yuyu smiled and replied, "But didn't third senior brother inform us that we practitioners should focus solely on our cultivation and not be distracted by external pleasures? I thought third senior brother held no interest in such matters." That is indeed the case, but the meals prepared by Changqing are incomparable. It is akin to elixirs. Such nourishment is beneficial to our cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Jie calmly replied, his complexion unchanged and breath steady. Even now, he still savored the delectable flavors of that bowl of rice. Moreover, the culinary creations of Yu Changqing were indeed beneficial for cultivation, a fact Su Jie chose not to elaborate upon. The stir-fried pork could enhance one's physical constitution, while the mapo tofu was particularly effective in tempering the body. Such nourishment proved immensely advantageous for those in the body refinement stage. In the small courtyard, everyone had departed. Qian Yukai had eaten nothing, and though he felt disheartened, there was little he could do but return in frustration, awaiting tomorrow's opportunity. Only himself and Xiaobai remained, while Yi Changqing practiced for a time, indulged in a medicinal bath, and subsequently retired early for the night. His life was meticulously structured, and he relished this routine, preferring stability over excitement. The night passed in silence, and the next morning, In the area designated for the miscellaneous disciples, over 100 individuals rose early, their numbers doubling compared to previous days. Curiously, after washing up, these individuals rushed toward the kitchen without uttering a single word. It was a peculiar sight. No one spoke, merely sprinting with determined silence. What was this all about? No one seemed to acknowledge others, lost in their own thoughts. Sleepwalking? Who has witnessed hundreds of people sleepwalking together, especially during the day? It was strange. Yet the disciples paid it no mind, their thoughts solely consumed by the allure of the braised noodles. As usual, upon the opening of the door, many disciples were already waiting there. After a rather chaotic breakfast, Changqing finally received commendations that allowed him to transcend his cultivation once more. Host: Changqing. Identity: disciple of Daoist Sect, serving in menial duties. Cultivation level: perfected refinement stage, 10,000. Prestige: obscure and nameless. Talent: inferior mid-tier, 260-1000. Bone structure: inferior mid-tier, 320-1000. Comprehension: superior mid-tier, 430. Within the confines of the kitchen, his cultivation had reached perfection in the refinement stage, and the next step would be to break through to the perception stage. However, to achieve this breakthrough, he needed to commence the practice of a technique, which would enable him to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth more effectively and swiftly. Furthermore, only through such techniques could he harness the natural energy to nourish the meridians within his body, preparing for the subsequent breakthrough to the meridian stage. According to the regulations of the Daoist sect, once a menial disciple reaches the perfected refinement stage, they are permitted to visit the technique hall to acquire foundational techniques. With this in mind, he contemplated making a trip to the technique hall after breakfast to obtain the necessary foundational techniques. Just then, Hong Zun, who had yet to depart, sensed a sudden fluctuation in Changqing's vital energy, and, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Little Changqing, have you broken through?" In response, Changqing smiled and replied, "It was a fortunate breakthrough." Chapter 22. The Hard Enlightenment Technique. Observing the smiling face of Changqing, Hong Zun realized he had underestimated the young man's innate talent. However, he did not dwell on it for long and inquired with a smile, "Now that you have reached the consummate stage of body refinement, are you planning to select a technique from the scripture hall?" In response to Hong Zun's question, Changqing did not conceal his intentions, as there was nothing to hide. Indeed, the disciple harbored such thoughts. "Do not bother. With your status as a deacon disciple, you would not acquire anything worthwhile from there. I shall impart a technique directly to you." To his surprise, Hong Zun rejected the idea outright. Given Changqing's standing, he would only be eligible for the most rudimentary and ordinary techniques from the scripture hall, which would serve little purpose. The technique imparted by Hong Zun would undoubtedly surpass the basic ones available in the hall by countless measures. The two were not even comparable. As he spoke, without waiting for Changqing's response, Hong Zun casually pointed, and a stream of spiritual energy surged directly into Changqing's mind. In an instant, a new technique named the Hard Enlightenment Technique materialized within his consciousness. Techniques are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each of which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The Hard Enlightenment Technique bestowed upon him by Hong Zun was astonishingly classified as a mid-tier technique of the heavenly grade. It not only facilitated a deeper perception of the natural spiritual energies, but also employed a unique method to guide one's meridians, enabling profound insights into the state of one's heart. Such a flawless technique left Changqing in a state of disbelief as he gazed at Hong Zun, astonished that he would so readily impart it to him. Under the gaze of Changqing, Hong Zun seemed to discern his thoughts, nonchalantly smiling as he spoke. "Do not overthink. Simply focus on your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me." With that, Changqing embarked on his journey into the realm of cultivation. Subsequently, he did indeed pose numerous inquiries to Hong Zun. Throughout this process, Hong Zun recognized Changqing's remarkable aptitude. Theoretical knowledge, once imparted, was swiftly retained by Changqing. Although he still lagged behind direct disciples like Lu Yuyu, he had undoubtedly reached a level of celestial competence. Was this lad truly endowed with such high comprehension? Hong Zun was inwardly astonished with such talent. Becoming an outer disciple should pose no challenge. However, it soon became evident to Hong Zun where the issue lay. While his theoretical grasp was commendable, the practical application proved to be an entirely different matter. Stumbling through the process, Changqing required numerous demonstrations of a single technique from Hong Zun. Though Hong Zun acknowledged the boy's keen understanding, He lamented that his innate gifts and foundational strength were still regrettably lacking. Nonetheless, motivated by the prospect of delectable cuisine, Hongzun exhibited rare patience, gradually imparting the Mingxin Ju to Yi Changqing. Such personal guidance from the peak master, especially in a one-on-one setting, was a privilege that even the direct disciples would likely envy. As for the results, they are evidently apparent. After 2 hours, Yi Changqing has grasped the essence of the mind enlightenment technique. From this point onward, his cultivation relies solely on his own efforts. The master can only guide one to the door, but the journey within must be traversed personally. The fact that Yi Changqing has reached this initial stage has already exhausted Master Hong. As for how far Yi Changqing can advance in mastering the mind enlightenment technique, that depends on his own capabilities. However, according to Master Hong's estimation, achieving a minor success would be the utmost he could reach. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing nodded in response, undeterred by the challenge. Noticing that it was nearly time, he began to prepare lunch. Speaking of meals, Master Hong instantly perked up. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire morning in the company of this young man. It was inevitable. Sometimes, this lad's eagerness was quite contagious, causing one to lose track of time in the flurry of activity. He resolved to indulge in a hearty lunch. Once again, lunch consisted of stir-fried meat and mapo tofu. As there were no new dishes to present, the ingredients were temporarily unavailable, awaiting the afternoon delivery from Qianyu. The mapo tofu had received a remarkable rating of 100 yesterday, prompting the system to reward a new dish, braised pig trotters. Once the ingredients arrived in the afternoon, he could commence preparation, but for now, he would make do with a simple meal. However, as lunchtime approached, the influx of patrons left Yu Changqing utterly astonished. The number had surpassed 1,000. As the mealtime drew near, Yi Changqing was still busily cooking in the kitchen while Master Hong remained alone in the courtyard. Faintly, a series of footsteps echoed, and the number of individuals was evidently considerable. With his consciousness extended, Hongzun was momentarily stunned. So many people have arrived? Just yesterday, there were only 200. And now, how has it swelled to over 1,000? In a swift motion, Hongzun was the first to reach the grand table, followed closely by Xiaobai. As a throng of individuals burst through the courtyard gates. Goodness, why are there so many here today? I have no idea. Even the outer and inner disciples have shown up. Has someone leaked information? Who on earth cannot keep their mouth shut? I recall that Li Dazue came to feast yesterday. It must be that fellow. His chatter is utterly indiscreet. Li Dazue is quite renowned among the miscellaneous disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. His ability to spread information is unparalleled, as whatever he learns is typically known throughout the entire peak by the following day. The miscellaneous disciples grumbled in anger, while the outer and inner disciples were filled with insatiable curiosity. Is it truly as delicious as rumored? It must be worth the hype. Just look at how excited these miscellaneous disciples are. As the crowd of disciples jostled together, Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, who had arrived late, were taken aback by the sheer number of people gathered. However, this moment of surprise was fleeting, as Su Jie quickly regained his composure. Sisters, let us employ our movement techniques, otherwise, we may miss the opportunity to partake in the feast. Yesterday's pace was sluggish merely due to the absence of additional provisions. Yet today, with a throng exceeding 1,000, if the speed falters, it may well result in our inability to even savor a bowl of soup. With this thought, Su Jie was the first to act. Linging step, falling blossom technique. The trio's figures accelerated instantaneously, swiftly surging through the crowd and entering the courtyard. Sensing what felt like a gust of wind beside them, the servant disciples had yet to react, while the few inner disciples present changed countenance. Martial arts technique for movement? How swift! I scarcely caught a glimpse. Yet, there was no time to ponder this. These individuals were employing their martial arts techniques to seize positions. Some began to realize that it was indeed a competition of movement techniques for prime spots. In an instant, numerous outer and inner disciples followed suit, showcasing their own movement techniques. Goodness, I nearly fell victim to their cunning. Charge through. What the hell? Who just kicked me? Is there no martial ethics? As everyone unleashed their movement techniques, chaos ensued at the entrance of the courtyard. Some not only executed their techniques, but even resorted to sneak attacks. All of this was to secure a more advantageous position. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, those who had already claimed the top 5 spots, Hongzun, Xiaobai, Su Jie, and the others, remained composed, eyes focused inward, simply awaiting their meal, entirely indifferent to the commotion surrounding them. Chapter 23, a surge in numbers outside the kitchen courtyard. Numerous disciples displayed their unique skills, casting fleeting shadows as they darted through the crowd. In contrast, some disciples, lacking agility, resorted to direct confrontation in a moment of desperation. What the devil? Where's my belt? Who on earth has stripped my trousers? Everyone should rely on their own abilities, no underhanded tactics, please. In the distance, Qian Yukai had arrived early, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Why are there so many people today? However, drawing from the experience of the previous day, he quickly regained his composure. Like a flash, he transformed into a blur and surged into the courtyard. He had missed out on the feast yesterday. Today, he was determined to savor at least a morsel. Despite his somewhat portly figure, Qian Yotsai's speed was remarkable, rivaling even that of the inner gate disciples. After all, to become an outer gate steward, one must have attained the Yuaning realm. After a few swift maneuvers, Qian Yukai breached the courtyard, managing to secure a prime position despite the presence of over 10 inner gate disciples ahead. My goodness, these fellows are truly insane, he mused, feeling a lingering trepidation as he heard the commotion behind him. Just moments ago, he had found himself besieged by numerous disciples. If it weren't for his commendable cultivation, escaping would have been a daunting task. Dining turned into a battleground, but there was little choice in the matter. With such a multitude present today, it was likely that provisions would fall short. Faced with this predicament, it was hardly surprising that many disciples were driven to despair. Even Changqing had not anticipated such a scenario, but the food was prepared in finite quantities, leaving no alternative but to adopt a first-come, first-served approach. As mealtime approached, those fortunate enough to secure a place were filled with exuberance, particularly the outer and inner disciples who had never before savored Changqing's culinary prowess. With bowls overflowing, they took their first bites and were instantly entranced, regret flooding their minds for not having discovered the delectable offerings of the divine Sword Peak's kitchen sooner. Previously, their meals had been akin to swill. They found themselves unable to stop indulging. As disciples continued to pass by, the food rapidly diminished. And by the time over 200 disciples had finished, nothing remained. Those lingering behind could only lament, "What? It's all gone. Just yesterday, their luck had allowed for seconds, but today they were left empty-handed, a stark reminder of the pitfalls of a crowd." Among the throng, Qian Yukai held his large bowl aloft, relishing every bite. Delicious. When did this lad Changqing's skills become so extraordinary? Yet, where there was joy, there was also sorrow. Those who were unable to partake gazed longingly at the ravenous diners, their mouths watering in unison. So fragrant. I yearn to taste it. What can be done? Brother, I propose a small bargain. Allow me but a single bite, and in return, I shall offer you 10 inferior spirit stones. Get lost. Very well, then 20. 20 inferior spirit stones. Brother, do not wash the bowl. I shall lick it clean to savor the flavor. Some even go so far as to leave no remnant of the bowl untouched. The scale of this meal far surpassed those of the previous days. And all who had tasted Changqing's culinary skills, both outer and inner disciples, were utterly entranced. It is easy to foresee that the number of people in the kitchen will only continue to grow. Yet, Changqing found himself in a rather helpless predicament. The more who dined, the greater the benefits for him. With increased praise, his cultivation and talent would naturally flourish at a faster rate. However, therein lies a dilemma. He simply cannot produce such vast quantities of food. Moreover, Changqing did not wish to exhaust himself, to be perpetually occupied within the kitchen. By his own estimation, he could manage to prepare meals for at most 700 to 800 individuals at a time. This quantity was patently insufficient for the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Yet, he was unwilling to overextend himself, for such toil would be too burdensome. Thus, in response to the many disciples who had not yet dined, Changqing could only offer the principle of first come, first served. Everyone would rely on their own abilities. If it was your turn, you would eat, and if not, then there was nothing to be done. The meal was a blend of joy and sorrow. The disciples who partook were immensely delighted, and as they departed, many presented various elixirs and spirit stones to Changqing. Junior brother Changqing, please accept these spirit stones. I have heard that you are in need of cultivation resources. Do not hesitate to inform me if you require anything in the future. Indeed, junior brother Changqing, you need not worry about other matters. Just call upon us if anything arises. Excellent, excellent. This kitchen cannot do without you, junior brother Changqing. Their intentions were clear. They wished to allow Changqing to focus solely on his culinary duties, relieving him of any other concerns. Changqing felt a touch of helplessness. as if he were being spoiled. Meanwhile, those disciples who had not been able to enjoy the meal also offered spirit stones, pleading, "Junior brother Changqing, could you prepare a bit more this afternoon?" Yes, yes. We hardly ever get to eat." In response to their requests, Changqing replied, "I shall do my utmost. But it is impossible for me alone to satisfy everyone. Thus, it remains a matter of first come, first served." Although the other disciples felt a sense of resignation, they understood the reality of the situation. After all, with thousands of individuals on the Divine Sword Peak, it was clear that one person could not cater to all. As the disciples gradually departed, the kitchen quickly became desolate. Hong Zun was the last to leave, and before he exited, he smiled at Changqing, saying, "Young Changqing, I predict that before long, your kitchen will be overflowing with patrons." An increasing number of disciples have come to recognize Changqing's exceptional culinary skills, a fact that will undoubtedly spread, making it impossible to conceal. When that time arrives, it will be a source of annoyance for Changqing. However, he responded with remarkable calmness, stating that he would do his utmost, for every individual reaches a point of exhaustion. As for the rest, it is beyond his control. Changqing maintains a broad perspective. Even with a system in place to enhance his cultivation, he does not wish to become merely a tool of that system. He intends to prepare as much as he can for his daily meals. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun chuckled, remarking on Changqing's laid-back attitude. That afternoon's meal proved to be immensely fruitful for Changqing, who garnered over 200 points of positive feedback, and the system rewarded him with 2 new dishes. Now, it seems he can unlock a new dish with nearly every meal, a remarkably swift pace. There were no discernible changes in Changqing's demeanor. He remained unaffected by the increase in the number of diners, continuing with his cultivation and rest as usual. Yet, the other disciples, particularly those from the outer and inner sects, were far less composed. Having just left the kitchen after their lunch, they found themselves already preoccupied with thoughts of dinner. Despite being individuals who should be practicing fasting, it was simply the irresistible allure of the exquisite flavors that made restraint utterly impossible. Chapter 24. Exhausting all means. After a period of cultivation and a brief nap lasting half an hour, Qian Yukai finally delivered the ingredients required by Changqing. Ever since the last time Hong Zun had spoken, Qian Yukai, the outer sect steward, had entirely become Changqing's subordinate, taking it upon himself to procure whatever was needed without Changqing needing to lift a finger. He would simply express his needs, and Qian Yukai would promptly present himself with the necessary items. To this, Qian Yukai harbored no discontent, like the other disciples. He believed Changqing should focus solely on cooking, leaving all other matters to him. "Thank you for your assistance, Steward Qian," Changqing remarked, pouring a pot of tea while admiring the exquisite red-patterned pig trotters delivered by Qian Yukai. "Shall we dispense with pleasantries? By the way, is there a new dish for tonight?" "Indeed, I plan to braise the pig trotters," Qian Yukai replied. "I shall lend a hand." Upon hearing the prospect of a new dish, Qian Yotsai's eyes brightened. Although he had never tasted it before, after experiencing Changqing's culinary skills at noon, he found it unforgettable. With an outer sect steward eagerly offering his assistance, Changqing had no choice but to allow Qian Yukai to chop some firewood. After thoroughly cleansing the pig trotters, Changqing commenced the cooking process. Given that braised pig trotters require considerable time to infuse with flavor, Changqing began his preparations early. First, he blanched the trotters, boiling them to eliminate impurities and blood foam before removing them from the pot. Subsequently, he heated oil in a pan, added rock candy, and sauteed it over low heat. Following this, he introduced a variety of spices, added an appropriate amount of clear water, brought it to a vigorous boil, and then reduced the heat to let it simmer gently. As Changqing deftly maneuvered, a delightful fragrance gradually enveloped the entire courtyard, causing Qian Yukai nearby to salivate uncontrollably. How aromatic! The enticing aroma incessantly stimulated Qian Yukai's senses, rendering him in a state of unbearable longing. "Changqing, that wait a moment." This fellow was intent on sneaking a taste, yet was promptly rebuffed by Changqing. Although Qian Yukai felt helpless, he could do nothing but fixate on the large pot, which exuded an intoxicating scent, as if it were a rare treasure. In the courtyard, Changqing languidly reclined on a bamboo chair, while Qian Yukai steadfastly remained by the pot, unwilling to budge. The afternoon swiftly passed, and before they knew it, mealtime was approaching. Glancing at the time, Changqing rose leisurely, approached the pot, and lifted the lid. An aroma, exponentially richer than before, assailed their senses. Qian Yukai's eyes widened in astonishment at the heady scent. Meanwhile, in the outer sect disciples area, the hall was teeming with people due to an elder's lecture. Such occasions where an elder spoke were of immense significance to the outer sect disciples. After all, opportunities like these were scarce and the slots limited, prompting each individual to treat the event with utmost seriousness. This time was no exception. Throughout the afternoon, numerous outer sect disciples listened intently to the discourse. As time progressed, a small faction of disciples began to grow restless. In the rear, 3 students were clearly disinterested in the lecture, communicating discreetly amongst themselves. What should we do? The mealtime is fast approaching. Indeed, given the nature of those beasts, arriving late guarantees we shall miss our food. What can we do? The sermon is far from over. Do you truly believe you'll get anything to eat after the lecture concludes? Dream on. Goodness, there's less than half an hour remaining. What are we to do? I have no idea. I cannot concern myself with you any longer. I must leave now to secure a good spot. The 3 were growing increasingly anxious, and the reasoning was straightforward. Mealtime was imminent. One disciple, consumed by thoughts of stir-fried meat and mapo tofu from lunch, could think of nothing else, and without a second thought, quietly slipped out of the hall. Typically, during such elder discourses, one could leave without comment, as it was a personal decision. However, it was unprecedented for a disciple to depart mid-lecture. After all, it was a rare privilege for outer disciples to have the opportunity to attend such teachings. How could one possibly leave halfway through? Yet now, one individual had done just that, right before the astonished eyes of the other disciples. They all stared in disbelief at this outer disciple, wondering if he had lost his sanity. To grasp the opportunity to attend this sermon, one must be prepared to pay a significant price. Yet this fellow departs without a second thought? However, before anyone could ponder this further, 2 more outer disciples rose and followed suit, exiting the grand hall behind him. This sudden exodus even puzzled the elder delivering the discourse. What was amiss with these young rascals? Was his teaching lacking? Why did they all choose to leave? The departure of these 3 disciples sown seeds of doubt in the elder's mind, a sentiment unfamiliar to him, for such an occurrence had never transpired before. The atmosphere within the hall grew oddly tense, yet the trio paid no heed. Upon leaving, they wasted no time, employing their agility to hasten towards the kitchen at the foot of the mountain. Their figures darted like lightning, pursuing one another with fervor. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across the peaks of the Divine Sword Mountain. At the summit, streaks of light zipped by, each faster than the last. Even the servant disciples were running with all their might. At that same moment and place, the army of hungry disciples arrived as expected, while Changqing in the kitchen had already prepared dinner. As the crowd converged at the kitchen entrance from various directions, their gazes locked, igniting a spark of competition, with none willing to retreat even an inch. Humph, behold my radiant steps. A mere parlor trick, the soft palm. What? Are you actually going to make a move? Some employed their agility techniques immediately, while others took a more extravagant approach, resorting to advanced martial skills. Of course, these were not offensive techniques, but rather those designed for control, aimed at temporarily restraining the opponent's movements to secure a favorable position. This strategy was the culmination of an afternoon spent in deep contemplation, as many disciples evolved in their quest for advantageous positioning. Upon witnessing the initial actions, others were unwilling to be outdone, resulting in a flurry of martial techniques erupting outside the courtyard. The outer and inner disciples were completely absorbed in their fervor, leaving the unfortunate servant disciples as mere spectators, unable to compete with their more skilled counterparts. Behold my soft palm. I'll evade. Thinking of escaping? Have you sought my permission? Unyielding grasp, I absorb. Golden bell shield. Step not an inch. Various tactics ensued as everyone congregated at the entrance, each eager to be the first enter. Just then, several figures darted past, none other than the 3 direct disciples, Lu Yuyu, Su Jie, and Lu Shuang. Oh no, it's senior brother Su and his companions. Recognizing the trio, many inner disciples turned their gaze towards them. In the next moment, a voice rang out, "Let us join forces and block them." Chapter 25. Do not discard the bones. Upon witnessing Lu Shuang, Su Jie, and Lu Yuyu swiftly employ their martial techniques, an uproar arose among the disciples, who were unwilling to concede. Typically, they might engage in polite exchanges, given their shared camaraderie as fellow disciples. However, in the kitchen, with delectable food at stake, none were inclined to retreat. At the sound of one disciple's exclamation, the crowd collectively turned their focus onto Lu Shuang, Su Jie, and Lu Yuyu, unleashing an array of martial skills aimed at the trio. By the heavens, you all. Su Jie began, but before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly seized by a fellow disciple who pulled him into the throng. Do not let them get ahead. Let us strike together. Why should they always be first to block our way? Aware that facing Su Jie and his companions individually would be futile, as they were the direct disciples, the crowd decided that unity was strength. In an instant, it appeared that Su Jie, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang were indeed being thwarted. The unexpected obstruction left the trio momentarily stunned. Yet, upon noticing another disciple attempting to dash into the courtyard, Su Jie's eyes blazed with determination, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him. With a powerful jolt, he repelled those surrounding him by several paces, and without hesitation, he charged toward the courtyard. The foremost position is mine. Truly, as a direct disciple, Su Jie was formidable enough that even a coalition of numerous inner disciples could not restrain him. Similarly, Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu also launched their attacks, repelling the multitude of disciples who obstructed them, each one fervently rushing toward the courtyard. In this moment, the formidable strength of the three, as direct disciples, was unmistakably revealed, all for the sake of securing a prime position. Such intense fluctuations in spiritual energy undoubtedly drew the attention of other disciples on the Divine Sword Peak. Those not far away sensed the unusual commotion at the foot of the mountain. Is there a confrontation taking place? Surely not. Who would dare engage in combat on the Divine Sword Peak? Unless one is on the competition stage. It is strictly forbidden to engage in private battles within the entire Daoist sect. Yet, the palpable surge of spiritual energy suggested otherwise, indicating that numerous individuals were involved in a chaotic melee. This piqued the curiosity of many disciples, prompting them to follow the trail of spiritual energy to the kitchen. Upon arrival, they beheld the scene outside the kitchen where the disciples were embroiled in a fierce brawl. Servant disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and even direct disciples like Su Jie were caught in a tumultuous clash, their voices rife with expletives. Damn it, who told me to go in first? I'll offer him 10 inferior spirit stones. Nonsense, someone already offered 15 yesterday. Do you think 10 inferior spirit stones will suffice? Dream on. Enough of this chatter. Let us battle. Junior brother, don't blame your senior brother for being ruthless. I'll use soft palms. Senior brother, it's still uncertain who will prevail. So let us entangle. A multitude of disciples was in disarray, leaving the newly arrived ones utterly astonished. What was transpiring? Moments ago, it seemed to be a dispute over a meal ranking that had ignited this fray. A quarrel over sustenance? The realization that these individuals were indeed brawling over food left the disciples utterly speechless. This was nothing short of absurdity. Moreover, it was not just the menial disciples, but also the outer and inner disciples, and even the esteemed direct disciples, who had encountered far superior fare, to engage in conflict over a mere meal, especially for the provisions from the dining hall of the Divine Sword Peak. Were these individuals not all out of their minds? Who knows? Perhaps we should approach to investigate. Let us go. Curiosity compelled some to draw near, yet as they reached the entrance of the dining hall, before they could utter a word, a disciple had already made a move. More newcomers. No one shall usurp my position. Brother, what are you doing? I have no intention of claiming your spot. I merely wish to satisfy my curiosity. They were afforded no opportunity for explanation, swiftly becoming entangled in the chaos. After a fierce struggle, the victors finally relished their well-earned meal. Changqing had anticipated a considerable influx of visitors that evening, thus preparing an ample supply. Yet, in comparison to the number of disciples, it remained insufficient, especially with the introduction of new dishes that day. Gazing at the delectable and aromatic red-braised pig trotters, the fortunate disciples who secured their spots wore expressions of uncontainable delight, while those left behind could only watch enviously. Delicious, Su Jie exclaimed, savoring a large pig trotter, his mouth glistening with grease, a sentiment echoed by Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu beside him. Observing the trio's indulgence, the disciples who had missed out could only swallow hard. Their appetites peaked. With so many present, the prospect of additional servings was futile. Each person was allotted but a single bowl of rice. However, those who failed to claim a seat did not disperse. Instead, they stood vigilantly nearby, their eyes fixated on the fortunate diners, as if awaiting something. Unable to partake in the meat, they contemplated the prospect of savoring a bone or two. Astonishingly, these individuals were poised to glean whatever remnants they could, hoping for a taste, even if just a morsel. Yet, as the diners finished their feast, one outer sect disciple cautiously stowed a bone into their spatial ring. The sight left the surrounding disciples utterly dumbfounded. No way, you devoured the meat, and now you hoard the bones as well? What of it? I intend to take it home for a midnight snack. You are taking this too far. After such a long wait, these individuals not only relished the meat, but also denied any remnants to others. To make matters worse, as the outer sect disciple continued to collect the leftover bones, others soon followed suit, meticulously gathering their own scraps. Even after Su Jie finished his meal, he whispered to Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu beside him, "Senior sister, junior sister. What this disciple says holds truth. Do not discard the bones, they can serve as a delightful midnight snack. When cravings strike, savoring a bite would not be amiss." Upon hearing Su Jie's words, the celestial beings Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu nodded without a hint of hesitation, affirming, "What our junior brother, senior brother, says is indeed correct. It should be so." Consequently, the three of them gathered the leftover bones, and not far away, Qin Yukai, the outer sect steward, discreetly imitated their actions by collecting the bones as well. Hee, tonight's midnight snack is secured, he thought to himself, crouching in a corner with a contented smile after stowing away the bones. Witnessing such a scene, the disciples who had never visited the dining hall were utterly bewildered. What is happening here? They aren't just fighting for food. Now that the meal is over, they even hesitate to part with the bones. What does this mean? Is the food made of gold or something? Especially seeing Su Jie and the others act this way, some inner sect disciples began to question their very existence. Is there some exquisite elixir hidden within this meal? Or was it crafted from dragon meat? Why would senior sister Lu and junior sister Yu engage in such behavior? Chapter 26. The majestic master brother Liu Shuang, revered as a celestial being by many disciples of the divine sword Peak, and Lu Yu, astonishingly engaged in such behavior. Before the eyes of numerous onlookers, they collected the remnants of bones, and their earlier voracious dining manner was entirely at odds with their usual demeanor. It felt as though a voice of shattered dreams echoed within. Why have senior sister Lu and senior sister Yu transformed in this manner? Some disciples found it hard to believe, yet more were consumed by curiosity, pondering what enchantment the kitchen's fare possessed that could incite such fervor among the disciples. Consequently, an increasing number resolved to partake in the culinary experience the following day. Unbeknownst to Changqing, after dinner, the disciples tidied up and gradually departed. Yet it was peculiar that Master Hong did not make an appearance this evening. Ultimately, it was Lu Yu who explained, "Master has matters to attend to. Thus he could not come." "Ah, I see," he responded with a smile. After bidding farewell to everyone, the system notification chimed. Received 1 commendation, talent increased by 1. Cultivation increased by 1. Received 1 commendation, root constitution increased by 1, cultivation increased by 1. Received 1 commendation, comprehension increased by 1, cultivation increased by 1. Received 1 commendation. The hard enlightenment technique increased by 1, cultivation increased by 1. This meal garnered a total of 800 commendations, and even his techniques experienced enhancement. One cannot help but acknowledge that a life of extraordinary fortune is indeed so strikingly simple and unpretentious. Open the panel. Host, Changqing. Identity, disciplinary apprentice of Tao Sect. Cultivation, body refinement realm perfection, 823-1000. Technique, mind enlightenment formula, minor completion, 16-1000. Reputation, utterly unknown. Talent, mid-tier lower grade, 630-1000. Bone structure, mid-tier lower grade, 749-1000. Comprehension, upper tier mid-grade, 831, with only a slight advancement required for a breakthrough in cultivation. The mind enlightenment formula has directly reached the stage of minor completion. It is noteworthy that Changqing had only begun practicing the mind enlightenment formula yesterday. Within a single day, he transitioned from the entry level to minor completion, a pace that can only be described as extraordinary. As he achieved this breakthrough, a glimmer of enlightenment emerged in his mind, deepening his understanding and perception of the mind enlightenment formula. Upon attempting to circulate the technique, he found it significantly smoother than before, and the speed of his cultivation accelerated considerably. Remarkable, he nodded in satisfaction, continuing his practice for an hour, indulging in a medicinal bath, and then peacefully retiring for the night. Changqing has always maintained a balanced approach to cultivation, neither succumbing to laziness despite having a system nor pushing himself excessively, having already experienced the rewards of relentless toil in his previous life. He seeks a more relaxed existence in this one, neither becoming a sloth nor overexerting himself. At night, the Divine Sword Peak presents little difference from the day. The mountain path is adorned with twinkling lights, emanating from luminous pearls that cast a soft, gentle glow. One by one, disciples meandered through the mountains, while others diligently practiced in the martial arts arena. Throughout the expanse of Divine Sword Peak, it seems that apart from Changqing, who maintained a regular sleep schedule, the other disciples lacked such a habit. Their primary focus was on cultivation, which now included the additional pursuit of sustenance. At the summit, in the abode of Master Hong, he gazed helplessly at a young man before him. His absence from the dining hall that evening was solely due to this individual, who was none other than Hong Zun's eldest disciple and the senior brother of Divine Sword Peak. As the senior brother, Zhao Zhengping held a position of great esteem within Divine Sword Peak, not merely because of his rank, but also due to his unwavering sense of justice and integrity. It could be said that Zhao Zhengping was a commendable senior brother in every regard, save for his somewhat rigid and obstinate character. Just like now, he insisted on reporting the details of his recent mission to Master Hong upon his return, leaving the latter in a state of exasperation. The absence of dinner weighed heavily on Master Hong's heart. After several hours of listening, it became clear that Zhao Zhengping had been dispatched to eliminate a powerful malevolent entity, which had established dominion over a region and had even perpetrated the massacre of an entire city, thus drawing the attention of the Taoist sect. Ultimately, Zhao Zhengping had successfully vanquished the sinister being. However, according to his investigation, there exists an exceedingly mysterious force behind this malevolence, with speculations of a potential demon king. Thus, Zhao Zhengping harbored great concerns and specifically sought out Hong Zun to report, hoping that the sect would exercise greater vigilance and ideally uncover the whereabouts of this force to eliminate it. Zhengping, I am already aware of what you have conveyed. If there are no further matters, you should retire early to rest. You have been weary from your travels, Hong Zun remarked after listening to Zhao Zhengping's words. In response, Zhao Zhengping's expression turned solemn as he declared, as disciples, we do not consider our efforts burdensome. Safeguarding the lives of the people and vanquishing demons is our duty as cultivators. Hong Zun was not at all surprised by Zhao Zhengping's reply. He was indeed such a person, stern, obstinate, yet possessing a heart for the people, unwavering in righteousness. However, at this moment, Hong Zun truly lacked the inclination to engage in such discussions, his mind preoccupied with the delectable dishes prepared by Changqing. It was infuriating. Why had he not been able to partake in them tonight? Very well, I understand your concerns for the world. At this time, I shall inform the sect to investigate. He finally concluded. Yes, I take my leave, Zhao Zhengping responded, relieved to be dismissed. After managing to send Zhao Zhengping away, Hong Zun glanced at the sky, sighed in resignation, and chose to close his eyes in meditation, awaiting the morning meal. The night swiftly passed, and as the dawn sun rose, disciples from various regions of the Divine Sword Peak emerged almost simultaneously, all heading toward the foot of the mountain. It was needless to say that they were all making their way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Goodness, why are there so many people? A disciple from the outer sect, after concluding a night of cultivation, wasted no time and rushed out of the courtyard. He believed he was among the earliest to emerge. However, upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to see numerous individuals pouring out from various courtyards, all with the same objective as his own. The sheer number of participants left him speechless, yet he quickened his pace. Unfortunately, despite everyone's desperate sprint, no one gained any significant advantage. In the inner sect area, the scene was no different, as inner disciples surged forth from all directions. Ultimately, they converged on the main path, forming a bustling stream of humanity cascading down the mountainside. Hurry, hurry. These creatures are up far too early, he thought. Must they crowd here? We're still on the mountainside. What's the necessity? Sometimes, defeat is determined at the starting line. Do not obstruct the path. Move swiftly. Even in the early hours, the entire Sacred Sword Peak erupted into a frenzy. The chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy soon rousing the elders of the peak. Atop the mountain, the elders observed the throngs of people rushing down, their faces marked with perplexity. Are they off to battle? They wondered. What madness has driven these young rascals to act so recklessly at dawn? With so many recklessly charging down the mountain, one might mistake it for a demon invasion. Chapter 27. Compulsory tasks. In the early hours of the morning, a considerable commotion erupted at the mountain's peak. Zhao Zhengping, who had just returned, emerged from his cave dwelling with a look of bewilderment. From his elevated vantage point, he observed a surging torrent of disciples, clad in black, rushing towards the foot of the mountain, filling his mind with questions. At that moment, from the caves on either side, Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu burst forth. "Damn it! Are these fellows up so early?" Su Jie exclaimed in frustration, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. He realized he was already a step behind. If he delayed any longer, breakfast would undoubtedly elude him. Do these insufferable individuals not practice at all? Rushing to the kitchen at this hour is truly reckless. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu were not to be outdone. Almost simultaneously with Su Jie's departure, they too dashed out. Junior brothers and sisters. Zhao Jinping began to greet them, but in the blink of an eye, Su Jie and the others had vanished. He stood there, momentarily stunned. The sword peak felt so unfamiliar, and he couldn't help but wonder if these disciples had lost their minds. Although the sky was just beginning to lighten and the kitchen doors remained closed, a crowd had already gathered outside, with initial estimates suggesting their numbers exceeded 2,000. In pursuit of a single spot, the crowd stubbornly jostled for position, yet, remarkably, everyone refrained from disturbing Yi Changqing. As the appointed hour arrived, Yi Changqing opened the courtyard door to find a lengthy line already formed. At the forefront stood prominent figures such as Hong Zun, Su Jie, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang, followed closely by Qian Yukai and several newly appointed stewards and elders. "Everyone has arrived quite early," Yi Changqing remarked with a smile as he greeted them. Su Jie, however, urged him, "It's getting late. We've already waited for half an hour. Can't you start the meal now, junior brother Changqing?" "Half an hour?" Yi Changqing's lips twitched slightly in disbelief. Was it really necessary to come so early? Yet, Su Jie had his own grievances. As each of these individuals seemed to be caught up in the frenzy of competition, if they hadn't arrived early, they surely would have lost their chance at a good spot. Today's breakfast featured a new dish, soup dumplings paired with millet porridge. The soup dumplings were known to slightly enhance spiritual power upon consumption, while the millet porridge could modestly heal hidden ailments. As the disciples eagerly took their seats and indulged in the soup dumplings, the courtyard resonated with sounds of inhalation and exhalation. Hot, delicious, so satisfying. With each bite, the rich broth burst forth in their mouths, its exquisite flavor rivaling even that of braised noodles. Moreover, the dish was beneficial for cultivation, truly remarkable. A total of 1,000 servings had been prepared, leaving those who failed to secure a spot watching enviously as others feasted. This was a new dish they had never tasted before, and the enticing aroma tugged at their hearts as they yearned for a taste. "Brother, please let me have a taste, just one, if you would be so kind." "Sigh, I suppose I could. But I have a task to attend to today, and I cannot easily decline. If I do not have a hearty breakfast, I'll go on your behalf." "All right. Dear junior brother Chun, I pondered over this yesterday and concluded that you are someone worthy of trust. Thus, I have agreed to become your Tao partner. Would you be able to? Oh, let me finish my meal first. Once I finish, there won't be much to discuss. For the sake of this morsel, many disciples would go to great lengths. Some have succeeded in savoring the taste, while others can only watch with envy from the sidelines." Yi Changqing leaned against the kitchen door, observing the gluttonous feasting and the envious gazes of those around him. 1,000 portions of food. This was the limit for Yi Changqing. Any more would be too exhausting. Hence, he resolved that, in the future, each meal would consist of 1,000 portions, offered on a first-come, first-served basis. With 1,000 favorable reviews per meal, thrice a day, that totals 3,000. The speed of improvement is already quite commendable. As the crowd indulged in their breakfast, a celestial crane soared down from the heavens, not landing but instead dropping a token into Yi Changqing's hands. This was the token from the main peak's task hall. And upon realizing this, Yi Changqing was momentarily stunned. Then it dawned on him. He had completely forgotten to complete this month's mandatory task. In the Taoist sect, every disciple, whether from the inner sect, outer sect, or even serving as a laborer, is assigned a mandatory task each month, with at least one to be fulfilled. Completing tasks offers various benefits, such as earning sect points, which can be exchanged for martial arts techniques, skills, elixirs, weapons, and more. Essentially, sect points serve as the internal currency within the Taoist sect, applicable to all items related to it. Previously, Yi Changqing had awakened a system and subsequently focused on enhancing his cultivation, inadvertently neglecting the mandatory tasks. Now, time has passed, and the main peak task hall has assigned a task for Yi Changqing, delivered by a celestial crane, which he cannot decline. Upon activating the token, a luminous interface appeared. revealing the task details before him. It is not particularly complex, as tasks assigned to outer disciples are generally straightforward. Not far from the Dao Sect lies a small town named Leshan, where a half-demon has recently been reported. The task requires a thorough investigation of this matter. It is classified as a 1-star task, prohibiting the killing of the creature. However, should it be slain, appropriate sect points will be awarded based on the demon's cultivation level. The tasks of the Dao Sect are categorized from lowest to highest as 5 stars, with 1-star tasks being the most fundamental. At first glance, it appears to pose little danger, merely an investigative assignment focused on a half-demon. However, the sect does not assign overly challenging tasks to outer disciples, predominantly offering 1-star assignments. Nevertheless, the many disciples present reacted strongly to the task token in Yi Changqing's hand. "Junior brother Changqing, you haven't completed your mandatory task for this month yet," someone inquired. And upon hearing this, Yi Changqing smiled wryly. He had been preoccupied with cooking and had momentarily forgotten. Upon hearing his words, a collective thought emerged among the disciples. Brother Changqing was to embark on a mission, specifically one of reconnaissance, which would surely take several days. This implied that they would be deprived of Brother Changqing's culinary delights for at least a few days. This notion was met with discontent from everyone. However, the mandatory mission was a regulation of the sect. It was not just the outer disciples who were bound by it. Even disciples like Su Jie and Lu Xuan, who were direct Prot GS, were compelled to fulfill the obligatory tasks. All eyes turned toward Yi Changqing, and someone among them suggested, "Brother Changqing, I shall accompany you." Given that Brother Changqing was merely at the body refinement stage, venturing alone would undoubtedly waste time. If he had the company of outer and inner disciples, the task would become significantly simpler. With just a mere half-demon to contend with, not only would reconnaissance be a trivial matter, but dispatching the creature would be a swift endeavor. In no time, they would complete the task and not delay their meals. This proposal was met with immediate support from many disciples. Chapter 28. The remains of the great demon Brother Changqing. I shall accompany you. One disciple spoke up, and this declaration immediately garnered the support of many. Indeed, Brother Changqing, we shall go with you. A mere half-demon can be easily vanquished. Yes, Brother Changqing, you need only rest. We shall handle the laborious tasks, chimed in the other disciples, their voices overlapping in enthusiastic agreement. It was as if they were more eager to undertake the mission than to pursue their own tasks. How could we allow Brother Changqing to be distracted by a mere assignment? We will assist. A half-demon is nothing we cannot dispatch with ease. Although the sect did not explicitly prohibit assistance, such occurrences were rare. Typically, enlisting help implied sharing the precious sect points, which were highly valued within the Dao sect, and few would willingly part with them. However, in this instance, the disciples surrounding Yi Changqing were unconcerned with sect points. Their sole desire was to offer assistance, nothing more. Faced with the collective enthusiasm, Yi Changqing smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, brothers, but it is merely a reconnaissance mission. I can manage on my own." His intention was to avoid troubling anyone, as he had Xiao Bai for ease of travel, and he felt entirely capable alone. Yet, he was cut off before he could finish, the chorus of voices rising to drown out his words. "Young Brother Changqing, what you say is quite unwarranted. It is only natural for fellow disciples to assist one another. Indeed, I already have matters to attend to in Leshan town, and it is fortuitous that I can resolve this as well. Do not decline, for I, your senior brother, merely wish to take a leisurely stroll." There is no room for refusal. Yi Changqing found himself at a loss, but ultimately, it was Master Hong who spoke and designated an inner sect disciple to accompany Yi Changqing on his journey. "Changqing, let Jin Min accompany you. She excels in reconnaissance tasks, unmatched even by Yu, which will save you considerable trouble." While Jin Min's combat prowess is not particularly formidable among the inner disciples, merely at a mid-level with her cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core stage, her presence is not a matter of concern for Yi Changqing's safety, especially with Xiu Bai around. The primary reason for Jin Min's accompaniment lies in her keen perception due to her cultivation method, which greatly aids in reconnaissance and can significantly reduce the time required. Seeing that even Master Hong had spoken, Yi Changqing ultimately did not refuse. "Make haste to return," he said after breakfast as Master Hong departed. His concern for Yi Changqing's prolonged absence, fearing he might miss a meal, was the reason for arranging Jin Min to accompany him. After organizing Yi Changqing's task, the other disciples gradually took their leave. However, the thought of missing lunch weighed heavily on their spirits, knowing they would not return until the evening at the earliest. Young brother Changqing, do return swiftly. One by one, they expressed their reluctance. Upon hearing this, Changqing could only manage a wry smile and nod. After all, was it truly necessary to feel such sorrow for merely embarking on a solo mission? Moreover, he was accompanied by the likes of Xiaobai and Jin Min, a fellow disciple from the inner sect. Was such an elaborate send-off warranted? After bidding farewell to the crowd, Changqing turned his attention to Jin Min, an elegant young woman, tall and strikingly beautiful, slightly older than himself. Please wait a moment, senior sister Jin. I will prepare and be ready to depart shortly. Very well, junior brother. Jin Min replied with a smile, which revealed two charming dimples that seemed to sweeten the air around them. Jin Min had no qualms about accompanying Changqing on his mission. Her thoughts were simple. The sooner they completed the task, the sooner they could enjoy a meal. This sentiment resonated not only with her, but also with all the disciples, including the esteemed Peak Master Hongzun. After a brief period of tidying up, the duo mounted Xiaobai and departed from the Sword Peak, making their way toward Leshan Town. With Jin Min by his side, Changqing finally experienced the sensation of riding atop Xiaobai, enveloped in a protective shield of spiritual energy that kept the howling winds at bay. Simultaneously, Xiaobai's speed had noticeably increased, far surpassing their previous journey. As Changqing and Jin Min sped toward Leshan Town, an unassuming mountain peak loomed in the distance, nestled within the surrounding mountains. However, this peak had been entirely hollowed out, creating a vast cavern within. It resembled a grand hall, and at the center of this hall, 5 figures sat in a circle, deep in discussion. The figures before us resemble humans, yet possess varying degrees of bestial traits. Undoubtedly, these 5 silhouettes are transformed demon beasts. Demon beasts, like cultivators, are categorized by ranks, starting from the lowest level of transformation, the minor demons, followed by ordinary demons, profound demons, purple demons, and finally, the primordial demons. These correspond to the stages of human cultivators: chi condensation, meridian opening, core formation, purple mansion, and nascent soul, respectively. To achieve transformation, a demon beast must at least attain the rank of a purple demon. Thus, it is evident that these 5 demon beasts are formidable entities of the purple demon realm. Their assembly outside of Leshan Town suggests that matters concerning the town are far from simple. Indeed, through their discourse, it becomes apparent that the situation in Leshan Town is intricate. After all, the town falls under the jurisdiction of the Daoi sect, and given our presence, the sect must already be on high alert. What can be done? Shall we simply abandon the remains? Fear not. We have dispatched a half-demon to investigate. Even if the Daoi sect becomes aware, they would likely dismiss it as mere mischief caused by a half-demon, perhaps sending a few outer disciples to handle the matter, which is hardly significant. We must ensure the retrieval of Lord Heiyu's remains. The purpose of these 5 purple demons gathering here is solely due to the concealed remains of a great demon beneath Leshan Town, which holds immense importance for them. However, due to the town's proximity to the Daoi sect, they dare not reveal their whereabouts, for they would surely face annihilation at the hands of the sect. Thus, these 5 purple demons employed secretive methods to control a half-demon, utilizing this creature to infiltrate Leshan Town, creating the illusion that a half-demon was wreaking havoc. In reality, they were covertly searching for the remains of a great demon. For the Daoi sect, a mere half-demon was evidently insignificant. Even if disciples were dispatched, they would mostly be outer disciples, and likely even the majority would be mere servants. To the demons, there was little distinction between outer disciples and servants. They could be effortlessly crushed, in the absence of any attention from the Daoi sect. Acquiring the remains of the great demon and swiftly escaping was the plan devised by these 5 purple demons. Thus far, the plan has unfolded flawlessly. By controlling the half-demon, they have approximately located the remains of the great demon. Now, they await the opportune moment to strike. It is likely that even the Daoi sect remains oblivious to the fact that 5 purple demons are manipulating events from the shadows. Otherwise, this mission would have warranted the involvement of inner disciples, rather than being entrusted to mere servants. Unfortunately, these 5 purple demons have concealed themselves too well, remaining entirely undetected throughout. Unbeknownst to them, Changqing is currently en route to Leshan Town with Jin Min. Chapter 29, the request for assistance. Leshan Town, modest in size, boasts a population of merely over 10,000, rendering it an unremarkable settlement in proximity to the Daoi sect. When Changqing and Jin Min arrived at Leshan Town, Mr. Wu had already been waiting outside the town for some time. The Wu family serves as the landowning clan of Lesan, with members of the family having taken discipleship in the Taoist sect. Upon encountering Yi Changqing and Jin Min, Mr. Wu exhibited profound respect. The commoner Wu's son had previously met the two cultivators and bowed respectfully. However, it was Jin Min who truly captured Mr. Wu's attention. Upon first laying eyes on her, Wu's son was taken aback. He was aware that the matters concerning Lesan town had been classified by the Taoist sect as a one-star mission, typically assigned to outer disciples at most. Yet, here stood an inner disciple, bringing him immense joy but also a hint of confusion, which he dared not voice. What further perplexed Wu's son was Jin Min's subsequent behavior, as she consistently deferred to Yi Changqing in all matters. Mr. Wu, this task was undertaken by my junior brother Changqing. I am merely accompanying him, Jin Min explained lightly, sensing Wu's son's bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Wu's son was even more astonished. While it was not unusual for a miscellaneous disciple to undertake a mission, the presence of an inner disciple accompanying them was indeed a rarity. In an instant, Wu's son's gaze towards Yi Changqing shifted. For the presence of an inner sect disciple accompanying him signified that Yi Changqing's status was undoubtedly extraordinary. I see, he mused. Will Master Yi take a moment to rest? Or shall we proceed directly? No need for delay. Let us go straight to the location where the half-demon was last seen. The sooner we resolve this matter, the sooner we can conclude our efforts. It is paramount that we locate this half-demon at once. Upon hearing Yi Changqing's words, Wu San felt compelled to refrain from further comment and promptly led the two to the various sites where the half-demon had previously appeared. Along the way, Wu San recounted the events that had transpired. This half-demon had emerged 10 days prior, taking advantage of the night to infiltrate the town. Once discovered, it had taken several lives before meandering through the streets of the town, only to depart shortly thereafter. Since that incident, the half-demon had been a frequent visitor to the town. Strangely, it seemed that this half-demon was not particularly inclined to harm others, as long as it was not provoked. It refrained from indiscriminate killing, instead wandering about the town as if in search of something. This peculiarity piqued their curiosity, and soon they arrived at one of the locations where the half-demon had once lingered, a modest dwelling, its walls stained with blood, marking the site of its first act of murder. Yi Changqing surveyed the surroundings but discerned nothing of significance, prompting him to seek the assistance of Jin Min's sister. He called out. In response, Jin Min nodded, then clasped her hands and began to perform a series of intricate gestures to invoke her techniques. The 9 arts. The art of divination. This is the cultivation technique of Jin Min, which lacks formidable offensive capabilities but possesses the ability to discern destiny and explore the realms of yin and yang, as Jin Min deftly manipulates her incantations. Golden threads swiftly permeate the entire room. These golden strands, akin to ethereal tendrils, meander through every corner, while Jin Min, with her eyes tightly shut, appears to perceive something profound. Wolf demon, she murmurs softly. After a brief pause, Jin Min retracts her gestures, having discerned that the malevolent half-demon is, indeed, a wolf demon, yet it has not fully transitioned into the realm of demonhood. Her expression, however, betrays a hint of perplexity as she addresses Yi Changqing, junior brother Changqing. This wolf demon is rather peculiar. Within the aura it is left behind, there seems to linger traces of another presence, though I am unable to ascertain it at this moment. Sensing her uncertainty, Yi Changqing contemplates for a moment before inquiring, Sister, is there a way to locate this wolf demon? Upon hearing this, Jin Min decisively nods, certainly. A mere half-demon poses little challenge for Jin Min to track down. Still, an unsettling intuition gnaws at her, suggesting that matters may not be as straightforward as they seem. The fleeting essence she sensed earlier instilled a sense of foreboding within her, leaving her uncertain if her instincts were misleading. Employing the 9 arts, the art of shadow tracking, Jin Min commences her pursuit of the wolf demon's whereabouts. A shadow, no larger than a palm, separated itself from Jin Min's silhouette and swiftly soared into the distance. Follow it, commanded Yi Changqing. The two quickly pursued the shadow, while Wu San and the others remained in the town, for they were mere mortals, of little use against the beasts. Observing how swiftly Yi Changqing and Jin Min had pinpointed the location of the creature, Wu San and the others gazed upon them with admiration. Indeed, they were worthy disciples of the Taoist sect. With the practitioner of the Taoist sect taking action, everyone felt reassured that success was within reach. Under the guidance of the shadow, Yi Changqing and Jin Min soon burst forth from the small town and ventured into the nearby mountains. After approximately a quarter of an hour of trekking, they finally located the troublesome half-demon. However, At that very moment, the 5 lurking purple demons also became aware of Changqing and Jin Min's arrival. Within a concealed cave, a blood-red mirror reflected the figures of Changqing and Jin Min, their gazes fixated on Jin Min. One of the purple demons remarked in confusion, "Why is an inner sect disciple here? It is peculiar for a mere half-demon to attract the attention of an inner disciple." Though puzzled by Jin Min's presence, another demon interjected, "Regardless of the inner disciple, let us eliminate them both. We have already located the remains of the great demon. Once we obtain them, we shall depart." Despite their curiosity, they did not dwell too long on the matter, dismissing the inner disciple as a mere cultivator at the core formation stage. For the 5 purple demons, there was little distinction between them and the outer disciples. Killing was merely a matter of course. "Go ahead, Black Ape, and swiftly eliminate these 2. "Understood." One of the purple demons departed the cave, intending to personally slay Changqing and Jin Min. Meanwhile, upon sighting the wolf demon, Jin Min's expression shifted dramatically. She sensed the familiar aura emanating from the creature, unmistakably the presence of a purple demon. This half-demon had been ensnared. Initially, she believed it to be merely a troublesome half-demon, unaware that a purple demon lurked behind it. Upon hearing this, Changqing was taken aback but swiftly acted without hesitation, retrieving and shattering a token. This token was not a precious artifact but a standard item possessed by all disciples of the Daoist sect, known as the distress token. In the event of a life-threatening situation, shattering the token would instantly alert the sect, prompting immediate assistance, a form of protection offered to the disciples. However, whether one could be saved depended on fortune. Often, help might arrive too late, resulting in demise, a common occurrence. Without a shred of hesitation, Changqing recognized that a single purple demon was far beyond Jin Min's capabilities. Simultaneously, he summoned Xiaobai, for in terms of strength, Xiaobai surpassed Jin Min. Chapter 30. The explosion of the Divine Sword Peak at Daoist Sect's Divine Sword Peak. The lunch hour had long passed, and the numerous disciples who had missed their meals appeared somewhat listless. Although they continued with their respective duties, some engaged in cultivation while others attended to their tasks. Their expressions were notably despondent. "Alas, without the cooking of junior brother Changqing, I feel entirely out of sorts," one disciple lamented. "Indeed, it seems our focus is wavering during cultivation," another agreed. "My thoughts are consumed by food. I attempted to prepare a meal myself at noon, but it was so unpalatable that it left me feeling nauseated." May junior brother Changqing return swiftly. With Jin Min accompanying him, there should be no issues, though he is merely a half-demon. Several inner sect disciples were at the training grounds, practicing while exchanging these words in a half-hearted manner. At that moment, a resounding chime echoed from the peak above. A disciple was in need of assistance. The sound of the bell indicated that a distress signal had been activated. One chime denoted a call from a servant disciple, 2 for outer sect disciples, 3 for inner sect disciples, 4 for stewards, and 5 for direct disciples and elders. The bell rang only once, signifying a call for help from a servant disciple. The previously altered expressions soon reverted to a state of languor. "Oh, it is merely a servant disciple," they murmured, their interest waning once more. One individual was momentarily at a loss for words, but the next moment, upon hearing the words of another disciple beside him, a surge of agitation erupted among the group. Could it be Brother Changqing? Oh no. Changqing was indeed a disciple of the auxiliary rank, and coincidentally, he was on a mission. In an instant, several of them sprang to their feet, racing towards the summit of the mountain. They were not alone. Disciples from all corners of the Divine Sword Peak were also hastening towards the pinnacle. Could it truly be that Brother Changqing was in peril? Wasn't senior sister Jin Min accompanying him? Surely, a mere half-demon wouldn't pose much of a threat, would it? Yet, who could say for certain? After all, Brother Changqing had been assigned a reconnaissance mission, and what hidden dangers lay within it were anyone's guess. Reconnaissance missions can be perilous, yet they can also appear deceptively safe. The very nature of reconnaissance implies that many factors remain unknown. What may seem innocuous on the surface could conceal secrets yet to be uncovered. Countless disciples yearned to ascertain whether this distress signal truly originated from Brother Changqing. At the peak of the Divine Sword Mountain stood a grand hall, guarded by an elder. In the center of the hall resided a colossal bronze bell, which would respond immediately upon the activation of any distress signal from the peak. At this moment, within the hall, the elder observed the hastily approaching figures of Hong Zun, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, his face a canvas of bewilderment. What could possibly be unfolding? Although a disciple had utilized the emergency signal, it was merely a lowly servant disciple. Why then did the peak master and Su Jia, among others, arrive so promptly? At this very moment. The four of them bore expressions of urgency as they inquired, Who has activated the emergency signal? As the bell tolled, it became evident who had sent out the call for help. In response to the queries from Hong Zun and the others, the elder, perplexed, replied. It was a servant disciple named Yi Changqing. Upon hearing this, the faces of Hong Zun, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu changed instantaneously. Damn it! Su Jia muttered under his breath, vanishing from his spot. Following suit were Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, along with the other two disciples, who burst forth from the hall like three streaks of light, racing towards Leshan town. What just transpired? The elder, bewildered by their sudden departure, pondered why an ordinary disciple in peril warranted such a reaction. Peak Master, do you see? He was completely oblivious to the unfolding events and turned to seek guidance from Hong Zun, only to find that he had vanished as well. Stunned and rooted to the spot, the elder was filled with countless questions, utterly confounded by the situation. Was it truly necessary for such alarm over the danger to a mere disciple? Yet, the chaos did not end there. It seemed someone had spread the word, confirming that the one who had sent out the emergency signal was indeed Yi Changqing. In an instant, disciples from both the inner and outer sects of the Sword Peak hurried towards Leshan town. In the inner disciple area, a disciple ascended into the air, transforming into streaks of luminous light, racing towards Leshan town. The outer disciple region mirrored this spectacle, with some wielding swords and others navigating spirit boats. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire Divine Sword Peak had erupted into a sect war. Countless beams of light streaked across the sky and standing atop the peak. Zhao Zhengping was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Who could enlighten me on what exactly is transpiring? Zhao Zhengping and the elders had never partaken in Yi Changqing's culinary skills, and thus, they could not fathom the chaos before them. All they knew was that moments ago, a lowly disciple named Yi Changqing had activated a distress signal. Subsequently, from the peak master downwards, Divine Sword Peak erupted into turmoil. Not only was Divine Sword Peak in disarray, but the other peaks of the Dawi sect also took notice of the commotion. Peak masters inquired fervently about the events unfolding at Divine Sword Peak. What is amiss with Divine Sword Peak? What mischief is that old fool Hong Zun up to? Is Divine Sword Peak preparing to assault another sect? What is the meaning of this? Is a sect war about to commence? They were entirely in the dark regarding the situation and had received no prior warning. Ultimately, after much inquiry, the revelation left the Peak Masters in utter disbelief. You mean to say that Divine Sword Peak has descended into chaos merely because a lowly disciple activated a distress signal? Are you jesting with me? A humble disciple of the sect sought assistance, prompting an unprecedented response from everyone at the Divine Sword Peak. The cause, astonishingly, was a mere outer disciple, which left many incredulous. Surely, even if a few of the esteemed inner disciples met their demise, it would not warrant such a monumental reaction from the peak. In less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, figures began to soar into the air from every corner of the Divine Sword Peak. It felt as though the ancestral graves of the peak had been desecrated. Not only the various peak masters, but even the sect leader and numerous senior elders atop the main peak wore expressions of bewilderment. What on earth was happening at the Divine Sword Peak? What were they planning? Sect leader, we are at a loss, someone remarked. Are they preparing to assault a certain location? What is the meaning of this commotion? Why have they not consulted me? Sect leader, another replied, it is said that a humble disciple has activated a distress signal. Nonsense. How could a mere outer disciple rally thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak for a rescue? Sect leader Qi Xiong was incredulous, seated at the head of the grand hall with a face ashen and teeth clenched in frustration. As the leader of the Dawi sect, it was utterly absurd that his subordinates initiated such a grand operation without his knowledge. To share this would be a laughingstock of epic proportions. Although Hong Zun had never been one to heed his counsel, was this not a step too far? Such a significant action. And yet he had not even been consulted or informed in advance. Sect leader, the senior disciple Zhao Zhengping from the Divine Sword Peak has arrived. Chapter 31. Utter confusion, bring him in. Before long, Zhao Zhengping, the senior disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, entered the grand hall under the guidance of a steward from the main peak. Observing Zhao Zhengping, Qi Xiong inquired, what is the situation at the Divine Sword Peak? In the face of Qi Xiong's question, Zhao Zhengping appeared equally perplexed. He too yearned to comprehend the unfolding events. There had been no forewarning whatsoever. His master had not communicated anything to him, and then suddenly, chaos erupted. The disciples, as if invigorated by some unseen force, rushed out of the divine sword peak, leaving him bewildered as to what had transpired. Changqing shook his head in confusion, signaling his ignorance. Witnessing this, Xiong's furrowed brow deepened, overwhelmed by the perplexity of the situation. What on earth was happening? After a series of inquiries yielded no substantial answers from Changqing, Xiong could only gesture helplessly, permitting him to withdraw. The entire Daoi sect was thrown into disarray due to the incidents at the Divine Sword Peak. Meanwhile, outside Lashan town, Xiaobai had already engaged in combat with the Black Ape. Confronted by a purple demon, Xiaobai astonishingly held his ground, his cultivation evidently having reached the realm of the purple demon. As the two demons clashed fiercely, the Black Ape regarded Xiaobai with a grave expression. A red-crested crane? It never anticipated encountering a red-crested crane from the Dao Sect in such a locale. This was utterly absurd. One an inner sect disciple and the other a mere outer sect disciple, yet accompanied by a red-crested crane. It is noteworthy that not a single disciple of the Dao sect possesses a red-crowned crane. The situation is imbued with an air of mystery. Meanwhile, in the cave, the remaining 5 purple demons also observe this scene through the blood mirror. It is indeed perplexing. Why would the red-crowned crane of the Dao sect manifest here? Regardless of the reasoning, it is imperative to act swiftly and eliminate the threat. Delay may invite unforeseen complications. Therefore, Qing Miao and Lin Meng, you two must join forces to swiftly conclude this battle. Another 2 purple demons engage, evidently unwilling to afford Yu Changqing and Jin Min any opportunity to retaliate. The previously evenly matched by Xiao and He Yuan are locked in fierce combat. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras surge towards them from the distance. Upon sensing these presences, Jin Min's complexion pales. This is bad. The arrival of 1 purple demon had already piqued Jin Min's curiosity, but now 2 more have appeared, clearly indicating that the situation in Lashan town is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. As Jin Min speaks, Qing Miao and Lin Meng materialize in the sky. Foregoing any further dialogue, Qing Miao immediately launches an attack at Bai Xiao, while Lin Meng targets Yi Changqing and Jin Min Jr. brother. We must flee. Their instinct is to escape in the face of a purple demon. Both Jin Min and Yi Changqing evidently lack any means of resistance. The disparity is too great. Lin Meng, however, merely scoffs at their attempts. Do you think you can escape, mere insects? As the words left his lips, the phosphor python lunged toward Yu Changqing and his companion, a ferocious glint flashing in its eyes. Time was of the essence. The python intended to eliminate them with a single, ruthless strike. However, as it swiftly closed the distance, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within, sending a chilling shiver down its spine, as if it were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. Upon glancing back at Yu Changqing and his companion, the python was startled to see an inebriated old man had appeared before them, clutching an unremarkable iron sword. His bleary eyes regarded the python with an air of nonchalance. You audacious beast, dare you threaten a disciple of the Dao sect? Old man, you seek death. The python's murderous intent surged upon hearing those words. It sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the old man, as if he were merely an ordinary individual. The earlier sensation of icy dread had dissipated entirely. Now, witnessing the audacity of the old man to speak so brazenly in its presence, the python's fury ignited, and it immediately launched a powerful punch. Yet, at that moment, the nearby Qing Miao's eyes widened in shock, its expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost. The python hesitated. The old man was none other than the esteemed Master Hong of the Sword Peak. While the python was oblivious to Master Hong's identity, Qing Miao recognized him well. Faced with a figure of such stature within the Dao sect, not even their leader, let alone a mere handful of purple monsters, stood a chance against him. Upon encountering a master of the Dao sect, the sole option was to flee. Yet, the phosphor python audaciously chose to strike first. A clear invitation to death. Regrettably, the moment for a warning had long passed. In the final instant, the python had no opportunity to react. With a mere flick of his hand, Hong Zun sent forth a sword light that cleaved the creature in twain, sending its form plummeting from the heavens. The strike was instantaneous, devoid of any semblance of resistance. Witnessing the demise of the phosphor python, both the azure bird and the black ape felt their hairs stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Remaining would surely mean death. And even the remnants of the great demon's bones in Lashan town were of no concern to them now. However, as they sought escape. Disciples of the Dao Sect's Divine Sword Peak began to arrive from all directions. At the forefront were the esteemed disciples Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, followed by inner disciples, and lastly, outer disciples. In a mere span of 100 breaths, the sky was thronged with thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. Faced with this spectacle, the Azure Bird and the Black Ape were utterly bewildered. What was transpiring? Had the matter of the great demon's bones been exposed? Such a possibility seemed implausible, as they had always exercised utmost caution, never revealing themselves. It should not have been discovered so swiftly. Moreover, even if they had been detected, one would think that a single set of demon remains should not warrant such a grand display from the Dao sect, considering the current assembly. Not only has the esteemed Hong Zun, the master of the summit, personally descended, but he is also accompanied by 3 direct disciples, leading thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. Such an imposing assembly renders the mere 5 minor purple demons utterly inconsequential. Indeed, to annihilate them in the Black Tiger Abyss would likely be a trivial endeavor, with faces ashen and hearts equally despondent. It is a stark realization that they are using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. With no avenue for escape, Qing Miao could only direct her gaze towards Hong Zun. Feigning composure as she implored, Master of Hong Zun Peak, our Black Tiger Abyss and your Dao sect have always maintained a respectful distance. This time, we concede our defeat. We shall forego the remains of the great demon. Allow us to depart in peace, if you will. In Qing Miao's estimation, it was solely the remains of the great demon that had incited such a formidable mobilization from the Dao sect. In a desperate bid for survival, she felt compelled to relinquish this prize, tears welling in her eyes. Although reluctant, preserving her life left her with no alternative. However, upon her utterance, Hong Zun's expression shifted to one of perplexity. What remains of a great demon? Su Jie, hovering above in the heavens, interjected with a chilling tone. Such a vile creature, facing its demise, still seeks to deceive us? How dare you lay hands on a disciple of the Dao sect? And now concoct tales of great demon remains? Do you truly believe this will allow you to evade your fate? Do not underestimate us. The moment these words were spoken, Qing Miao fell into silence, realizing from Su Jie's remarks that their interest did not lie in the remains of the great demon. The Dao sect was entirely unaware of its existence. Chapter 32. The strange developments. It appears that the Dao sect remains oblivious to the existence of the demon's remains. If that is the case, it implies they are here for. The gaze inadvertently strayed towards Yu Changqing and Jin Min, who stood behind Hong Zun. Even the Qing Miao found the situation somewhat absurd. Could such a grand display be merely for an inner sect disciple? Presently, aside from this explanation, no alternative reasoning seemed plausible. Could it be that this inner sect disciple is the offspring of a prominent figure within the Dao sect? With a lingering glance directed at Jin Min, Qing Miao had yet to acknowledge Yu Changqing until now. However, as Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang approached Yu Changqing, offering their concern, Qing Miao's expression began to transform dramatically. Changqing, are you all right? Are you injured? Thankfully, you had Xiaobai with you. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. In the future, do inform me before undertaking any tasks. I shall accompany you personally, they expressed with genuine concern. Upon hearing the solicitous words of the 2 women, Qing Miao suddenly realized, could it be that these disciples had gathered here for this young man? Her mind struggled to comprehend the situation as she turned to Hong Zun, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Are you all truly here for this fellow? Merely for a lowly disciple? We have attracted the presence of the peak master of the Divine Sword Peak, along with thousands of disciples. This is utterly ridiculous. In response, Hong Zun remained remarkably composed. In the esteemed sect of Dao, disciples are united irrespective of their status. Once one enters, they become family. What of a mere servant disciple? The Dao sect shall likewise extend its aid. Such words are spoken with righteous fervor, yet upon hearing them, the corners of Qing Miao's mouth involuntarily twitched. Who would genuinely believe such claims? Hasn't the Dao sect witnessed numerous servant disciples perish in the outside world over the years? Not to mention servant disciples. Even outer sect and inner sect disciples have never elicited such a reaction from the Dao sect. It was finally understood, though the revelation proved difficult for Qing Miao to accept. The entire situation stemmed from a single servant disciple, whose presence had attracted so many, thwarting their elaborate plans completely. Had it been known earlier, there would have been no need for concealment. They could have acted directly. Even if a direct disciple had intervened, it likely would not have prompted such a significant response from the Dao sect. casting a cold gaze at Changqing, who was conversing with the two women. Lu Yuyu and others, he suddenly felt the piercing glare of Changqing directed at him. It seemed as though Changqing intended to engrave his appearance in memory, perhaps for a future reckoning. Internally, Qing Niao felt a sense of helplessness. Do not look at me, for I too am unaware of the circumstances. It was merely a call for aid that unexpectedly caused such a stir. With unexpressed grievances, the next words from Qing Niao left Changqing utterly exasperated. Despicable humans, who dare to disguise themselves as servant disciples. Very well, I, Hu Yuan, shall remember this incident. In the eyes of the bluebird, Changqing was far from a mere servant disciple. He had undoubtedly disguised himself as such to render them complacent. The cunning and calculating nature of humans was truly remarkable, and yet they remained utterly oblivious from beginning to end. How infuriating. Confronted by the bluebird's seemingly all-seeing gaze, Changqing's lips twitched in exasperation. You truly are the epitome of theatrics. I am indeed a servant disciple, and this charade is absurd. However, before Changqing could voice his thoughts, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, upon hearing the bluebird's words, immediately shouted in anger. Bold creature, even in the face of death, you dare to threaten our junior brother Changqing? You seek your own demise. It was evident that the beast had set its sights on Changqing. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate it. They could not allow any danger to befall their junior brother. Without waiting for the bluebird's response, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang launched their attacks. Observing this, Su Jia also raised his arm and shouted, "Protect junior brother Changqing. Attack! Kill!" Echoed the chorus of voices. Protect junior brother Changqing. In an instant, thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak surged forward, directing their assault towards the bluebird and the black ape. Faced with such a multitude, both the bluebird and the black ape were momentarily taken aback, particularly upon hearing the disciples' rallying cry. Protect junior brother Changqing? Is there truly a need for such a multitude to safeguard him? Given the current circumstances, who could even lay a finger on a single strand of Changqing's hair? Attempting to speak, they found no opportunity. Under the relentless onslaught of the disciples, even the bluebird and the black ape, despite their prowess in the purple demon realm, were swiftly vanquished. Until death, the bluebird's eyes remained wide open, fiercely fixed upon Changqing, murmuring, "Despicable humans." Observing the unwillingness, regret, and resentment reflected in its gaze, Changqing could only shake his head with a bittersweet smile, asserting, "I am truly but a mere servant disciple. I do not deceive you, trust me." Alas, the blue bird could no longer hear him. Meanwhile, the two purple demons still lurking in the cave, upon witnessing the arrival of Master Hong, did not hesitate for a moment. They fled without a trace of reluctance. With the danger averted, many disciples gathered around Changqing, showering him with concern and inquiries, leaving him both astonished and grateful, repeatedly expressing his thanks. "Master, that vile creature mentioned a great demon's remains in Lesan town. I believe they have come for that," Su Jie remarked, standing beside Master Hong. In response, Master Hong nodded, seemingly unconcerned. A mere great demon's remains are of little significance. However, remaining in Lesan town might eventually lead to trouble. You shall personally make a trip to retrieve those remains and bring them back to the Divine Sword Peak. Although the reason for the remains' presence in Lesan town was still unclear, it was evident that Master Hong did not regard it as an important matter. To him, even a living great demon held no weight, thus he entrusted Su Jie with its handling without a second thought. Su Jie nodded in agreement and promptly set off towards Lesan town. Meanwhile, the disciples gathered around Changqing began discussing the matter of the Black Tiger Abyss, some expressing their concerns. "I observed that the wretched beast harbors a palpable grudge against brother Changqing. Do you think the Black Tiger Abyss might take action against him?" "It is indeed possible. These demonic beasts are notoriously ruthless and bear grudges with great intensity. If that is the case, we must remain vigilant, brother Changqing. You ought to exercise caution henceforth. After all, there is a saying, one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. With prolonged vigilance, one is bound to falter. In my view, since the Black Tiger Abyss bears animosity towards brother Changqing, we might as well strike preemptively and eradicate it once and for all. Would that not be a more enduring solution?" Brother Wang's reasoning is sound. Indeed, there is no merit in protecting against thieves indefinitely. If the Black Tiger Abyss intends to harm brother Changqing, we should take the initiative and eliminate it without delay. Listening to the discourse of his fellow disciples, Changqing, the protagonist in this scenario, was left utterly baffled. Just moments ago, things seemed amicable. Why, upon turning their backs, have they decided to annihilate the Black Tiger Abyss? It appears that he has merely undertaken a simple one-star reconnaissance mission, yet he has already vanquished 3 purple demons. And now it seems an entire expedition against the Black Tiger Abyss is in the offing. The unfolding events left Changqing increasingly perplexed. Chapter 33. Whom have you provoked? A multitude of disciples clamored to obliterate the Black Tiger Abyss, and even Hong Zun nodded in agreement. Indeed, when faced with a potential threat, it is imperative to extinguish it in its infancy. Amidst the fervent indignation of the crowd, Changqing stood in a daze, wishing to articulate his thoughts, yet feeling entirely disregarded. They proceeded to make decisions without his input. Subsequently, at Hong Zun's command, the disciples soared into the sky once more, heading straight for the Black Tiger Abyss. Rest assured, junior brother Changqing, we shall surely flatten the Black Tiger Abyss, vowed Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang with unwavering confidence. In response, Changqing opened his mouth to speak, sister, actually. However, they interrupted him, insisting there is no need for concern. A mere Black Tiger Abyss can be vanquished with ease. Just follow us closely. They offered him no chance to voice his thoughts, urging him to hasten his pace. Seeing this, Changqing, feeling helpless, could only mount his steed, Little White, to join the main contingent. Along the way, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak exuded an aura of lethal intent. Meanwhile, as the disciples hastened towards the Black Tiger Abyss, the 2 fleeing purple demons returned to their lair. Flanked by steep cliffs, the area formed a natural chasm. Within the depths of this abyss, numerous caves had been hewn. And in the largest of these caverns, the 2 purple demons knelt before a robust man. The formidable figure before us is the master of Heihu Yuan, Shahu, a first-rate tiger demon, equivalent to a human cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Observing his 2 subordinates below, Shahu inquired with a frigid gaze, "So, does this imply that you have failed? Lord of the Abyss, spare us." It is all due to that Xinjian peak, which, in an unprecedented frenzy, mobilized its entire force. Even the peak master, Hong Zun, made a personal appearance. The Qing Niao were overwhelmed and slain on the spot. And it was only by sheer luck that the 2 of us managed to escape, the 2 purple demons explained urgently. Upon hearing this, Shahu fell silent for a moment before responding. Xinjian Peak has mobilized its entire force? Even if the matter of the great demons' remains has reached Dao Yi Sect, it should not warrant such a reaction. Whom have you offended? The 2 purple demons had not been present at the scene earlier, and thus could only claim ignorance of the actual circumstances. Now, faced with Shahu's inquiry, they exchanged glances, recollected their thoughts, and shook their heads, stating, "We have not offended anyone. Moreover, to avoid early detection by Dao Yi Sect, we have not dared to reveal ourselves, instead sending a half-demon to investigate the whereabouts of the great demon's remains." Everything proceeded smoothly until Dao Yi Sect dispatched an inner sect disciple and a core disciple, presumably to deal with that half-demon. Following that, numerous disciples from Xinjian Peak arrived and indiscriminately slaughtered the Qing Niao. We truly cannot fathom whom we may have provoked. Our actions have been exceedingly cautious. In response, Shahu was engulfed in confusion. If he had not provoked anyone, why then did the Sword Peak react so vehemently? Was it due to that inner sect disciple? It was only natural for Shahu to harbor such suspicions, for no other explanation seemed plausible. The abrupt loss of 3 formidable allies left him in considerable distress. Dao Yi Sect, very well, he uttered coldly. In truth, the strength of the Black Tiger Abyss was utterly incomparable to that of the Dao Yi Sect. However, as a member of the Tiger Clan, there were rumored ties between Shahu and Tiger Ridge. Moreover, Shahu typically refrained from antagonizing the Dao Yi Sect, which was why they chose to ignore him. Had it not been for the remains of that great demon, Shahu would not have dared to send individuals into the Dao Yi Sect's territory. Yet, the sacrifice of 3 purple demons could not simply go unaccounted for. He dared not confront the Dao Yi Sect directly. Did that mean he could not covertly eliminate a few of their disciples? Especially those 2, the inner sect disciple and the servant disciple. Everything seemed to stem from their actions. Resolving in his heart that he would seize the opportunity to annihilate them both in the future to avenge this grievance. Shahu's thoughts were abruptly interrupted when a wolf demon rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "It's bad. The people from Sword Peak are attacking." Upon hearing this, both Shahu and the 2 purple demons were taken aback. The people from Sword Peak were indeed coming for them? What do these humans truly mean? Not only have they slain the 3-headed purple demons of Black Tiger Abyss, but now they have audaciously confronted us directly. Do they intend to annihilate Black Tiger Abyss entirely? What grievances or animosities compel them to pursue such relentless extermination? In an instant, Shahu's gaze fixated once more upon the two purple demons. An aura of icy coldness emanating from within him as he coldly inquired, "Will you not speak honestly? Whom have you provoked? If you had not offended those who were untouchable, would the sword peak pursue Black Tiger Abyss with such unyielding ferocity?" In response to Shahu's inquiry, the two purple demons expressed their profound bewilderment. "Lord Abyss Master, by the heavens, we have not provoked anyone. Why would Sword Peak act in this manner? We truly know not. It was only after that inner Sect disciple and the servant disciple arrived that matters escalated to this point." The two purple demons were indeed at a loss, perplexed by the irrational behavior of the Sword Peak. As the conversation unfolded, the sounds of battle began to echo from outside the cave. "Kill. For Brother Changqing. Protect Brother Changqing. Annihilate Black Tiger Abyss. How dare they offend Brother Changqing? Charge forth. Avenge Brother Changqing." Amidst the clamor of battle cries, the name Brother Changqing resounded repeatedly, reaching Shahu's ears. Still unwilling to confess, who exactly is this Changqing, and what have you done to him? The origin of the matter seems to lie with this so-called disciple of Eternal Green. It is precisely because of him that the Sword Peak has descended into such madness, pursuing relentlessly to the depths of the Black Tiger Abyss. Under the intense interrogation of Shahu, the two purple demons were on the verge of tears. "Master of the Abyss, we truly do not know this Eternal Green, nor could we have possibly provoked him. Then why do the disciples of Sword Peak seek vengeance for this Eternal Green? The murderous intent in their cries is akin to that of a vendetta for a slain father, if you have not laid a hand on him. Why would the disciples of Sword Peak act in such a manner?" Yet, no matter how fiercely Shahu pressed, the two purple demons remained utterly ignorant. They genuinely did not know who this Eternal Green was, with no information gleaned from them at that moment. The disciples of Sword Peak had already breached the Black Tiger Abyss. As they drew ever closer, Shahu had no choice but to step forward to confront the impending threat. Upon emerging from the cave, he encountered Hong Zun, Lu Yiyu, Lu Shuang, and several dozen inner disciples who had arrived before him. Upon seeing Hong Zun, Shahu's expression instantly transformed into one of grave seriousness. After surveying the surrounding disciples of Sword Peak, Shahu took the initiative to speak. "Senior Hong Zun and esteemed members of Sword Peak, have we in the Black Tiger Abyss offended you in any way?" Chapter 34. Who is everlasting? What? They have gone to the Black Tiger Abyss? At the main hall of the Taoist sect, Qi Xiong sent someone to Leshan Town, but did not find the people from the Divine Sword Peak. Eventually, it was learned that they had ventured to the Black Tiger Abyss. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiong's eyelids twitched violently. What exactly does Hong Zun intend to do? "Great Elder, you must go personally. No matter the means, bring these individuals back to me," he bellowed at the Great Elder beside him. Upon hearing this, the Great Elder nodded and promptly vanished from the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger Abyss, faced with the menacing Shahu, the disciples from Divine Sword Peak showed no sign of submission. Lu Shuang, in particular, took the initiative and thrust her sword towards Shahu. "Enough of this nonsense. Behold my sword." Without hesitation, she launched her attack. In response, Shahu's expression darkened considerably as he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Shuang." He was well aware of this second disciple of Divine Sword Peak, known as the Frost Fairy. Her strength was certainly not inferior to his own, and he dared not underestimate her. With all his might, the two engaged in an intense battle, while the others did not remain idle, fiercely clashing with the numerous beasts of the Black Tiger Abyss. "Lu Shuang, what is the intention of your Taoist sect? My Black Tiger Abyss has never wronged you." Shahu attempted to justify himself amidst the chaos. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang let out a cold laugh. Hearing the name Leshan Town, Shahu's heart sank. Could it truly be related to that ancient demon's remains? It is indeed perplexing. While the remains of a powerful demon are undoubtedly precious, their value is contingent upon the recipient. Considering the strength of the Taoist sect, a single relic of a great demon hardly qualifies as an exceedingly valuable treasure. The remains of a beast king might be more fitting. Unable to comprehend the situation and lacking the time for deeper contemplation, Shahu hastily interjected, "Yes, I did send someone to Leshan Town, but that was solely due to the existence of a great demon's remains there. I have not acted against your Taoist sect in any manner, even if it were about the demon's remains. It should not warrant such a reaction from the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, and besides, it seems you have not suffered any losses." "Humph. Setting aside the matter of the demon's remains, your subordinate's intent to harm junior brother Changqing is a grave offense." The mention of Changqing further darkened Shahu's expression, and he bellowed in fury, Changqing. Changqing. Just who is this Changqing? I do not even know him. He was utterly oblivious to this individual. And having previously inquired of the two purple demons, they too were unaware of who Changqing was. Standing beside Hong Zun, Yi Changqing was suddenly called by name, instinctively responding. Who called me? Though his voice was barely audible, Shahu, possessing the cultivation of a primordial demon, caught the sound with keen acuity. In an instant, amidst the fierce battle, Shahu's gaze snapped toward Yu Changqing, staring in disbelief at the revelation that this was merely a servant disciple. Incredulously, he exclaimed, You are Changqing? My name is Yu Changqing, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, that should indeed be me. Are you jesting with me? Upon hearing this, a profound and intense killing intent suddenly erupted from Shahu, feeling that the sword peak was exceedingly arrogant. As for Hong Zun and Lu Shuang, they were not even worth mentioning. Now, even a mere servant disciple dared to mock him? Could it be that a trivial servant disciple could provoke such a tumult at the sword peak? Did they take him for a fool? Consumed by rage, Shahu immediately aimed a palm strike at Yi Changqing. However, upon witnessing this, Lu Shuang was instantly incensed. With a swift movement, she positioned herself before Yi Changqing and shattered Shahu's palm strike with a single swing of her sword, her beautiful face as cold as ice. Shahu, you are truly courting death. Observing Lu Shuang's demeanor, Shahu paused for a moment, incredulously questioning, is he truly that Yi Changqing? This was utterly surreal. Could it be that the sword peak was making such a grand display solely because of this servant disciple? Yet, Lu Shuang showed no intention of responding, instead launching a fierce sword strike toward Shahu. Dare to lay hands on junior brother Changqing, and you, Shahu, shall meet your demise today. He was losing his mind, truly losing his mind. While fending off Lu Shuang's tempestuous onslaught, he shouted with a heart full of grievances, Lu Shuang, has everyone at the sword peak gone mad? He is merely a servant disciple. Are you truly willing to annihilate my black tiger abyss for the sake of a servant disciple? Sha Tiger could never have imagined that one day his painstakingly established black tiger abyss would be obliterated due to a mere servant disciple of the Taoist sect. Yet, in the face of Sha Tiger's bewilderment, Lu Shuang's assault grew increasingly ferocious. Simultaneously, the two purple demons fell victim to the relentless attack of Lu Yuyu and several inner sect disciples, slaughtered without mercy. Watching the last two of his subordinates perish, Sha Tiger's heart bled profusely. The black tiger abyss was finished, entirely brought to ruin because of a single servant disciple, and most infuriatingly, that disciple bore no responsibility for this calamity. With a furious roar, he forcibly repelled Lu Shuang, his body marred by 5 or 6 wounds, drenched in blood. He shot a cold glance at Lu Shuang before locking his gaze upon Yi Changqing. Through gritted teeth, he proclaimed, Very well, Taoist sect, very well, divine sword peak. Very well, Yi Changqing. I, Sha Tiger, shall remember this day. You shall wait for my reckoning. As he spoke, Sha Tiger produced a piece of black bone and crushed it violently. Instantly, a crimson light descended from the heavens, enveloping his entire being. King Bone. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shuang thrust her sword forward, but upon contact with the crimson light, the blade shattered into nothingness, failing to harm Sha Tiger in the slightest. This was the bone of a demon king, a crucial lifeline in dire circumstances, capable of leading the Tiger clan back to Tiger Ridge. To his astonishment, Sha Tiger possessed such a piece. Once the king bone was activated, enveloped in the crimson glow, Sha Tiger's figure swiftly vanished from the spot, leaving Lu Shuang no time to intervene. However, with the escape of the Shao, the other demonic beasts in the High Huayuan lost all will to resist and swiftly scattered in all directions. Unable to capture the Shahyo, Lu Shuang returned to Hong Zun and Yi Changqing with a face full of reluctance. Master, he possesses the royal bone. It is no surprise that you could not detain him. Hong Zun, however, remained unfazed, for the Tiger Ridge was entirely different from the High Huayuan. It was a true sanctuary of the demon clan capable of contending with the Taoist sect. In the eastern continent, there are 4 great sanctuaries of the demon clan, each immensely powerful, and Tiger Ridge is one of them. This is precisely why Hong Zun refrained from taking action to detain the Shahu earlier. Yet, some disciples did not ponder such matters. Upon witnessing the Shahu's escape, an outer sect disciple immediately shouted in fury, Let us ascend the Tiger Ridge and eradicate the Shahu. With this disciple's furious yell, the numerous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak quickly echoed in agreement. The thunderous shouts reverberated throughout the High Huayuan. And upon hearing this from a distance, The Grand Elder of the Tao Sect could not help but stagger in disbelief. Have they lost their minds? The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak have truly gone mad. As if annihilating the Hai Huayuan were not enough, they actually wish to storm the Tiger Ridge. What on earth do they intend to accomplish? Chapter 35. Comfort amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Changqing found himself utterly bewildered. He had done nothing to provoke such intense animosity from that fierce beast. By all that is sacred, he had truly said nothing. It was not his intention to eradicate the Black Tiger Abyss. He felt inexplicably targeted by a primordial demon, and now, what was the situation? Was the annihilation of the Black Tiger Abyss not sufficient? Must they also assault Tiger Ridge? As Changqing remained enveloped in confusion, the great elder of the Tao Sect made his entrance, confronting the disciples of the Sword Peak who clamored to strike at Tiger Ridge. The great elder's countenance darkened as he bellowed, "Silence!" A terrifying wave of spiritual energy swept across the Black Tiger Abyss, and the disciples immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. Their shouts abruptly ceasing, all eyes turned towards the arriving great elder, wondering why this old man had come. Seeing this, Hongzun, appearing somewhat intoxicated, commented, "Look at this fellow. The disciples of the Sword Peak have truly made a name for themselves. Annihilating the Black Tiger Abyss is not enough. They now wish to assault Tiger Ridge. Do you intend for the Sword Peak to collectively seek demise?" In the face of the great elder's wrath, Hongzun remained nonchalant, replying, "This cannot be blamed on me. The Sword Peak is merely fulfilling its duty. The Black Tiger Abyss dispatched 5 purple demons to Leson Town, thus violating the established order. Is it not reasonable for the Sword Peak to act against them? Reasonable?" Upon uttering these words, the Grand Elder of the main seat was both amused and exasperated. How could it be deemed reasonable for the thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak to mobilize simultaneously with such fanfare? It was utterly absurd. Without further ado, the Grand Elder decisively declared, "We shall discuss other matters later. For now, at once, take your disciples from the Divine Sword Peak and return." It would be a jest to allow these disciples to engage in battle at Tiger Ridge. It would undoubtedly incite a conflict between humans and demons. Seeing the situation unfold, Hongzun refrained from countering and simply nodded casually. "Very well, it's not a significant matter. Your agitation is quite evident, which makes me believe that your temperament still requires refinement." Hongzun. In response to Hongzun's jibe, the once youthful Grand Elder's face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed in anger. After clearing his ears, he seemed to dismiss the comment. But a glance at the sky revealed the time. Hongzun's expression suddenly shifted in alarm. "Goodness, it's already dinner time." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the many disciples from the Divine Sword Peak changed dramatically. How could it be dinner time already? "Changqing, let us go. It's time for our meal, and we cannot afford to delay." Without hesitation, Hongzun took his leave with Changqing. "Peakmaster, wait. The kitchen is out of ingredients. Allow me to inform Elder Qian. Qian Yukai. Present. Let us return together." With Changqing and Qian Yukai in tow, the three mounted the little white steed and vanished from sight in an instant. In response, the gathered disciples of the Divine Sword Peak dispersed in a frenzy, their speed reaching an astonishing peak. What was once a chaotic scene at Black Tiger Abyss was now merely a ground strewn with the carcasses of demonic beasts, alongside the bewildered Grand Elder suspended in midair. After a brief moment of daze, he surveyed the desolate surroundings and, with a twitch of his lips, cursed under his breath. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak had truly lost their minds. Having uttered this, the Grand Elder vanished from his position. The multitude of disciples naturally could not match the swiftness of Xiaobai, especially with the protection of Hongzun's spiritual power, which propelled Xiaobai's speed to its zenith. Feeling the terror of such velocity, Changqing lamented within himself that it was his own inadequacy that prevented him from harnessing Xiaobai's rapidity. He felt a twinge of guilt. The scenery around them became indistinguishable, and in less than half an hour, the three of them had already returned to Divine Sword Peak. They landed directly in the kitchen, where Hongzun eagerly proclaimed, "Changqing, whatever ingredients you require, inform Qian Yukai. He shall prepare them. This meal is of paramount importance and must be flawless." "Understood," Changqing replied, listing the necessary ingredients to Qian Yukai, who promptly set about his task. Subsequently, Changqing busied himself in the kitchen. Although the day's events had left him somewhat bewildered, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth from the actions of the many disciples at Divine Sword Peak. Thus, for dinner this evening, Changqing intended to prepare a sumptuous feast. He had set his sights on crafting a new dish, the steam pot chicken. Given that many disciples had sustained injuries during today's skirmishes, this dish would prove beneficial for their recovery. Although time was initially scarce, the presence of Master Hong rendered this concern moot. By channeling spiritual energy, the process could be significantly expedited. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Hong acquiesced to Changqing's request, asserting that as long as there was food to be prepared, expending a modicum of spiritual energy was of no consequence. 100 large pots were employed to prepare a copious quantity sufficient for 6,000 people, ensuring that every participant in today's endeavor would partake. Subsequently, rice was cooked alongside 2 additional new dishes: sautéed celery with giant horned beef and spicy sour shredded potatoes. The giant horned beef was a legitimate beast of legend, far exceeding the value of the red-patterned pig. In the past, Qin Yukai would have vehemently opposed utilizing such a rare ingredient for a meal. However, under the current circumstances, whether it be giant horned beef or any other ingredient that Qin Yukai could procure, Changqing had only to express his desire, and Qin Yukai would spare no effort to fulfill it. Moreover, with Master Hong's endorsement, Qin Yukai was entirely unrestrained. The aroma of the steam pot chicken soon wafted throughout the courtyard, mingling with the enticing scent of beef. After approximately an hour, numerous disciples began to return to the Sword Peak. Yet, their pallid faces betrayed the toll of their exertions. It seemed they had all expended considerable energy. This was only natural, as the journey back had seen the disciples disregard their spiritual energy consumption entirely. Driven solely by the desire to return to the Sword Peak as swiftly as possible, with no time to rest, the disciples rushed to the kitchen upon returning to the divine Sword Peak, their pace unwavering. Form a line, form a line. Today, I shall have my share of this meal. One exclaimed, "You just killed a single beast. Do you truly deserve to partake in Brother Changqing's meal? I, on the other hand, have vanquished 5 beasts, rendering significant service to protect Brother Changqing. Thus, I rightfully claim my portion." 5 beasts. Another scoffed. "That number is too short. I believe you should return and reflect on your actions instead. While I may not have slain any beasts, I have diligently guarded Brother Changqing, and therefore, I am equally entitled to a share." The disciples clamored and jostled as they approached the kitchen, anticipating a fierce battle for food. However, upon hearing Brother Changqing declare that all who had ventured to the Black Tiger Abyss would be served, excitement surged among them. "Excellent! Brother Changqing is generous." They cheered. "As expected of you, Brother Changqing, I have always known you would achieve greatness, with the assurance that there would be enough for everyone." The disciples lavished Brother Changqing with compliments. Yet, he had little time to indulge in their adulation, with a meal to prepare for 6,000, even with Hong Zun's assistance. Changqing found himself utterly exhausted. Chapter 36. The Realm of Anger. After 2 full hours of diligent labor, the sky had completely darkened, and the meals for 6,000 individuals were finally prepared, leaving Changqing utterly exhausted. The numerous disciples served themselves, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of 3 delectable dishes, all new creations. Each disciple received a bowl of steamed chicken, accompanied by a heaping mound of rice, and they feasted joyously. Perhaps due to the significant exertion of the day, their appetites had greatly increased. When their portions proved insufficient, the disciples resorted to playful tricks. "Junior brother, look, a beast from Tiger Ridge." "Where?" They quickly turned their heads, only to find nothing there. Upon turning back, half of the beef in their bowl had mysteriously vanished. "Did you steal my meat?" "Junior brother, you mustn't make baseless accusations. When did I ever steal from you?" "Senior brother, before you lie, could you at least swallow the meat in your mouth? Your words are becoming incoherent. And what of gratitude?" "Junior brother, remember today at Black Tiger Abyss? You nearly met your end at the hands of a beast. Was it not your senior brother who saved you?" "Enough, senior brother. Apart from this bowl of rice, I shall give you anything else. Even if you were to demand my life, I would not flinch. What would I want with your life? Enough of your nonsense. Just hand me a piece of chicken. Don't even think about it. Have you forgotten your debt of gratitude? I saved your life. I said, aside from this bowl of rice, anything else is permissible, but my senior brother insists it is not an issue. I desire this bowl of rice. Allow me to consume half." "Impossible. The head may fall and blood may flow, yet the rice cannot be shared." Thousands of disciples are in an uproar within and outside the courtyard, each one straining to savor just another bite. Amidst the shouts and laughter of the crowd, Changqing, who had long reclined on his lounge chair, could not help but smile faintly. Upon his sudden arrival in this entirely unfamiliar world, he had felt a pang of anxiety. After all, He found himself alone in a realm he had never known. Although he bore the memories of his predecessor, this vast world remained exceedingly alien to him, akin to a rootless duckweed, adrift without a foundation. Yet now, Changqing sensed a profound sense of belonging. It was the comforting assurance that, when in need, there would always be a group of people standing by his side, making him realize that in this world, he was not alone. How delightful, he murmured softly, almost unconsciously. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when he heard Lu Yuyu's voice nearby. What is delightful? Huh. It's nothing, senior sister. What brings you here? Changqing casually deflected, glancing at Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, who had approached him unbeknownst to him. Oh, nothing much. Just finished eating and came over to chat with you. The three had grown quite familiar with one another, and even the typically aloof Lu Shuang could exchange a few words in the presence of Changqing. However, more often than not, it was Changqing and Lu Yuyu who engaged in conversation. As the trio chatted casually, the attention of the other disciples nearby was inevitably drawn to them. Having just finished their meal and idly digesting, many disciples were filled with curiosity. Look at Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Lu. What's going on? They seem perfectly fine, don't they? One remarked. I mean, don't you think it appears that Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Lu have a certain fondness for Junior Brother Changqing? Oh, it does seem that way. Senior Sister Lu even smiled just now. Exactly. I told you, Junior Brother Changqing possesses an undeniable charm. Indeed, with Changqing's looks, even at my peak, I would have to step aside. He is undoubtedly the most handsome among us at the Divine Sword Peak. Yes, but if you keep stepping aside, you'll be doing so for a lifetime. Nonetheless, I must say, Senior Sister Lu and Junior Brother Changqing truly make a splendid match. The Junior Brother Changqing's cultivation is a bit lacking. What does that matter? As long as Senior Sisters Lu and Lu are strong, it's perfectly fine. In the future, with the ladies taking the lead and the gentlemen supporting, who could doubt that Junior Brother Changqing's skills wouldn't measure up to Senior Sisters Lu and Lu? The myriad discussions among the disciples did not go unnoticed by Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, and even Changqing caught wind of their chatter. In an instant, the previously jovial trio fell into a profound silence. The two women, their cheeks flushed, refrained from speaking, their minds involuntarily occupied with the whispers of numerous disciples. The notion of a woman as the breadwinner and a man as the caretaker seemed rather appealing. Lost in thought, Lu Yuyu found herself murmuring this sentiment. Sister, what did you just say? Nothing at all. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu was startled. Unable to meet Changqing's gaze, and fled in haste, closely followed by Lu Shuang, who was no better off. Observing the shy retreat of the two women, the disciples exchanged knowing smiles, as if to say, see, I was right. Both sisters indeed have a fondness for Junior Brother Changqing. Thus, the age-old adage rings true. To capture a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Where did you hear such a thing? I've never come across it. I coined it myself while mingling with the mundane. Get lost. As the disciples chatted about the trio of Changqing, they gradually dispersed from the kitchen, bidding farewell to him, who responded with nods of acknowledgement. Once everyone had departed, the kitchen courtyard fell into a tranquil silence, and Changqing silently pondered, opened the panel. Host, Changqing. Identity, miscellaneous disciple of the Taoist sect. Cultivation level, entry into the Qi perception realm, 5216, technique, heart enlightenment formula. Major achievement, 982, reputation, fame gradually rising talent. Mid-grade intermediate, 3068, bone structure. Mid-grade intermediate, 2631, comprehension, upper grade intermediate, 1997. This wave of enhancement can be described as a comprehensive elevation. The cultivation level has directly ascended to a significant realm, reaching the Qi perception stage. Changqing can now distinctly perceive the flow of the celestial and earthly energies surrounding him. By employing the heart enlightenment formula, he is able to absorb these energies into his being. Furthermore, the heart enlightenment formula has also advanced to the level of major achievement. Both his talent and bone structure have risen by a small tier, now attaining the mid-grade intermediate level. His strength has significantly increased, and his cultivation speed has accelerated remarkably. Feeling such a tremendous enhancement, Changqing cannot help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, with such a substantial improvement, he decides to reward himself this evening by foregoing his practice. He opts instead for a refreshing wash and a restful sleep. At this moment, atop the Divine Sword Peak, Zhao Jinping, who had been waiting outside the cave of Master Hongzuan, finally awaited his master's arrival. With a pitiful expression, he inquired, "Master, where have you all been today?" Numerous disciples of Divine Sword Peak surged out in a throng, and even my junior brothers and sisters, Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, have vanished. As well as you, Master. Yet here I am, the senior disciple of Divine Sword Peak, left in the dark. This left Zhao Jinping with a sense of grievance, as he could not shake the feeling that his master and fellow disciples were concealing something from him. Chapter 37. The Art of Learning. Confronted with Zhao Jinping's expression of grievance, Hongzun spoke with an air of righteousness. As a disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, it is my duty to intervene when my students are in peril. But Master, Zhao Jinping replied, even so, must the commotion be so great? Preposterous. Jinping, do you not recall how I have instructed you? Once a disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, we are akin to one family. When family members are in danger, how can one stand idly by? Regardless of who it may be within our ranks, it is my unwavering obligation to assist them in times of need. As the eldest disciple, you should embody this principle as well. Faced with Hongzun's admonition, Zhao Jinping felt an inexplicable discomfort, though he could not articulate it. Nevertheless, his master's words held considerable wisdom. Should not fellow disciples support one another? Observing Hongzun's steadfast demeanor, Zhao Jinping replied earnestly, Master speaks the truth. I shall take your teachings to heart. Very well, you may depart. Focus on your cultivation and do not disappoint my expectations. Yes, Master. Once he had successfully persuaded Zhao Jinping to leave, Hongzun smiled with satisfaction and made his way toward the cave abode. However, after only a few paces, he received a transmission from Sect leader Qi Xiong, summoning him to the main hall for a meeting. It was evident that the call was in response to the events of the day. Reluctantly, he arrived at the main peak, and upon entering the grand hall, he found all the esteemed elders and more than half of the peak leaders already assembled. At the head of the assembly, Qi Xiong's expression was rather grim. The junior brother has arrived. Is there nothing you wish to convey to me regarding today's events? His tone was laced with reproach. However, Hongzun appeared completely unfazed. He nonchalantly settled into his seat, took a sip of wine, and mumbled, What is there to explain? Did anything significant occur today? With so many disciples from the Sword Peak rushing out, do I not deserve an explanation? Upon hearing Hongzun's words, Qi Xiong felt his teeth clench in frustration. Yet Hongzun maintained a drunken demeanor. My dear brother, he continued, I believe there is little to commend in this matter. When our Sword Peak disciples learned of the demonic beasts roaming in Lushan town, it was only fitting for us, as disciples of the Taoist sect, to vanquish such evildoers. This is but a trifling matter. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. I care not for trifles. Your Sword Peak disciples mobilized en masse without so much as a word to me. All right. It was an urgent situation, and there was no time to inform you. When my disciples were in peril, delay would have spelled trouble. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiong scoffed. Even if it were a rescue mission, such a commotion was unnecessary. Which disciple faced danger? Oh, it was merely our servant disciple, Changqing. A servant disciple? The moment those words escaped his lips, the expressions of everyone in the grand hall shifted to one of utter bewilderment. They had been speculating about which disciple was in peril, prompting such concern from Hongzun. Yet now, it turned out to be merely a servant disciple. Originally, Qi Xiong had been suppressing his anger, but at this moment, he could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Hongzun. How could you create such a commotion for a mere outer disciple? Brother, your words are misguided. What is wrong with an outer disciple? Are they not also a disciple of our Taoist sect? Since they are part of our sect, it is only right that we protect them. My actions are for the sake of. Get out. Just leave. While sipping his drink, Hongzun spoke with a calm demeanor, articulating his points with clarity, which only served to exacerbate Qi Xiong's frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. Ultimately, unable to restrain his rage any longer, he shouted in exasperation. To this, Hongzun exhibited no hesitation. He rose with a smile and said, All right, brother. Do take care of yourself. Without waiting for Qi Xiong's response, he vanished from the grand hall, leaving behind the sounds of Qi Xiong's furious roars and the shattering of tables and chairs. In his dealings with Hongzun, Qi Xiong found himself utterly powerless. This had been true in his youth and remained so in the present. As the leader of the sect, Qi Xiong often felt a sense of frustration, yet what could he do? After all, Hongzun was his junior. The others present had long since grown accustomed to such scenarios. Once again, matters ended inconclusively, a result that had become all too familiar. After all, the various peak masters and esteemed elders of Daoyi sect, along with Changqing, were all bound by the ties of brotherhood. Many matters, if they can be resolved, simply pass. Yet, there remains Hong Zun, a troublesome individual who perpetually infuriates Changqing, leaving him utterly powerless against him. How exasperating. Master, why on earth did you take in such a rebellious disciple? Grumbling in frustration, Changqing departed from the grand hall. A night of silence ensued. And come the dawn of the next day, as the first light of day began to break, numerous disciples of the divine sword peak rushed toward the foot of the mountain. This time, their numbers were even greater. Each disciple exhibited their agility to the utmost, occasionally employing various small tricks, all in pursuit of the coveted breakfast. By the time Changqing opened the courtyard door, thousands of disciples had already begun to queue. However, only 1,000 portions of breakfast were available, making the competition exceedingly fierce. It remained a case of first come, first served. Those who successfully secured their breakfast were filled with exhilaration, while those who failed to do so lamented their misfortune, beating their chests in despair. After the meal, as the disciples dispersed, Changqing took the initiative to approach Hong Zun, expressing a desire to learn a few techniques. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun focused his gaze and realized, to his astonishment, that Changqing had actually broken through to the chi perception stage. You, my boy, have made a breakthrough? If memory serves, you had only recently attained the perfection of the body refinement stage, and now you've advanced again? Moreover, this is a significant realm breakthrough. Your speed of cultivation is quite extraordinary. With a firm grip on Changqing's arm, Hong Zun personally examined him, discovering notable advancements in both his innate talent and foundational roots. Could it be that you possess a unique constitution? He marveled. There are those with exceptional physiques whose talents and roots appear utterly inadequate prior to the awakening of their abilities. Yet, upon such awakening, they undergo a profound transformation. Considering Changqing's circumstances, Hong Zun naturally arrived at this conclusion. In response, Changqing explained, I am uncertain, but my cultivation has indeed accelerated recently. You, a mere servant disciple, are truly underappreciated, Hong Zun mused, having already deduced that Changqing possessed a unique constitution. He expressed a sentiment of regret and subsequently offered Changqing the opportunity to become his direct disciple, which was politely declined. After all, he believed he lacked any extraordinary physique. He was merely fortunate. Without the support of the communal kitchen, how could one expect to thrive? Though Hong Zun felt somewhat speechless, he refrained from pressing the matter further. He presented Changqing with a token, stating, with this token, you may select any spells from the Magic Arts Hall at your leisure. However, as you currently only possess the Qi gathering stage, it would be wise to choose lower-tier spells, no higher than the yellow rank. Remember, do not aspire to heights beyond your reach. Chapter 38. The practice and study of magical arts necessitate a foundation of spiritual power. Hence, although advanced techniques wield greater potency, they remain unattainable for Changqing at his current level of mastery. Even if he were to be provided with high-level techniques, he would be unable to comprehend them, let alone execute them. It is essential to begin with fundamental techniques, which are not only more practical, but also lay a solid groundwork. Changqing nodded in agreement. He understood that one must start with the basics. The yellow-tier techniques mentioned by Master Hong are already considered advanced for him at this stage. The classification of magical arts ascends from the basic techniques to yellow tier, mysterious tier, earth tier, and heaven tier, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. This time, Changqing intended to cultivate the fundamental techniques. At least you understand, Master Hong remarked before departing, having bestowed upon him a token. Although Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang expressed their desire to accompany Changqing, he politely declined their offer. Selecting a few techniques was not a monumental task. He was confident in managing it alone. After breakfast, Changqing rode on Xiaobai towards the main peak. The main peak was vast, larger than the other 36 peaks combined. However, it housed no disciples. Instead, it served as the central hub for various authoritative institutions of the Daoyi sect, including the Law Enforcement Hall, the Mission Hall, the Magic Hall, the Alchemy Hall, and the Divine Weapon Hall, among others. Each hall was overseen by a chief elder, whose status was commensurate with that of a peak master. Consequently, despite the absence of disciples, the main peak remained bustling with activity each day. Numerous disciples, eager to undertake tasks, learn spells, and exchange elixirs, flocked to the main peak. as Yi Changqing rode upon his striking steed, the small white crane. He attracted considerable attention from the onlookers. Who is this? Such a sight to behold, a celestial crane in flight. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a red-crowned crane. The allure of his mount rendered Yi Changqing somewhat bashful as he made his way to the spell hall. Outside the hall, dedicated stewards stood guard. Typically, disciples wishing to learn spells were required to exchange sect points for access. However, with the token of the esteemed Hong Zun in hand, Yi Changqing was exempt from such formalities. Disciple of the Divine Sword Peak? The steward paused, taken aback by the token presented by Yi Changqing. This young man possesses an extraordinary identity, yet why is he clad in the garb of a servant disciple? Moreover, it was he who was seen riding the red-crowned crane moments ago. Indeed, but why the attire of a servant disciple? I see now, the steward mused. What do you understand? This is a classic case of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It is a well-known saying in the mundane world, implying that one possesses a formidable background, yet chooses to feign a facade of ordinariness. Is there such a saying? Indeed. I have just returned from the Yinfeng Kingdom, where members of prominent families often indulge in this charade. Ah, I comprehend now. The surrounding disciples were left in a frenzy of imagination, utterly unable to fathom how a mere servant disciple could command the company of a majestic red-crowned crane. Thus, it was universally acknowledged that Yi Changqing's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Listening to the discussions around him, Yi Changqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The more they spoke, the more peculiar it became. Even the gaze of the doorkeeper shifted. With the Peak Master token, one could freely enter the magic hall. Yet it was imperative to remember that the techniques could not be divulged outside. I understand, Master. Proceed inside. Upon successfully entering the magic hall, Yi Changqing observed that it was divided into 6 levels. The first level contained fundamental techniques. The second level housed yellow tier techniques. The third level held mysterious tier techniques, and so forth. As for the 6th level, it was reserved for techniques exceeding the celestial tier, representing the profound heritage of the Dao Yi sect. Even those bearing a Peak Master token could not gain access. However, Yi Changqing had no intention of ascending to the higher levels. His purpose this time was solely to select a few foundational techniques. The first level had the largest area and the most extensive collection, with rows of neatly arranged bookshelves containing no fewer than tens of thousands of techniques. He intended to choose one offensive technique, one movement technique, and one defensive technique. After careful consideration, Yi Changqing ultimately selected Shadow Blade, 7-Star Step, and Spirit Wall as his 3 chosen techniques. For the offensive technique, he opted for a form of blade technique. After all, as a chef, he was accustomed to wielding knives, and a kitchen knife is still a knife. The 7-Star Step was a movement technique suited for small-scale mobility, exceedingly useful in combat. As for Spirit Wall, this defensive technique was somewhat unique, comprising a total of 5 levels. Upon reaching the 5th level of cultivation, one attains a rank of superior celestial tier, rendering oneself extraordinarily powerful. However, the path to such mastery is exceedingly arduous. The Dao Yi sect has consequently divided the process into 5 distinct segments, each corresponding to varying ranks. Due to the inherent difficulties in cultivation, there are but a few disciples within the Dao Yi sect who dare to pursue the spiritual stone. Yet, for Yi Changqing, such concerns are of no consequence. With the support of the system, the challenges dissipate entirely. After selecting an appropriate technique, Yi Changqing registered with the steward and received a copy of the manual, which must be returned within a month. In the days that followed, Yi Changqing led a life of remarkable regularity. Aside from his 3 daily meals, his time was devoted solely to cultivation. With the assistance of the system, his rate of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Host, Yi Changqing identity, miscellaneous disciple of the Dao Yi sect cultivation, perfected Qi perception realm, 8360, technique, mind enlightenment formula. Perfected, arts, Shadow Blade, major achievement, 3586, 7-Star Steps, major achievement, 2813, Spiritual Stone, minor achievement, 689, reputation, growing recognition talent, medium quality. Intermediate stage, root bone, medium quality, intermediate stage, comprehension, upper quality, intermediate stage. After lunch, with leisure time at hand, he reclined in the courtyard, contemplating his personal status panel, aware that he was on the cusp of breaking through to the channeling realm. The mind-heart technique has reached perfection, and both the Shadow Blade and 7-Star Steps have been mastered. The sole challenge lies in the Spirit Wall. which indeed poses a significantly greater difficulty than the other two techniques. However, with the aid of the system, this is not insurmountable. Presently, Changqing is quite content with his life, living steadily and without danger, with an abundance of cultivation resources that seem inexhaustible, a rather pleasant existence. Just as Changqing was reveling in his current state, a striking figure entered from outside the courtyard. "Apologies, but the mealtime has passed," he said without lifting his head upon sensing the arrival. However, a feminine voice interrupted him a moment later. "Changqing, after more than a year apart, you seem to have become increasingly lackluster, which only solidifies my conviction." At these words, Changqing looked up in confusion, only to find a strikingly beautiful young woman before him, her face marred by a disdainful expression that clearly conveyed her contempt for him. Gazing at her, Changqing's mind involuntarily conjured the image of someone, and he blurted out, "Lu?" He recognized this young lady, and in certain respects, they were quite familiar. After all, they were childhood sweethearts, bound by a marriage agreement since their youth. She could be considered his fiancée, internally cursing himself for having forgotten this connection. Changqing realized that had he not seen her in person, he might have entirely overlooked the existence of someone he once knew so well. Chapter 39. The falling sunset sect. Gazing upon Lu before him, Changqing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In his previous existence, he had been a sycophant, perpetually revolving around this woman, catering to her every whim. In their youthful days, such dynamics were bearable, as neither party comprehended the complexities of their emotions. However, as time progressed, Lu began to grow weary of his incessant devotion, particularly after it became apparent that his talent for cultivation was woefully inadequate. She even boldly declared her intention to annul their engagement, a notion Changqing vehemently opposed. Initially, the Yi family refrained from severing ties, wary of the Yi family's influence. Yet, once Lu was accepted into the falling sunset sect, her innate gifts, her talent, foundational essence, and comprehension emerged as exceptional, altering the landscape entirely. One was a prodigious disciple of the falling sunset sect, while the other remained a mere errand boy of the Dao One sect. Although the Dao One sect held greater power, the disparity in their social standings had become glaringly apparent. Consequently, Changqing endured a prolonged period of sorrow, ultimately unwilling to relinquish his feelings. Such is the fate of a sycophant, devotion that culminates in utter desolation. With a silent lament echoing in his heart, Changqing turned to Lu and inquired, "Have you come for a specific purpose?" "Ah, Changqing, spare me your pretense. You are well aware of my intentions. I have now been accepted as a disciple by the third elder, a direct disciple of the falling sunset sect, while you remain merely a menial disciple of the Dao One sect. Given our current standings, do you truly believe there exists any potential for us? I have come merely to convey that you should relinquish any unfounded fantasies. We are no longer inhabitants of the same world. However, in light of the bond we once shared, should you agree to annul the engagement, I can persuade my master to grant you the status of an outer disciple of the Divine Sword Peak. Given the friendship between my master and the esteemed Hong, this matter is quite trivial. You are well aware of the distinction between an outer disciple and a menial servant. Thus, I trust you comprehend the implications of your choice. Please ponder this seriously." With a flurry of words and the promise of an outer disciple status, this woman exhibited remarkable confidence, leaving Changqing utterly bewildered. By the time he regained his composure, Lu had already turned away, as though merely lingering here was repugnant to her. Shaking his head in disbelief, he mused over the outer disciple title. With a mere nod, he could effortlessly ascend to become a direct disciple of the Divine Sword Peak. To be offered the title of an outer disciple was both amusing and exasperating to Changqing. Furthermore, without him uttering a word, how could she be so certain of his unwillingness to annul the engagement? He sighed and chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. He would find an opportunity to dissolve this engagement, entirely unconcerned. Instead, he continued to bask in the warmth of the afternoon sun. Meanwhile, atop the Divine Sword Peak, Hong was engaged in a lively discussion with an elderly woman. The venerable old O, the third elder of the falling sunset sect, had known Hong for a lifetime, their acquaintance dating back to their youth, fostering a sense of familiarity between them. Moreover, although the falling sunset sect may not rival the Dao One sect, it is nonetheless a renowned righteous fairy gate in the eastern continent, and the two sects share a harmonious relationship, often engaging in exchanges. Why has this old crone come to the Dao One sect? Instead of visiting my senior brother at the main peak, she chooses to come to my Divine Sword Peak? The venerable Hongzun, named Yuli, responded with a smile upon hearing his words. I am not here on behalf of the sect, but rather for personal matters. Personal matters? Upon hearing this, Hong Zun's expression became somewhat peculiar as he glanced at the elderly woman's wrinkled face, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within. What personal matters could we possibly have? Hong Zun was genuinely reluctant to engage in any personal affairs with this old woman and remained oblivious to his own changing emotions. Yuli, still wearing a smile, continued, I have recently taken on a new disciple named He Lu, who possesses considerable talent. However, she has been betrothed to a menial disciple from your divine sword peak since childhood. My disciple, however, does not wish to marry him and has implored me to intervene to annul the engagement, hence my visit. There was no intent to conceal anything. After all, Yuli believed that, given the insignificance of a mere menial disciple, her direct approach would surely be met with Hong Zun's understanding. Just then He Lu, accompanied by Lu Shuang, happened to arrive. Although He Lu was not without her own charm, she was overshadowed by Lu Shuang, lacking any comparable grace. In fact, walking behind Lu Shuang, He Lu instinctively lowered her head, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Lu Shuang embodies the very essence of the person He Lu has long aspired to be, an ethereal fairy whose mere presence can captivate countless hearts. Yet, Lu Shuang's demeanor is one of indifference. Throughout their journey, she scarcely exchanged words with He Lu. Upon arriving before Hong Zun, Lu Shuang performed a respectful bow and simply stated, Master. She then proceeded to sit aside, appearing as an aloof bystander. In contrast, He Lu found herself somewhat uneasy. However, Hong Zun merely nodded before turning his attention to Yuli. Given that there has been a betrothal since childhood, why do you, old woman, seek to annul it here rather than at the family's abode? After all, this is a disciple of our Taoist sect, and it is only courteous to provide prior notice. As for that family, I shall visit them personally. Yuli cared solely for the stance of the Taoist sect. The consent of the Yi family was of little consequence. Before the Yi family, the Luo Xia sect stood as an unassailable behemoth, rendering their opinion insignificant. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun nodded slightly, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. I have no objections to this matter. Let my disciple accompany her on this journey. The affairs of the miscellaneous disciples hardly concerned Hong Zun. In consideration of Yuli's feelings, allowing Lu Shuang to accompany He Lu was already a generous gesture. Yuli smiled in response. This is splendid. Disciple, do express your gratitude to Master Hong Zun. Thank you, Master Hong Zun. And my gratitude to senior sister Lu as well, He Lu replied, displaying her understanding of etiquette as she stood to bow in appreciation to both individuals. In response, Lu Shuang exhibited no reaction. Had it not been for her master's directive, she would not have found herself in this place at all. It would have been far better to diligently cultivate and seek out her junior brother Changqing when mealtime arrived. Let us depart, she stated succinctly, rising to her feet and leading the way outside. Observing this, He Lu felt no inclination to express any discontent. Instead, she hurriedly followed suit. Once the two had exited, Hong Zun and Yuli exchanged a few more casual remarks. Noticing Hong Zun's apparent indifference towards her, Yuli took the initiative to speak. It seems I have yet to pay a visit to senior brother Qi Xiong. Since I have arrived at Taoist sect, it is only proper to make such a call. Senior brother Hong Zun, I shall take my leave now. I still have matters concerning my disciple to attend to. Rest assured, with Lu Shuang accompanying her, there shall be no issues, he replied. Thank you, senior brother, Yuli said, bowing slightly before departing. Hong Zun then took a swig of his drink, murmuring with a lack of enthusiasm, is it not yet time for the meal? His thoughts were entirely consumed by the prospect of dining. Casting aside any concern for He Lu's affairs, as the matter of annulment was of no consequence to him at his age. As for Yuli, she had once been quite an admirable young woman. It was perplexing how she had changed so drastically over the years. The last time he had seen her was half a century ago, and she had seemed far less wrinkled then. Chapter 40. Instant reversal. He Lu followed Lu Shuang down the mountain path, and just as they exited the Hongzuan cave, they encountered Su Jie. Upon seeing the two, Su Jie greeted them warmly. Senior sister, what brings you here? Lu Shuang replied coolly. The disciples of the Falling Sunset sect claim that one of their miscellaneous disciples has a betrothal with me, and they seek to annul the engagement with my master. At this, Su Jie cast a glance at He Lu. Faced with the strikingly handsome Su Jie, clad in white, He Lu felt her cheeks flush slightly as she lowered her head, shyly murmuring, I have met my senior brother. Su Jie nodded casually before turning back to Lu Shuang. Then let us go together. It happens to be on my way. Su Jie intended to head to the dining hall. Although it was still early, he thought it prudent to claim a spot before it became crowded. Lu Shuang voiced no objections, and the three of them continued on their way. Along the journey, He stole glances at Su Jie. This is a direct disciple of the Daoist sect, she mused, truly a young talent. My future partner must surely be someone of such exceptional caliber. He contemplated silently, yet Su Jie remained oblivious to her thoughts. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found more than a dozen disciples from the Falling Sunset sect awaiting them. As inner disciples, they lacked the qualification to enter the Hongzuin cave. Thus they were assigned to rest in guest quarters halfway up the mountain. At this moment, when Lu arrived, the crowd expressed their desire to accompany her. Some disciples, with unabashed audacity, proclaimed, "Sister, rest assured, with us by your side, that young man will surely retreat in the face of difficulty." Another added, "A toad aspires to eat swan meat. How could a mere servant disciple possibly be worthy of Sister Lu?" Their words were laced with disdain for Changqing. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that they were on the territory of the Daoist sect. To humiliate a disciple of Dao in front of their own eyes, even if he was just a servant disciple, was still a grave affront to the sect. Upon hearing these remarks, Lu Shuang let out a cold snort, an aura of frost emanating from her being. Sensing the sudden chill, the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect realized their grave misstep and promptly fell silent, while Lu took the initiative to offer an apology. "Sister, forgive them. That was not their intention. Do not let me hear such words again. Furthermore, if you wish to annul the engagement, you must provide compensation." At these words, Lu Shuang cast a frosty glance at Lu. Initially, she had no particular thoughts on the matter, but now, if Lu desired to withdraw from the engagement, compensation was imperative. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu nodded in agreement, affirming, "Sister speaks truth." Disregarding the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect, Lu Shuang continued her descent down the mountain, while behind her, the disciples fell into a profound silence, no longer daring to utter another word. "Why do you concern yourself with such matters?" Su Jie inquired casually as he walked alongside Lu Shuang, seemingly unfazed. "It was arranged by the master," Lu Shuang replied, unwilling to engage in the discussion, yet she had no choice since the master had spoken. "Well, at least the master did not summon me." Su Jie expressed his relief. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang cast him an irritated glance. Was he reveling in her misfortune? As they proceeded, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak appeared hurried, some even employing their skills to hasten their journey. The disciples of the Falling Sunset sect found this peculiar. What could be so urgent? Unbeknownst to them, these disciples were rushing to the dining hall, with still some time before mealtime. Otherwise, the spectacle of countless disciples racing towards the hall as mealtime approached would be truly remarkable, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique abilities. Upon reaching the area designated for the servant disciples, Lu Shuang finally spoke. "What is that person's name?" She had forgotten to inquire about Lu's fiancé until now. Meanwhile, some curious disciples passing by paused to observe Lu Shuang and her companions, quickly recognizing that they were disciples of the Falling Sunset sect. They were intrigued to discover that they had come to annul a marriage engagement and that the betrothed was merely a servant disciple. Under the watchful gaze of numerous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, Lu candidly responded, "Changqing, a disciple from the Divine Sword Peak's kitchen." This seemingly innocuous statement left Lu Shuang momentarily stunned, as did Su Jie beside her, along with many other outer and inner disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Each stood in a state of bewilderment until Lu Shuang regained her composure and continued, "Your betrothed is Changqing? You wish to annul the engagement?" Lu sensed an inexplicable chill emanating from Lu Shuang, as if her demeanor had turned even more frigid. Amidst this icy aura, a trace of murderous intent seemed to linger. Perhaps it was a mere illusion. Lu repeatedly reassured herself, nodding as she explained, "Indeed. My family has been on amicable terms with the Yi family for generations, and our elders arranged our engagement in our childhood. However, at present, he is merely a menial disciple, and upon reflection, that engagement appears to be a grave misjudgment." Therefore, Lu sought to clarify her thoughts. But before she could finish, Lu Shuang abruptly interrupted, "Silence." With her words, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from Lu Shuang, enveloping the surroundings in an intense chill that caused Lu and the other disciples of the Falling Sunset sect to shiver involuntarily. The reason behind Lu Shuang's sudden shift in demeanor left the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect perplexed, and just as Lu prepared to speak, Su Jie narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. "So it turns out to be Brother Changqing." Are you implying that you believe Brother Changqing is unworthy of you and wish to unilaterally call off the engagement? Hearing Su Jie's words, He Lu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement. After all, the disparity in our current statuses is quite significant. She intended to provide an explanation. Yet a disciple from the Luoxia sect persistently tugged at her sleeve. In response, He Lu turned with irritation, softly admonishing, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing this, the Luoxia disciple exchanged glances with those around, indicating that He Lu should first assess the situation regarding the surrounding Daoyi sect disciples. Following the disciple's gaze, He Lu finally realized that the once amiable Daoyi sect disciples who had gathered around them now regarded them with increasingly hostile expressions. It was as if there were some deep-seated grudge, and the chill in their eyes caused He Lu's heart to sink, filling her with confusion. What has happened to the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak? Why have they suddenly turned hostile, as if they harbor animosity towards us? I hardly said anything. Merely mentioned matters concerning Yi Changqing. Meanwhile, a disciple from the Luoxia sect whispered, "Sister, is your fiancé truly just a servant disciple?" Chapter 41. The Dilemma Sister. Is it true that your fiancé is merely a servant disciple? Just moments ago, it seemed that He Lu had uttered the name Yi Changqing, causing the expressions of many disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, including Lu Shuang and Su Jie, to shift dramatically. It appears that everything is somehow related to Yi Changqing. He Lu responded with unwavering certainty. He is indeed a servant disciple. I just saw him in the kitchen. She was adamant that Yi Changqing was nothing but a servant disciple. However, if it were not for Yi Changqing, then what could be the cause of this upheaval? They had not said anything particularly provocative just moments ago. At this moment, He Lu and her fellow disciples from the Falling Sunset sect were utterly bewildered. While Lu Shuang emanated an increasingly chilling aura, her gaze fixed coldly upon He Lu. Are you planning to call off the engagement with Changqing? Is there any issue with that? He Lu was at a loss for words. Surrounding them, the disciples of Divine Sword Peak began to subtly manifest fluctuations of spiritual power. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the Falling Sunset sect disciples. To our esteemed seniors from the Daoyi sect, have we inadvertently spoken out of turn? If we have offended in any way, we sincerely hope you will forgive us. Our intentions were truly innocent. As the disciples of Divine Sword Peak appeared ready to take action, the members of the Falling Sunset sect became increasingly anxious, with one stepping forward, bowing deeply, and adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. At this point, the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Yet, in the next moment, Su Jie's words jolted them into a stark realization. Oh, how audacious of you to come to the Daoyi sect and declare that breaking off the engagement is a grave mistake. And to further offend Brother Changqing is an even greater folly. Yi Changqing? Is he truly the reason for this uproar? Upon hearing this, He Lu stood in a daze, utterly perplexed as to why her mere desire to annul her engagement with Yi Changqing would provoke such a vehement reaction from the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. After all, he is merely a menial disciple. Why such an uproar? However, the disciples surrounding her spared her no time for contemplation, as one boldly proclaimed, "I perceive their intentions are nefarious, aimed at harming Brother Changqing. Indeed, they seek to shatter my Brother Changqing's resolve. How dare they commit acts of violence within the Daoyi sect, harming our disciples? I suspect they have colluded with demons, their objective being to bring harm to our sect. Traitors of the human race, a disgrace to our kind. Let us detain them at once." Listening to the fervent shouts from the multitude of Divine Sword Peak disciples, He Lu and the others were left speechless. What do they mean by nefarious intentions? What do they mean by harming the disciples of the Daoyi sect? The exaggerations grew more outlandish. Now they were being accused of colluding with demons and branded as traitors to humanity, a disgrace to our very existence. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak continued to escalate their claims. Moreover, they offered no opportunity for rebuttal when a disciple from the Falling Sunset sect attempted to explain. He was swiftly interrupted by the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. "Brothers and sisters, you have misunderstood." "I, still attempting to argue? Do you think we would believe you? Brothers, seize them first." With a furious roar, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak surged forward. Observing this, He Lu and her companions attempted to flee, yet found themselves with no escape route. The prospect of resistance was utterly futile. In an instant, they were overpowered and brought to the ground, besieged by an onslaught of fists and feet, unable to discern their assailants. Although lethal force was not employed, the blows were delivered with relentless ferocity. Even He Lu, a woman of stature, found herself surrounded by a throng of female disciples from Divine Sword Peak, ruthlessly assaulted. Did she dare to contemplate breaking off her engagement with junior brother Changqing? How absurd. Humph, if she were to be with junior brother Changqing, she ought to relish that fortune in secret. How dare she think of severing the engagement? She would be met with severe retribution. A disciple of the Falling Sunset Sect pleaded for mercy. This has nothing to do with me. I was merely accompanying them, and I do not even know Yi Changqing. Yet such entreaties fell on deaf ears, as the multitude of Divine Sword Peak disciples continued their assault unabated. It has nothing to do with you. Yet you chose to follow? Is that not an invitation for trouble? Why waste words with him? Just deal with it. Be careful not to truly kill anyone. What the hell, junior brother? Why draw your sword? Just use your fists. Oh dear, I lost control for a moment. Following a brutal beating, He Lu and her companions emerged battered and bruised. Subsequently, at Su Jia's command, they were all bound tightly. Bring them to junior brother Changqing. Let him render the final judgment. Since there exists a matrimonial engagement with Yi Changqing, it is only fitting that he should handle the matter. Moreover, this presents an unparalleled opportunity to ingratiate oneself. You, from the Divine Sword Peak, have gone too far. He Lu, bound and bruised, exclaimed with a dark expression, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Furthermore, my intention to annul the engagement with Yi Changqing is of no concern to you. What significance does a mere servant disciple hold for your esteemed Divine Sword Peak? I shall inform my master. I shall notify the honorable master of Hongzuan Peak about your disciples. In a fit of anger, He Lu cursed vehemently, but before she could finish her words, a foot was shoved into her mouth. She whimpered, struggling desperately, while a male disciple from the Divine Sword Peak merely smirked. Be quiet. As for informing your master, whether you can exit the Divine Sword Peak is debatable, let alone dare to annul the engagement? Thus, under the escort of numerous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, He Lu and her fellow disciples from the Falling Sunset Sect were carried off towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing, who was busy in the kitchen preparing for the approaching dinner hour, was interrupted by a knock at the gate. Su Jia's voice resonated from outside. Changqing, open the door. A wretched woman claims she wishes to annul your engagement. I've brought her to you. Come out and see how we might resolve this. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing, still holding the spatula, stood frozen in astonishment. What wretched woman wishes to annul the engagement? He Lu? As realization dawned upon him, Yi Changqing was engulfed in a sense of disbelief. He was well aware that He Lu had arrived at the Divine Sword Peak, having seen her just at noon. Yet, within a mere half-day, she had been captured by Su Jia. To be frank, Yi Changqing had paid little mind to He Lu's arrival, hardly concerning himself with it at all. Reluctantly, he opened the courtyard door and was greeted by an astonishing sight. Over 1,000 disciples had gathered outside the kitchen, while He Lu and more than 10 disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect were bound like crabs, slumped on the ground. Brother Su, what is going on here? Changqing, do not overthink it. I, your senior brother, observed that these disciples from Falling Sunset Sect harbored ulterior motives, seeking to harm you and destroy your Dao heart. And they are suspected of colluding with demons. That is why I had the disciples act to subdue them. You may decide how to deal with them. Just give me a word, and I will handle the rest. What a preposterous accusation. They were to be charged with plotting against a disciple of the Daowan sect, seeking to shatter my Dao heart, and colluding with demons. This was a severe matter indeed. Turning his gaze towards He Lu, whose mouth was stuffed with a rag, Yi Changqing's lips twitched. Were it not for her identical attire from noon, he might not have recognized her in such a battered state. In response to Yi Changqing's scrutiny, He Lu struggled incessantly, her eyes burning with a fury that, had they the power to kill, would have left Yi Changqing in 1,000 pieces by now. Chapter 42. Dissolution of Engagement, Possible Divorce. He Lu, disheveled and bruised, glared furiously at Yi Changqing. Beyond her anger, a profound sense of grievance lingered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. First, remove the foot binding, she directed Su Jia, her voice tinged with frustration, as communication was rendered futile under such constraints. Upon hearing her, Su Jia nodded and called out to the surrounding disciples, whose foot binding is this? Come and retrieve it. He wore an expression of disdain, clearly reluctant to touch the binding. Witnessing this, He Lu could not suppress a whimper of despair. You wouldn't even touch it, yet you shoved it into my mouth? Su Xiao mine? Soon, a male disciple emerged from the crowd, revealing that one of his feet was indeed unbound. He approached He Lu and retrieved the binding. prompting her to gag uncontrollably. After a prolonged struggle, she regained her composure and cast an accusatory glare at Changqing. Changqing, you are toying with me. In Helu's eyes, it was evident that Changqing had offered these disciples some incentive to conspire against her. She believed this entire situation was meticulously orchestrated by him. Changqing, however, was at a loss for words. He had truly done nothing at all. Moreover, even if one were to indulge in wild speculation, one must consider the reality. As a mere servant disciple, what influence could he possibly wield to enlist the aid of so many others? Especially with 2 direct disciples among them? Are you out of your mind? He remarked with a look of feigned concern directed at Helu, questioning whether her head had sustained any damage. As Helu and the others were brought before Changqing, Yuli, who was at the main peak, did not encounter the sect leader Qi Xiong. Instead, she was attended to by the 3rd elder of the main seat and, at that moment, received a message from Helu. Instantly, a grim expression enveloped Yuli's face. In the first instance of being struck, Helu had seized the opportunity to contact her master. Noticing Yuli's sudden change in demeanor, the 3rd elder inquired with curiosity, "Is something troubling you, junior sister?" As cultivators of the righteous path, and given the amicable relations between their sects, they typically addressed each other as senior brother or junior sister to convey a sense of closeness. In response to the 3rd elder's question, Yuli, with an expression of distress, replied, "Wasn't junior sister specifically coming for my disciple?" "Yes, you mentioned that earlier. However, now my disciple has been assaulted by someone from the Divine Sword Peak." The 3rd elder was taken aback upon hearing this. Hadn't everything been fine just moments ago? Moreover, they had already informed Master Hong of the situation. How could such an incident have occurred? Pondering this dilemma, the 3rd elder nevertheless spoke. "Then I shall accompany you to the Divine Sword Peak." After all, this was within the domain of Daoi's sect, and it was their own disciples who had perpetrated the assault. The 3rd elder deemed it necessary to visit in person. Upon hearing this, Yuli did not refuse and nodded in agreement. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother." "What are you saying?" "Let us go and see," he responded, eager to address the matter at hand. Immediately, the 3rd elder and Yuli hastened towards the Divine Sword Peak. While in the kitchen of the peak, Changqing stood before Helu, his expression calm as he spoke. "I cannot consent to your request for an annulment. However, Helu, I will never agree to this marriage. It was impossible before, and it is even more so now. Your despicable actions will only lead me to regard you with greater disdain. Do not presume that such tactics will compel my submission. This woman is deluded, and her self-satisfaction is excessive." Before I could finish my words, she had already concocted an entire narrative in her mind. Changqing, unwilling to endure her incessant prattle, turned to Su Jie beside him and instructed, "Silence her, so that I may speak undisturbed." Upon hearing this, Su Jie turned to the disciple from earlier. "Come, gag her." "Understood, senior brother Su." Thus, amidst Helu's struggles and furious tirades, her mouth was once again silenced. "You of Divine Sword Peak are exceedingly tyrannical. I will certainly report this to the master," she wailed. With her mouth bound, the world grew instantly quiet, allowing Changqing to articulate his thoughts clearly. Gazing down at the thrashing Helu, he continued, "An annulment is out of the question, but to be frank, I harbor no feelings for you. Let us do this. I shall draft a letter of divorce for you to take back, thereby nullifying our engagement. While an annulment is impossible, a divorce, indeed, can be arranged." Upon hearing these words, Helu's eyes instantly reddened, gazing at Changqing with incredulity, as if unable to fathom that he could utter such a statement. "Senior brother, please remove it and let her speak." After saying this, Changqing gestured for the disciple to release her bound feet. "Changqing, what did you just say?" The first response was one of accusation. To this, Changqing replied, "What I mean is, it is impossible to annul the engagement, but a divorce is certainly feasible." The notion that Changqing intended to divorce her struck Helu like a thunderbolt. Her eyes fixed on him with an expression that seemed to wish she could tear him apart. How could the proud Helu, who had always held her head high, tolerate such a humiliation? In a fit of rage, she exclaimed like a shrew, "Changqing, do you dare to divorce me? How dare you?" Before she could finish her sentence, her words were silenced once again by the bindings, cutting off her voice abruptly. Looking at Helu now, tears streamed down her cheeks, an embodiment of her deep humiliation. Such degradation was utterly foreign to Helu, who had never faced such indignity throughout her life. Yet, at this moment, no one paid her any heed, as Lu Shuang was engaged in conversation with Changqing. "In my opinion, it would be better to simply kill them." Lu Shuang stated bluntly, and her demeanor suggested she was entirely serious. Upon hearing this, Su Jie quickly interjected, "Senior sister, please remain calm. Killing them might not be the best course of action, especially considering the repercussions from the main peak. What is this? To harm the disciples of the Taoist sect. To shatter the resolve of my divine sword peak disciples. To conspire with demons. Surely this is sufficient to seal their fate?" Lu Shuang spoke without a flicker of emotion. In response, Su Jie's lips twitched. This woman truly dared to speak such words. However, considering her master, then let her be eradicated as well. If the disciple consorts with demons, it stands to reason that the master cannot be far removed from culpability. Good heavens, as if killing He Lu were not enough. She would even target the master. Su Jie felt a jolt in his eyelids and shook his head repeatedly. Is this truly necessary? Then let it be buried. If they do not see the living, they will not see the dead. This. As Lu Shuang elaborated on how to kill and conceal bodies in a manner so inconspicuous, Changqing was left in utter disbelief. Is this truly the language of disciples from the righteous sect? Even more absurdly, the surrounding disciples of Divine Sword Peak did not only refrain from dissent, but instead eagerly offered their own suggestions. I believe second senior sister is right. We should simply bury them, and later claim they left on their own. Indeed, but we must choose the burial location wisely. Let us bury them in the back mountain. No one will find them there. That won't do. We ought to select a place that is impossible to search. How about the back courtyard of the affairs hall? No one would suspect that. Listen to this discourse filled with predatory intent. The disciples of Falling Sunset Sect, including He Lu, were left pale with fear upon hearing these words. Is this truly the pinnacle of righteousness in the Eastern continent? The demon sect could hardly be worse. Chapter 43, Confrontation at the Butler Hall. The disciples were engaged in a fervent discussion on how to deal with He Lu and his companions. While He Lu and the others were struck with terror upon hearing the words of the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. Could it truly be that these were the disciples of the esteemed Taoist sect from the Eastern continent? Their immediate inclination was to resort to violence and eradicate all traces of their presence. He Lu found himself silenced, unable to voice his thoughts, while the other disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect hurriedly interjected, "Wait, this matter has nothing to do with us. Indeed, we merely accompanied them to the Taoist sect and have done nothing wrong." The expressions of the Divine Sword Peak disciples conveyed a seriousness that left the Falling Sunset Sect disciples in a state of panic. At that moment, He Lu's master, Yu Li, and the presiding elder, the third elder, arrived just in time. With their formidable cultivation levels, they had overheard the conversation from a distance. Yu Li's countenance was darkened, and the third elder's lips twitched as he could not restrain himself from sternly admonishing, "Silence." As they descended, their gazes fell upon He Lu and the others, who were bound and gagged. Yu Li let out a cold snort and waved her hand, promptly freeing them from their restraints. The arrival of Yu Li brought immense relief to the disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect, who hurriedly positioned themselves behind her, as if seeking solace in her presence. "Elder Wei, silence." Yu Li was infuriated, unwilling to listen to their excuses as she directed her attention toward He Lu. Faced with the penetrating gaze of the master, He Lu glared fiercely at Changqing and declared, "Master, it is all Changqing's doing. He has employed some despicable means to corrupt the brothers and sisters of the Divine Sword Peak and turn them against us." Placing the blame entirely on Changqing, the attention of Yu Li and the Grand Elder fell upon him. In the face of the scrutiny from these two formidable figures, Changqing could only respond with exasperation. If you wish to accuse someone, at least apply some logic. As a mere servant disciple, what resources do I possess to bribe so many senior brothers and sisters, let alone the direct disciples of senior brother Su Jie and senior sister Lu Shuang? Is this truly something a humble servant disciple could accomplish? Changqing found himself utterly speechless, having done nothing at all. Hearing this, both Yu Li and the Grand Elder seemed unconvinced that Changqing could orchestrate such a scheme. Yu Li cast a sidelong glance at the sullen He Lu, who continued to press on relentlessly. Changqing, at this point, do you still wish to deny your involvement? Neither of them seemed willing to believe that this matter was unrelated to him. In response, Changqing could hardly be bothered to elaborate further, merely regarding He Lu with an expression of condescension. With each party holding steadfast to their claims, it was at this moment that the enforcers from the law hall, accompanied by a group of disciples, arrived. Subsequently, Changqing, He Lu, the disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect, and over a dozen disciples nominated from the Divine Sword Peak were all taken to the main peak's law hall, where this matter would naturally be addressed. Within the law enforcement hall, the presiding elder, the second elder, sat in a position of authority, flanked on either side by Yu Li and the third elder. In the center of the hall stood Changqing, Yi Lu, and others. The second elder had a general understanding of the situation, having gathered from Yi Lu and the others that the fault clearly lay with the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. He turned his gaze toward Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and the other disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, and spoke in a grave tone. Su Jie, Lu Shuang. The words of the disciples from the Falling Sunset Sect are indeed factual. Do you have any explanation to offer? What utter nonsense. Su Jie retorted with a cold smile, while Lu Shuang showed no intention of responding at all. Before anyone else could interject, Su Jie directed his gaze at He Lu and the others, raising his voice to declare, "This incident is entirely the result of the Falling Sunset Sect's own making. Everyone is aware that our Daoyi sect shares a close bond with the Falling Sunset Sect. We have always treated their disciples with utmost kindness. Yet, who could have anticipated that these disciples would harbor malicious intent and attempt to harm the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak? You speak falsely. We have done no such thing. To fabricate charges is an act of desperation." The disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect retorted, their confidence seemingly restored within the law enforcement hall. In response, Su Jie merely cast them a disdainful glance before continuing to address the second elder. "You know the truth better than anyone. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. I ask you, what brings the Falling Sunset Sect to our Daoyi sect on this occasion? Due to the engagement between Sister He Lu and Yi Changqing, do you wish to annul the marriage? Indeed, if that is the case, what further explanation is necessary? You have confessed it yourselves." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Luoxia sect were left bewildered, pondering what they had actually admitted. In response to their confusion, Su Jie let out a cold laugh. The betrothal between He Lu and her junior brother Changqing was arranged from a young age by their families. As the saying goes, marriage is a significant matter dictated by parental authority, yet now He Lu seeks to unilaterally break this engagement. Setting aside the question of right or wrong, if one must annul a marriage, it should be addressed to the Yi family, rather than coming to our Daoyi sect. Yet you have chosen to approach our sect and seek out junior brother Changqing directly. I ask, what man can endure the disgrace of an annulment? Are you intent on making junior brother Changqing unable to hold his head high within Daoyi sect in the future? You are deliberately plotting to shatter his resolve. Is this not a grievous harm to the disciples of my Divine Sword Peak? To ruin a person's spirit is one thing, but you, yes, you. I distinctly heard you speaking to the person beside you, saying that once Changqing's resolve is shattered, you would seize the opportunity to kill him. Not only do you seek to destroy his spirit, but you also wish to silence him permanently. Such ruthless cruelty among the disciples of the Luoxia sect is intolerable. As fellow brothers in the same sect, how can we stand idly by? The disciple of the Falling Sunset Sect, pointed at by Su Jie, wore an expression of bewilderment. When had he ever expressed a desire to harm Yi Changqing? He was merely present to witness the unfolding events, perhaps intending to pay a compliment to He Lu, the newly appointed direct disciple. Yet, how had he suddenly become branded as a perpetrator seeking to inflict harm upon a disciple of the Daoyi sect? I did not. Coming to his senses, the disciple fervently tried to defend himself, but Su Jie was entirely unmoved. He turned to the second elder, performing a respectful bow, and then declared with righteous indignation, "Thus, upon witnessing my fellow disciple in peril, I, as the third senior brother of the Divine Sword Peak, acted to protect him. What wrong is there in that?" These disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect, audacious and malevolent, led the disciple to suspect they had colluded with demons. Their arrival seemed intended to clandestinely sow discord between the Daoyi sect and the Falling Sunset Sect for ulterior motives. Such traitors to humanity must be thoroughly investigated, and I implore the second elder to confine them to the Black Prison and subject them to rigorous interrogation. No, we are wronged. As the accusations escalated, the disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect fell to their knees, exclaiming their innocence. They were not demons or spies, nor had they ever contemplated causing harm to Yi Changqing. Chapter 44. Utter humiliation. The collusion with demons has come to light. Observing Su Jie below, standing tall and exuding an air of righteousness, the second elder seated above could not suppress the twitching of his lips. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, hearing Su Jie's words, erupted in fervent shouts. Indeed, the disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect harbor malicious intentions, seeking to harm our junior brother, Changqing. Such despicable individuals, What wrong have we committed at Divine Sword Peak? We implore the second elder to apprehend them and conduct a thorough interrogation. It was as if an endless grievance had surfaced, and in that moment, the disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect appeared as irredeemably wicked, in stark contrast to the impassioned disciples of Divine Sword Peak. The disciples of the Falling Sunset Sect trembled with fury, and He Lu, in particular, clenched her fists tightly, her gaze almost piercing like daggers, fixed intently on Yi Changqing. The only one present who remained composed was likely Yi Changqing himself. Or perhaps he was simply taken aback by Su Jie's eloquence. His third senior brother had not previously revealed such verbal prowess. Listening to the uproar from the disciples of Divine Sword Peak, the second elder rubbed his temples in exasperation. Elders, this is slander, this is framing. We harbor no such intentions. Furthermore, our visit to the Daoyi sect to withdraw the engagement was solely due to the fact that Yu Changqing is a disciple of the Daoyi sect. At that moment, He Lu gritted her teeth and spoke in a low voice, as if brimming with uncontainable fury. Observing the defiance, stubbornness, and rage reflected in her eyes, Su Jie let out a cold laugh. Oh, slander and framing? The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak are upright and honorable. There is no need for slander or baseless accusations. This disciple of the Falling Sunset Sect should realize that if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Enough. As the two confronted each other, the second elder interjected, sensing the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Just then, Hong Zun staggered into the room. Upon seeing him, the second elder felt a wave of dread wash over him and helplessly inquired, Junior brother, why have you come? When someone dares to plot against the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, as the Peak Master, I cannot simply stand by. Am I to watch idly as my disciples are harmed? Indeed, Hong Zun's words only served to exacerbate the situation. Initially, he had not taken the matter to heart. But upon learning that He Lu's betrothed was none other than Yu Changqing, he could no longer remain seated and hurried to the law enforcement hall. As he spoke, Hong Zun approached Yu Changqing, surveying him with a smile. How are you? Are you unharmed? Thank you for your concern, Peak Master. I am fine. That is good to hear. With that, Hong Zun's gaze shifted to Yu Li, his expression darkening. Previously appearing somewhat inebriated, he now radiated an icy aura as he questioned. Yu Li, I once extended my goodwill towards you, yet it seems the Falling Sunset Sect harbors malicious intent and dares to harm the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Brother, do you still wish to argue? At the outset, you claimed that your disciple merely wished to observe her betrothed, and out of goodwill, I permitted Lu Shuang to accompany her. Little did I anticipate that your true intention was to annul the engagement, aiming to undermine the resolve of my disciple. How remarkable it is that a master-esque character is often reflected in their apprentice. While Su Jie exhibited a semblance of sincerity, your words, Hong Zun, are nothing short of utter nonsense. Upon hearing this, Yu Li's body trembled with indignation. She had clearly articulated her intentions from the very beginning, and at that time, Hong Zun had acquiesced, albeit requesting some form of compensation. Now, however, this old wretch is outright denying everything and even attempting to shift the blame. Hong Zun, I distinctly stated that my purpose here was to terminate the engagement, and yet you. What is there to say? At this juncture, do you still wish to argue? I have come to realize that the malice exhibited by your disciples from the Falling Sunset Sect is likely a reflection of your own corrupt nature as an elder. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Your own uncleanliness has undoubtedly influenced your disciples to become such despicable individuals. What did you just say? Yu Li was incensed to the point of fury by Hong Zun's remarks. Observing her distress, the second elder hastily intervened. Junior brother, please, calm yourself. How can I remain calm? My disciple is being covertly harmed, and right under my very nose. The Falling Sunset Sect is truly acting with insufferable arrogance. If I do not provide my disciple with an explanation today, what face will I have left to serve as the leader of the Divine Sword Peak? Hong Zun, filled with righteous indignation, found himself at a loss as he noticed the second elder's gaze inadvertently fall upon Yu Changqing amidst the crowd. Yu Changqing, he called out, intending to address the root of the matter. Disciple is present, Yu Changqing responded. Do you have something to say? Just as he was about to speak, Hong Zun interrupted him. Changqing, I am aware of your kind heart and deep affections, yet you must not linger over this woman. Her intentions are malevolent, and she is far from a suitable match. Heed my counsel, sever ties decisively. If you cannot bring yourself to punish her, then annul your engagement and cease all contact henceforth. With a grave expression, Hong Zun delivered his words and, without awaiting Yi Changqing's reply, turned his attention to He Lu and Yu Li. Yu Li, considering our past camaraderie, I am willing to let this matter pass. However, your disciple is truly unworthy of Changqing. As the master of the divine sword peak, I hereby decree the dissolution of your disciple's engagement with Changqing. You shall provide some form of compensation, and we shall let this matter rest. But this is a one-time concession. There shall be no second chances. Yu Li trembled, pointing at Hong Zun, yet found herself at a loss for words. It was evident that they had suffered a significant loss. Yet the manner in which Hong Zun presented his decision made it seem as though he was being magnanimous. Moreover, the transformation from an engagement annulment to a marriage dissolution was nothing short of an affront to both her and her disciple. What, do you disagree? I have already taken into account our past relations. If this is the case, we must proceed according to the regulations of the Taoist sect. Second brother, what punishment is warranted for the crime of plotting against a disciple of Taoist? Faced with Hong Zun's inquiry, the second elder found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To conspire against a disciple of Taoist is a grave offense, if caught. It would undoubtedly result in a death sentence. Observing the unfolding situation, Yu Li took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within her, and coldly remarked, "Very well, Hong Zun. I shall remember today's events." The circumstances were overwhelming, and they were on the territory of Taoist sect. Yu Li had never anticipated that even the leaders of the Divine Sword Peak would display such shamelessness. They could twist black into white and, for the sake of a mere servant disciple, showed her not a shred of dignity. Aware that continuing to contest would only lead to their own detriment, Yu Li reluctantly acquiesced to Hong Zun's demands in utter humiliation. In response, Hong Zun, with an unchanging expression, turned to Yi Changqing and instructed, "Changqing, draft the divorce document." Under the gaze of all present, Yi Changqing promptly composed the document. Upon receiving the divorce document, He Lu trembled uncontrollably, unable to contain her rage. She had contemplated numerous scenarios before arriving, yet she could have never imagined that it would culminate in such a result. Chapter 45. Enhancement of effects. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of her fury. With reddened eyes, He Lu gazed at the divorce decree in her hands, her entire being teetering on the brink of madness. She could hardly fathom, let alone accept, the fact that she had been cast aside by a mere piece of paper. Suddenly lifting her gaze to the composed face of Yi Changqing, He Lu clenched her teeth and declared, "Yi Changqing, very well, consider yourself formidable. The humiliation of today shall not go unavenged." "Silence!" Yu Li interjected sharply, her eyes icy as they bore into He Lu. "Is it not enough to suffer disgrace? Let us depart." Did she not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Did she still wish to speak such threats? Oblivious to the prospect of leaving Taoist sect in peace, as He Lu spoke, Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and even Hong Zun wore expressions of cold disapproval, their intent to act subtly apparent. To issue threats at such a moment was sheer folly. Even if resentment brewed within her, she ought to stifle it. In the midst of this, Yu Li rose, offering a respectful bow to the second elder, the third elder, and Hong Zun. "In light of these circumstances, I shall take my leave." "Very well, safe travels, junior sister," the second elder replied, his expression noncommittal. Without hesitation, Yu Li led He Lu and the other disciples of the Falling Sunset sect away, departing with a remarkable decisiveness. As Yu Li and her companions departed, Hong Zun reverted to his inebriated demeanor, lazily glancing at the second and third elders. "Brother, we are leaving," he remarked, and without waiting for their response, he departed the law enforcement hall with Yi Changqing and the others. Observing Hong Zun's retreating figure, both the second and third elders shook their heads with wry smiles. It seemed that Yu Li would not easily let this matter rest. Alas, it had not escalated too drastically. Although there was some humiliation, it would not significantly alter the larger scheme. Yu Li surely harbored resentment, yet it should not have a profound impact on the Falling Sunset sect and the Taoist sect. After all, the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect had not sustained any substantial harm. The second elder was also troubled, yet felt powerless. The mere mention of the Divine Sword Peak ignited his ire. However, Yi Changqing appeared to be the catalyst behind both incidents. Was it truly reasonable for a mere servant disciple to command such attention from Hong Zun? It was indeed perplexing. The second elder furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, back at the Divine Sword Peak's kitchen, the mealtime had long passed, yet numerous disciples and deacons awaited outside. Upon seeing Yi Changqing return, The disciples greeted him with warm inquiries. After responding to each of them, Changqing said, "Dear brothers and sisters, please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly. Rest a bit, junior brother Changqing. We are in no rush," they replied, saliva already pooling in their mouths, despite their claims of impatience. Upon witnessing the scene, Changqing could not help but chuckle softly before turning to enter the kitchen, where he began his preparations. There was not much urgency, merely the task of reheating the dishes. In no time, dinner was ready, albeit amidst a chaotic atmosphere where numerous disciples fought fiercely for a seat. 1,000 portions of food were swiftly devoured, with those fortunate enough to secure a spot relishing their meal, while the unfortunate ones lamented with clenched fists, vowing to succeed in the next opportunity. After the meal, as everyone departed, Changqing instinctively opened his personal panel. Host: Changqing identity, disciplinary apprentice of Dao Sect cultivation level, entry level of Chongmai realm, 165, cultivation technique, Mingxinju, complete, spells, Shadow Blade. Major achievement, 4600, 7-star steps, major achievement, 3924, Lingbai, minor achievement, 1354, reputation, fame gradually emerging talent, mid-tier, intermediate, root bone, mid-tier, intermediate, comprehension, upper tier, intermediate. His cultivation had directly progressed to the entry level of the Chongmai realm, and he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surging into his meridians, continuously cleansing the impurities within. Generally, the meridians of a cultivator are sealed before they commence their training, save for a few prodigies possessing unique physiques. Thus, the primary objective of the Chongmai realm is to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to incessantly purify the meridians, expelling the impurities contained therein. Only when the meridians are thoroughly unblocked, breaking through to the golden core stage, can the spiritual energy flow freely within the body. Otherwise, if the meridians are obstructed, the spiritual energy cannot form a complete cycle within, making not only the attainment of the golden core exceedingly difficult, but also rendering ordinary cultivation a significant challenge. Furthermore, the more pure and unobstructed the meridians are, the faster the flow of spiritual energy. In addition to cultivation, during combat, the execution of spells becomes swifter and more potent. Thus, the meridian opening stage is a crucial process. Even those exceptional individuals endowed with a natural aptitude for cultivation, who possess inherently smooth meridians, will strive earnestly at this stage to fortify and widen their meridians. After experiencing the changes that accompany the breakthrough of realms, the mind enlightenment technique becomes less effective in the meridian opening stage, as it is merely a technique for sensing qi. It seems that I must seek a technique suited for the meridian opening stage from the sect leader. In the realm of cultivation, each major stage corresponds to specific techniques. There is no need for concern regarding the techniques. My focus shifts back to the system, where I discover an unexpected prompt. The host's cultivation level has advanced, enhancing the effects of the dishes. The dishes rewarded by the system provide certain benefits to cultivators, and as Changqing's abilities increase, the effects of these dishes will also be amplified. For instance, now that Changqing has entered the meridian opening stage, prior dishes, such as marinated noodles, may slightly enhance his physical constitution when consumed. However, at this moment, the enhancement of physical constitution has been significantly amplified, according to the system's calculations. It exceeds the previous effect by more than double. To speak plainly, the prior enhancement of physical constitution may not have greatly benefited the disciples of the body refinement realm. Yet now, it rivals the potency of a body refinement pill. A bowl of braised noodles equates to a body refinement pill. Such an enhancement is truly formidable and will continue to escalate in the future. Satisfied, he nodded. Indeed, since his cultivation had broken through, it was only natural to reward himself today. Comfortably indulging in a medicinal bath, Changqing retired early, completely untroubled by the events of the day, as he had distanced himself from Yuli and he Lu of the Dao sect. Meanwhile, in a small town they were passing through, it was already late at night, yet he Lu felt no inclination to sleep, standing by the window with a frigid demeanor. Her gaze was icy as she focused on the direction of the Dao sect, her teeth clenched in resolve. Changqing, she vowed, the humiliation I endured today shall be repaid. During the grand competition of the 4 sects, I will show no mercy. Just wait. Lu would not forget the disgrace of today, and she swore to return it with her own hands. She intended to make Changqing regret his choices. Chapter 46. Increasingly challenging in the early morning, the kitchen was bustling with activity as numerous disciples employed various tactics to secure a bowl of braised noodles. Those with higher cultivation skills utilized their exceptional agility to claim prime spots, while the less adept servant disciples raced against time, arriving outside the courtyard at dawn to await their turn. Thus, amidst the crowd, some servant disciples still managed to obtain their breakfast. The noodles were the same as before. Yet this time, upon tasting them, the servant disciples' eyes widened in astonishment. They could distinctly feel a boost in their physical constitution. Goodness, are these noodles truly mere noodles? It feels as though I am holding a bowl of body-tempering elixir, one that is exceptionally flavorful, no less. If the previous dish was merely an irresistible delicacy, this bowl of braised noodles was nothing short of a treasure, especially for the servant disciples in the body-tempering realm, even for the outer and inner disciples. While the effects might not be as pronounced, the pleasure of savoring such deliciousness alongside potential enhancement was an opportunity no one would refuse. Noticing this transformation, the fervor among the disciples intensified. This was not merely a delightful meal, it was a genuine aid to their cultivation. After finishing a substantial bowl, the disciples were left craving more. Unfortunately, ever since the number of people surged, the prospect of a second helping had become utterly impossible. Merely managing to secure a single bowl was already a stroke of good fortune. "Changqing, your culinary skills have certainly improved," exclaimed one disciple. Indeed, not only has the flavor enhanced, but the effects are also markedly different from before. In response to the praises from his numerous disciples, Changqing smiled and nodded, expressing his contentment with their admiration. After breakfast, he sought out Hongzun, who, upon seeing him, immediately understood his intentions and remarked with a smile, "Your cultivation speed is truly unmatched." With a single glance, Hongzun recognized that Changqing had already transcended to the Chongmai realm, leaving even him momentarily astonished. With a flick of his fingers, as before, a technique of the Chongmai realm manifested in Changqing's mind. It was named the Nine Meridians technique, classified as a mid-tier celestial grade skill. "Thank you, Peak Master," Changqing expressed his gratitude. "You stubborn lad." Refusing to become a direct disciple and insisting on remaining in this kitchen, Hongzun jestingly reproached him. In response, Changqing chuckled, "I fear that even if I agreed, my senior brothers and sisters would not consent." Upon hearing this, Hongzun glanced around at the anxious disciples, who were evidently concerned about where they would dine should Changqing become a direct disciple. After all, if Changqing were indeed to take on such a role, it would be unlikely for him to continue cooking for them. As for his current status as a servant disciple, who in the entire Divine Sword Peak still regarded Changqing as merely a servant. Under the watchful and anxious gazes of the disciples, Hongzun laughed and scolded. "That's quite true. If I were to force you into becoming a direct disciple, this bunch of rascals would surely revolt." As breakfast concluded, numerous disciples departed, and Changqing commenced his daily cultivation. The resources for cultivation were of no concern, as many senior brothers and sisters had generously provided ample supplies, along with the assistance of Master Hong. In essence, Changqing found himself untroubled by the need for cultivation resources. Even the little creature, Xiaobai, treated the body-refining pills as if they were mere candies, consuming them in such abundance that it was overwhelming. Changqing, too, indulged in these pills. Although their efficacy had diminished for him, their pleasant taste and ability to further enhance his physique made them a delightful pastime. The Nine Veins technique, while of the same grade, proved to be considerably more challenging than the Enlightenment technique. It took Changqing an entire day to merely grasp the fundamentals. Yet this was sufficient, as the system would facilitate further progress. He felt no anxiety regarding thresholds or bottlenecks, a notion that brought him great comfort. In the following days, Changqing's life returned to a tranquil routine, adhering to the rhythm of each day. However, the number of individuals frequenting the kitchen increased, as the bustling activity during meal times could no longer be concealed from the multitude of disciples. Some inner sect elders residing atop the mountain had also become regular patrons of the kitchen, observing the entirety of the Divine Sword Peak. It appeared that only the eldest senior brother and the fourth senior sister had yet to visit the kitchen. The latter was currently absent from the sect, engaged in external training. As for Master Zhao Jinping, his heart is solely devoted to cultivation. He remains secluded within his chamber, exhibiting little interest in the affairs of the outside world. Coupled with his inherent disposition, he has never graced the kitchen. Apart from these two, during mealtime, The entire sacred sword peak transforms into a battleground, the atmosphere fiercely competitive. From the summit, figures dash frantically toward the base of the mountain, employing every conceivable technique to their utmost potential, occasionally resorting to clever stratagems. The competition intensifies further with the participation of the esteemed inner sect elders. Despite their venerable status as seasoned experts, their fervor in securing a position is akin to that of the younger disciples. Not only do the younger disciples lack their strength, but they are also outmatched in cunning. Experience undoubtedly lends an advantage, as evidenced by Elder Hong, who has never returned empty-handed from the kitchen. He consistently manages to secure a spot. This, however, places a burden upon the numerous disciples. It is not only the servant disciples who suffer, but even the outer and inner sect disciples. A moment's carelessness may result in returning empty-handed, deprived of nourishment. After all, each meal is limited to a portion sufficient for merely 1,000 individuals. Without a position, one may very well find oneself without sustenance. Once again, a fierce struggle ensued, with Hong Zun leading the charge alongside a multitude of inner sect elders. Following closely behind were the three direct disciples, Lu Shuang, Su Jie, and Lu Yuyu. Further back stood the outer sect stewards, inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and the miscellaneous servants. Many who had failed to secure a position gazed enviously at those in front of them, unable to suppress their grievances. How can these brutes move with such agility? One lamented. It is not merely their speed. Someone just ensnared me with a binding technique. What despicable tactics! It is infuriating. I have not eaten for 3 days. And these beasts do not know how to concede, even a little. What has become of our sect's traditional virtues? Forget about courtesy, another scoffed. Rather than lamenting, one should focus on diligent cultivation. I have heard that many have been practicing with relentless fervor, all in hopes of securing a better position when the time comes. Who would have imagined that the quest for sustenance would ignite such fervor on the divine sword peak? Regardless of their sect affiliation, inner, outer, or even the servants, everyone seemed to be cultivating with unprecedented intensity, driven solely by the desire to partake in the communal meals and secure a more advantageous spot in line. At present, the disciples of the divine sword peak devoted nearly all their time to cultivation, their relentless efforts evoking a sense of despair. Yet, there was no alternative. If one did not strive, even a morsel of food would remain out of reach, leaving them to watch others feast while they drooled in envy. Such were the musings of a disciple. It has become increasingly challenging. All I desire is a simple meal. Chapter 47. Establishing rules. With the entire sword peak aware of Yi Changqing's remarkable skills, securing a position has become increasingly arduous. This is particularly true for the low-ranking servant disciples and outer sect members, who find it exceedingly challenging, given their already limited prowess. The prospect of claiming a position seems as daunting as scaling the heavens. Faced with the esteemed elders, deacons, and the favored disciples such as Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, hope appears almost non-existent. Even in comparison to inner sect disciples, the disparity is substantial. After yet another meal that merely tantalizes their senses, the servant disciples, reluctant to depart, voice their concerns. This cannot continue. We are left with no opportunities, one laments. Indeed, even if we exhaust ourselves in training, it is improbable that we can catch up to those inner sect disciples. Are we not designated as servant disciples precisely because of our inferior talents? Our cultivation is already lacking, and our innate abilities pale in comparison. To compete with those inner sect disciples seems utterly fanciful. The mere thought of potentially going without the meals from the communal kitchen fills the servant disciples with profound despondency. Recognizing their limitations, they ponder the possibility of leveraging external forces. Are you suggesting talismans? Talismans are a unique category of treasures, crafted solely by talisman masters. Depending on the grade of the talisman, they can unleash an offensive or defensive capability far exceeding that of the user. Talismans are classified into 3 distinct types: offensive talismans, defensive talismans, and auxiliary talismans. Among the auxiliary talismans, there exists a division into categories such as speed and binding. Upon hearing this, the various servant disciples were immediately enlightened. Yet some expressed their concerns. However, what does it matter if the price of talismans is steep? As long as one can secure a meal. What is the harm in paying a price? I shall write home and request the delivery of spirit stones. I shall do the same. So shall I. One must not underestimate these servant disciples. Although their talents may not rival those of the outer and inner sect disciples, they are renowned in the mundane world as distinguished young masters and young ladies, possessing formidable backgrounds. Therefore, within the Taoist sect, the status of servant disciples should not be overlooked. In no time, a sudden and unexpected surge of purchases of auxiliary talismans swept through Sanyuan City, predominantly comprising those of the auxiliary variety. Originally, the supply of talismans was limited. Within mere days, over 80% of the auxiliary talismans in Sanyuan City had been sold, leaving countless merchants utterly astonished. What could these individuals possibly need with such an abundance of auxiliary talismans? In terms of cost-effectiveness, surely the offensive and defensive talismans would offer greater value. The purchasers of these talismans were primarily the many servant disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Faced with insufficient strength, they had no choice but to rely on external forces, having been driven to a point of desperation. For they had gone several days without tasting a single morsel from the communal kitchen, and the inner sect disciples treated them with utter disdain. Once again, as mealtime approached, a throng of disciples surged forth, as was customary. On this occasion, the servant disciples arrived fully prepared, facing the outer and inner sect disciples without hesitation. They swiftly unleashed a binding talisman, ensnaring their opponents without causing harm. This simple act of restraint temporarily incapacitated the outer and inner disciples, allowing the servants to employ speed talismans, transforming their forms into fleeting shadows as they darted towards the kitchen. Caught completely off guard, the numerous outer and inner disciples were left stunned. Bound by the talismans, they could only watch helplessly as the servant disciples occupied the coveted spots, their frustration boiling over with exclamations of anger. "How dare you play dirty? Can't you handle this? Resorting to talismans?" they cried. "Save me a spot. I didn't eat yesterday." One lamented. "Spare us your woes. We've gone 3 days without food, so this meal is ours by right." With the aid of the talismans, the servant disciples finally relished their long-awaited meal. Even Changqing found himself puzzled, wondering why so many servant disciples had secured their positions today. Had the outer and inner disciples not arrived? However, it soon became evident when a group of furious outer and inner disciples, their eyes ablaze with anger, burst into the courtyard, glaring at the gluttonous servant disciples. Changqing grasped the truth. They had indeed played unfairly against their fellow disciples, resorting to talismans. What a malicious heart, he mused. Faced with the scorn of the inner disciples, the outer disciples, who were tasked with menial duties, continued to eat voraciously while mumbling, "Brother, we are powerless. We simply cannot compete. Indeed, look at our strength compared to yours. Without some extraordinary means, it will be ages before we can enjoy a meal like this." The menial disciples expressed their helplessness. If it weren't for the necessity of sustenance, who would be willing to endure such indignity? Do you think talismans are inexpensive? Each one used costs a gleaming spirit stone. Moreover, recently, the unscrupulous merchants in Sanyuan City, seeing the high demand for talismans, have audaciously raised their prices, causing great distress. Listening to the dispute between the two groups of disciples, Changqing furrowed his brow. The disparity in cultivation levels among disciples of different ranks is quite significant, a detail he had previously overlooked. In a competitive environment, the menial disciples indeed suffer greatly. Contemplating a solution, he called out to Hong Zun after the crowd dispersed. "Peak Master, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Hong Zun's interest was piqued. Could this young man have had a sudden epiphany and wished to request him as a mentor? He regarded Changqing with keen curiosity. "Speak." The trio of Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu lingered nearby, intrigued by the unfolding conversation. Changqing proceeded to share his thoughts on revising the rules of the communal kitchen with Hong Zun. The disciples of varying ranks vie for positions together, which not only seems rather unjust, but also has the potential to incite unnecessary disputes. The miscellaneous disciples have already begun employing talismans, and the outer and inner disciples are unlikely to overlook this. Surely retaliatory actions will ensue. None can predict how the situation will unfold. Upon hearing Changqing's words, Hong Zun nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Your observation holds merit. I too have noticed this today. Shall we then prohibit the use of external forces?" However, Changqing replied, "If that is the case, the miscellaneous disciples will have no opportunities whatsoever." "What solution do you propose?" Hong Zun inquired. Changqing continued, "I intend to organize the multitude of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak into separated queues based on their ranks. The miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and finally, the Peak Master, elders, and stewards, constituting 4 distinct groups. Each group will queue separately, preventing members of different ranks from competing against one another. In this manner, Even the miscellaneous disciples can secure positions based on their own capabilities. It is impossible to expect Changqing to prepare meals for tens of thousands. Such a task would be utterly exhausting. Having advanced to the pulse-connecting realm, he can currently provide sustenance for a maximum of 2,000 individuals. A feat made possible by his enhanced cultivation and the mastery of the shadow blade technique. One could scarcely imagine that the creator of this swordsmanship would one day find it employed for culinary purposes. Chapter 48. Morning sparring. Upon hearing Changqing's thoughts, Hongzun pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Your idea is commendable. Indeed, separating them would create a more equitable environment, allowing disciples of all ranks a fair chance at securing a position. While Hongzun concurred, he added some stipulations. Essentially, as you have articulated, however, during the competition, the use of external forces is strictly prohibited. Moreover, to prevent disciples from queuing at the kitchen too early, they are permitted to head there only half an hour before mealtime. While the use of techniques is not restricted and combat is allowed, it must not endanger lives. Listening to Hongzun's additional remarks, Changqing furrowed his brow, sensing that the old man might be inciting chaos. Allowing combat seemed to be a recipe for disorder. Particularly given the disciples' fervent obsession with mealtimes, it was likely that they would rush in with reckless abandon. Observing Changqing's apprehension, Hongzun chuckled, offering no further explanations. Thus, the decision was made. At present, the entire divine sword peak was engulfed in a frenzy over the kitchen's offerings. What might transpire under the allowance of combat? It was probable that every individual would devote themselves fervently to their training. Otherwise, they would find themselves forever chasing after lukewarm meals. This was Hongzun's intention, to motivate the disciples of Divine Sword Peak in their cultivation. As dinner time approached, Changqing, in the presence of Hongzun, announced the new regulations of the kitchen to the multitude of disciples. Upon learning that 2,000 portions of food would be provided for each meal, all disciples, stewards, and elders were to be divided into 4 distinct teams, with strict regulations preventing any form of competition among them. The allocation of the 2,000 portions was determined based on the number of disciples at each rank: 700 for the outer disciples, 600 for the inner disciples, 500 for the inner sect disciples, and 200 for the elders and stewards. Among them, Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yu were assigned to the team of elders and stewards. During the positioning period, combat was permitted, though the preservation of life was paramount. As these rules were announced, a chorus of cheers erupted among the disciples, primarily due to the increase in food portions from 1,000 to 2,000. Furthermore, this classification benefited even the outer and miscellaneous disciples, as their competition was no longer with the inner sect disciples, but rather with peers of similar standing. Under normal circumstances, each individual had a fair chance to secure a position. However, Su Jie and his companions felt somewhat disheartened, being direct disciples. They found themselves categorized alongside the elders and stewards. With a look of discontent directed at Changqing, Lu Yu pouted and remarked, "Junior brother, your actions are unjust. We are also disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Why must we be grouped with the elders?" To which Su Jie added, "Indeed, there is a significant difference in our standings." It should be noted that this decision was not made by Changqing, but rather at the behest of Hongzun. Thus, upon hearing the grievances of the three, Hongzun raised an eyebrow and replied curtly, "The matter of seniority is rather trivial. If one were to classify you among the disciples, would that not ensure your steady access to every meal? What significance would that hold? If you fail to diligently cultivate your skills from this point forward and cannot surpass us seasoned individuals, you shall merely observe from the sidelines, harboring no thoughts of feasting." The prowess of Su Jie and his companions indeed far surpasses that of the disciples, even extending to the inner disciples. Even some elders with lesser cultivation are no match for the trio. Thus, designating them among the ranks of elders and stewards serves to instill a sense of urgency within them. The decision has been made, and it shall take effect from tomorrow. That very evening, numerous disciples began to prepare themselves with fervor. Despite the late hour, the Sword Peak was alive with the sounds of enthusiastic practice, echoing with the voices of disciples engaged in their training. Some disciples wielded their swords relentlessly, drenched in sweat yet resolute in their resolve to continue. "I must have my breakfast tomorrow," murmured one disciple as he gently caressed his treasured sword. "Whether I can savor a warm meal depends entirely on you." As the disciples exchanged glances, sparks of determination ignited in their eyes. From tomorrow onward, they would be rivals, competitors for sustenance. "Those who stand in my way shall not expect mercy," due to our shared affiliation. As the night passed, dawn broke on the second day, and with half an hour remaining until breakfast, disciples from all directions flocked to the Sword Peak. After a modest transformation last night, the kitchen courtyard now boasts 4 grand tables, each designated for the various groups: the miscellaneous disciples, the outer disciples, the inner disciples, and the elders, along with the deacons. Although the kitchen gate remains closed, numerous disciples have already unsheathed their blades, casting glances at one another. "Brother, I am determined to secure this breakfast for myself today. Do not provoke me. Junior brother, whether I can savor this warm meal depends on the sword in your hand. Then, I must offend you." In an instant, the clash of swords erupted, and the disciples engaged in a chaotic melee. Techniques of agility and swordplay manifested in abundance. Even the miscellaneous disciples joined the fray. "Brother, your swordsmanship shows no sign of improvement. Spare me your words and step aside." Even Su Jie, Lu Xuan, and Lu Yuyu entered the battlefield. With the pressure of being grouped with the elders and deacons, their situation was quite dire. A moment's lapse could mean the loss of their meal. "Do not provoke the elders. Focus on these deacons first," Su Jie commanded the 2 women. "We must target the softest fruit. Those elders are seasoned and formidable, leaving us no opportunity. Besides, there are only a handful of elders from the Divine Sword Peak. Even if we grant them some space, it is prudent to strike at the deacons first." Naturally, the deacons, facing Su Jie and his companions, were equally unwilling to back down. On a typical day, they might have conceded, but not today. However, this matter pertains to the sustenance of the day. How could it be relinquished so easily? In an instant, numerous disciples engaged fiercely, while Hong Zun and the elders stood aside, refraining from intervening, as if they felt no need to compete, for no one was their equal. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, the disciples momentarily held back their hands, eager to see the outcome, as the onlookers watched with keen interest. The disciples from Bloodblade Peak and Dominant Spear Peak, closest to Divine Sword Peak, soon sensed the residual energy from the battle emanating from the latter. At this moment, the disciples from both peaks cast puzzled glances toward Divine Sword Peak, questioning what was unfolding. What on earth is happening at Divine Sword Peak so early in the morning? Perhaps the disciples are merely sparring, which is quite customary. Yet, this seems rather early. Sparring among fellow disciples is a perfectly ordinary affair, and the Taoist sect encourages such practices, provided that no lethal force is employed and no deliberate harm is inflicted upon one's peers. Thus, the eruption of battle remnants is not entirely unexpected. However, the timing appears somewhat peculiar. Who initiates sparring before dawn? Moreover, judging by the intensity of the battle remnants, it seems not just 1 or 2 individuals are involved, but rather a multitude. Suddenly, someone recalled the earlier rumors surrounding Divine Sword Peak. "I have heard whispers that there are issues with the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. According to several elders from the main peak, some of the disciples have become unhinged due to their cultivation, their minds somewhat deranged. Is that true?" Chapter 49. Everyone wounded recently. A series of incidents have arisen at the Divine Sword Peak, leading to a plethora of rumors circulating among the other peaks. However, as is often the case with rumors, they tend to grow more fantastical with each retelling. Have you heard? Numerous disciples from Divine Sword Peak are said to be experiencing issues with their cultivation. What? Are the disciples of Divine Sword Peak psychologically troubled? Do they have an inclination towards the same sex? At the main peak, many disciples were engaged in lively discussions, while the Divine Sword Peak disciples present listened with puzzled expressions. When did we ever become inclined towards the same sex? Anger surged within, and one was ready to retort, only to be restrained by a companion. Let it go. We should focus on selecting our techniques first. Indeed, the techniques are of utmost importance. I haven't secured a spot in 2 days. At the main peak, disciples from various peaks gathered. Yet distinguishing the disciples from Divine Sword Peak was quite simple, by the injuries they bore. It seemed that every individual from Divine Sword Peak bore wounds. One could only wonder what they had been engaged in during these recent days. Initially, the disciples were perplexed. Could there truly be dangers within the sect? Upon inquiry, the response they received was that it stemmed from sparring. Surely, the disciples of Divine Sword Peak were excessively ruthless if sparring could lead to such injuries? I had warned you long ago that there was something amiss with the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. I must inform you that each day, precisely thrice, the sacred sword peak erupts into chaos, the reason for which remains utterly perplexing. I have also heard whispers that the disciples of Sacred Sword Peak possess an exceptionally combative nature. Indeed, it seems that if they do not engage in a brawl daily, They feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort. One should maintain a safe distance from them, lest they be forcibly dragged into a sparring match. Upon encountering the disciples of Sacred Sword Peak, the other disciples from various peaks instinctively steer clear, fearing the attention of these wild individuals. Yet, the disciples of Sacred Sword Peak remain entirely unfazed by such wary glances, deeming those who shy away as ignorant, incapable of appreciating the skills of junior brother Changqing. This sentiment is not limited to the disciples of other peaks. Even the stewards of the Magic Arts Hall feel a shiver run down their spines at the sight of the Sacred Sword Peak disciples. If one were to identify the location most frequented by the disciples of Sacred Sword Peak recently, it would undoubtedly be the Magic Arts Hall. Faced with the reality that insufficient strength results in an inability to procure sustenance, all disciples of Sacred Sword Peak are fervently striving to enhance their prowess, with the practice of magical arts being the most direct and effective method. "Why are you here again?" asked the steward of the Magic Arts Hall, his frustration evident as he gazed at the two disciples of Sacred Sword Peak, their hands still wrapped in bandages. "You were just here 3 days ago." In response, the two disciples replied, "We wish to select a sword technique. I wish to choose a body technique." Once again, they have come to learn magical arts? What is the matter with the disciples of Sacred Sword Peak? Are they truly willing to forfeit the hard-earned sect points? Is their life no longer worth living? Indulgence leads to indigestion. Thus, the path of cultivation requires a steady progression, with each step taken deliberately. Despite the earnest counsel, the utility of sect points is manifold, and to expend them entirely on techniques is not a sagacious choice. Furthermore, retaining some sect points serves as a safeguard for unforeseen circumstances. However, the earnest entreaties of the steward fell on deaf ears for the two disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, who were resolute in their desire for sustenance. To them, the notion of taking one step at a time held no relevance. Their immediate concern was food. What significance do sect points hold if one cannot even secure a meal? They expressed their gratitude for the steward's good intentions, but remained unwavering in their decision. "Very well, do as you wish," the steward conceded. If they wished to learn and possess sufficient sect points, it was within their rights, and the steward could not forcibly intervene. Upon successfully gaining entry to the technique hall and selecting satisfactory skills, the two disciples returned to the Divine Sword Peak, brimming with enthusiasm, and then commenced an unrelenting regimen of practice. Once I master this solar sword technique, I shall undoubtedly seize my opportunity next time." In the training grounds, the two disciples, albeit wounded, persevered in their practice. Moreover, they were not alone. The once spacious training area now resonated with the clamorous energy of numerous disciples. Each disciple bore injuries, yet none paid heed to their afflictions. Not only the disciples, but the stewards of the Divine Sword Peak were also fervently engaged in their cultivation. The tranquility that once characterized the steward's hall had vanished, replaced solely by the sounds of rigorous training. One by one, the stewards practiced diligently in the courtyard of the steward's hall. "Damn Su Jia, it has been 3 consecutive days, and he stares at me each time, truly believing I am an easy target? Once I cultivate my skills to perfection, I shall certainly make him pay." The atmosphere of cultivation atop the Divine Sword Peak is undeniably intense. On this particular day, at the foot of the peak, an elderly man and a young girl are seen walking slowly. The elder, with hair as white as a crane yet youthful in appearance, wears a flowing azure robe. Beside him, the girl, with her hair tied in playful twin tails, appears to be merely 17 or 18. Her eyes brimming with innocence as she joyfully bombards the elder with questions. "Master, why have we come to Divine Sword Peak?" "To visit an old friend." "Oh, is it the esteemed Master Hong, the leader of Divine Sword Peak?" "Indeed. Master, do you think I am stronger than the disciples of Divine Sword Peak?" "Certainly. The ordinary disciples cannot compare to you, but the few core disciples surpass your abilities." "I see. This is quite normal. Your cultivation time is still short. Yet in terms of talent, you are not inferior to them." "Do the disciples of Divine Sword Peak train very diligently?" "Naturally, after all, it is the foremost immortal sect of the Eastern continent. Any disciple from the Taoist sect, when placed in the outside world, stands as a paragon among men." "How impressive. Can I also stay at Divine Sword Peak to cultivate?" "Why, do you no longer wish to cultivate alongside your master?" "But master could stay as well." "Oh, my dear girl, I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure and freedom, and shall not join any sect," the elderly man named Qishir declared. A close friend of Hong Zun, he was a renowned figure throughout the Eastern continent. albeit merely a solitary cultivator who had never affiliated himself with any sect in his lifetime. The young lady accompanying him was his sole disciple, Wang Yao. As they ascended the Divine Sword Peak, they encountered 2 disciples stationed at the mountain gate, who were diligently practicing their skills. Observing the unwavering dedication of these gatekeepers, Wang Yao exclaimed with admiration, "What my master said is indeed true. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak are remarkably industrious, even while on duty. And they bear injuries yet continue to train relentlessly." Upon hearing her words, Qi furrowed his brow. This was not his first visit to Divine Sword Peak. His close friendship with Hong Zun had brought him here numerous times, and he had a fair understanding of the place. However, he found the current display of the 2 disciples rather exaggerated. Typically, when it was one's turn to guard the gate, practice was set aside. Yet these 2 were seemingly unwilling to let even this moment slip by, and their injuries only added to the peculiarity of their fervent efforts. Had the disciples of Divine Sword Peak always exhibited such diligence? Feeling a sense of unease, Qingshi chose not to dwell on it further and proceeded forward. The 2 disciples, upon noticing the master and his disciple, immediately ceased their training and approached, bowing respectfully. "What brings you both to Divine Sword Peak?" they inquired. Chapter 50. Unusual. Having declared their identities and intentions, the master and apprentice were granted passage. As they traversed the mountain gate and ascended the steps towards the summit, an abrupt tremor shook the ground beneath them. "Master," young Wang Yao remarked, sensing the vibrations, her gaze turning inquiringly towards Qingshi, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. The sound was unmistakable, a multitude of footsteps racing towards them. What could be the cause of such commotion? Before long, a dark torrent surged into view, revealing itself to be a throng of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. Pulling Wang Yao aside, Qingshi observed the chaotic scene of disciples in frenetic pursuit. His mind clouded with confusion. Is there a crisis? He pondered. It was indeed peculiar to witness so many disciples recklessly dashing down the mountain, all in a disarrayed frenzy. Moreover, what struck him as even stranger was the sight of each disciple bearing wounds, their voices raised in a cacophony of shouts. "Don't crowd me," one exclaimed. "Behold my radiant steps. How dare you flaunt such rudimentary skills? Perhaps it's time for a demonstration from your senior brother. Trying to escape? Have you sought my permission? Prepare to face my blade." In the midst of their frantic dash, some disciples could no longer restrain themselves, and a flurry of attacks erupted, transforming the scene into a tempest of conflict. "Master, are they sparring?" Wang Yao inquired, bewildered. Observing the chaotic scene before her, Wang Yao inquired with a hint of perplexity. In response, Qingshi's lips twitched as he hesitantly replied, "It should be so." It indeed appeared as though they were engaged in a spar. Yet it was peculiar to see one party running while supposedly practicing. Moreover, it seemed they all shared the same objective. The bizarre behavior of numerous disciples left Qingshi utterly baffled. But this was not the end. Soon, figures began to appear in the sky. Inner sect disciples, stewards, and even elders swiftly traversed the horizon. These stewards, too, were embroiled in combat, clashing fervently with one another, unleashing various techniques in relentless assaults. This spectacle rendered Qingshi speechless. Something was amiss at the Divine Sword Peak. While it was one thing for the disciples to spar, why were the stewards also engaging in battle, and what urgency compelled the elders to rush? No one paid any heed to the 2 of them. Numerous disciples dashed past, utterly ignoring their presence. With mealtime upon them, who had the leisure to concern themselves with other matters? It was a moment for seizing positions. Observing the Divine Sword Peak disciples sprinting by, Wang Yao remarked curiously, "Master, have the disciples of Divine Sword Peak always trained in such a manner? It seems rather brutal. Look at the injuries they bear." At this moment, Qingshi found himself at a loss for words. In the past, the Divine Sword Peak had never resembled this. The disciples seemed utterly frenzied, as if possessed. It is indeed perplexing. Shaking his head, Qingshi could not comprehend the situation and decided to set it aside, intending to inquire about it when he encountered Hong Zun. After the other disciples had rushed past, Qingshi, accompanied by Wang Yao, continued their ascent towards the mountain peak. Outside the kitchen, yet another fierce battle unfolded as expected. The disciples exchanged no pleasantries. Upon meeting, they immediately engaged in combat. Remarkably, in just a few short days, both the miscellaneous disciples and the outer sect disciples, even the inner sect disciples, exhibited significant improvements in their abilities, while their cultivation may not have undergone substantial breakthroughs. Given the limited time, their proficiency in techniques had undeniably advanced, resulting in swifter, more precise, and fiercer strikes with an immense enhancement in practical combat skills. Junior brother, you still need to practice your sun-piercing sword technique. You may step aside. Two inner Sect disciples were locked in a fierce duel, both employing the same sword technique. However, one had only attained minor success, while the other had achieved major success. Consequently, the former was undoubtedly struck by a sword and eliminated from the competition. His face a portrait of reluctance. Damn it, have you broken through to the major success realm? Indeed, so this meal today is certainly mine, junior brother. Frustration boiled within him, silently vowing to exert every effort to swiftly elevate his sun-piercing sword technique to the major success level. The battle raged on. And as the conflict subsided, the disciples who had secured their positions lined up according to their respective groups. Simultaneously, Changqing had prepared the meal. Each individual bore traces of blood, yet at that moment, no one seemed to care, eagerly anticipating the meal. Excellent, excellent. Junior brother Changqing's culinary skills have once again improved. The results were noticeably superior to before. I sensed that my injuries were mending at a swifter pace. The disciples devoured their food ravenously, resembling hungry specters, clutching their bowls as if fearing that a slower pace would lead to their meals being snatched away. Once the feast concluded, the disciples adeptly washed their own bowls and tidied up before gradually departing. As they left, they could not resist boasting to their companions who had failed to secure a place at the table. Let me tell you, junior brother, today's stir-fried pork was even more delectable than before. What a pity you missed it. Contentment washed over me. Being able to relish junior brother Changqing's dishes daily left me feeling devoid of aspirations. Having enjoyed this culinary delight for 3 consecutive days, I sighed. Such a life was indeed blissful, yet rather monotonous. Listening to these remarks, those who had not managed to find a spot gritted their teeth in frustration. What are you showing off for? Next time, I shall dispatch you with a single sword strike and relish the sight of you watching me eat. After bidding farewell to the disciples, Changqing habitually opened his personal panel. Host, Changqing. Identity, miscellaneous disciple of the Daoist sect. Cultivation level, entry stage of the Chongmai realm. Cultivation method, Mingxinchu, perfected. Techniques, Shadow Blade, perfected. 7-star step, perfected. Lingbai, great success, 8,657. Reputation, fame is gradually rising. Talent, medium grade. Intermediate level, bone structure, medium grade. Upper level, 3016. Comprehension, superior grade, intermediate level. Although my cultivation has not progressed, both the Shadow Blade and the 7-star steps have reached perfection, and my bone structure has also advanced to the medium-grade upper level. This pace is quite rapid, considering only a few days have passed. Not bad, Changqing remarked after a brief rest, and he resumed his daily training. Meanwhile, Hongzun, returning to his dwelling from the kitchen, spotted Qing Shi and his disciple from a distance. What brings you here, old friend? Just passing by. Thought I would check on you. The two were quite familiar with each other, speaking without reservation as they invited one another into the cave dwelling. Qing Shi, intrigued, inquired, "Where did you just go?" When they arrived, Hongzun was absent, and not only him. The entire mountaintop area was devoid of people. The elders were missing, and several direct disciples were also nowhere to be found, as if only Zhao Zhengping's cave dwelling had any occupants. However, the cave was sealed, likely in seclusion, so Qing Shi refrained from disturbing it. Why is it so deserted? Qing Shi asked out of curiosity. However, upon hearing this, Hongzun hesitated, mumbling, "I didn't go anywhere. Just wandered around." Instinctively, he aimed to conceal Changqing's presence, but Qing Shi, well acquainted with him over the years, could easily discern the truth behind this old drunkard's words. Chapter 51. Hongzun's defense breach. At a glance, it was evident that Hongzun was merely fabricating tales, given his disposition. Would it not be more delightful to indulge in wine within the confines of his cave abode rather than meandering aimlessly outside? Nevertheless, Qing Shi refrained from probing further. His visit to the Divine Sword Peak imparted an unsettling atmosphere, as if something peculiar permeated every corner. Not only were the disciples visibly injured, but the stewards and elders bore wounds as well. Moreover, the simultaneous rush of numerous disciples toward the foot of the mountain raised a plethora of questions in Qing Shi's mind. He resolved to observe discreetly, pondering the underlying disturbances afflicting his old friend's Divine Sword Peak. With this thought, Qing Shi chuckled and expressed, "Since there is nothing pressing, I shall linger at the Divine Sword Peak for a few more days." "What did you say?" What initially seemed to be an innocuous statement elicited an unexpectedly profound reaction from Hong Zun. The more fervently Hong Zun responded, the greater Changshi's curiosity grew. Prompting him to reply with a smile, I mentioned that I would like to stay here for a few days. Surely, you wouldn't begrudge me such hospitality? Upon hearing these words, Hong Zun's expression turned somewhat peculiar. That is not the case. It is simply that I have been rather occupied of late. And I fear the unspoken intent of his refusal was abundantly clear, yet Changqing feigned ignorance. Not to worry, you need not concern yourself with me. Attend to your affairs as needed. With both old friends harboring their own motives, the conversation reached a point where Hong Zun could not say much more, ultimately preparing accommodations for Changqing and his disciple. After sharing a few drinks and engaging in casual conversation for over an hour, Changqing took his leave to rest. Early the next morning, as dawn barely broke, Changqing, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Is it beginning again? He keenly sensed the unusual activity at the Sword Peak. The previous night had left him bewildered. The disciples of Sword Peak had been cultivating through the night, demonstrating an unparalleled dedication that made Changqing feel somewhat insecure. Although the disciples of Daoyi Sect had previously exhibited diligence, this level of commitment had transcended mere industriousness, bordering on self-mortification. Now, as the first light of day emerged, the numerous disciples who had been engrossed in their arduous training seemed to receive an unspoken signal, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they rushed toward the foot of the mountain. Not only the disciples but also the esteemed elders at the summit, Su Jie, Lu Shuang, Lu Yuyu, and other direct disciples, swiftly descended the mountain as well. Even that old fellow had stirred. Ultimately, Changqing sensed that Hong Zun had departed from his cave, perhaps out of fear of being discovered, moving stealthily as ever. Had it not been for Changqing's continuous focus on the cave, he might have actually let the old man slip away unnoticed. Out of curiosity, Changqing rose and made his way to the courtyard, where he spotted Xiao Wangyao, who had risen early to practice. In the past, Changqing might have regarded her diligence as commendable, but now he could only conclude that she paled in comparison to the disciples of Sword Peak, who were on an entirely different level of commitment. Master. Xiao Wangyao greeted him with a smile upon seeing Changqing. I must step out for a moment. Please wait for me here. With that brief remark, Changqing vanished into thin air. Following the crowd to the foot of the mountain, he was taken aback to witness a chaotic scene outside a small courtyard, where numerous disciples were embroiled in a fierce altercation. What on earth is happening? Is it customary to engage in a brawl so early in the morning? When did the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak become so ferocious? While sparring among disciples might be expected, the fact that even the stewards had joined in the fray was utterly absurd. Moreover, with Changqing's keen perception, it was evident that none of them were holding back. This was a genuine fight. Aside from the absence of lethal intent, the swords were striking flesh, leaving behind brutal wounds and a gruesome sight. Yet, despite the severity of their injuries, the disciples exhibited no inclination to retreat, each displaying an almost drug-fueled fervor. It was incomprehensible. What was the purpose of this? Only when the tumult subsided did the disciples regroup into 4 distinct teams, the victors lining up obediently, seemingly oblivious to their wounds and the blood staining their bodies. It's time to eat, a voice announced. As the words echoed, the disciples orderly entered the small courtyard to begin their meal. Eating, Changqing was utterly dumbfounded. So, the earlier violence was merely a prelude to a meal? The victorious disciples were fighting merely for the chance to secure a place at the dining table? His worldview shattered. Here were cultivators competing for sustenance like beggars in the mortal realm. As a practitioner, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, the allure of mundane grains and common food diminishes significantly. Even the flesh of rare beasts is consumed solely for its benefits to one's training. However, at this moment, the disciples are indulging in nothing more than ordinary sustenance. Why is that so? Cautiously approaching from the shadows, a fragrant aroma suddenly wafted into the air. How delightful! He exclaimed involuntarily. In that instant, Changqing began to comprehend why the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were so fervently dedicated. Even he, under the spell of this enticing scent, felt his appetite awaken. Particularly as he observed the others feasting with great enthusiasm, he found himself drooling unconsciously. Soon, he spotted Hong Zun amidst the crowd, who was engrossed in devouring a basket of soup dumplings, unable to pause for even a moment. Swallowing hard, Changqing swiftly appeared beside Hong Zun. The latter, preoccupied with his meal, had no chance to react before one of his dumplings vanished. Who the hell stole my dumpling? Is there no decency left? Though their strengths were comparable, Qingshir's sudden attack caught Hong Zun completely off guard. Thus, before the shouts of indignation could fully escape his lips, Qingshir eagerly stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. It was hot, yet the flavor transported him into a realm of new culinary experiences. His eyes widened instantaneously, completely disregarding the furious reprimands of Hong Zun beside him. The moment he laid eyes on Qingshir, Hong Zun could no longer contain himself. "You old wretch, is there no law left? That is mine." He mumbled, having just finished one and hastily stuffing another into his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Hong Zun's rage escalated to the brink as he saw the last soup dumpling remaining, prompting him to take action. "You still dare to eat? Put that dumpling down." Hong Zun attempted to snatch it away, but Qingshir was swifter, finishing the last dumpling in one motion, his cheeks bulging comically, regardless of how much he could fit. Now it was gone. Staring at the empty space where the last dumpling had been, Hong Zun stood there in stunned disbelief. "You old scoundrel, you have gone too far." With that, he struck out with a palm, while Qingshir, still chewing, retaliated. In an instant, they soared into the air, engaged in a fierce clash above the sword peak. "Wow, Master and Senior Qingshir are fighting. Is that even a fight? This is merely a spar." "Oh, right. A spar. The disciples watched with not an ounce of concern. Rather, they were filled with anticipation. After all, it was rare to witness the exchange of blows between such formidable beings as Hong Zun and his peers. What could be more blissful than enjoying breakfast while observing the prowess of the mighty? Chapter 52. The fragrance of delight as numerous disciples savored their breakfast. Their gazes were drawn to the battle unfolding in the sky. Changqing was no exception, though he was unfamiliar with Qingshir. It was only through Lu Yuyu's introduction that he learned of Qingshir's close friendship with the Peak Master. Unfortunately, the skirmish did not last long. After Qingshir swallowed the bun in his mouth, he spoke with a greasy smile. "Wait a moment." Upon stepping back, Hong Zun ceased his actions. Yet his expression remained one of fury as he barked. "What more do you have to say?" However, Qingshir paid little heed to his ire and responded with a smile that held profound implications. "So, this is what you have been concealing from me all along?" At this revelation, Hong Zun's countenance shifted momentarily, only to return to normal as he stubbornly retorted, "Nonsense. When have I ever hidden anything from you? We have known each other for over a millennium. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your nature? Are you afraid I might discover your intention to linger at your divine sword peak?" As Qingshir spoke, Hong Zun's brows knitted slightly. What scheme was this old fellow concocting? Why did it unsettle him so? Qingshir's grin indeed instilled a sense of unease. Just then, several figures soared from the horizon, revealing other formidable beings from the Taoist sect. Among them were the peak masters from several other peaks, along with the second elder of the main peak. The intensity of the earlier confrontation had certainly captured the attention of many powerful members of the Taoist sect. Particularly, the second elder of the main seat felt a sudden jolt in his heart, pondering whether a demon king or a formidable practitioner of the dark arts was launching an assault on the Taoist sect. However, upon confirming that the source of the aura originated from the divine sword peak, the second elder's lips twitched in annoyance. What on earth is happening at the divine sword peak? Day after day, it seems to be nothing but trouble. Nevertheless, as the head of the law enforcement hall, he had no choice but to personally rush over. Upon encountering Hong Zun, the second elder immediately remarked with irritation, "I say, junior brother, what on earth are you up to so early in the morning?" His words were laden with resentment. "Can I enjoy a couple of peaceful days? Or should I hand over the position of law enforcement hall master to you?" Before Hong Zun could respond to the second elder's complaints, Qingshir, who stood nearby, chuckled and said, "Taoist Shir Song, it has been quite some time since we last met." Hearing this, the second elder also broke into a smile. Taoist Qingshir. It was evident that the two were acquainted, or rather, Qingshir had connections with several powerful figures within the Taoist sect. After all, at their level of cultivation, there were only a handful of individuals throughout the eastern continent. Even if they were not personally familiar, they surely had heard of one another. The circle was rather small. Furthermore, as a wandering cultivator, Qingshir had no conflict of interest with the Taoist sect, making their camaraderie entirely natural. Just now, Hong Zun and I were merely indulging in a bit of sparring, he offered to explain to Qingshir. Upon hearing this, the second elder's expression turned peculiar as he nodded in acknowledgement. Sparring? Then what on earth is the reason for Hong Zun's ashen complexion? Moreover, might I suggest that you wipe the grease from the corners of your mouth before speaking? Nevertheless, since Qingshir has stated his case, the second elder chose not to pursue the matter further. Only Hong Zun, at that moment, fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Shi, sensing that this old fellow harbored ulterior motives, perhaps plotting against him. As expected, once his words fell, Qin Shi continued. There is one more matter I wish to elucidate to my friend Shi Song. Please proceed, came the reply. It is as follows. Previously, my esteemed friend Hong Zun extended an invitation for me to join the Daoist sect. However, as you know, I am accustomed to a life of freedom and wandering. Yet, having taken on a disciple and with advancing age, I believe it is time for me to seek stability. Thus, when Hong Zun once again invited me to join the Daoist sect, I graciously accepted. Wait a moment. As Qin Shi spoke, Hong Zun grew increasingly anxious. He had long suspected this old schemer had many tricks up his sleeve, and his instincts proved correct. He hastily interrupted, but it was too late. Qin Shi hastened his words and divulged everything. In response, Shi Song welcomed this news with great enthusiasm. Qin Shi not only possessed formidable strength, rivaling the leaders of various peaks within the Daoist sect, but also boasted an unblemished background and a reputable lineage. One could hardly overstate his integrity. Coupled with years of camaraderie, the inclusion of such an individual would undoubtedly benefit the Daoist sect. Without further deliberation, Shi Song nodded in agreement, stating, The joining of friend Qin Shi is most welcome, and I shall inform our sect master immediately. At that moment, Qin Shi Daoist was directly offered the esteemed position of the chief elder at the main peak of the Daoist sect, a position he rightfully deserved. However, Qin Shi graciously declined the offer. Thank you, but I prefer to remain at the Divine Sword Peak. After all, my bond with Hong Zun is akin to that of brothers. I joined the Daoist sect primarily for him, and I hope Daoist Shi Song can understand. As he spoke, Qin Shi did not forget to cast a subtle smile at the visibly displeased Hong Zun. Upon seeing that smile, Hong Zun felt an overwhelming urge to duel him for yet another 800 rounds, for he perceived the elder as treacherous. The notion of brotherhood was absurd. It was not for him that Qin Shi had joined the Daoist sect, but rather for those 3 dumplings. Unbeknownst to Hong Zun, he had underestimated Yu Changqing's culinary skills. Just 3 dumplings had enticed someone like Qin Shi, who had never aligned with any faction throughout his life, to willingly join the Daoist sect. This marked the emergence of a new competitor, a rival in the realm of dining. He could not allow them to linger. He needed to act swiftly to remove them from the scene. While lamenting this predicament, Hong Zun quickly realized that he must ensure the departure of Shi Song and the others to conceal the matter regarding the young Changqing. Otherwise, the competition would become ever more fierce. Previously, Hong Zun had reigned supreme, with no one at the Divine Sword Peak able to rival him, ensuring that he always had his own bowl during meals. However, with the arrival of Qin Shi, he was not inclined to welcome any additional company. Otherwise, the situation could become quite precarious. With this thought in mind, Hong Zun promptly turned to Shi Song. Senior brother, let Qin Shi remain at my Divine Sword Peak. After all, he is also a member of the Daoist sect. Upon hearing Hong Zun's words, Qin Shi's smile grew ever brighter, while Shi Song pondered for a moment before responding. It's not impossible, but we should find a time for you and Daoist Qin Shi to meet with the senior brother at the main peak. After all, Daoist Qin Shi's joining our Daoist sect is indeed a significant matter. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Zun nodded and then began to urge Shi Song and the others to leave. As they left Divine Sword Peak in a daze, once everyone had departed, Hong Zun shot a displeased glance at Qin Shi and coldly remarked, Who was it that said they would live as a carefree wanderer for the rest of their days? Such words are as empty as wind. Sigh, people do change. I too wish to find a strong ally for Xiao Wangyao. From now on, whatever you utter, I shall not believe a single word. And by the way, you owe me 3 soup dumplings. Heh, speaking of that, come, let us return first. You must tell me about the dining arrangements at Divine Sword Peak. What time meals are served, how many meals a day, and what rules are in place. The mention of food instantly invigorated Qin Shi, who threw an arm around Hong Zun's shoulder, dragging him towards the mountain peak, bombarding him with questions along the way, causing Hong Zun's expression to darken further. At your age, such flirtatious behavior is unbecoming. Let go of me. Come now, after all. We have shared the burden of battle, divided spoils, and reveled together in the melodies of the brothels. Leave. Chapter 53. A deceptive hand. As Qin Shi and Hong Zun made their way back to the mountain peak, they were greeted by their master, who was met immediately by the eager Wang Yao. Master, Senior Hong, she called out. Ah, my disciple, Qin Shi replied with a smile, acknowledging her. From this day forth, you shall also be a disciple of the Daoist sect. At this, Hong Zun let out a displeased snort, harboring resentment. To think he brought his family along. I should have stopped him at the mountain's edge. His frustration lingered, while Wang Yao looked on in confusion, oblivious to the tension. What does master mean? She inquired. Your master is now the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Peak, Qing Shi explained simply. As my disciple, you are henceforth a member of the Divine Sword Peak. Wang Yao blinked her large, innocent eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing her master. She was well aware of his solitary life, having only recently taken her as a disciple for companionship. How could he suddenly declare her a member of the sect? Though she had no objections to joining the Daoyi sect, as it was the foremost righteous faction in the eastern continent, she understood that many aspired to join, often without opportunity. Moreover, she felt content as long as she was by her master's side. By the way, my disciple should have no issues being a direct disciple, right? Qing Shi suddenly recalled, turning to the still sulking Hong Zun. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun responded with irritation. You make your own decisions. Why inquire of me? Qi Shi has already ascended to the position of the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Peak, ranking just below Hong Zun within the sect, a consensus reached between the two. As for Xiao Wangyao, she possesses a unique constitution, talents, and roots that are undeniably comparable to those of Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu, making her more than suitable to be a direct disciple. Noticing that Hong Zun was disinclined to engage with him, Qing Shi chuckled. Then I shall decide for myself. Whatever the case, let us proceed swiftly. We must not delay our meal. The two intended to visit the main peak, and upon hearing the mention of meal times, Qing Shi promptly rose. Indeed, let us hurry to the main peak. We can discuss the rest later. With that, the two companions soared towards the main peak, leaving Wang Yao standing in a daze. At the main peak, aside from the sect leader Qi Xiong, nearly all the peak masters and esteemed elders were present, their purpose clearly to welcome Qing Shi's arrival. Furthermore, Qi Xiong intended to extend invitations to the various grand sects of the eastern continent to host a grand gathering. This was not only to celebrate Qing Shi, but also to showcase the strength of the Daoyi sect. After all, the inclusion of a figure such as Qing Shi was undoubtedly a significant event for any sect and warranted a grand occasion. Despite Qing Shi's lack of interest in such matters and his initial inclination to decline, he ultimately yielded to Qi Xiong's insistence and reluctantly agreed. However, organizing such an event would require time, necessitating at least a few months of preparation before it could take place. This is an external matter within the sect. The identity of Qi Shi has been firmly established as the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Peak. Ordinarily, one would expect a position of the Chief Elder to be bestowed. Yet Qing Shi steadfastly declined, insisting on remaining at the Divine Sword Peak. His sole stipulation was that his disciple be recognized as a direct disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, a request that naturally encountered no opposition. In fact, with the testimonies of Hong Zun and several other peak masters and chief elders, even the talent assessment was waived. Amidst a flurry of jovial exchanges, Qi Shi was engaged in cheerful conversation with Qi Xiong, while Hong Zun glanced at the time and realized that mealtime was imminent. With a disdainful glance at Qi Shi, he inwardly scolded, "Fool, have you forgotten the time?" Without further ado, he rose and addressed the assembly. There are matters to attend to at the Divine Sword Peak, so I must take my leave. Please, do keep Qing Shi company and allow him to experience the warmth of our Daoyi sect. This was clearly a calculated maneuver to leave Qing Shi behind. He would be left to converse while missing out on the lunch. Upon hearing this, the others failed to discern Hong Zun's true intentions and nodded in agreement. Of course. Now that Qing Shi has joined our Daoyi sect, we must extend him our most cordial hospitality. Indeed, I happen to have some enlightenment tea. Qing Shi, why not join me for a cup? I also possess some heavenly fragrant fruit, which would complement the tea perfectly. One by one, they presented their cherished treasures, eager to ensure Qing Shi's warm welcome. Yet at that moment, Qing Shi's gaze remained fixed intently upon Hong Zun. Seeing the old man reveal a smug smile, Qing Shi clenched his teeth in frustration. Do you think this will rid you of me? Ignoring Qing Shi, Hong Zun decisively turned to leave. Satisfied, he made his way back to the Sword Peak, but had not gone far when Qing Shi caught up with him. You didn't even invite me to dinner? He grinned triumphantly at Hong Zun. How did you manage to come out? Just walked out, did you? Hong Zun was quite displeased with Qing Shi's departure. After all, it was a rare opportunity to outsmart this old fellow. Who would have thought that Qi Xiong and the others would prove utterly ineffective, unable to keep even one person behind? Couldn't they have just tied him up? Hong Zun felt a deep resentment, observing Qing Shi's toothy grin. I'll take my leave first then. With that, Qing Shi transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the sword peak. Upon witnessing this, Hongzuan hurriedly followed suit. Damn it, old man, you don't play fair. The two raced ahead of each other and soon arrived at the kitchen of the sword peak, just as many disciples were also arriving, ready for a fierce battle. Naturally, Qi need not partake in such a conflict. Given his prowess, aside from Hongzuan, none at the sword peak, including the elders, could match him. Thus, no one approached him to stir trouble. Satisfied, he indulged in a hearty meal, cradling a large bowl, eating with unparalleled exuberance. The once ethereal beard, which exuded an aura of strength and wisdom, was now tarnished and stained, devoid of any semblance of its former grandeur. I remarked to the old man, "Could you not eat so ungraciously?" Observing Qing's gluttonous demeanor, Hongzun retorted with irritation. In response, Qing turned his head, revealing a similar look of disdain. "How much better are you?" In truth, Hongzun was not much better off himself, with grains of rice adorning his collar. These two elderly gentlemen, despite their age, were the swiftest eaters, outpacing even the younger disciples who struggled to keep up with their voracious appetites. Once again, they finished their meals first, but this time, Qi nearly synchronized the lowering of his bowl and chopsticks. Glancing at the disciples still indulging in their feast, Hongzun scolded them. "Look at you all, eating so slowly. What else could you possibly accomplish?" Confounded by the unexpected reprimand, the disciples were left bewildered, wondering what had provoked the peak master. Unbeknownst to them, Hongzun merely sought to vent his pent-up frustrations through them. Indeed, after his tirade, he felt significantly relieved and strode away, with Qi chuckling and promptly following suit. Chapter 54. Still young upon returning to the mountaintop, Hongzun made his way directly to the cave abode, disregarding Qing who followed closely behind. Observing this, Qing chuckled softly and shook his head, bemused by the old man's inability to let go of youthful whims. He then turned away, heading back to his own quarters. Realizing that from now on, this sect would likely become his new foundation, the thought brought a smile to his face. One day, he too would willingly embrace the constraints of sect life. Yet, reflecting on the remarkable skills of that young man, Changqing, he felt it might not be such a loss after all. In a buoyant mood, he returned to his cave and found his master had just arrived. Little Wang Yao promptly approached and inquired, "Master, are we truly going to remain at the Divine Sword Peak from now on?" "Indeed, we shall stay here at Divine Sword Peak," came the reply. "Oh," she nodded with a childlike innocence, casually noticing the grease stains on her master's beard. Curiously, she asked, "Master, did you just have a meal?" In her recollection, her master had long since taken to fasting, while he occasionally indulged in some beast meat or spiritual fruits. Such instances were rare and typically reserved for moments of leisure. This was the first time she had seen him with such conspicuous grease on his beard. Realizing he had been caught, Qing did not attempt to conceal the truth. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "Disciple, you must listen carefully to what I am about to say." Seeing her master's serious demeanor, little Wang Yu straightened her posture and nodded attentively. At the foot of the Divine Sword Peak lies a kitchen, where meals are served thrice daily. Henceforth, you must visit this kitchen at mealtimes. However, there are rules in place. Disciples of varying ranks must vie for positions, and only those who secure a spot shall be granted sustenance. As a newly appointed direct disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, you will need to contend with other direct disciples, as well as numerous stewards and elders for your place. Remember, when the time comes, you must not show mercy. As long as you do not harm a person's life or foundation, you must exert every effort to ensure you secure a position at each meal, lest you find yourself regretting it. Upon hearing this bewildering statement, Wang Yao stood frozen in place, and after a moment of disbelief, she hesitantly inquired, "Master, are you asking me to fight for my food?" She had never anticipated that her master would instruct her to compete for a meal. In response, Qing nodded gravely, "Indeed. Remember my words." Perplexed, Wang Yao struggled to comprehend her master's intent. What was the significance of fighting over a bowl of rice? She had long since ceased her consumption of food, even if she did not eat. What was the fuss? Moreover, her master implied that she should exert herself fully in this endeavor. Confused and sensing something amiss, she remained unaware that the meals at the Divine Sword Peak's kitchen were entirely unlike those found elsewhere. In a new environment, Wang Yao adapted swiftly, concluding an afternoon of cultivation. Just as she was preparing to rest, she noticed Qi hastily emerging from a room. "Disciple, hurry to the kitchen. Mealtime approaches swiftly." Although this old man has only recently joined the Tao Sect and has partaken of but 2 meals, he is already well versed in all the regulations. He is acutely aware of when meals commence and when the disciples set out, among other details. With that, he disregarded little Wang Yao, soaring into the skies, leaving only a single phrase before vanishing into the horizon. Hurry, my disciple, or there will be no seats available. There is a rule that prohibits masters from intervening while disciples vie for positions. Thus, even if Qingshi wished to escort little Wang Yao to the kitchen, it was not feasible. Standing there, little Wang Yao was left in a state of bewilderment, her mind swirling with questions, until she eventually regained her composure. Though still perplexed, she chose to heed her master's words and hurried toward the kitchen at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, little Wang Yao beheld a scene she had never witnessed in her life. Numerous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak were racing and battling fervently. Some, upon recognizing her attire as a direct disciple, quickly identified her. Isn't that the newly promoted direct disciple Wang Yao, the disciple of Elder Qingshi? Indeed, it was she. Earlier in the afternoon, Qi Xiong had announced, in his capacity as the sect leader, Qingshi's induction into the Dao sect as the elder of the Divine Sword Peak. His disciple, Wang Yao, was thus designated as a direct disciple of the Divine Sword Peak. The news had already spread throughout the Dao sect. At this moment, upon seeing Wang Yao, all the disciples were filled with curiosity. After all, she was a newly appointed direct disciple, and her ascent had not followed the conventional path. Thus, her strength remained a mystery. However, the attention of the crowd was swiftly redirected by the words of one disciple. Does it seem like senior sister Wang Yao is also heading to the kitchen? Indeed, she was making her way there. The young lad thought to himself, my apologies. But curiosity aside, if she is going to the kitchen, then it becomes a different matter. In an instant, a passing steward, with no hesitation, directed an attack at Wang Yao, resolved to eliminate this competitor first. My dear child, I am left with no choice. I will explain after the meal. As he launched his assault, he simultaneously expressed his regrets towards Wang Yao. Confused, Wang Yao found herself in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Why had they suddenly turned hostile? Despite her inner turmoil, Wang Yao responded with her own attack. To her surprise, not only did the steward fail to overpower her, but he found himself being suppressed by Wang Yao instead. Astonishingly, it became evident that no direct disciple could possibly be inept. Many had presumed Wang Yao had gained entry through favoritism, believing her abilities would be inferior to those of her peers. Yet, observing her now, it was clear that her strength was extraordinarily formidable. Though she might not yet be on par with Su Jie and the others, the gap was no longer significant. Amidst the fierce battle in their journey, Wang Yao ultimately joined the main group in arriving at the kitchen. The battles here are far more intense, leaving Wang Yao increasingly perplexed about the true nature of the Divine Sword Peak. Have the disciples gone mad, or have the stewards as well? However, upon hearing the encouraging shouts from Qingshi beside her, Wang Yao gritted her teeth and defeated the steward. Well done, my disciple. Hurry, seize your position. Qingshi shouted exuberantly, while the cold voice of Hong Zun interjected, are you disregarding the rules? One must not intervene during the contest for positions. Was that an intervention? Even interjecting is not permissible. After being reprimanded by Hong Zun, Qingshi, upon witnessing Wang Yao successfully claim her position, could not help but smile and ceased his complaints. Truly my disciple, securing a position on the first attempt, excellent. Just when they believed their meal was assured, the next scene left Qingshi utterly astonished. The steward who had just been defeated by Wang Yao approached her, feigning severe injury, limping as he drew near, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. Wang Yao, I have served in the Dao sect for 581 years with unwavering dedication. As my lifespan dwindles and hopes of breakthrough fade, my greatest wish before departing this world is to savor a meal from the Divine Sword Peak. To affirm that in life I was a person of the Dao sect, and in death I shall remain a spirit of the Dao sect. Upon hearing this, a look of compassion crossed Wang Yao's face. The steward's act was so convincing that it seemed he might draw his last breath at any moment. Without further contemplation, Wang Yao immediately relinquished her position. I apologize, esteemed senior, for my ignorance. It is of no consequence. This is merely my own issue. It is simply this singular wish. Please, esteemed senior, come to me. Chapter 55, A Father's Love. Upon witnessing Wang Yao's deeply moved expression as she willingly relinquished her position, Qingshi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a moment prior, he had believed that he and his apprentice were secure. Yet who could have anticipated that in the next instant, Wang Yao would voluntarily concede her place? Can you believe this? Not only Qingshi, but all present bore expressions of exasperation, as if they were on the verge of hemorrhaging, in their relentless pursuit of sustenance. The members of the Sword Peak had become utterly frantic, as if they could spawn 800 more cunning minds. Within the confines of permissible conduct, they would resort to the most unscrupulous tactics imaginable. And yet, here we are, reduced to a mere exchange of a few words. And this girl has audaciously surrendered her position. As for the steward, while one cannot assert that he is the youngest in the steward hall, he is still far from the end of his lifespan. Thus, the earlier remarks were nothing but nonsense. Moreover, such primitive stratagems had been employed by numerous others before, yielding only a singular response: begone. Ah, too young. Indeed, someone lamented, while Changqing seethed with fury. Apprentice, what on earth are you doing? Ah, master. I thought he looked so pitiful, Wang Yao timidly replied in the face of Changqing's wrath. At this, Changqing felt a surge of ire within him. Pitiful? Have you taken a good look at yourself? Upon hearing her master's words, Wang Yao turned to glance at the deacon who had taken his position. He was currently embroiled in a heated argument with other deacons, showing no signs of an impending demise. You old rascal, how dare you cheat and bully a naive girl who knows little of the world? Nonsense. I wouldn't call it cheating. It's a mutual agreement. What's wrong if she willingly relinquishes her position to me? Which rule states that one cannot yield their place. You disgraceful fool. You have brought shame upon the Taoist sect. Such drivel. Try going 3 days without food and see how you fare. Observing the old man suddenly brimming with vitality, Wang Yao exclaimed in bewilderment, Senior, you yet? He offered her no chance to continue, swiftly interjecting, little girl, it was your choice earlier. There is no turning back now. Even the most naive would recognize the deception, and Wang Yao pouted in dissatisfaction, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. She could only retreat to a corner, muttering discontentedly, it's all a scam. There's nothing honorable about this so-called righteous leader. How could a legitimate sect of the righteous do such a thing? For the young girl, her impression of the Taoist sect was simplistic. It was the pinnacle of righteousness in the Eastern continent. To her understanding, righteousness embodied integrity, never stooping to treachery or despicable acts. However, now, observing the individuals at the Divine Sword Peak, it is evident that they resort to the most despicable means for the sake of a mere meal, which starkly contrasts with her expectations. Alas! Gazing at Wang Yao's sorrowful visage, Changqing let out a helpless sigh. She had yet to undergo trials and tribulations. Her experiences in the martial world remained painfully superficial. As for Hong Zun, he had long been unable to contain his laughter. Senior sister, noticing Wang Yao, who was unable to bear the injustice and whose tears flowed freely, a fellow female disciple, also deprived of a spot, could not help but step forward to offer comfort. Accepting a handkerchief, she wiped away the tears while lamenting. Are we not the leaders of the righteous path? How can we deceive our fellow disciples over a meal? Is this truly the conduct of righteous cultivators? It was evident that the impact of this incident weighed heavily on Wang Yao. Observing this, several female disciples exchanged peculiar glances and sighed, Alas, senior sister. You will come to understand in due time. Junior brother Changqing's culinary skills are unlike those of others. No matter how much we explain to Wang Yao now, she remains oblivious, yet soon she shall grasp the truth. With the announcement of mealtime, the kitchen door swung open, and those who secured their positions rushed excitedly into the courtyard. Simultaneously, a rich aroma wafted through the air, prompting those without a spot to inhale deeply. If I cannot partake, I shall savor the scent, consuming all the fragrance so that you are left with naught but bland fare. Enough, junior brother. Your face has turned purple from inhaling. Do you not fear suffocation? Senior brother, before you speak of me, perhaps you should attend to yourself. Your face is quite pallid. Even the few female disciples surrounding Wang Yao were seen with their noses twitching, greedily inhaling the fragrant aroma in the air. Senior sister, you all, stop talking. Even if we cannot dine, savoring the scent is still a delight. What madness is this? Observing the scene, Wang Yao stood frozen, pondering if these individuals harbored some psychological issues. Is it truly that difficult to obtain a meal? In her mind, she dismissed the significance of a mere meal. Yet she could not deny the allure of the fragrance that even stirred her interest in food, causing her mouth to water. However, this was not an insurmountable dilemma. Given her master's affection for her, it was certain she would receive her share. This was indeed true. Having relied on one another, Changqing always regarded her as his own, their bond resembling that of a father and daughter. What father would not cherish his little treasure? With this thought, Wang Yao hurried into the courtyard, where the aroma intensified, prompting her to swallow reflexively. In that moment, she began to comprehend the fervor of the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. Soon, she spotted her master amidst the crowd, seated alongside Hong Zun, both heartily enjoying their meal on the steps. Witnessing her master's enjoyment only heightened her anticipation, and she approached eagerly, her face alight with expectation. "Master, is it delicious?" "Absolutely delightful." With her mouth full of food, she mumbled inarticulately, swallowing hard before continuing. "I also wish to eat, Master." In the past, whenever Wang Yao expressed such a desire, Changqing would invariably relinquish the remainder of his meal to her. She anticipated a similar outcome this time. Yet upon hearing her words, Changqing merely lifted his gaze to her, set down his bowl of food, and replied earnestly, "Disciple, you have grown. You cannot rely on your master for everything. In the future, I cannot protect you for a lifetime. It is time for you to mature." Initially, Wang Yao believed this to be a lesson from her master, and felt a twinge of guilt, lowering her head in shame. Indeed, she had been deceived out of her position, and what right did she have to ask her master to share his food with her? With her eyes reddening at the thought of her master's disappointment, an overwhelming sense of remorse washed over her. Just as she was about to apologize to her master, the conversation between Hong Zun and Changqing drifted into her ears. "You even deceive your own disciple. You truly are heartless. What do you know? I am merely educating her. Besides, Yao has long since entered a fasting state. Whether she eats or not has little effect on her. And what of you? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and eat. Such delicious food. How could I possibly share it with others when I barely have enough for myself?" The two old men, oblivious to their surroundings, devoured their meals voraciously, their indistinct mutterings falling clearly upon Wang Yao's ears. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by a sense of paternal love that felt as immense and unstoppable as a landslide. Chapter 56. The return of Jin Min. Observing the ravenous consumption of food, completely disregarding her presence, Wang Yao stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. "My master loves me, doesn't he? Surely he must. Perhaps he does?" Yet, the more she pondered, the more she found it difficult to convince herself. Even self-hypnosis failed to alleviate her turmoil. A father's love truly felt like an avalanche, overwhelming and uncontainable. Finally, noticing Wang Yao's reddened eyes, Changqing felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. After all, she was the cherished little one he had nurtured with such care. With a heavy heart, he could only lower his head and finish the last morsel of rice in his bowl, letting out a deep sigh. Ah, how satisfying. A sense of fulfillment washed over him, as if his spirit had been elevated. Then, Wang Yao saw a large bowl placed before her. "Disciple, wash this for me. I've eaten a bit too much," he said, not bothering to wait for her consent before thrusting it into her hands, while he stretched lazily and departed. In that moment, the tears she had been holding back finally cascaded down her cheeks. Everything had changed. The Daoist sect was not as she had envisioned. And even her master was different. As she wept and washed the bowl, Changqing noticed this new disciple, crying as she performed her task, and wondered, what could be troubling her? Is washing a bowl really cause for tears? However, he was too indifferent to inquire further, instead reclining on a nearby chair, relishing the comfort it provided. Afterward, the other disciples took their leave, yet many chose to remain, leaving behind a wealth of cultivation resources. Although each individual contributes only a little, the sheer number of them amounts to a significant support for one person. This arrangement is naturally self-evident. Changqing has grown accustomed to this. As the disciples put it, if he does not accept their offerings, they cannot find peace of mind. Over time, this practice has become habitual, and periodically, the disciples present Changqing with a fresh supply of cultivation resources. This has resulted in Changqing now disregarding even the body-refining pills. As a practitioner at the pulse unblocking realm, he has already progressed to consuming pulse unblocking pills. And he never actively refines them. He merely absorbs their essence, demonstrating his prodigious capabilities. Casually, he tossed a pulse unblocking pill into his mouth. The rich fragrance and taste surpassed that of the body-refining pills, confirming the adage that one gets what one pays for. The evening at the Divine Sword Peak remained vibrant with voices, resembling a festive occasion compared to other peaks. Disciples were still seen diligently engaged in their cultivation. The night eventually drew to a close, and as dawn broke, many disciples began to stir once more. However, unbeknownst to them, a figure was swiftly approaching from outside the Divine Sword Peak, clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple of the Daoist sect. It was none other than Jin Min, who had not been seen for quite some time. Since the changes in the kitchen regulations, it seemed that Jin Min, as an inner disciple, had been absent for an extended period. With everyone preoccupied with their cultivation, meals, and securing positions, her return had gone unnoticed. It was said that she had been on a mission and had finally returned. Time is still on my side. With an anxious expression, Jin Min glanced at the clock and softly murmured, then hastened her pace towards the kitchen. Having just returned to the Sect, she found herself at the perfect moment for breakfast. It felt as if fate had decreed that she must savor today as morning meal. Soon, she arrived at the kitchen, where the competition had already commenced, and without hesitation, she plunged into the fray. Wow, junior sister Jean, a disciple, having just exchanged a move with her, recognized her presence and exclaimed in surprise, only to chuckle lightly afterward. At last, you are back. However, there might not be any breakfast left for you today. Don't celebrate too soon, senior brother. In terms of strength, Jin Min ranked in the mid to lower tier among the inner disciples. Although she was not at the bottom, securing one of the mere 600 portions seemed almost impossible. The gap in ability was considerable, unless fortune favored her. This was why the senior brother exuded such confidence. But as the battle unfolded, his expression gradually shifted. Wait, how has junior sister Jean become so powerful after her brief absence? Even her cultivation technique has reached the minor achievement stage. Junior sister, he said, astonished. But before he could finish, Jin Min interrupted him with a smile. Senior brother, you have no idea what I have endured to earn this meal. I have faced numerous hardships during this time, rolling in the mud. Pursued by a formidable demon for 1,000 miles, she confronted countless malevolent spirits alone. Having ventured into the 8 forbidden zones, she narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions before achieving her success. Jin Min articulated each word with unwavering determination, leaving her senior brother utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that Jin Min was merely on a mission? How did it escalate to such peril? Did she undertake a 5-star mission? Yet even a 5-star mission shouldn't be this fraught with danger. Just listen to what she endured. Rolling in muddy pits was merely the beginning. Being chased by a great demon and facing hundreds of malevolent spirits was far more harrowing. Most astonishingly, she had the audacity to enter the 8 forbidden zones. Those are the most treacherous regions in the eastern continent. They are called forbidden for a reason. Were it not for the sect's organized expeditions led by a peak master or a senior elder, the disciples of Daoi's sect would never dare to enter. Junior sister, you. He attempted to speak again, but was cut off once more by Jin Min. From now on, I shall have a share of every meal in this dining hall, for I have earned it with my life. As these words fell, Jin Min formed a seal with her hands, unleashing her magic, sending the senior brother flying. In a mere instant, Jin Min seemed to transform entirely. And all of this was prompted by the culinary delights of the Sacred Sword Peak. During her time away, every encounter with danger was supported by the tantalizing meals from the Divine Sword Peak. Just the thought of a hearty bowl of braised noodles or a generous serving of rice filled Jin Min's eyes with the hope of life. How could she perish without first savoring the kitchen's fare? After her victory, Jin Min gazed resolutely toward the kitchen, fixating on the still-closed courtyard gate. Not far behind her, her senior brother, who had just been sent flying, staggered to his feet. It was as if he beheld the blazing fire igniting within Jin Min, a fervent obsession that had thoroughly consumed her. Junior sister, he called, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. To endure such trials merely for a taste of the kitchen's delights. Had she truly gone to such lengths? Initially, he had been perplexed by Jin Min's sudden departure from the sect, even willing to forsake the culinary skills of their fellow disciple, Changqing. Yet, in retrospect, he realized how naive he had been. She was embracing a life-or-death struggle to emerge stronger. In comparison, was their daily training truly arduous? Yesterday, it may have seemed challenging, but in light of Jin Min's relentless pursuit, it now appeared almost effortless. Her journey was a genuine crucible of life and death, compelling her to evolve rapidly amidst peril. If she could achieve such heights, then this morning's meal was undoubtedly meant for her. A surge of admiration blossomed within him, tempered by a hint of reluctance as he watched Jin Min join the queue. The senior brother murmured with determination, "If my junior sister can do it, then so can I." Chapter 57. Brave venture into forbidden territories. Jin Min made her triumphant return, swiftly defeating several highly ranked inner disciples and successfully securing her position. This remarkable event quickly spread among the disciples. Even after breakfast, Hongzun personally sought out Jin Min, his curiosity piqued. "Where have you been lately, my girl? Your progress is astounding." In a brief period, she had achieved breakthroughs in both cultivation and martial prowess, her combat abilities soaring to unprecedented heights. It was indeed a source of wonder for Hong Zun, considering that Jin Min's talent and aptitude were not among the elite within the inner sect. Such a rapid rate of advancement was genuinely astonishing. However, Hong Zun harbored concerns about Jin Min potentially straying onto perilous paths. In the realm of cultivation, there exist numerous dubious methods that promise swift enhancement at a significant cost. As the foremost leader of the righteous path in Dongzhou, Daoyi Sect strictly forbids its disciples from engaging in such nefarious practices. Nevertheless, after inquiring and inspecting her circumstances, Hong Zun dismissed his initial apprehensions. Though his expression grew increasingly peculiar, he found himself at a loss for words. Grappling with the realization that she had been pursued by formidable demons and had ventured into the 8 forbidden lands. In such a short span, Jin Min had endured so much. Though she spoke of her experiences with calmness, Hong Zun understood the inherent dangers. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. It was precisely due to these formidable perils that Jin Min was able to advance so rapidly. Ultimately, Hong Zun could only let out a deep sigh, placing a reassuring hand on Jin Min's shoulder. It is a relief that everyone has returned safely. After dinner, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet the tale of Jin Min swiftly spread among the disciples. Whether they were miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, or inner disciples, they engaged in fervent discussions about Jin Min. Have you heard about senior sister Jin Min? Indeed, I witnessed it myself. Senior sister Jin Min's strength is now incomparable. It's astonishing how much she has grown in such a short span. I heard from an inner sect brother that Jin Min was not regarded as strong while she was in the inner sect. You think so? Let me enlighten you. Senior sister Jin Min's remarkable transformation is well-deserved. Do you know where she went during her time away from the sect? Where? You might not know. But she ventured into the 8 forbidden grounds, pursued by a formidable demon, and faced hundreds of malevolent spirits alone. Is that true? Absolutely it is. The son of my aunt's sister-in-law's mother-in-law's daughter, who is an inner disciple, informed me. The events surrounding Jin Min's departure from the sect soon became the subject of intrigue among the disciples, growing ever more sensational. Did you hear? The reason senior sister Jin Min has become so powerful is that she ventured into the 8 forbidden grounds. Do you know? She gained her strength by secretly infiltrating the territory of the Black Tiger Demon King and stealing the treasured artifact of the Tiger Clan, which she refined to enhance her power. I must confide in you. But please keep this to yourselves. The reason why Sister Jin Min is so formidable is that she has slain the Black Tiger Demon King and refined its royal elixir. Not only has Sister Jin Min enhanced her own strength, but she has also subdued the Black Tiger Demon King. Indeed, some senior brothers have witnessed her returning atop the Black Tiger Demon King. By lunchtime, upon hearing these rumors about Jin Min, Changqing found his eyelids twitching incessantly. This is utterly preposterous, beyond ludicrous. While entering the 8 forbidden grounds is somewhat acceptable, the tales being spun by the disciples are simply outrageous. They speak of infiltrating the domain of the Black Tiger Demon King, of slaying it, and even more astonishingly, of taming it as a mount. The Demon King exists on a level comparable to that of Hong Zun. Even he lacks the capability to subdue a Demon King as a steed. If Jin Min were able to achieve such a feat, it would seem the peak master of the Divine Sword Peak could be replaced without hesitation. And that is not all. After the meal, while numerous disciples were engaged in casual conversation, the senior brother who had been defeated by Jin Min in the morning suddenly spoke up. Dear brothers, he declared, I have made my decision. I too shall venture out to train, just like Sister Jin Min. Are you out of your mind? Is that training? It sounds more like a death wish. Upon hearing this, someone immediately countered, yet the senior brother dismissed their objections with scorn. Indeed, the peak master is justified in his criticisms of you all. With your current mindset, you wouldn't even be able to savor a warm meal. Do you truly believe that your present efforts in cultivation are commendable? Faced with the inquiry from this senior brother, the crowd fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Are we diligent? Perhaps, when compared to disciples from other peaks, but we certainly cannot measure up to Jin Min observing their reactions. The senior brother's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he rose with an air of grandeur, proclaiming, in my view, our current cultivation resembles the playful antics of children. You all believe you are working hard, yet little do you realize that when mealtime approaches, securing a spot is purely a matter of luck. With no certainty in your hearts, isn't that so? Upon hearing this, the group fell into deeper silence, for the truth was indeed evident. Aside from a select few, such as Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, The other disciples lacked absolute confidence in consistently claiming a seat. Relying solely on fortune, does that not seem rather absurd? Do you know what Jean Min said to me this morning? What? She inquired. She expressed that we, as cultivators, must take our destinies into our own hands. Especially when it comes to meals, whether or not we eat is up to us. When the desire to dine arises, we must ensure we can partake, rather than leaving it to mere chance. Instead of surrendering everything to luck, it would be wiser to endure temporarily, to seize the opportunity for future dining freedom, to confront great horrors between life and death in order to elevate ourselves. This path may lead to death or a period without tasting the culinary delights of our junior brother Changqing. However, as long as one perseveres, upon your return, every meal shall surely have a place for you at the table. At that time, it will no longer be a matter of whether you can partake, but rather a question of whether you desire to indulge. This declaration stirred the crowd into a fervor. Indeed, for most disciples, mealtime has become a matter of fortune. The duration of such luck remains uncertain, and they yearn to seize the power of dining into their own hands. After a brief silence, a disciple immediately echoed, "What my senior brother says is true. I too have made my decision to venture forth, bravely exploring forbidden grounds, all for the freedom to dine." Before long, an increasing number of disciples rallied in agreement, and the courtyard of the kitchen resounded with resounding cheers. Witnessing the disciples' eyes ablaze with fervor, their foreheads pulsating with excitement, Changqing found himself momentarily speechless, unable to grasp the situation. Wasn't it just moments ago that they were enjoying their meals? Why the sudden urge to brave the forbidden lands? Chapter 58. Changqing stood dumbfounded, gazing at the unfolding scene, and he was not alone in his bewilderment. Another equally perplexed individual was Jean Min, the very focal point of the entire affair. Previously preoccupied with her meal amidst the crowd, Jean Min lifted her gaze, still adorned with remnants of food at the corners of her mouth, upon hearing the enthusiastic calls of numerous disciples, particularly upon spotting that senior brother amidst the throng. Jean Min felt an overwhelming urge to vociferously declare, "I never uttered such words. Do not slander me." Yet, in the current fervor, the disciples were already intoxicated with excitement. And before Jean Min could utter a word, her senior brother approached with the crowd in tow, earnestly expressing, "Junior sister Jean Min, I am grateful for your enlightening me on this principle. Rest assured, what you can achieve, I too shall endeavor to accomplish." "Thank you, junior sister Jean Min." The throng of disciples behind him also clasped their hands in gratitude, and before Jean Min could respond, they departed in a grand procession, leaving her standing there, utterly confounded. What on earth did I say? In a fleeting moment, the bold declarations of venturing forth for training and daring to explore forbidden realms swept through the entirety of Xinjiang Peak like a tempest. Many disciples clamored to learn from Jean Min, aspiring to attain the freedom of dining, firmly grasping their culinary autonomy. Furthermore, through collective deliberation, they concluded that mere external training was somewhat impractical. Prior to this, one could visit the main peak's task hall to undertake various assignments. Thus, they could both hone their skills and earn Sect points simultaneously. Upon returning to the Sect, they could utilize these Sect points to exchange for various arts, elixirs, divine weapons, and more, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Senior brother, you are truly talented. Upon hearing this concept, many disciples raised their thumbs in admiration, expressing genuine respect. You flatter me. My younger brothers, I merely had a fleeting inspiration. However, the duration of our external training will undoubtedly be considerable, so we must be mindful to accept a greater number of tasks. Rest assured, senior brother, we are aware of this. From the following day onward, disciples of the Divine Sword Peak gradually departed the Sect to engage in their training. Naturally, before their departure, they did not forget to visit the main peak's task hall to accept their assignments. Consequently, over the past couple of days, the task hall has seen an influx of Divine Sword Peak disciples, many of whom bore injuries wrapped in bandages. These disciples of the Divine Sword Peak are quite relentless, even accepting tasks while injured. Others remarked, "It seems there is something amiss with the Divine Sword Peak." In light of this, other disciples tended to keep their distance. It was simply madness to seek out tasks in such a state. However, when they observed how the Divine Sword Peak disciples approached task acceptance, their composure quickly waned. Typically, disciples from various peaks would first review the task details before selecting a suitable one. The Divine Sword Peak disciples were no exception. Yet they did not merely glance at one or two tasks, but rather scrutinized rows upon rows. They stood before the array displaying the tasks, ready to delve into their choices. The formation projected a luminous curtain, upon which numerous tasks were meticulously arranged and classified by star ratings. However, after a moment of observation, one disciple from the Divine Sword Peak uttered words that left those around him in utter bewilderment. "Excuse me, esteemed steward, I shall take on this entire row of tasks." "What?" Upon hearing this, the steward responsible for task registration stood dazed, staring blankly at the disciple. The disciple, noticing the steward's astonishment, reiterated his statement. "I shall take on all the tasks in this vertical row." Confirming that he had not misheard, the steward was left speechless. Having served in the task hall for over a century, he believed he had encountered a plethora of disciples. While some did indeed prefer to undertake multiple tasks at once, the maximum typically ranged from 5 to 6, with those daring enough to take on 10 being almost non-existent. Yet this disciple from Divine Sword Peak boldly declared his intention to tackle an entire row of tasks. This row contained no less than 20 or 30 tasks. Was he here to engage in wholesale? Regaining his composure, the steward replied earnestly, "Young disciple, the tasks of the Tao One sect are not permitted to be transferred or handed off." The disciple clarified, "That is not my intention. I shall personally complete each of these tasks." "Are there restrictions on the number of tasks one may accept?" "Well, it seems that is not against the rules." Upon uttering this, the steward felt his frustration dissipate. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of all present, he proceeded to register the disciple, and in an instant, more than 30 tasks vanished from the luminous curtain. The task of the Taoist sect, once accepted by someone, cannot be claimed again until failure occurs. After successfully accepting the task, the disciple from the Divine Sword Peak turned and departed without hesitation, a resolute glint in his eyes. This venture was a matter of life and death. Observing his retreating figure, the disciples from various peaks began to whisper amongst themselves. "Look, I told you there was something amiss with the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Not just something amiss, it seems to have escalated since last time. Indeed. The incessant large-scale sparring thrice daily, and now this frenzied task claiming. Alas. What they initially presumed to be an isolated incident spiraled into a concerning trend as more disciples from the Divine Sword Peak flocked to the task hall, each claiming tasks in droves, either in horizontal lines or vertical formations. It was evident that the tasks in the hall were dwindling rapidly, until only a mere handful of 3-star and 4-star tasks remained, alongside the exceedingly difficult 5-star tasks. The other disciples could no longer remain idle. They exclaimed in frustration, "If this continues, all the tasks will be snatched up by the Divine Sword Peak." Sure enough, upon seeing a disciple from the Divine Sword Peak approach and stand before the illuminated screen, a voice from the crowd of other peaks interjected before he could even speak. "Have you Divine Sword Peak disciples gone mad? Who claims tasks like this, row after row, in such a manner?" Their words were tinged with desperation. It was truly enough. Everyone was here to accept tasks, yet the Divine Sword Peak seemed intent on causing a ruckus. However, the disciple from the Divine Sword Peak merely cast a fleeting glance and uttered a remark that could draw blood from the ears. "What? Is it against the sect's regulations to receive tasks line by line?" "You," without heeding the protests of the other disciples. He turned his gaze towards the steward beside the luminous screen. Sensing the scrutiny, the steward seemed inexplicably troubled, his body trembling slightly, and his complexion paled. "Are there no complete rows left? Then I shall have all the remaining 3-star tasks packed for me." "Packed? Yes, packed. And then I shall consider a few suitable 4-star tasks." It was the first time anyone had heard the term packed in the task hall, and astonishingly, he was intent on selecting even more. The steward was left speechless, while the other disciples were seething with rage. "You Divine Sword Peak are being excessively tyrannical." "Very well. You Divine Sword Peak have forsaken humanity, have you? Just wait. I shall report you to the law enforcement hall. Let us go together." The eyes of the many disciples were ablaze with fury. They were left bereft of any tasks to undertake. In the face of the furious shouts and threats from the multitude, the disciple from the Divine Sword Peak remained unfazed, completing the registration of his tasks before striding away with indifference. Thus, he departed. For success or failure, one must embrace the outcome. Chapter 59, Junior Brother. I implore you, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, in their fervor to undertake tasks, have incited the ire of students from various peaks, prompting many to band together and lodge complaints at the law enforcement hall. Simultaneously, within the Divine Sword Peak, the enthusiasm among the disciples for external training surged to unprecedented heights. It became commonplace to encounter disciples passionately proclaiming their desire to venture out and learn from senior sister Jinmin. Yet, despite their fervent proclamations, mealtime would arrive and the number of disciples remained largely unchanged, still resembling a bustling crowd. Initially, Changqing felt a twinge of frustration. Weren't they all clamoring to embark on their training? Why then did they ultimately refrain? It was only by chance that he overheard a conversation among a few disciples. "Senior brother, didn't you just tell Senior Brother Chen a few days ago that you wished to train outside? Yet, he departed yesterday. What happened?" "I never intended to go." "Oh, so you deceived Senior Brother Chen? Do you think it's so simple to train like Senior Sister Jean Min, to teeter on the edge of life and death? Confronting immense horrors to achieve rapid progress? One misstep could lead to disaster. One could lose their life. At that point, forget about meals. You wouldn't even be able to find a moment to relieve yourself." With so many disciples at the Divine Sword Peak, it was evident that not everyone possessed such resolve and courage. After all, the training akin to Jean Min's was, in essence, a dance upon the razor's edge, far too perilous. Thus, when all was said and done, the actual number of disciples who ventured out for training was quite limited. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the other disciples grew somewhat complex. "But, Senior Brother, since you have never contemplated this before, why do you still support and encourage Brother Chen?" they inquired. "Are you all foolish? The fewer competitors like Brother Chen there are, the better. If he remains, how can I make a living? Do you not feel that the pressure has significantly lessened in recent days?" As these words were spoken, several disciples nodded in agreement, a scene not uncommon among them. For those determined to venture out for training, the senior brothers primarily offered support, encouragement, and temptation, even going so far as to bestow life-saving items such as elixirs and talismans. They coaxed and deceived their peers into embarking on these journeys, initially leading Changqing to believe this was a manifestation of deep camaraderie, a concern for the dangers that might befall them outside. However, it has now become evident that these individuals are truly unscrupulous. For the sake of a meal, they would resort to any means necessary. Of course, their concern was genuine. Otherwise, they would not have truly given out elixirs and talismans. Furthermore, Hong Zun also took measures in response. For any disciple wishing to venture out for training, like Jin Min, he generously provided a portable teleportation array disk. This device can be carried at all times, establishing a connection with the main array in advance. In the event of danger, it can be activated, allowing one to be directly transported to the location of the main array. As for the main array, it is naturally the great teleportation array of the Daoist sect. It can be said that these items are exceedingly precious for survival, and their cost is not insignificant, all of which were procured at the expense of Lord Hong himself. It is said that he even made a special journey to the 10,000 array peak to negotiate with its master before successfully acquiring these teleportation array disks. However, even with these, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. After all, should one encounter an existence like a demon king, it is likely that the array disks would not even have the opportunity to be activated before becoming ineffective. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lord Hong has exerted every effort to ensure the safety of the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak during their excursions. Upon learning the true thoughts harbored by these disciples, Changqing reclined in a chair after mealtime, his face a portrait of resignation. The act of sharing a meal has almost been transformed into a strategic game by these disciples, employing increasingly unscrupulous tactics. Shaking his head, he chose to dismiss such concerns and opened his character panel. Host, Changqing identity. Miscellaneous disciple of the Daoist sect cultivation, minor completion of the pulsing veins realm, 8930. Techniques, mind enlightenment method, perfected, magical arts, shadow blade. Perfected, 7-star steps, perfected, Lingbai. Major completion, reputation. Renown gradually emerges innate talent. Upper middle grade, 306, root bone. Upper middle grade, comprehension, upper middle grade. His cultivation has once again advanced a small realm, achieving minor completion of the pulsing veins realm, while his innate talent has also ascended to upper middle grade, marking a commendable enhancement. Calculating the time. It is indeed time to undertake this month's task. I murmured softly, reflecting on how I had forgotten to accept the task last month due to my overwhelming excitement. This time, I was particularly mindful. After indulging in a comforting afternoon nap, I awoke, stretched lazily, and began my training for the day. Simultaneously, at the summit of the Divine Sword Peak, within the abode of Master Hong, he was seated in the company of Qing Shi and the esteemed Second Elder, who presides over the Law Enforcement Hall. The Second Elder, glaring at Master Hong with a face full of indignation and grievance, exclaimed, "Junior brother, what exactly are you attempting to accomplish at Divine Sword Peak? Are you aware that within a mere 3 days, I have received an overwhelming number of complaints? Every disciple from various peaks has filed grievances. I implore you, for the sake of our brotherhood, grant Divine Sword Peak a period of tranquility. Otherwise, my law enforcement hall is on the verge of becoming a chaotic marketplace." Song was indeed nearing the brink of madness. In the past, the law enforcement hall was not only the most desolate place on the main peak, but it was also the location most disciples avoided. After all, everyone understood that any involvement with the law enforcement hall seldom led to good fortune. However, in recent times, his law enforcement hall had nearly rivaled the task hall and the alchemy hall in terms of traffic. Day after day, it was bustling with disciples arriving incessantly to lodge their complaints, all directed at Divine Sword Peak. Given that the law enforcement hall was already understaffed, the relentless influx of grievances was driving its members to the edge of insanity. According to the regulations of the Taoist sect, every disciple who comes to file a complaint at the law enforcement hall must undergo a meticulous registration process, detailing the events in question. This is utterly exhausting. Each day is spent at the desk writing incessantly, leaving no time for cultivation, and even in the evenings, one is compelled to work overtime. The crux of the matter is that there seems to be no end in sight. Unresolved issues from the previous day linger, only to be compounded by new arrivals the next. This cycle has become so unbearable that certain stewards have even approached Song, pleading for reassignment. "Hall Master, I beseech you to transfer me from the law enforcement hall. I truly cannot endure this any longer. Hall Master, I have erred grievously. I engaged in a scuffle with Senior Brotherly and fully acknowledge my unforgivable transgression. Please, punish me accordingly. I too have acted inappropriately. I request your judgment." In a desperate bid to secure their transfer from the law enforcement hall, some stewards have even resorted to intentionally committing minor infractions, aiming to be demoted. Such behavior is unprecedented in the annals of the Taoist sect. Historically, the law enforcement hall has been a coveted position, wielding authority over the sect's punishments and conferring significant status and benefits. Yet now, those under Song's command regard it with trepidation, all due to the formidable presence of Hong Zun. In the midst of this, Song could no longer contain the grievance swelling within him, and tears brimmed in his eyes. Chapter 60. 10,000 disciples ascend the main peak. As Song spoke, his eyes turned red, and a hint of sorrow tinged his voice, prompting a concerned response from Hong Zun. "What are you doing, brother? Speak plainly without resorting to tears at your age." Hong Zun was flustered, while Song found it impossible to restrain his emotions. In his 1,386 years as the head of the law enforcement hall, he had never felt such indignation. Struggling to hold back his tears, Song gritted his teeth and asked, "Junior brother, tell me, is there any hope for me?" Hong Zun, startled by the gravity of the situation, quickly reassured him. "Brother, what are you saying? After all these years as comrades, I only wish the best for you." He added, "As for the Sword Peak, I shall ensure strict oversight." "That is your promise," Song replied, feeling a sense of relief upon hearing Hong Zun's affirmative response. It was understandable that Song felt this way. The disciples of the Sword Peak had stirred the ire of many, causing unrest within the law enforcement hall daily. Yet, they had not violated any sect rules, as there was no prohibition against accepting tasks individually. Song, being a man of principle, recognized that without a breach of sect regulations, the law enforcement hall had no grounds for action, thus compelling him to seek out Hong Zun personally. Having received assurance from Hong Zun, Song returned to the main peak and sought out the third elder in charge of the task hall. "Junior brother, Hong Zun has given his consent. What about the task hall on your end?" "Rest assured, Senior brother, I have instructed my subordinates to increase the distribution of tasks. There should be no issues." Upon hearing this, Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. He initially thought the matter was resolved, and indeed, in the following days, no disciples from the Divine Sword Peak came to collect tasks in droves. The task hall returned to normalcy. And not only the attendants of the task hall, but even the disciples from various peaks felt a sense of relief. However, within the Divine Sword Peak, the disciples encountered another pressing issue in the ensuing days. Their sect points had become insufficient. Previously, they had fervently cultivated, eager to enhance their strength as swiftly as possible, exchanging everything from techniques and elixirs to methods with relentless determination. Almost all disciples had expended their accumulated sect points, which had taken years, if not decades, to amass. in the span of just over a month. Without sect points, their cultivation naturally slowed to a crawl. As mealtime approached, numerous disciples gathered to discuss this predicament. Senior brother, how many sect points do you have left? Alas, just over 100 points. With just over 100 points, one can only exchange for a basic yellow level technique. Indeed, the costs for the elixirs purchased earlier were exorbitant. This cannot continue. Without sect points, one cannot make any progress within the sect. There is no alternative. We must accept the task. Does the senior brother imply that we should take on several tasks as we did previously? Are you foolish? The sect leader has issued a strict decree. Disciples of the Divine Sword Peak may undertake no more than 3 tasks at a time. This is indeed the command of Lord Hong, established since the last visit of Shi Song. So, what does the senior brother suggest? We certainly cannot follow the example of senior sister Jean Min, yet undertaking sect tasks is imperative. Without sect points, our cultivation stagnates. How will you sustain yourself in the future? To maintain rapid advancement and ensure a place in every endeavor, sect points are indispensable. Therefore, we must toil a little harder and accept more tasks. Aside from cultivating and dining, every moment must be devoted to undertaking tasks, and during the execution of these tasks, we must ensure that not a single moment is wasted, striving to complete them promptly and return to the sect in haste, only to resume our tasks post-meal. This senior brother candidly expressed his thoughts and immediately garnered considerable support from the disciples. Indeed, to secure our sustenance, we must grow stronger, and to achieve strength, we naturally require various resources. And how do we acquire these resources? It is undoubtedly through sect points. Hence, they are compelled to exert themselves to complete as many tasks as possible, sufficient to sustain their cultivation. Lacking the determination and courage akin to that of senior sister Jean Min and her peers, one can only rely on diligence, sparing no moment to augment one's strength, even during task durations. After all, diligence can compensate for a lack of talent. Reclining on a nearby chair, listening to the discussions among the disciples, Changqing found himself pondering whether it was merely an illusion, as he sensed a strikingly familiar aura emanating from these disciples. Despite his contemplations, he could not decipher the source of this sensation until mealtime concluded and the crowd began to disperse. At that moment, a change washed over his countenance, and he could not help but twitch his lips. It dawned on him why everything felt so familiar. This was none other than himself. This referred to Changqing from his previous life, where he was unequivocally a model of relentless ambition on earth. Following his disappointing performance in the college entrance examination, Changqing transformed into a paragon of diligence. Due to his unsatisfactory results, he was relegated to a culinary school, a decision he later regretted, but it was too late. He had to find a way to master a skill. During his studies, he often took the initiative in the kitchen, consistently achieving top marks, which inadvertently pressured his classmates to engage in the same relentless pursuit. Upon entering society, he frequently volunteered for overtime, and the rationale was simple: to earn that extra pay. Consequently, the other chefs in the restaurant found themselves compelled to adopt a similar approach to their work. Subsequently, he opened his own restaurant, while the neighboring establishments closed their doors at 10 o'clock. In contrast, Changqing decided to remain open until midnight in pursuit of greater business, which resulted in all the surrounding eateries switching to round-the-clock operations, leading to an intense competition. The expressions of the numerous disciples who spoke earlier mirrored those of Changqing in his previous life. However, after his reincarnation, Changqing found himself unable to keep up with the relentless pace. Reflecting on it now brings a sense of nostalgia. He couldn't help but wonder if trouble was on the horizon again. There was a lingering feeling that his fellow brothers might stir up some mischief. Recently, even Changqing had sensed the resentment harbored by disciples from other peaks towards the Divine Sword Peak. On the few occasions he ventured away from the Divine Sword Peak, the moment other disciples caught sight of the Divine Sword Peak tattoo on his chest, their gazes turned decidedly hostile, as if there were some deep-seated enmity at play, leaving Changqing feeling somewhat unsettled. After a brief period of tranquility under the strict orders of Hong Zun, it seemed that trouble was brewing once more. An inexplicable sense of unease enveloped him. Perhaps he should limit his excursions from the Divine Sword Peak, fearing he might be attacked by the disciples from other peaks. In reality, after mealtime, a multitude of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak surged towards the main peak. Just as they entered, Shi Song, the head of the law enforcement hall, received alarming news. It was unavoidable. The Divine Sword Peak had become the focal point of the law enforcement hall's attention. Dealing with a couple of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak had already been a headache, but now, shockingly, over 10,000 disciples had arrived. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Song sprang up from his chair, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, his face etched with horror. The steward, wearing a pained expression, could only respond with a despairing tone, "Master, over 10,000 disciples from the Divine Sword Peak have ascended to the main peak." "Over 10,000? Song's voice quivered with apprehension. What do they intend to do? What are their true motives? It had only been a few days of tranquility, and now, with such a multitude of disciples converging upon the main peak. Was the Divine Sword Peak preparing to launch an assault? Chapter 61. Fortunately, upon encountering a disciple from the Sacred Sword Peak, Song felt an overwhelming headache, let alone the prospect of thousands of disciples converging on the main peak. After his furious outburst, Song immediately addressed the attendant before him, urging, "Why are you still dawdling? Go quickly and ascertain their intentions." The pressing concern was to understand the purpose of these Sacred Sword Peak disciples arriving at the main peak. Meanwhile, the law enforcement hall was on high alert, prepared to respond to any unforeseen incidents. Not only Song in the law enforcement hall, but also the disciples from various peaks. Upon witnessing such a multitude of Sacred Sword Peak disciples, felt a sense of dread. What scheme was the Sacred Sword Peak up to this time? Hadn't there been a brief respite just a few days prior? It was truly exasperating. What were they planning? Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, the disciples of Sacred Sword Peak hastened up the mountain, engaging in hushed discussions among small groups. They resolved to undertake fewer tasks at a time, aiming for simplicity. Yet their speed was paramount, swift in travel, swift in combat, swift in all endeavors. Since quality was lacking, they would compensate with quantity. Even if a single task yielded only 10 Sect points, what if they accomplished 10, 100, or even 1,000? That would amount to a substantial gain. "Rest assured, Senior Brother, we understand," they replied. "As long as you comprehend, remember this. There is but one overarching requirement: speed. Everything must be swift." The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were preoccupied with Sect tasks when they were abruptly halted by the enforcers of the law hall. As the enforcers gazed upon the throng of disciples before them, unease flickered in their eyes, yet they mustered the courage to inquire, "What brings so many of you from the Divine Sword Peak to the main peak?" Misunderstanding their intent, the disciples politely clarified, "We have merely come to receive Sect assignments." Their candor was striking, but as the words left their lips, a chill of dread washed over the enforcer. Here to receive tasks? The enforcer recalled the last instance when merely over 1,000 disciples had depleted the task hall of its assignments, and now there were over 10,000 disciples present. The enforcer, momentarily taken aback, hesitated to contemplate the implications further. Noticing the enforcer's daze, one of the disciples ventured, "Do you have any other matters to attend to?" "Aye." The enforcer opened their mouth, yet found themselves at a loss for words. What could they say? These individuals were simply here to claim Sect tasks. Their numbers, though considerable, did not contravene any Sect regulations, leaving the law hall with no grounds for intervention. Helplessly, the enforcer watched as this small fraction of the Divine Sword Peak disciples departed, with many more yet to come. "This is disastrous," the enforcer muttered gravely, turning to hasten back and report the situation to the hall master. Soon after, within the law hall, upon receiving this news, Song was left utterly astounded. The task was to receive assignments from the mission hall, was it not? Initially, there were mere whispers, but soon, a furious outburst erupted, infused with anger and frustration. Had they not reached an agreement with Elder Hong? Why, then, was it still like this? With eyes ablaze with wrath, Song hastily made his way to the mission hall. These disciples of the Divine Sword Peak had truly overstepped, showing utter disregard for their esteemed elder. Meanwhile, within the enforcement hall, the sudden influx of Divine Sword Peak disciples left the other disciples and the stewards of the mission hall in a state of stunned disbelief. Then, as if struck by a realization, their expressions morphed dramatically. One among them could no longer contain his outrage and bellowed again. The audacity was intolerable. Just days prior, a similar incident had occurred, and it seemed poised to repeat itself, with this new influx being far greater in number. Was this the prelude to another purge of the mission hall? The steward responsible for registrations donned a mask of despair, seemingly anticipating the imminent chorus of proclamations. "I will take this task." Yet, to everyone's astonishment, upon storming into the mission hall, the multitude of Divine Sword Peak disciples did not behave as before, scrambling chaotically for tasks. Instead, Each individual calmly selected only 3 tasks. This, indeed, allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there was no chaotic frenzy, all was well. The disciples felt a profound sense of relief, a sentiment echoed by the attendants, while Song and the third elder, who had hurriedly arrived, shared the same feelings. It seemed that Brother Hong had indeed provided some instructions. Observing the disciples of the Divine Sword peak diligently accepting their assignments, and noting that the number was not excessive, merely 3 tasks per person, the third elder let out a sigh of relief. However, Song furrowed his brow in concern. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that the Divine Sword peak was so compliant? Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Moreover, with the disciples of the Divine Sword peak adhering strictly to the rules, there was little he could do. Is the task hall sufficiently stocked? He pondered, then turned to the third elder for clarification. The third elder replied confidently, "If the disciples of the Divine Sword peak continue to behave as they are now, there should be no issue. The tasks accumulated previously are entirely adequate. As long as the Divine Sword peak refrains from causing any disturbances and maintains a steady pace, the task hall's workload will remain manageable and operate smoothly." Upon hearing this, Song felt a slight sense of reassurance. As long as the task volume could be guaranteed, significant problems were unlikely to arise. Yet, neither of them noticed that while the disciples of the Divine Sword peak were indeed behaving themselves, their pace seemed rather swift. Each disciple entering the task hall merely glanced around the array's shimmering barrier for a moment before selecting 3 assignments, registering them, and promptly departing. In less than 10 breaths of time, tasks could be accepted, seemingly without any regard for their content. Initially, no one paid much attention, but gradually, some disciples began to sense something amiss. The disciples of the Divine Sword peak appeared rather peculiar. What was so peculiar, you might ask? It seemed as though they had not even glanced at the task details. They merely noted the task star rating and the minimum cultivation requirement before hastily accepting it. Upon this observation, others began to take notice, and indeed, it was as suspected. These disciples of the Divine Sword peak seemed utterly indifferent to the actual content of the tasks, merely giving them a cursory glance. How could they possibly grasp anything of significance in such a manner? Accepting a task without even reviewing its details was utterly absurd. A foreboding sense began to fester within, suggesting that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Yet, some disciples consoled themselves with optimism, reasoning that each had only taken on 3 tasks, and any potential complications should be harmless. Yes, as long as it did not resemble the previous incidents, everything should be fine. Upon hearing this, many disciples nodded in agreement, while the disciples of the Divine Sword peak remained oblivious, having accepted their tasks and promptly departed the task hall, striding away with haste. Chapter 62. I am busy without a moment's pause, like a fleeting shadow, in less than half an hour. Over 10,000 disciples of the Sword peak vanished from the mission hall, leaving behind a significantly diminished array of luminous screens. What on earth? It's empty again. Was this a band of brigands? Observing how the low-star missions were swiftly completed, leaving only the higher tier 4 and 5-star tasks, the disciples from various peaks felt their composure shatter once more. It was akin to a locust swarm passing through. Silently witnessing this scene, Song gritted his teeth. The Sword peak had once again cleaned out the tasks from the mission hall. However, Elder San remained remarkably composed and reassured. "Do not worry. I have made prior arrangements." As soon as Elder San's words fell, a fresh batch of low-star missions swiftly updated on the luminous screens, restoring tranquility among the disciples. Given the sheer number of Sword peak disciples simultaneously accepting tasks, such occurrences were entirely expected. There was no need for the senior brother to be overly concerned. Having offered a measure of comfort to Song, he relaxed slightly at the words, responding, "Well then, I appreciate your efforts, junior brother. Rest assured, as long as the disciples of Sword peak behave properly, the mission hall will remain untroubled." "That is good to hear." With the matter concluded, Song departed from the mission hall, silently praying that perhaps he had been overly anxious. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Sword peak had begun to arrive in succession at the horse grounds of the Daoyi sect. Here, all the steeds of the Daoyi sect are nurtured. These are no ordinary horses. Even the lowest among them possess a semi-demonic essence, while the more advanced are of a celestial demon caliber. The disciples, each according to their own circumstances, selected suitable mounts. In an instant, the influx of disciples left the steward in charge of the stables utterly astounded. "What brings you here?" "I would like to rent a black scale horse." I wish for a dragon horse. I too desire a dragon horse. And I, a wind chaser. I require a lightning steed. The multitude of disciples, each claiming their preferred mounts, soon resulted in a significant depletion of the lower-tier steeds, leaving only the higher-tier horses behind. Brothers and sisters, remember our objective. We must be swift. Rest assured, senior brother. Very well, until we meet again at the Sect. Indeed, at the entrance of the stables, a dark throng of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, mounted upon their various demon steeds, exchanged farewells before dispersing swiftly in different directions away from the Sect. Meanwhile, the steward, who had witnessed the entire event, remained perplexed, pondering why so many disciples sought to venture out today. The demon steeds raised and maintained by the Taoist sect are primarily intended for the use of its disciples during their excursions. These demon steeds possess remarkable speed. However, renting a steed requires points from the sect, and the cost varies significantly depending on the tier of the demon horse. The lower-tier steeds are passable, yet the higher-tier ones are beyond the reach of ordinary disciples, even if one possesses the sect's points. It would be imprudent to squander them here when they could be reserved for elixirs or spell techniques, which are undoubtedly more enticing. Shortly after the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak departed, others from various peaks began to arrive. Some were leaving the sect on matters of urgency. Others had completed their tasks, while some were attending to personal affairs. However, upon their arrival at the stable, they were struck dumb with astonishment. This vast stable, which once brimmed with lower-tier demon steeds, now harbored only a few stragglers. Had the stable been raided? Previously, the place was teeming with demon steeds. Yet now it seemed to have lost half of its stock. It was simply outrageous. After recovering from their shock, these disciples proceeded to rent the available steeds and departed the sect. As each subsequent group of disciples arrived at the stable, they too were met with this bewildering sight. With the passage of time, the number of demon steeds within the stable dwindled further, until ultimately, the lower-tier steeds vanished entirely. When the next batch of disciples arrived, they gazed upon the barren area designated for lower-tier steeds, their scalps prickling with anxiety. Where are the steeds? Where have all the horses gone? A sense of utter disbelief washed over them. They had accepted tasks, yet the steeds had disappeared. Upon inquiring with the steward, they learned that all the lower-tier demon steeds had been rented out, leaving only the higher-tier ones available. However, upon inquiring about the prices, the expressions of these disciples turned bleak, for the costs were utterly beyond their means. They are merely ordinary outer disciples. Regardless of whether the sect has sufficient resources, it is exceedingly difficult for them to control high-tier demonic steeds given their current cultivation levels. Observing the fluctuating expressions of the disciples, the steward sighed helplessly and suggested, "Perhaps you might consider waiting a day. It is likely that some disciples will return tomorrow, freeing up low-tier demonic horses." With no other options, they could only acquiesce. With a resigned sigh, the group turned back to the sect, feeling profoundly disheartened by the wasted day. Subsequent arrivals of disciples yielded similar disappointments, as the absence of demonic horses left them with no choice but to return, for running to their destination was hardly feasible. Apart from a select few who raised their own demonic beasts, the rest could only await the arrival of mounts the following day before embarking on their journey. The happenings at the horse ranch went unnoticed. Everyone assumed it was merely a coincidence. Meanwhile, at the Divine Sword Peak, a noticeable reduction in numbers was apparent during dinner. Many disciples finally savored the long-awaited meals from the kitchen, each one brimming with happiness. However, once the meal concluded, the disciples quickly made their way to the main peak to accept their tasks. The food was simply too delightful, and they were determined not to miss out on such delicacies in the future. Hence, they resolved to devote themselves earnestly to their cultivation. As night fell upon the main peak, another wave of Divine Sword Peak disciples arrived. Although their numbers had significantly dwindled, their presence still caused the task hall steward some anxiety. Fortunately, these disciples adhered to the rules, each taking no more than 3 tasks. The only inconvenience arose upon reaching the horse ranch, where low-tier demonic steeds were entirely absent. In response to the situation, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak convened and decided to rent horses in San Yuan City. That night, the Divine Sword Peak fell into an unusual silence. As over 80% of the disciples were out on missions, the abrupt stillness was somewhat disconcerting. Meanwhile, outside the Taoist sect, numerous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak galloped tirelessly under the cover of night. After racing swiftly to their designated task location, the outer disciples of the Divine Sword Peak despite the late hour, did not take a moment's rest and proceeded directly to the residence of the town's official. I am a disciple of the Taoist sect, here to report on the situation. The official, already fast asleep, warmly welcomed the disciples who arrived in the dead of night. However, noticing their urgent demeanor, he inquired with curiosity, "Esteemed immortal, given the late hour, would it not be better to discuss this tomorrow?" "There is no need for that. I am quite busy. Please, proceed with the matter at hand." Although the official was puzzled, he duly conveyed the details of the malevolent occurrences plaguing the town. Upon hearing this, the disciple pondered for a moment and devised a strategy to draw out the lurking malevolence, promptly instructing the official to arrange for assistance. Without a hint of fatigue, they successfully lured out and vanquished the evil entity. With the mission accomplished, the disciple swiftly mounted his horse, glanced at the sky, and quietly mused. There should still be time for breakfast. In less than a day, this disciple had completed 3 tasks he had undertaken, and then, under the complex gazes of the official and others, he vanished into the night, making his way back to the Taoist sect. From the moment we entered the town to the vanquishing of the malevolent spirit, the time elapsed was but the duration of a single tea ceremony. Chapter 63. Departure from the sect. Watching the departing figure of the disciple, the official Zhang opened his mouth and finally uttered a remark. "The immortal masters are indeed quite busy." Indeed. The crowd behind him nodded in agreement. Was it not true? The entire visit lasted merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. To be frank, having lived all these years, the official had never encountered such a situation. The disciples from other sects, even those from smaller ones, always carried an air of arrogance. When seeking their assistance to subdue demons, one had to ensure they were well catered to. Unlike the disciple from Taoist sect, who genuinely came to exorcise demons and didn't even pause to sip a cup of tea. Truly, a disciple from a major sect. With a sincere sigh, the official was unaware that the reason for the disciple's hurried departure was merely to catch breakfast. Compared to the fare from the kitchen, what could this meager tea possibly offer in terms of flavor? Galloping under the cover of night, the disciples sped towards Taoist sect. Such a scene was not uncommon that night. Judging by their attire, all were disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. They had accepted 3 tasks during the day and completed them through the night without rest, all for the sake of enjoying a hearty breakfast. As dawn approached, the sound of hooves began to resonate faintly within the Taoist sect stables. The steward, roused from his meditation, stepped outside the courtyard with a puzzled expression. Who could it be at this early hour? As the words fell, clouds of dust arose from all directions. Shortly thereafter, thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, mounted on demonic steeds, charged at full speed towards the horse grounds. By heavens, it was akin to facing an onslaught of myriad troops. The steward's expression shifted drastically, and without a moment's hesitation, he sidestepped and narrowly evaded the throng. "Steward, the horses are here. Please register them. I have matters to attend to. I, too, would appreciate your assistance." "And I as well." Before he could utter another word, the disciples leaped down from their mounts, hastily casting aside a few words before turning away. Their speed, astonishingly, surpassed that of their earlier gallop. Within a mere 10 breaths, the thousands of disciples from Divine Sword Peak had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a stupefied steward and a cluster of bewildered demonic steeds. These steeds possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited, rendering them incapable of comprehending intricate matters. They could only discern that their recent outing had involved relentless running. And beyond that, they had done little else. Some of the more ruthless disciples had even neglected to provide these steeds with a single drop of water, resulting in several of them now exhibiting signs of dehydration. Brutes. After examining the steeds, the conclusion was swiftly drawn. The excessive fatigue from prolonged galloping, coupled with the lack of water and sustenance, had led to their utter collapse. The steward exclaimed in fury. Having overseen the stables for many years without ever encountering such a disciple, what harm could possibly come from allowing the horse a sip of water? He lamented, his heart aching for the nearly frothing creature before him. However, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were blissfully unaware of his distress. They hurried back to the peak, forgoing their quarters, and made a beeline for the dining hall. Charge. After a day of exhausting travel, they were famished. Nothing could satisfy them more than a meal crafted by their esteemed junior brother, Changqing. The returning disciples inevitably crossed paths with those who had remained at the Divine Sword Peak. At the very moment of their encounter, the disciples who had not yet embarked on any missions broke into radiant smiles, with one among them exclaiming loudly, "Let us go. We've toiled all day. The advantage is ours. Onward. Charge." In an instant, the two groups collided head-on, sword against sword, soldier against soldier, the miscellaneous disciples clashing with their counterparts, and the outer disciples facing off against each other, while the inner disciples engaged in their own skirmishes. Amidst the fierce battle, breakfast commenced. Today's morning fare consisted of spicy and sour wontons, perfectly suited to restore their stamina. This was a deliberate choice by Changqing, who was well aware that many disciples had ventured out on missions, hence selecting this particular dish for breakfast. Delicious, delicious. Please, let us eat in silence. You know the saying, one should not speak while eating. Must you spray your saliva all over my face? A whirlwind of activity unfolded, yet today was peculiar. After breakfast, the disciples surprisingly did not take a moment's respite. In times past, they would linger in the dining hall, engaging in leisurely conversation before departing. However, today, nearly all the disciples left immediately after their meal, their destination evidently being the main task hall. They first submitted yesterday's assignments before taking on new ones. The dawn had barely broken when the steward of the task hall had just completed the shift change, discussing matters pertaining to the sacred sword peak. Nothing unusual occurred yesterday. I hope? No. Everything was quite orderly. Each individual only took on 3 tasks. That is reassuring. Before the steward could finish speaking, a throng of disciples from the sacred sword peak surged in from outside. The steward's eyelids twitched at the sight, and they nervously inquired, "What is your purpose here?" "We are here to submit our tasks." Thousands of disciples from the sacred sword peak lined up to register their completed assignments. The stewards found themselves bewildered as they observed the tasks being submitted. If memory served correctly, these individuals had only received these tasks yesterday. Moreover, nearly everyone had accepted 3 tasks each. This indicated that they had accomplished 3 assignments in a single day, or more precisely, in less than a day. Dazed, they completed the registration process, after which the disciples selected new tasks, again choosing 3 apiece. Once duly registered, they surged out of the steward hall, the entire process taking no more than half an hour. Should we inform the hall master? How should we articulate it? Each individual has only undertaken 3 tasks, and there has been no breach of protocol, so what is there to report? Indeed, at most, they simply exhibited a slightly swifter efficiency. Observing the vast majority of the formation's luminous screen now vacant, the attending stewards let out a resigned sigh. Just then, disciples from another peak arrived. Though this hour was already considered rather early, upon entering the task hall and witnessing the diminished formation's glow, their steps abruptly halted. Why are there so few tasks? Could it be that the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak have returned once more? Unlikely. Could they really have come back so soon? Upon further inquiry, they discovered that indeed, it was the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. Several were left speechless, but fortunately, the stewards promptly replenished the tasks, thus stabilizing the situation. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the stewards, who had scarcely rested, encountered the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak once more. Among them were several familiar faces. Prompting a steward to question, "Did you not just return to the sect? Why are you preparing to depart again?" With a hint of urgency, they replied, "There have been quite a number of tasks recently. We kindly request that the stewards expedite the registration." It struck them as peculiar. Were not the sect's compulsory tasks scheduled to occur only once a month? When did the disciples of the Tao One sect become so industrious? Having returned to the sect for less than an hour, they were already poised to set out again. Truly a curious situation. Chapter 64. The horses have vanished. There was an unsettling aura surrounding the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, yet bound by duty. The steward could not obstruct their desire to rent demonic steeds. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to offer a cautious admonition to the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. You may rent the demonic steeds, but deliberate cruelty is impermissible. Situations such as denying them water must never arise. Very well, steward, please expedite the registration process. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak replied, nodding vigorously. Their minds were solely focused on hastily completing their task. Lunch seemed unattainable, but if they worked swiftly, they might manage to secure dinner. As the disciples urged him on, the steward's mouth twitched in frustration. It was absurd. He had just conducted a rough inventory and discovered that over 300 demonic steeds rented out the previous day were suffering from severe dehydration and exhaustion, indicating they would require several days to recuperate. After completing the necessary registrations and paying the sect's fees, the disciples hurriedly made their way to the paddock to select their steeds. However, as the disciples of Divine Sword Peak approached, the demonic horses astonishingly began to retreat. As if confronted by a horde of demons, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Some disciples, upon mounting the horses, found that the steeds refused to budge, resolutely unwilling to set foot outside the paddock. "Hey, steward, what is the matter with these horses? They are completely unresponsive." It was not just one or two horses, rather. The majority of those rented out the previous day exhibited this peculiar behavior. As the steward approached, a group of demon steeds gazed up at him with a pitiful expression, as if pleading for salvation. It seemed they were reluctant to accompany their riders. With a twitch of his lips, filled with frustration, he muttered, "What kind of people are these?" Even the demon steeds disdained them. Upon hearing this, the disciples became incensed, glaring fiercely at the steeds beneath them. With a calm yet chilling tone, one of them warned, "Listen closely, I am pressed for time. If you dare delay our meal, I will end you, understand?" An involuntary aura of murderous intent emanated from them, causing the steward to panic. "What do you intend to do? You must not harm these demon steeds." To the steward's astonishment, as the disciples finished speaking, the previously unyielding steeds suddenly surged forth with an enthusiasm akin to being invigorated, racing out of the stable like the wind, vanishing in an instant. Unbelievable. The steward gritted his teeth and cursed. "Are you all mocking me? Just moments ago, they refused to budge. If the demon steeds could speak, they would surely retort, 'This isn't merely about moving or not. If we delay our meal, we face death.' And that murderous intent is no jest. The instincts of demon beasts are inherently sharper than those of humans, and their perception of danger is equally acute. Thus, the steeds were certain that the words of the disciples from the Sword Peak were not to be taken lightly. To risk their meal was tantamount to courting death, which is why they chose to act in accordance with their instincts and not out of cowardice. They continued to race forward, and in a remarkable display of camaraderie. Several disciples even resolved to save time by offering their water bags to the demon steeds, drinking as they ran. Hydration was permissible, yet halting was not an option. Time was of the essence. After the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak had departed, others from different peaks gradually arrived at the horse ranch, primarily those who had failed to secure a demon steed the previous day. "Steward, are there demon steeds available today?" Upon receiving inquiries from the gathered disciples, the steward's expression darkened. "Still none. Still none? Why is that?" The disciples from Divine Sword Peak just arrived. At this revelation, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly shifting to one of dismay. Just then, a disciple noticed the several hundred demon steeds remaining in the ranch and voiced his dissatisfaction. "Aren't there still some left? They cannot be ridden. They need to recuperate for a few days." Under the steward's guidance, the disciples approached, only to discover that the hundreds of steeds appeared listless and lethargic. What could have happened? It was well known that the Dao Sect took exceptional care of the demon steeds, and such a situation had never arisen before. As inquiries mounted, the steward reluctantly recounted the entire sequence of events, revealing that it was indeed the disciples of Divine Sword Peak to blame. One individual could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, "A bunch of beasts! They do not even spare the horses." There was no alternative. The low-tier demon steeds at the stable had vanished, leaving only the high-tier options. Yet, the majority of disciples faced two dilemmas: a lack of sufficient sect points and an inadequacy in cultivation levels to master these superior mounts. Ultimately, someone proposed renting horses directly in San Yuan City. This suggestion garnered considerable support among the disciples. However, upon their inquiries in San Yuan City, they were met with dismay. There were no steeds available. Where are the horses? How can such a large trading house not have even a few low-tier demon steeds? They exclaimed, exasperated. Confronted by the disciples of Dao Sect, the shopkeeper, unwilling to offend, could only manage a wry smile. "Just yesterday, a significant number of your Dao Sect disciples came to rent mounts. Our low-tier demon steeds have all been leased out, not to mention those of other trading houses in Yuan City have also been depleted. Do you know which peak these disciples belong to?" "The Divine Sword Peak." Once again, it was them. Upon learning that the culprits were disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, the group clenched their teeth, fists trembling in indignation. With the horses from their sect stable gone and the mounts from the three surrounding cities similarly absent, it was evident that the Divine Sword Peak disciples were behind this. What were they scheming? Were all the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak venturing out simultaneously? Ever since the inexplicable destruction of Heihu Yuan, the Divine Sword Peak had become increasingly unhinged. First, he accepted the tasks from the empty task hall, one by one. And now he has completely rented out all the low-tier steeds surrounding the sect. A disciple could not contain his fury and roared towards the heavens, declaring, "The oppression is too much. I, Li Chang, vow to never coexist peacefully with the sword peak. Hearing this disciple's outburst, the shopkeeper nearby looked utterly bewildered. How could fellow sect brothers reach such a point of enmity? Unaware of the plight of the other disciples from different peaks, Changqing rose after a brief rest following breakfast and made his way towards the main peak's task hall. He still had the compulsory tasks for the month to complete and intended to check in at the task hall. Upon arriving at the task hall, he began to sift through the tasks of the first star category. He sought one that was relatively close and simple. After some contemplation, he swiftly selected a task to eliminate a malevolent spirit. The target was not far from the Taoist sect, and the spirit's strength was not formidable. Merely a heartbroken ghost, comparable to a human cultivator at the qi condensation stage. This will do. After accepting the task, he registered it with the attendant. During this process, the attendant, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Are you a disciple of the Sword Peak?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "No," the attendant murmured softly. "It is indeed rare to find a disciple from the Sword Peak who only takes on a single task." Chapter 65. Too tender under the peculiar gaze of the steward. Changqing departed from the mission hall. He planned to finish his lunch before embarking on his task. Given Xiaobai's pace, he should manage it within 2 hours. During lunch, although the crowd had diminished significantly, there were still thousands of disciples rushing back to the sect at mealtime. While competition remained, it was considerably less fierce than before. Nevertheless, the disciples dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. The current state of the Divine Sword Peak was such that stagnation equated to regression if one did not strive to better oneself. Even a meal would be out of reach, leaving only the option to envy from the sidelines. During this time, the disciples learned that Changqing was to venture out for a task in the afternoon. For reasons unknown, a wave of anxiety washed over them, prompting numerous voices to urge him otherwise. "Junior brother Changqing, you need not personally handle a mere disheartened spirit. My senior brother is also undertaking a task this afternoon. Leave it to me, and tomorrow I shall bring that spirit back for you, to deal with as you see fit." "Indeed, entrust it to my senior brother. You should rest well in the sect, junior brother Changqing." They entirely denied Changqing the opportunity to go out, and in the end, he had no choice but to delegate the task to his senior brothers. At that moment, in a quaint little village called Bamboo Grove Village, a disheartened spirit that had just consumed a human involuntarily shivered, sensing an ominous portent looming ahead. Yet, hidden away in such a remote village, and with its own lack of strength, it believed it would not attract any undue attention. Cautious and prudent, it had consistently performed admirably. However, that fateful night, when it found itself encircled by 5 disciples from the Taoist sect's Divine Sword Peak, its eyes were filled only with confusion. It was merely a diminutive gray spirit. Yet why were 5 formidable cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage seeking it out? Their discourse unmistakably indicated that they were indeed after it. Is it the one? It must be the gray spirit from Julin village, just as recorded in the mission details. Regardless, they intended to capture all the surrounding malevolent beasts and let junior brother Qing select from them. That would indeed save trouble later on. Listen. They are speaking in human terms. In an instant, under the terrified gaze of the gray spirit, the 5 acted. Not only did they seize it, but they also effortlessly netted every malevolent creature and demon within 100 miles of Julin village. Some of these demons, blissfully slumbering in their caves, were abruptly invaded by 5 burly men of the Purple Mansion stage, who wasted no time in binding them without explanation. "What are you doing? Curse it. Has the Taoist sect gone mad? I am merely a half-demon." Roaring in protest. Given Julin village's remote location, the only beings that had established residence here were minor demons of exceedingly low power. Previously, encountering even a single cultivator at the core formation stage was a rarity. Yet on this night, 5 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage swept through the area with unrelenting force. The following day, when Changqing entered the kitchen and beheld the multitude of malevolent spirits and demons, he was rendered utterly speechless. He turned to his 5 senior brothers and said, "Brothers, it seems my task is merely to capture a single ghostly creature. Are we not concerned about making a mistake?" One of his senior brothers replied, "Changqing, just identify which one it is and present it for the report. We shall handle the rest." The assembly of demons and malevolent spirits trembled at the exchange, finally comprehending that they had been gathered here solely due to a meager 1-star mission from the Taoist sect. Truly, one might ponder if the Taoist sect was not a tad deranged. In the end, Changqing reluctantly selected the target of his mission, and the 5 senior brothers swiftly executed it. While the malevolent spirits held little value, the beasts were deemed worthy of retention, without a doubt. These creatures would become the provisions for the kitchen of the Divine Sword Peak. In the ensuing days, the life of the disciples at Divine Sword Peak remained as unadorned as ever, eating, cultivating, and accepting tasks. However, in recent days, disciples from other peaks began to exhibit a tendency to unite in opposition against the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. Each morning, the task hall was teeming with individuals. By heavens, I am utterly exasperated with this motley crew, arriving so early every day to seize tasks. Humph. If the disciples of Divine Sword Peak refuse to treat us as equals, then I shall likewise cast aside my humanity. Is it merely a matter of snatching tasks and capturing demon steeds? Who fears whom? Come forth. The Sword Peak does not grant me a steed, and in turn, I shall not offer them one either. Let us see how they complete their tasks. Ultimately, the suppressed resentment within me could not be contained, and rivalry among the peaks began to escalate. Consequently, the task hall became the most bustling place within the main peak. Almost at every moment, disciples gathered outside the task hall, eagerly waiting. Once new tasks were announced, they would swarm in, and the assignments would vanish in an instant. Nevertheless, even so, the likelihood of disciples from the Sword Peak securing tasks remained the highest. Beyond the tasks, the competition for the demon steeds intensified. Upon exiting the task hall, disciples from various peaks would cast fierce glares at those from the Sword Peak before hastily racing towards the horse grounds at the foot of the mountain. At first, the disciples from the Sword Peak were puzzled by this behavior. It was only later that they understood the intention was to seize the steeds. A cold smile crept upon the faces of the Sword Peak disciples. It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, you are still too inexperienced to vie for the steeds. As they rushed towards the foot of the mountain, the Sword Peak disciples could not help but scoff at the techniques displayed by their rivals. The lesser tier of the flowing light steps was embarrassing to witness. Behold, my flowing light steps, and watch me soar. The same technique exhibited by the disciples of other peaks was generally inferior to that of the Sword Peak disciples. With their skills unleashed, the disciples of the Sword Peak swiftly vanished from sight, leaving their rivals behind, bewildered and unable to comprehend the spectacle. What on earth was that just now? Are you blind? That was a level of agility that can only be described as perfection. Perfection? If it were just one or two, it might be excusable. But the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak have nearly all mastered their agility techniques to at least a consummate level. It merely reflects the disparity in their ranks. This is utterly absurd. Watching the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak vanish in the blink of an eye is nothing short of astonishing. By the time they arrive, panting, at the horse grounds, the horses have inevitably disappeared. I am truly astounded. What is going on with the Divine Sword Peak? Do they all possess consummate agility? They seem to run faster than rabbits. Though I am reluctant to admit it, in terms of agility, I am compelled to acknowledge the Divine Sword Peak as the strongest. Alas, I am filled with vexation. Outside the horse grounds, disciples from various peaks lament skyward, while the earlier arrived disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, mounted upon their steeds, were expressions of disdain. You still wish to seize a horse? What a farce. I have never lost when it comes to snatching food. If I can't snatch food, how could I possibly fail to seize a horse? Naive. They are simply too young. Thus, the disciples who had initially prepared for retaliation tragically realized that they could not compete with the Divine Sword Peak. Henceforth, the Divine Sword Peak should no longer be called by that name. It ought to be referred to as the Peak of Agility, as every disciple possesses consummate agility. How can one even hope to compete? Chapter 66. Are you ready to play dirty? Upon witnessing the extraordinary agility exhibited by the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, the members of other peaks found themselves utterly astonished. It was truly absurd. How could those who primarily practice swordsmanship possess such remarkable agility? A sense of frustration and resentment brewed within them, as they found it impossible to swallow their indignation. Each time they observed the Divine Sword Peak disciples reveling in their triumphs over demon steeds, the other disciples felt an overwhelming irritation, encapsulated in one word: arrogance. This simply could not stand. Such feelings were intolerable. But what could they do? The Divine Sword Peak disciples were universally skilled in their agility. Surely, there must be someone among them who could rival them. Perhaps the disciples of Shadow Peak? Shadow Peak, one of the 36 peaks of the Taoist sect, was the least populated and most enigmatic of all. The intelligence for the entire Taoist sect was managed by Shadow Peak. Thus, while they might not claim superiority over the Divine Sword Peak, the disciples of Shadow Peak certainly possessed unparalleled skills and agility. Upon hearing this, A disciple's eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim soon after. While the notion was enticing, the individuals from Shadow Peak were elusive and reclusive. Persuading them to take action would likely prove challenging. Moreover, the disciples of Shadow Peak were not required to undertake the same tasks as their counterparts. Their missions were distinct and independent. With a smile, the disciple responded, "Fear not. I happen to have made the acquaintance of a senior brother from Shadow Peak, so it should not pose a problem." That is reassuring. Since there was a way to proceed, several disciples immediately made their way towards Shadow Peak. Meanwhile, the other disciples, realizing they could not match the agility of the Sword Peak disciples, began to contemplate alternative strategies. If agility would not suffice, they would resort to underhanded tactics, after all. It was they who had taken advantage, and they should not blame me for retaliating. Brother, if I do not vent this frustration, I shall find it impossible to focus on my training. I must reclaim my dignity. Another morning dawned, and after breakfast, the disciples of Sword Peak began to arrive at the main peak's task hall. Likewise, disciples from the other peaks followed suit, as the competition had long since commenced. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Sword Peak disciples, a chill flickered in the eyes of the other disciples. They had conspired that, even if it meant resorting to unsavory methods, today they would teach Sword Peak a lesson. As the disciples of Sword Peak accepted their tasks, the contest for the demon horse commenced anew. Attack. At this, a disciple whispered, prompting the other disciples from various peaks, who had been poised for action, to spring into action. This time, they would not rely on agility, but would instead employ foul play. Whether casting spells, utilizing binding talismans, or more directly, grappling at their legs, their singular aim was to subdue the disciples of Sword Peak. Once under control, no matter how astonishing their agility might be, it would prove utterly futile. In an instant, a familiar scene seemed to unfold outside the main peak's mission hall. One that the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were all too accustomed to. After all, such occurrences transpired thrice daily. There was no trace of tension. On the contrary, there was a hint of amusement. Resorting to underhanded tactics, are we? How naive to believe this would be effective. These are merely remnants of my own endeavors. Soon, a group of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak adeptly evaded numerous controlling spells and binding talismans. That is not how to use the binding technique. Allow me to demonstrate. One disciple remarked. Initially, a disciple aimed to ensnare a fellow disciple from the Divine Sword Peak using the binding technique. In response, the latter merely smiled, sidestepped gracefully, and effortlessly dodged the attack. Subsequently, he executed the same technique, but it was evident that he had mastered it to perfection. When comparing a rudimentary binding technique to one executed flawlessly, the outcome was all too predictable. Unsurprisingly, the attacking disciple found himself ensnared, rendered immobile, unable to even cast a talisman. How could one hope to strike effectively? In the face of talismanic assaults, the Divine Sword Peak disciple regarded them as trivial. Although the rules of engagement forbade the use of external forces during mealtimes, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak had never ceased their studies of talismans. It is wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Who knows when such rules may change? Thus, although the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak may lack the skill to inscribe talismans, their prowess in utilizing them is undoubtedly exceptional. Consequently, these disciples have distilled the three fundamental principles for employing talismans: concealment, diversion, and surprise. Concealment refers to secrecy. When wielding a talisman, one must always keep a hand hidden. If the talisman is detected before it is deployed, it is clearly a failure. The later the adversary discovers your use of a talisman, the higher the probability of a successful strike. Diversion entails the art of deception. The more straightforward the assault with a talisman, the less likely it is to succeed. If one merely hurls it directly at the opponent, it becomes all too easy to evade, especially when the difference in cultivation is negligible. Thus, it is essential to create distractions, to mislead the opponent, and to strike where they least expect it in order to dismantle their defenses. Surprise, as the term suggests, involves executing an attack when least anticipated. The more unexpected the assault, the more effective it is likely to be. This wisdom has been painstakingly acquired by the disciples of Divine Sword Peak over countless days and nights of toil and sacrifice. Therefore, engaging in talismanic arts before a disciple from Divine Sword Peak is akin to brandishing a broadsword in the presence of Guan Yu. As one seeks to evade the talisman of a certain disciple, a sudden smile graces the disciple's face. You have grown complacent. Upon hearing this, the disciple is left in a state of bewilderment, questioning how they could have been careless, especially when the other party is still a considerable distance away. As the words fell, a sudden burst of radiant talismanic light erupted behind the disciple, instantly binding him in place. You. He had completely failed to perceive how this disciple from the Divine Sword Peak had executed his move. It wasn't until he noticed a small hole, no larger than 3 fingers, beneath his feet that he was left utterly dumbfounded. Had this individual secretly excavated a hole with sword chi, delivering the talisman to his rear? What a clever maneuver. It left this disciple in a state of astonishment. In all his years, he had never witnessed such an application of talismans. This was indeed the correct method of utilizing talismans. Take heed, for your senior brother shall take his leave now. Having effortlessly dealt with his opponent, the disciple of the Divine Sword Peak turned away with a smile. The same could be said across the board. In the face of the petty tricks employed by disciples from various peaks, those from the Divine Sword Peak remained composed, imparting a valuable lesson. In this world, there are no limits to cunning, only ever greater depths of deceit. These trivial ploys of yours are merely remnants of what we, the Divine Sword Peak, have already mastered. The arts of control, the binding talismans, the outright grappling. These are all child's play. What was initially intended as an act of retribution against the Divine Sword Peak ended with the disciples of the other peaks being the ones subdued and restrained. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak departed with unhurried grace. Observing the retreating figures of the Divine Sword Peak members, the disciples from the other peaks could no longer contain their tears of frustration. What on earth is the Divine Sword Peak engaged in all day? Chapter 67. How can one's heart become so corrupted with meticulous preparation, intricate planning, and resolute execution? The intention was to gain the upper hand over the sword summit. Yet, unexpectedly, it was the adversary who ultimately gained the advantage. Observing the triumphant figures of the sword summit disciples as they departed, one of the inner disciples responsible for orchestrating this counterattack was filled with resentment, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. Why? Why did it come to this? The sword summit. He now felt that apart from their swordplay, these disciples had seemingly perfected every other skill. Just look at their diverse use of talismans. They were simply a cornucopia of techniques. There was nothing they couldn't master. A simple talisman in the hands of a sword summit disciple could nearly transform into an unparalleled concealed weapon, rendering defenses futile. What of their sword energy creating tunnels? What of their feints and distractions? Their tactics were utterly unscrupulous in their depravity. It was infuriating. After expending so much effort, the outcome was so disheartening. Just as this inner disciple wallowed in his bitterness, he inadvertently noticed more than a dozen servant disciples who had yet to escape. In contrast to the outer disciples, the sword summit's servant disciples, though employing underhanded tactics, were still hindered by their inferior cultivation. As fury ignited within his eyes, the inner disciple cast aside his reservations. If he could not contend with the outer disciples of the sword summit, then he would turn his attention to the servant disciples instead. Though it may seem somewhat embarrassing, who cares about such trivial matters at this point? Even if the supreme deity himself were to arrive today, he would still be unable to prevent me from targeting a few disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. With that resolve, I strode towards the more than 10 miscellaneous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. Observing this, those around me began to speculate on my intentions, with one disciple whispering, "Senior brother, is it appropriate for us to directly confront those miscellaneous disciples?" Typically, competition within the Dao sect occurs among disciples of the same rank. If an inner sect disciple were to attack an outer sect disciple, it would invite disdain from others, let alone from miscellaneous disciples. However, at that moment, the inner sect disciple was beyond heeding such counsel, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I do not care. Today, I shall confront the Divine Sword Peak." Consumed by rage, the other disciples felt it was best to remain silent. Before long, we stood before the more than 10 miscellaneous disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, who were evidently surrounded by disciples from various peaks, leaving them with no escape. With a cold glare, the leading inner sect disciple spoke in a solemn tone. "I am aware that this action may be against the rules, but your Divine Sword Peak has truly gone too far." His pent-up fury demanded release. And although he had no intention of harming these miscellaneous disciples, he was interrupted when one of them suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. This unexpected display left the onlookers in stunned silence, wondering how such a grand gesture could occur. In a moment, everyone stood frozen in place. Then, the servant disciple's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he spoke with heartfelt emotion. "Esteemed senior brothers and junior brothers, I am Wang Tai, born in an impoverished and desolate mountain village, where my family faced tremendous hardship. From a young age, my mother taught me that children from poor families must mature early. Thus, in pursuit of my dreams, I endured countless hardships to join the Tao Sect. Though I am merely a servant disciple, I am already immensely grateful. I harbor no other aspirations. My sole desire is to work diligently so that my family can lead a better life, freeing my mother from suffering and the cruelty of others. This month, I have yet to complete my mandatory task. Should I fail to fulfill it, I would be in violation of the Sect's regulations. I humbly request that you, esteemed senior brothers, grant me leniency, allowing me to complete this task and remain in the Tao Sect. Thank you all. His poignant words resonated deeply, stirring the hearts of those present. Observing Wang Tai, a grown man weeping like a delicate flower in the rain, the disciples from various peaks felt a twinge of compassion. Some even murmured quietly among themselves, "Are we being too harsh? Indeed, he is just a servant disciple with no background. His life must be incredibly difficult. Perhaps we should let him go." Amidst the murmurs, the leading inner disciple felt an inward pang of guilt. He then remorsefully took out a pouch of spirit stones, though they were of low quality. There were still several dozen within. For a mere servant disciple devoid of any background, the situation is indeed quite significant. I apologize, senior brother. No need for words. Wang Tai, depart swiftly. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out at the Bachang Peak. Thank you, senior brother. Thus, under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, Wang Tai seized the spiritual stone and, with a swift movement, dashed down the mountain. Witnessing this scene, the other disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were taken aback, realizing the potential of such an approach. While others may have been unfamiliar with Wang Tai, they certainly recognized him. He was undeniably a figure of substantial influence, a scion of a prominent family. His father was a general in the worldly dynasty, having secured his position through connections. Following Wang Tai's example, it wasn't long before a second servant disciple knelt down, his eyes brimming with tears. Esteemed senior brothers, I, the disciple, am somewhat better off than Wang Tai. My family, while not affluent, can provide for basic needs. However, I have a childhood sweetheart, whose natural meridians have been obstructed. We had once promised to enter the sect together, to become partners in the path, never to part ways. Yet now, as I join the Tao Sect, she remains in the mundane world, without the means to cultivate. A mortal's years are but a fleeting moment. And one day, I may find myself separated from her forever. Throughout these years, I have tirelessly gathered firewood, fetched water, and swept the floors, never daring to take a moment's rest, all in the hope of accumulating sect points to exchange for a cleansing elixir on her behalf. Now, only the final task remains. The performance of this disciple has reached an exceptional level, not through loud weeping, but through an inner release that truly embodies the essence of being one with the play. Thus, before he could finish speaking, the foremost inner disciple produced another bag of low-grade spirit stones, interrupting, "Junior brother, do not say more, just go. I believe you will surely find love and companionship." Thank you, senior brother. He accepted the spirit stones and turned to leave. This individual also hailed from a prominent family, reputedly a dandy in the mundane world, with countless romantic entanglements with childhood sweethearts. He was indeed a rogue in the realm of love, a wolf amidst the vast sea. Senior brother, I have an elderly mother of 80 at home, and, senior brother, I am not very eloquent nor skilled in expressing emotions. My parents passed away early, and I have over 20 siblings relying on me for sustenance. One by one, the disciples of the Sword Peak recounted their tragic tales, vividly illustrating the harsh realities of the world. The more tender-hearted female disciples, upon hearing their stories, could not help but weep. In a world rife with cruelty, merely surviving is no small feat. We are fortunate to receive the protection of our sect. Yet for those junior brothers. Chapter 68. The roar of the tiger in the mountains, the atmosphere subtly transformed into one of sorrow and oppression. Why do mortals yearn to become cultivators? Beyond the pursuit of immortality and transcendence from the cycle of reincarnation, do they not seek to escape the sea of suffering? In the hearts of many, the world of cultivators is envisioned as a paradise. Even though numerous individuals may never encounter a cultivator in their lifetime, they stubbornly cling to this belief. Humans have a penchant for constructing beautiful imaginings within their hearts, even if they are mere fantasies. Yet, they only consider the favorable aspects of cultivation, overlooking its other dimensions, much like the inner sect brother at this moment. Upon hearing the sorrowful tale recounted by the disciple from the Divine Sword Peak, this inner sect disciple was filled with compassion, continuously offering bags of spirit stones. He also sought to provide comfort. Junior brother, those are all matters of the past. You are now a disciple of the Dao Sect and possess the ability to care for and protect your family. Take these spirit stones. Do not feel hesitant with your elder brother. Thank you, elder brother. It truly is a hardship for the junior brother. So young, yet shouldering the dual roles of both father and mother, raising over 20 younger siblings. The elder brother admires your fortitude. Accept these spirit stones without reservation. Thank you, elder brother. As expected, the group of over 10 miscellaneous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak was soon released. It was not until this moment that everyone began to sense something amiss, still lamenting. I had never imagined that the lives of the miscellaneous disciples of our Taoist sect could be so fraught with peril. Indeed, upon reflection, it is understandable that the aptitude of menial disciples is generally lacking. Without any significant background, life can indeed be arduous. Looking back, I realized that my previous demeanor towards the menial disciples may have been excessively stern. I was genuinely moved, yet such sentiments did not linger for long. With the arrival of a disciple from the dominant spear peak, I happened to witness my senior brother bestowing spirit stones upon a certain individual, which prompted a wave of confusion. Brother Zhu, why are you giving spirit stones to Li Tong? Surely he is not in need of them. This individual, who had mentioned the early death of his parents and his struggles in raising over 20 younger siblings, was none other than Li Tong, and the disciple from dominant spear peak happened to be acquainted with him, hailing from the same region. Upon hearing this, Brother Zhu sighed with a look of sorrow. So, his name is Li Tong. Alas, he is indeed a man of misfortune. There is little I can offer. I can only grant him some spirit stones. Man of misfortune? The newly arrived outer disciple was perplexed by this assertion. How could Li Tong possibly be associated with such a label? Brother Zhu, taken aback, sensed something amiss. He turned sharply towards his junior brother, his expression darkening slightly. What do you mean by that? Both the junior brother and Li Tong hailed from the imperial capital of the Flame Wind Kingdom. He was a member of the royal family, the son of King Anil, and the only child, having lived a life of luxury from an early age. Hence, there was no conceivable connection to the concept of misfortune. Upon hearing those words, Brother Zhu was instantly taken aback, and the surrounding disciples were left in a state of shock, with eyes wide open in fury. It took Brother Zhu a moment to regain his composure. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour. He bellowed at the Divine Sword Peak. I have no intention of coexisting with you. In the midst of his rage, it felt as though something within him had been irreparably shattered. Perhaps it was his understanding of the inherent goodness in this world. Is it not said that human nature is innately benevolent? Why then, can one's heart become so tainted? Could it be that the sect's heart reflection mirror is malfunctioning? The hearts of the Divine Sword Peak disciples are indeed dark. Why can't the heart reflection realm reveal this? Why? His voice was laden with sorrow and indignation. Passers-by glanced at Brother Zhu and his companions, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. What has happened to them? They wondered, could they have lost their sanity? Surely not. The Divine Sword Peak has already spiraled into madness. If other peaks have succumbed to the same fate, what shall become of us? After his outburst, Brother Zhu uttered a single, cold command: pursue. Immediately, the group hastened down the mountain towards the stables. However, their late pursuit yielded predictable results. By the time they arrived at the stables, the individuals from the Divine Sword Peak had long since vanished. Only the steward remained, observing the disciples whose eyes were bloodshot and whose foreheads were pulsating with veins, cautiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" "We're fine." Upon hearing this, Brother Zhu replied, "Are you certain this constitutes as nothing? Your eyes are nearly popping out. Not to mention the blood vessels and the throbbing veins on your forehead. Is this truly nothing? Even ferocious beasts devouring humans is not as alarming as this. Perhaps we should visit Baichao Peak for a thorough examination. Be cautious. Thank you for your concern, but I assure you, I am perfectly fine." He felt that visiting Baichao Peak would be futile. Reluctantly departing from the stables, it was said that Brother Zhu left the sect alone, confronting over a dozen locations of malevolent spirits, instilling terror among many of them. The reasons behind his actions were known only to those present at the time, leaving others in the dark. As a result, Brother Zhu earned commendation from the leader of the Baichao Peak, who praised his righteous spirit, declaring him a true disciple of the Dao sect, encouraging all at Baichao Peak to learn from his example. However, those who were present noted that Brother Zhu maintained a grim demeanor throughout, remaining silent, his gaze filled with an unfathomable wrath directed towards the direction of the Divine Sword Peak. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from the Tiger Ridge in the eastern continent. causing many nearby cultivators to hastily flee, for it was the roar of the Beast King. Deep within a forest in the heart of the Tiger Ridge, a colossal black tiger, with eyes ablaze like rubies, unleashed a terrifying roar that sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Just moments ago, a human thief of the Zifu realm had intruded upon its territory, employing some unknown means to breach one of its treasure vaults, leaving it completely ransacked. Moreover, this rogue audaciously inscribed a message. Black Tiger Demon King, what Sister Jean Min can accomplish, I too can achieve. Today, I shall pilfer your treasury. In the future, prepare to be my steed and cleanse your neck in anticipation. Signed, the Gluttonous One. Upon reading this line, the Black Tiger Demon King was infuriated. How audacious this little thief was. Yet, by the time he pursued, the scoundrel had already vanished without a trace. At the height of the Black Tiger Demon King's fury, a figure swiftly darted towards him. To the Sword Peak, this silhouette was all too familiar. It was none other than the former sovereign of the Black Tiger Abyss, the bloodthirsty tiger. Ever since the fall of the Black Tiger Abyss, it had fled to the Tiger Ridge, remaining by the side of the Black Tiger Demon King. Calm your rage, my lord, it urged. We have ascertained that this Jean Min is an inner disciple of the Taoist sect. She indeed visited Tiger Ridge previously and was pursued by the Blood Tiger Demon King, ultimately managing to escape. Moreover, traces of her lingering aura confirm the use of Taoist sect's techniques. Upon hearing this, the Black Tiger Demon King's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he declared vehemently, the Taoist sect, how brazen they are. Do they truly believe that we of the Tiger Ridge fear them? My lord, I implore you to issue the command to attack the Taoist sect, to raise the Sword Peak, and avenge your honor, the bloodthirsty tiger urged. It had assumed that the Black Tiger Demon King intended to confront the Taoist sect. Its own resentment towards the Sword Peak was unwavering, as it could not comprehend the inexplicable annihilation they had suffered. Initially, it seemed as though a mere flattery was uttered. But to one's astonishment, in the next moment, the Black Tiger Demon King struck with a powerful blow, sending the Sha tigers soaring through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Are you a fool? How dare you attack the Daowen sect? Depart at once. Chapter 69. The developments begin to take an unusual turn in the Taoist sect. The events concerning the Tiger Ridge remained shrouded in secrecy. No one anticipated that a disciple would dare to provoke a demon king. In the kitchen, Changqing had just concluded his meditation and took a sip of water from his teacup. He activated his character panel. Host, Changqing identity, miscellaneous disciple of Taoist sect cultivation, perfection in the Chomai realm techniques, mind illuminating technique, perfection, 9 meridians technique, perfection, arts, shadow blade, perfection, 7-star steps, perfection, spirit stone, major accomplishment reputation, growing renown talent, upper middle grade bone structure, upper middle grade comprehension, upper grade, 7762, after a period of arduous cultivation. He had made significant progress, achieving perfection in the Chongmai realm and poised to break through to the Jedon realm. His 9 meridians technique had also reached perfection, and his comprehension had ascended to an upper grade level. His efforts had finally borne fruit. Satisfied, he closed the character panel and, holding his teacup, settled into a reclining chair to take a moment of rest. It was nearly time to prepare dinner. It seemed that the task hall had been bustling with activity lately. Having visited the task hall several times, he noted that each visit was met with throngs of disciples, and tasks were snatched up the moment they were posted. Particularly, low-star tasks had become exceedingly rare. The enthusiasm among the disciples for undertaking tasks was palpable, and the competition was fierce. In response, Changqing merely expressed a desire to avoid the fray, having already experienced enough turmoil in his previous life. In this lifetime, he wished to live with a touch more ease. Engaging in tasks was acceptable, for the stronger the sect, the more securely he could exist in tranquility. With a faint smile, he softly murmured a phrase. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the main peak's task hall had descended into utter chaos, with numerous disciples venting their frustrations vocally. Is there no end to this? Have all the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak no respite? They lamented. This is truly exasperating. How many rounds of tasks must one endure in a day? Completing a task should suffice. Let others have a chance. Steward, is there no new task forthcoming? We have been waiting for half an hour. In the realm of competition, the Divine Sword Peak stood unparalleled. Even when disciples from other peaks joined forces, they had never managed to gain an advantage over the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Realizing they were no match, the disciples from the other peaks had learned to adapt and compete fiercely. However, as they continued to engage, they discovered that they could not even keep pace with the relentless fervor of the divine sword disciples. These disciples were astonishingly vigorous, tackling several rounds of tasks each day as if invigorated by some elixir. Now, attempting to accept a task felt akin to facing tribulation, without enduring numerous trials. It was impossible not only to accept a task, but even to approach the shimmering barrier of the formation, except for the disciples of the divine sword peak. The agility displayed by these individuals is truly remarkable, gliding through the crowd like slippery eels, effortlessly darting past in a flash. After waiting for half an hour without the arrival of new tasks, the disciples grew increasingly anxious. However, it was the stewards of the task hall, along with the presiding third elder, who felt the urgency most acutely. Master, there are truly no tasks left. Not a single 1-star or 2-star task remains, and only a handful of 3-star tasks are available, reported the stewards, their faces etched with concern as they surrounded the third elder in the courtyard of the task hall. Having lived for many years, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. The disciples had completed all the sect's tasks. What on earth is happening? They lamented. The sect had previously instituted mandatory tasks specifically to encourage the disciples to engage in their duties. In the past, the disciples had been indifferent to the tasks, necessitating the sect's regulations. Yet now the tables had turned. The disciples were eager to undertake tasks, but the sect had none to offer. Listening to the lamentations of the stewards, the third elder furrowed his brow in contemplation. Why has it come to this? Were there not plenty of tasks before? Upon uttering these words, the stewards responded almost in unison. Is it not due to the divine sword peak? At the mere mention of these 3 words, the third elder felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. It seemed that the fears he had harbored were indeed manifesting. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and inquired, have they begun to disregard the rules once more? No, the disciples of the divine sword peak still adhere to the rule of accepting only 3 tasks each time. So why? If the disciples of the divine sword peak are so honest, how could such a situation arise? The third elder was puzzled. But soon a steward provided an explanation. Their efficiency is astonishing. Although they take on few tasks at a time, they come every day. One individual even managed to complete a total of 8 tasks in a single day. We are baffled by how he accomplished that. They may accept fewer tasks, but they do so more frequently, leaving the disciples of the divine sword peak thoroughly bewildered. Even the third elder widened his eyes upon hearing this. 8 tasks in one day? What kind of extraordinary being is this? Do they think this is as easy as eating buns, one after another? If it were only the divine sword peak, it might not be so alarming, but other peak disciples, upon witnessing this, also began to. After a pause, the stewards added, the root cause still lies with the divine sword peak. The third elder, in a solemn tone, seemed to grasp the frustrations previously expressed by the second senior brother, Song. Should I also pay a visit to the divine sword peak? He pondered internally, but quickly dismissed the thought. What could be achieved by going to the divine sword peak? They already adhere to the rules, accepting only 3 tasks each time. As for their industriousness, should that not be commended? How could one possibly find fault with that? Thus, there was no compelling reason to visit the divine sword peak. Outside, chaos reigned as the third elder pondered for a moment before arriving at an unprecedented decision. Let us temporarily close it. The attendants were taken aback by his words, while the third elder, with a hint of irritation, remarked, what else can we do? There are no tasks at hand, so what purpose does the task hall serve? It shall be closed for now. The closure of the task hall marked an unprecedented event since the establishment of the Taoist sect. Shortly thereafter, the attendants departed to the grand hall, where a cacophony of disciples filled the air. Silence, one of the attendants commanded, and gradually, the crowd quieted down. The attendants then instructed the disciples to wait outside. Please do not congregate within the grand hall. Kindly step outside and await further instructions. For reasons unknown, the disciples complied and exited the task hall, initially believing they would only be waiting outside. However, to their astonishment, as they stepped out, the doors of the task hall slammed shut with a resounding thud. What does this mean? Can they not comprehend? The task hall is closed. This unexpected turn of events left the disciples utterly bewildered, while inside, the attendants' voices echoed once more. Effective immediately, the task hall is temporarily closed, and the reopening time will be announced later. By the heavens! The utterance left the disciples frozen in disbelief. Has the task hall truly been shuttered? In stark contrast, the attendants within the grand hall displayed expressions of palpable relief. Although the closure of the task hall may seem disreputable, At least it provides a reprieve of 2 days of tranquility. Chapter 70. Sending you out. The news of the closure of the task hall soon caused a tremendous uproar within the Daoyi sect. After a brief moment of astonishment, the disciples of the various peaks reacted with excitement and joy. Firstly, they were relieved at the prospect of no longer toiling endlessly over tasks. Secondly, they reveled in the fact that the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were also left without assignments. Indeed, it felt liberating to exhale a sigh of relief. Haha. The third elder is truly formidable. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak must be bewildered now. Indeed, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were left in a state of confusion. Many returned from completing their tasks, eager to submit their reports, only to find the doors closed upon arrival. During dinner time, after the evening meal, the disciples gathered in the kitchen, unable to contain their grievances. What on earth is happening with the task hall? Why is it closed? One complained. I still have 3 tasks pending, another added. Who among us doesn't have 3 tasks? The real question is, what will we do from here on out? If the task hall remains shut, how are we supposed to accept new tasks? The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were utterly dejected, while Changqing, Hongzun, and others stood nearby, their expressions twitching in amusement. They really have closed it. You all have played your part in this closure. Truly, it is a case of a small knife pricking the backside, opening our eyes, they mused. Hongzun smirked, sensing that someone would soon come knocking, but then thought to himself, what does it matter to me? The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak are well-behaved and never engage in unruly conduct. Even if the eldest senior brother were to come, he couldn't say much. The entirety of the matter was already well understood by Hongzun. Was it merely that the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak displayed a bit more diligence? What wrong could there be in that? With unwavering confidence, Hongzun stood firm. Meanwhile, atop the main peak, within the abode of the second elder, Song, the third elder and he sat together, their expressions laden with worry. Second brother. What shall we do? The task hall has closed its doors, the third elder lamented, his face etched with bitterness as he turned to Song. In response, Song felt equally helpless. What can we do? Perhaps you could visit the law enforcement hall and issue a warning to the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak? Have you lost your mind? What fault do the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak have? What am I to say? Is being industrious a crime? What then shall we do? The third elder was acutely aware that their position was utterly untenable, yet this was the situation they found themselves in. It truly is quite vexing, and yet we possess no grounds to confront them. I am utterly exasperated with that old drunkard, Hongzun. In a state of distress, the third elder cursed under his breath, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration seemed to illuminate Song's mind. He turned to the third elder with newfound excitement. Junior brother, I have an idea. What is it? The coastal camp is due for a rotation, and it just so happens to involve the Divine Sword Peak. Upon hearing this, the third elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression mirrored that of Song's excitement. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? The coastal camp refers to the juncture of the eastern continent and the eastern sea. Within the eastern sea resides a multitude of aquatic demonic beasts, which have plagued the coastal regions since ancient times. In response, the Daoyi sect has engaged in numerous fierce battles with the aquatic denizens of the eastern sea, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Ultimately, it was the sect's ancestral master who intervened, erecting a formidable array along the coast that successfully barred the aquatic creatures from entering. However, a fissure exists at the heart of this formation, allowing only those whose bone age does not exceed 200 years and whose cultivation does not surpass the law manifestation realm to pass through. Consequently, the Daoyi sect established a settlement named Near Sea Camp in this location. Aside from a few special peaks like Shadow Peak and 100 Herb Peak, the remaining peaks rotate their disciples annually to serve at Near Sea Camp, and all disciples are required to participate. The danger is relatively low, as the formidable beings of the Eastern Sea cannot penetrate this area. Although some skirmishes may occur, they are not of significant scale. In simple terms, it is merely a year spent at Near Sea Camp. This situation aligns perfectly with the intentions of Song and his companion. Indeed, if the trouble cannot be resolved, then one must address those who create the trouble. By dispatching all disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, the issue can be tackled at its root. My second senior brother is truly gifted, Song remarked. I too have stumbled upon this thought. Perhaps it is what they call divine providence. Shall we now seek out our senior brother? Very well, it is indeed time to discuss the rotation at Near Sea Camp. In their excitement, the two hastened toward the cave dwelling of their senior brother, Xiong. Upon the arrival of Song and his companion, Xiong initially felt a twinge of curiosity. "What brings you both here together?" he inquired. "Senior brother, we have come to discuss the rotation of the coastal camp. In just half a month, it will be time for the change, and the disciples of Yuna Peak have already completed their year. It will soon be the turn of Xinjian Peak," Song explained. However, hearing this, Xiong furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, but why the sudden concern for such matters? The rotation of the coastal camp was not typically within the purview of Song and his companion. They had never shown interest in these affairs before. Upon hearing Xiong's remarks, Song and his companion fell silent for a moment before they began to express their grievances in unison. "Senior brother, you cannot imagine the torment I have endured. My enforcement hall has recently become akin to a bustling marketplace, with disciples incessantly coming forth to lodge complaints, all directed at Xinjian Peak. And as for me, senior brother, my task hall has already closed its doors, as every low-tier task available within the sect has been claimed. If we do not send them away soon, I shall find myself unable to fulfill my duties as the head of the task hall." Xiong, who had been in seclusion and thus unaware of these developments, began to exhibit a peculiar expression as he absorbed Song's words. As the conversation progressed, perhaps recalling some unfortunate memories, both Song and his companion's eyes grew misty, slightly overwhelmed. They rose together, simultaneously making their request. "Master brother, please have pity on junior brother and allow the Divine Sword Peak to depart. I earnestly request Master brother to escort the Divine Sword Peak to the coastal camp." The two were genuinely frightened, and, witnessing the situation, Xiong opened his mouth to speak. "Alas, my dear junior brothers, you have worked hard. Master brother, it is not merely a question of hardship. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak must leave. Indeed, the sooner, the better." The two were resolute in their determination to see the disciples of Divine Sword Peak off, insisting that you all should stay at the coastal camp. Although it is only for a year, that time is sufficient. Song and his companion dared not harbor excessive expectations, hoping simply to pass this year in peace. Their resolve was unwavering, and upon seeing this, Xiong contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall personally speak with Brother Hong tomorrow and request him to arrange for the rotation promptly." Upon hearing these words, Song and his companion finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had been granted a great pardon. "Brother, you are truly wise. This is undoubtedly Xiong's most sagacious decision." Leaving Xiong's presence, gazing at the myriad stars in the sky, Song and his companion felt as though the stars shone even brighter tonight. Indeed, one feels invigorated amidst joyful events. "Congratulations, junior brother, on the imminent reopening of the task hall. Congratulations to you as well." An indescribable sense of ease enveloped them, leaving the two to marvel in wonder. Chapter 71. The sixth disciple. The following day, shortly after breakfast, Hong Zun and Qing Shi were summoned to the master hall by Xiong. "Brother Qing Shi, are you adapting well to Daoist Sect?" Xiong inquired with genuine concern. Hearing this, Qing Shi smiled and nodded. "Everything is quite satisfactory. I particularly enjoy the atmosphere of the Divine Sword Peak." "That is good to hear." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiong turned to the matter at hand. Addressing Hong Zun, "Junior brother, it is nearly time for the rotation at the coastal camp, and this time it is your Divine Sword Peak's turn." Upon hearing this, Hong Zun was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. "How could I have forgotten this? All disciples of the peak were required to be stationed at the coastal camp, barring any extraordinary circumstances. While this was generally acceptable, he was deeply troubled about Changqing. He could not allow him to go, and moreover, Hong Zun himself would be unable to enter the coastal camp, meaning he would not be able to see Yu Changqing for at least another year." Noticing Hong Zun's intense reaction, Xiong inquired, "What troubles you, junior brother?" Nothing at all. I simply overlooked this matter," Hong Zun replied, forcing a smile. Xiong sensed something amiss, but chose not to press further, merely nodding. "Then please prepare accordingly, and proceed swiftly to the coastal camp to hand over responsibilities to the disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak." Understood. There was no escaping the duty at the coastal camp, and at that moment, Hong Zun's thoughts were solely focused on how to keep Changqing from being sent there. After concluding their matters, Hong Zun and Qing Shi took their leave, and all the way back to the Divine Sword Peak, Hong Zun maintained a furrowed brow. Observing this demeanor, Qing Shi inquired, "What troubles you? Have you lost your wits? Did you not hear about the rotation at the coastal camp?" "What of it? It's merely a sect regulation. Besides, stationed at the coastal camp does not pose significant danger. Why the concern? Qing sure assumed that Hong Zun was worried about the safety of the disciples. However, Hong Zun retorted irritably, I am not concerned about that. It is about the lad Changqing. All disciples of the peak, barring exceptional circumstances, must report to the coastal camp, and that includes Changqing. Upon hearing this, Qing Shi's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, this is a serious issue. What shall we do without Changqing? How could I have overlooked this? You truly are inept. You excel only in consuming food, Hong Zun remarked with exasperation before turning to enter his cave dwelling. Seeing this, Qing Shi hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Think fast on how to keep Changqing from going to the coastal camp. He cannot go there. I am indeed pondering that. Hong Zun replied as they entered the cave, completely unaware that Su Jie, who happened to be passing by, overheard their entire conversation. Su Jie, however, paid little mind to the affairs of the coastal camp. After all, it is not as if he has never been there. In his view, it is merely a change of location for cultivation. What truly concerns Su Jie is that it seems the master does not intend to allow his junior brother, Changqing, to accompany them. How could this be permissible? Without hesitation, Su Jie turned and made his way to Lu Shuang's cave dwelling, where Lu Yuyu and Wang Yao happened to be present as well. Upon seeing the three women, Su Jie revealed his anxiety, exclaiming, A serious matter has arisen. Upon hearing this, the three women looked at Su Jie with puzzled expressions, wondering what could possibly be so grave. Have you forgotten about the rotation at the coastal camp? Su Jie inquired. We haven't forgotten. We are fully prepared and merely awaiting the master's command. Lu Yuyu replied curiously, It's just a coastal camp. Why the sudden tension? No, I mean the master intends to leave junior brother Changqing behind. Think about it. If Changqing does not go to the coastal camp, will we not be unable to sustain ourselves for an entire year? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three women began to shift, and they too became anxious. What should we do? They asked. Indeed, without Changqing, I cannot manage, one of them lamented. Neither can I. Thus, I have come to discuss with you how we might address this situation. However, the master's decision. Hong Zun wishes to retain Yi Changqing. Even though Su Jie and the others are his direct disciples, it seems that their influence pales in comparison to that of the master, leaving them with no viable solution. After a thorough discussion, the four individuals found themselves furrowing their brows in concern. It was only Su Jie, after a prolonged silence, who seemed to have an epiphany and, with an air of mystery, addressed the three women. To thwart the master, it is beyond our capabilities alone. Hence, we must seek external assistance. External assistance? They echoed. Indeed. We should enlist someone who can rival the master, he replied. Following this, the four engaged in hushed deliberations, their expressions gradually transforming into one of satisfaction, having evidently devised a plan. Subsequently, Su Jie departed from the Sacred Sword Peak, making his way to the main peak. To everyone's surprise, he did not head to the Spell Hall or the Alchemy Hall, but instead proceeded directly to the Law Enforcement Hall. Inside the Law Enforcement Hall, Song, who was engrossed in his training, was taken aback upon hearing that Su Jie, the third disciple from Sacred Sword Peak, requested an audience. Without hesitation, he declared, I shall not see him. But master, Su Jie claims he has urgent matters to report, pertaining to Sacred Sword Peak, the attendant insisted. What could this possibly entail? The third disciple of Sacred Sword Peak seeks to report issues concerning Sacred Sword Peak at the main law enforcement hall. After a moment's contemplation, Song relented. Let him in. Understood. Soon, guided by the hall's attendant, Su Jie stood before Song. In truth, Su Jie was not well acquainted with this stern elder, who was known for his rigid demeanor and unyielding seriousness, overseeing the law enforcement hall. It was hardly surprising that the disciples held little affection for him. And Su Jie was no exception. However, this time, upon encountering Song, Su Jie greeted him with a radiant smile and respectfully said, Disciple Su Jie, I pay my respects to the second elder. There was something amiss with this fellow. His grin resembled that of a rotten persimmon. A sense of wariness arose within him. Yet he maintained a facade of composure and inquired, You mentioned there is a matter regarding the Divine Sword Peak that requires my attention? Indeed. And it is of great significance, Song responded, eager to bypass unnecessary banter and delve directly into the matter. Su Jie, having prepared his speech in advance, straightened his expression and continued, It appears that the rotation for the coastal encampment has arrived, and it is now our Divine Sword Peak's turn. Just moments ago, I inadvertently overheard my master expressing a desire to retain a portion of the disciples from the divine sword peak. Is this not a violation of the sect's regulations? All disciples are required to participate in guarding the coastal encampment, as mandated by our sect. My master, fully aware of this, still chooses to contravene it. Wait a moment. Su Jie was in the midst of his fervent discourse when Song abruptly interrupted him, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Are you here to lodge a complaint against your master, Hongzun? In an instant, Song regarded Su Jie as if he were a rebellious spirit, the glint in his eyes suggesting he was not to be trusted. In response, Su Jie donned an expression of righteous indignation and declared, "Indeed, I have come to bring charges against my master. The elder may perceive my actions as treacherous, yet I assure you, I harbor no personal motives in this matter. Some are driven solely by their unwavering devotion to the sect. As the leader of a peak, one is fully aware of the transgressions yet chooses to defy the sect's regulations. As a disciple of the Taoist sect, even in the face of one's own master, one must uphold righteousness above familial ties. This is the sentiment harbored within the disciple's heart, standing tall and composed. The disciple remains unafraid of how others perceive them. Chapter 72. Master, do not blame me. Gazing at Su Jie, who appeared resolute and upright, it seemed as though he truly embodied the virtue of sacrificing the self for the greater good, which led him to file a complaint against his own master. With a profound gaze, Song inquired softly, I see. How do you wish for me to proceed? Regardless of the veracity of Su Jie's claims, had his response entailed a demand for the severe punishment of Hongzun, or even actions that would inflict harm upon him, Song would not have hesitated to intervene decisively. Such a disciple was not one that the Taoist sect required. However, in response to Song's inquiry, Su Jie pivoted his words and stated, Disciple has come forth solely in the hope that master might reconsider the course of action. As the leader of a peak, one should not transgress the law. As for punishment, at this juncture, Su Jie bowed deeply, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction. I humbly request to bear the punishment on behalf of my master. Upon hearing these words, Song's expression softened slightly. If it were merely this, then Su Jie was indeed commendable, understanding the significance of sect rules while remaining loyal to his master. Yet, Song remained oblivious to the subtle smile that crept upon Su Jie's lips as he bowed his head. He had long anticipated this outcome and had never intended to harm his master, Hongzun. He was merely compelled by circumstance. His true aim was simply to leave with Changqing. What was wrong with that? Master, do not blame me, he silently chanted in his heart. As Song's voice resonated. Rise, Song said with a faint expression as he raised his head in compliance. I am already aware of this matter and will handle it accordingly. You may leave. Understood. Although Su Jie did not provide a definitive answer, he was absolutely confident that Song would not turn a blind eye, for that was simply his nature. Everything proceeded smoothly, and upon returning to the sacred sword peak, Su Jie went directly to the room of his second senior sister, Lu Shuang. Upon seeing him return, the three women inquired, How did it go? Is there anything I could not resolve? Hearing this, Su Jie boasted, and now it was time to witness the methods of Elder Song. Meanwhile, Hongzun and Qing Shi, after deliberation, decided to discreetly hide Changqing. Concealing a mere disciple was quite an easy task. They would simply bring him to Hongzun's cave dwelling. This matter would likely require a prior discussion with the young lad, Changqing. Indeed, with a plan in place, both men felt considerably more at ease, unaware that their most trusted disciple had already dealt them a treacherous blow from behind. That evening at dinner, Changqing prepared a new dish, roasted whole lamb, a total of 200 sharp-horned goats, which were indeed formidable beasts. It must be said that the provisions at the sacred sword peak had greatly improved. As long as the kitchen presented its requests, the entire deacon hall would never refuse, granting whatever was needed, as long as it could be procured. The yard is permeated with the tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb. The disciples, merely inhaling the scent, find it increasingly difficult to restrain the primal energy within them. With the task hall closed, they have no choice but to remain within the sect, resulting in an unprecedented intensity of competition today. I, Li Dazue, boldly declare that anyone who dares to obstruct my meal shall be sent packing. It has been over half a month, and still, I have only achieved minor progress in the core formation stage. Do they still wish to feast? Before I could finish my sentence, a fellow disciple kicked me aside. Brothers, I have 7 sisters, each possessing beauty that could outshine the moon and stars. Whoever grants me a position shall become my brother-in-law. Get lost. Not only do you seek a spot, but you also wish to take advantage of me? My mother remains a widow, and to any brother willing to. I have no use for such an unfilial son. Begone. The brawl was chaotic, with disciples wounded in droves. While none sustained fatal injuries, the sight of blood was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Some disciples even consumed healing elixirs while battling fiercely, refusing to retreat. Enough of this. You've surely consumed 10 healing pills by now. What business is it of yours? I have plenty of pills. Today, I will exhaust you to your last breath. Who fears whom? Do you think you are the only one with resources? Today's dish is new. Who wouldn't wish to savor the first bite while it is still warm? As the mealtime approached, the disciples who managed to secure a spot entered the courtyard with heads held high, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. There, in the courtyard, were neatly arranged piles of charcoal, but the true spectacle lay above them. A whole lamb, perfectly roasted to a golden crisp, its exterior crackling while remaining tender within. The golden, crispy skin glistened as droplets of fat dripped down, sizzling audibly and accompanied by the sound of the disciples swallowing in anticipation. The aroma enveloped the surroundings, and at that moment, the roasted lamb seemed to radiate beams of golden light in the eyes of the disciples. At this juncture, Changqing emerged from the kitchen, holding a tea jug, and addressed the crowd. Esteemed brothers, today we shall feast on whole roasted lambs without division. We have a total of 200 lambs. One for each of you, along with large pancakes. Please help yourselves. Upon hearing this, the disciples could hardly contain themselves, surging forward like tigers into a flock of sheep, rushing towards the roasted lambs. As 10 individuals gathered, one seized a leg of lamb, igniting a wave of discontent among the others. You're going too far. Share half with me. Dream on. Observing the chaos of competing hands, Changqing felt he might have made an erroneous decision. Perhaps he should have distributed the portions beforehand. Alas, it was a moment of carelessness, certainly not due to laziness. The irresistible aroma of the roasted lamb left the disciples utterly captivated, and some were astonished to discover, can this truly refine spiritual energy? This effect is simply extraordinary. Enough of the nonsense. If we don't eat the bones soon, they will be gone. Do not discard the bones. If you cannot gnaw on them, pass them to me, for my teeth are strong. Can't gnaw? I would even consume the brain if need be. In the end, the disciples did not spare even the bones. After the meal concluded, all the disciples were satisfied. Except for those who failed to secure a seat, they were left salivating at the sight. They had hoped to salvage something, even if it was merely the bones. But when they looked again, there was not even a single hair left. After resting for about half an hour, the disciples began to depart one by one. Once everyone had left, only Hong Zun, Qing Shi, Lu Shuang, Su Jie, and a few others remained. At this moment, Hong Zun turned to Su Jie and the others, his demeanor irritable. What are you still doing here? Go. Hurry and leave. Hong Zun had matters to discuss with Changqing, and seeing these young ones lacking in awareness, lingering here without intent, he could no longer restrain himself from shooing them away. After being scolded by their master, Su Jie and the others pretended to be oblivious as they departed. Once they had left, Hong Zun smiled warmly at Changqing and said, "Come here, young one." Chapter 73, Foundation Establishment. An elderly face beamed with delight, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Upon hearing the words, he approached Hong Zun, observing his countenance. Changqing felt an inexplicable surge of trepidation as he inquired, "Master, is there something amiss?" Naturally, Hong Zun was in high spirits. Upon reflection, he suddenly recognized a salient truth. All the disciples had ventured to the coastal camp, leaving Changqing to prepare meals that would consist solely of. He chuckled softly. How could he not revel in such a circumstance? Thus, it is said that fortune often conceals calamity, and calamity harbors fortune. One must not merely skim the surface of any situation. You are aware of the circumstances at the coastal camp, correct? Yes. I have heard from several senior brothers, Changqing replied. Since you are informed, I shall dispense with unnecessary chatter. This time, I do not intend for you to go. Although the coastal camp appears devoid of peril, it is, after all, adjacent to the East Sea, and one can never predict what may transpire. The crux of his message was that the coastal camp posed significant dangers, and the old man was genuinely considering Changqing's well-being. Therefore, do remain here at the sect. As for other matters, I shall devise a solution. However, Changqing furrowed his brow, wrestling with hesitation before responding, "But master, I still wish to attend. After all, one cannot indulge in favoritism." Imagine the scenario where all the disciples have departed, leaving only a few old fellows behind. How would you manage to accrue your points? Thus, Changqing remained steadfast in his desire to visit the coastal camp, having taken the initiative to familiarize himself with its affairs. It is acknowledged that Hong Zun's words may have been somewhat exaggerated. Based on past experiences, stationed at the coastal camp, instances of casualties are exceedingly rare. Even in the event of friction, it typically amounts to mere trivial disputes, hardly warranting one's participation. However, upon hearing this, Hong Zun felt a sense of alarm. This simply could not be allowed. If you were to go, what would become of me? Thus, he earnestly implored, "My dear lad, you must understand that I would never wish you harm. As the saying goes, disregarding the counsel of the elderly leads to immediate misfortune. My years have afforded me wisdom akin to a precious remedy." Despite his entreaties, Changqing remained resolute, ultimately exasperating Hong Zun. "As the master of the divine sword peak, I decree that you shall not go. Thus it shall be." With that, without awaiting Changqing's response, he rose and departed. Hong Zun's intent was straightforward. No matter what, he must keep the young man from leaving. What shall we do? Faced with Hong Zun's unwavering stance, Changqing felt helpless. At that moment, Su Jie, Lu Shuang, Lu Yuyu, and Wang Yu quietly entered the scene. "Su brother, Lu's sister, did you not leave?" Changqing was taken aback by their return. Su Jie stepped forward with a broad smile, saying, That's not the main point. Changqing, has master instructed you not to go to the coastal camp?" "Indeed. And what about you?" "Me? I wish to go. After all, it is the sect's regulation." Changqing stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Su Jie's smile grew increasingly radiant. "Changqing, you are indeed worthy of being a disciple of our Taoist sect. In truth, my intention in coming here was to find a way to take you to the coastal camp. However, the peak master is just. No worries, Changqing. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just follow the master's instructions and leave the rest to me. I will certainly escort you to the coastal camp when the time comes." This sentiment seemed familiar. Indeed, it echoed what Hong Zun had once conveyed. Both were suggesting that he need not worry, as they would handle everything. What sort of game were these master and disciple playing? Even as Su Jie and his companions departed, Changqing remained somewhat bewildered, sensing an underlying tension akin to a contest of skills between the two. One was reluctant to let him leave, while the other was insistent on taking him away. It was perplexing, yet Changqing soon shook his head. Surely, it could not be the case, unless Su Jie had lost his senses. After all, what folly would it be to challenge the peak master? Such an endeavor would be as futile as striking a stone with an egg. Changqing believed Su Jie would not act so recklessly. However, he had not contemplated the depths of Su Jie's determination to secure his departure. The following days were rather tranquil for Changqing. Aside from achieving a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage and receiving teachings on the corresponding techniques from Hong Zun, everything else proceeded normally. Strictly speaking, it is only upon reaching the Golden Core stage that one can be considered to have truly embarked upon the path of cultivation, thus becoming what mortals perceive as a genuine immortal. Upon attaining the Golden Core stage, the practitioner forms a Golden Core within, establishing a genuine reservoir for storing spiritual energy, which enables them to soar through the skies. Furthermore, at this stage, one's lifespan undergoes a significant qualitative leap, soaring to 500 years. This also allows for the study of several advanced techniques. Previous techniques, such as Shadow Blade and 7-Star Step, are merely low-tier yellow-level arts, adequate for use in the Qi condensation and meridian opening stages, but become insufficient upon reaching the Golden Core stage. Therefore, Changqing took the opportunity to visit the technique hall to select a few low-tier mysterious level techniques for cultivation. Life continued to unfold in a tranquil and fulfilling manner. However, on the other side, in the abode of Master Hong, today, Song had come to visit in person. Upon seeing Song, Master Hong was initially puzzled. Why has the second senior brother come here? In response, Song maintained a neutral expression and said, "I came to inquire about the situation at the near-sea camp. It has been 3 days, yet there has been no news from you, junior brother, since the last time Su Jie visited him." Song had been closely observing the movements of the Divine Sword Peak. The result was that 3 days had passed with no activity whatsoever from the Divine Sword Peak. Although all disciples were aware of the impending journey to the near-sea camp, Master Hong had yet to issue any orders. This left Song feeling quite restless, pondering. Are you going to take action or not? In light of Su Jie's remarks, Song decided to personally inquire. his intention being to urge Hong Zun to expedite the departure of the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. Hong Zun, however, was rather nonchalant, responding with a smile. "Oh, is that the matter? There is still time. We can set off in a few days." "Junior brother, that is not quite how it works. The coastal camp is hundreds of thousands of miles from the Divine Sword Peak, and the journey will inevitably consume time. The sooner we depart, the better prepared we shall be," Song asserted. "Indeed, what you say holds merit. Let us plan to set off in 3 days. What say you, junior brother? Yet, there are still some disciples engaged in external training. Not to worry. Those who are out training can return to the sect before proceeding to the coastal camp. These matters are trivial." Disregarding Hong Zun's reservations, Song firmly stated, "In any case, it is imperative that you depart, whether you wish to or not." Hong Zun regarded Song with a peculiar expression. "Are you truly so eager for the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak to journey to the coastal camp?" Nonetheless, bound by the sect's regulations, Hong Zun could not alter the decision and eventually acquiesced, reflecting, "Very well, let it be as you say. 3 days it is. The exact timing matters little to me, as long as that lad Changqing remains." Having settled the timeline, Song did not linger, promptly rising to take his leave. Yet, he maintained a vigilant disposition, recalling Su Jia's warning about the elder's intentions to conceal someone. It seemed he would have to personally oversee the matter, for he would not rest easy until he witnessed all disciples of the Divine Sword Peak depart. The uncertainty weighed heavily on his mind. Chapter 74. A fatal strike. The time had been set, and Master Hong did not elaborate further on the matter. He issued the command that very day. 3 days hence, all disciples from the Divine Sword Peak were to gather at the coastal camp, preparing for the handover with the Jade Maiden Peak. The disciples remained remarkably composed, showing no surprise, having completed all necessary preparations. Within the cave dwelling, Master Hong and Qingshi sat across from one another. "What if this young lad, Changqing, truly refuses to stay? Shall we forcibly bind him?" In recent days, both Master Hong and Qingshi had exerted every effort to persuade Changqing, yet he remained obstinately resistant to their counsel. This predicament was causing considerable vexation for the two. With time running short, Master Hong, feeling increasingly pressured, gritted his teeth upon hearing Qingshi's words. "Let us first ensure he is under control. Although I cannot fathom why he is so stubbornly intent on going to the coastal camp, surely it cannot be more beneficial than remaining in our sect." Acknowledging this, Qingshi nodded in agreement. It was imperative that Changqing be prevented from departing. Once he was certain that nothing had been overlooked, Qingshi took his leave and returned to his quarters. Upon encountering Wang Yao, who was practicing in the courtyard, Qingshi inquired with a smile, "So, have you made all the necessary preparations?" In reference to the journey to the coastal camp, Wang Yao responded with a smile and a nod. "I have been ready for quite some time, master. You need not worry." "Indeed, that is well. Remember, upon arriving at the coastal camp, it is imperative to heed the guidance of the senior disciples and refrain from taking independent actions." Qingshi remains here, concerned for Xiao Wang Yao, oblivious to the fact that the once obedient girl has gradually transformed. The girl who once shared everything with her master now finds herself traversing the path of rebellion. For instance, regarding Changqing, Wang Yao has never disclosed a single word to her master, resulting in Qingshi being unaware that they have already uncovered the scheme involving herself and Hong Zun. Moreover, a considerable amount of intelligence has been gleaned by Wang Yao from Qingshi. Ultimately, there was a lack of vigilance, akin to the overwhelming force of paternal love that can shift like a landslide. This small garment is not impervious to the wind. Thus, it can be said that Wang Yao and her companions possess a clear understanding of Qingshi's and Hong Zun's plans, if not with complete clarity, then certainly with ample insight. After expressing her concern, Qingshi returned to her quarters, gazing at her master's towering figure, inwardly uttering a silent plea. "Master, I am compelled by circumstances. Without junior brother Changqing, I truly cannot endure." Each harbors their own schemes, and thus 3 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the first day, after dinner, once the other disciples had departed, Hong Zun and Qingshi unexpectedly returned. "Changqing, my boy, the peak master, the grand elder, tomorrow we embark, and there is no time to elucidate matters now. You shall stay with me for the night." As he spoke, without waiting for Changqing to respond, he seized him and soared towards the summit, accompanied by Xiaobai. This fellow displayed a remarkable lack of dignity, dutifully following at the mere glance of Hong Zun. Changqing, on the other hand, did not resist, The reason being, Su Jie had previously visited him, suggesting that he should simply follow Hong Zun. It struck him as peculiar. How did Su Jie know that the peak master intended to bring him back to the cave dwelling? The recent tug-of-war between the master and disciple had become a game of extreme maneuvering, each trying to outwit the other, almost resembling a plot from an intricate thriller. Initially, Changqing would inquire about the situation, but soon he relinquished all pretense, deciding to lay back and let the master and disciple do as they pleased. With an abundance of caution, Changqing admitted to feeling fatigued. Before long, they arrived at Hong Zun's cave dwelling, which appeared to have been meticulously prepared for him. "Young Changqing, you shall reside here for a few days," Hong Zun instructed. "Very well, Peak Master," he replied. Observing Changqing's compliance, Hong Zun nodded in satisfaction, untroubled by the thought of him sneaking away, for the cave was protected by a formation, rendering escape impossible. Within the entire Divine Sword Peak, apart from himself, only a few disciples like Zhao Zhongping, Lu Shuang, and Su Jie knew how to activate and deactivate the formation. By the following dawn, 3 starships descended upon Divine Sword Peak. Similar to spirit boats, starships were another form of flying apparatus, albeit larger in size and significantly more expensive. The 3 starships, each stretching several hundred meters in length, were more than sufficient to accommodate the thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak. As the starships made their appearance, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak began to board in succession, while the elders and deacons stood by, directing operations. Everything proceeded in accordance with the Grandmaster Hong's intentions, while Changqing remained within his secluded abode. At this moment, however, Song arrived with a group from the law enforcement hall. Upon noticing this, Grandmaster Hong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and stepped forward, inquiring, "Second brother, what brings you here?" "Oh, it's nothing much. My junior disciples from the Divine Sword Peak are heading to the coastal camp, and I've brought my subordinates to see them off," he replied. "See them off?" Such a statement was met with skepticism. Who would bring the entire law enforcement hall to bid farewell? Furthermore, if you were merely seeing them off, why search room by room? This clearly indicated suspicion of hiding someone. It was perplexing. How could that old fellow possibly suspect I was concealing anyone? Yet, with an unwavering confidence, I thought to myself that no matter how thoroughly Song searched, he would not uncover Changqing's presence within my abode. As both parties engaged in their own covert dialogues, their subordinates diligently executed their respective orders. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak continued to board the ships in preparation for departure, while the law enforcement hall conducted searches to ensure no one was hidden away. Observing Grandmaster Hong's calm demeanor, Song's vigilance gradually diminished, leading him to conclude that perhaps there was nothing to worry about after all. Contemplating this, a radiant smile involuntarily graced my face, leading me to realize that I had misjudged my junior disciple. Noticing the shift in Song's expression, Hong Zun shared a similar sentiment. Thinking to himself, "Still attempting to search for me? How laughable. Anyone I, Hong Zun, wish to conceal, even the mightiest of deities cannot uncover." Just as both individuals sighed in relief, a voice suddenly resonated from behind. "Master, so it turns out Changqing junior disciple is with you. No wonder I couldn't find him anywhere." Upon hearing these words, Song's smile froze, leaving him in a state of shock, while Hong Zun's and Qingshir's expressions mirrored his. All 3 caught in a moment of bewilderment. They turned in unison, only to behold Su Jie, accompanied by Changqing and Xiao Bai, emerging from Hong Zun's cave dwelling. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, tinged with awkwardness. In that instant, Hong Zun felt utterly paralyzed. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated that his own disciple, the one closest to him, would emerge to betray him. This realization was swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of rage, the intent to harm evident in his gaze. Under the weight of Hong Zun's deadly stare, Su Jie broke into a cold sweat, feeling a twinge of fear from his master's penetrating gaze. Nevertheless, for the sake of sustenance, Su Jie steeled himself, feigning calmness as he forced a strained smile, and declared, "Ah, I see the second elder is also present. I shall not disturb you further. I will escort junior disciple Changqing away." Chapter 75. The backup plan. As Su Jie contemplated making his escape, Hong Zun, of course, could not allow such a thing. Instantly donning a facade of benevolence, he swiftly positioned himself to obstruct the path of the two, inquiring with a smile, "My dear disciple, what brings you to my cave dwelling?" Though he wore a smile, Su Jie felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, and even Changqing, standing behind him, instinctively recoiled. For the Peak Master's grin was rather unsettling. "Master, I intended to visit you in the cave, but inadvertently encountered junior brother Changqing and decided to accompany him out," Su Jie stammered, despite having prepared himself. Facing his master's imposing presence made it impossible for him to remain calm. In response, Hong Zun scoffed. "Oh, is that so?" He did not believe a single word of Su Jie's explanation. Seeking him out in the cave? Surely, he was aware of the towering figure standing just outside. The notion of coincidentally meeting Changqing was even more ludicrous. This young man was undoubtedly scheming. But how did he know that Changqing was in his cave? This was a secret known only to himself and Qingshi, and he had not even confided in the other elders for safety's sake. The situation was riddled with anomalies. Yet now was not the time for scrutiny. What truly demanded attention was how to detain Changqing, for after all, fearing what may come to pass, Song, having regained his composure, finally spoke up. "Junior brother, what does this mean?" Doubt filled his eyes, and a faint anger simmered within him as he reflected on how he had mistakenly thought he had misjudged this old drunkard. It appeared he had delivered himself a resounding slap in the face. In response to Song's inquiry, Hongzuan feigned calmness and replied with a smile, "Brother, you have misunderstood. This young man is someone I intend to take as my new disciple. I had not previously acquainted myself with him, so it is only reasonable for me to bring him to my abode." Upon hearing this, Song scrutinized Yi Changqing from head to toe, noting that he possessed only the cultivation level of the Golden Core stage. Aside from his appearance, there seemed to be nothing remarkable about him, and his immediate reaction was that this old drunkard was once again attempting to deceive him. Just as he was about to speak, however, Hongzuan interjected, "Brother, as a Peak Master, is it not within my rights to take on disciples without violating sect regulations?" Uncertain of Hongzuan's intentions, Song nevertheless nodded in agreement. Within the Daoi sect, each peak generally operated under the authority of its respective master, and the law enforcement hall rarely intervened. Moreover, the decision to accept a disciple was considered a private matter, thus beyond their jurisdiction. Not only Song, but also Su Jie, standing nearby, was filled with confusion, pondering what their master intended to do. He could not discern the situation clearly, yet an instinctive feeling warned him that trouble was brewing. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a smile gradually emerged on Hongzuan's face as he declared, "Very well. And I intend to subject this young man to some trials soon. Thus, for the time being, it is not possible to go to the offshore camp. This should be considered a special circumstance. Once the trial concludes, I will personally escort this young lad to the offshore camp." Upon hearing these words, Su Jie was taken aback, having schemed so much only to find himself outmaneuvered by his master at the last moment. Moreover, this left him with no feasible recourse. The notion of sending him to the offshore camp at a later date was utterly nonsensical. If he could not take the junior brother Changqing today, the prospect of doing so in the future was even more remote. Unfortunately, Su Jie found himself unable to communicate this predicament to Song. Upon hearing Hongzun's statement, Song pondered for a moment. The absence of a core formation disciple seemed inconsequential. Furthermore, since Hongzun had expressed his stance, he could hardly disregard the matter entirely. After all, the affairs of a few disciples were trivial in the grand scheme. Just as Song was about to acquiesce, a sudden voice interjected. "Master, I oppose this." Just as it appeared Song was about to nod in agreement, who had the audacity to disrupt the old man's good intentions. With an irate glare, Hongzun turned to discover Zhao Jingping, who had just emerged from seclusion, briskly approaching accompanied by Lu Shuang, Lu Yiyu, and Wang Yao. Observing the four of them, coupled with the earlier antics of his rebellious disciple Su Jie, Hongzun was immediately struck by an ominous premonition. Could it be that they were also? Simultaneously, Su Jie wore a puzzled expression, exchanging glances with Lu Shuang, silently inquiring about the situation and how the senior brother had been brought along. In response, Lu Shuang offered a reassuring reply. A group of individuals around them exchanged furtive glances, exuding an aura rife with scheming intent. "Master." Zhao Jingping approached Hongzun with a serious demeanor, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Then, under Hongzun's puzzled gaze, he proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "Master, I dissent." "Dissent about what? What is this child thinking? It's none of your concern. You have no stake in this matter, so why stir the pot?" Indeed, Zhao Jingping had never partaken of the meals prepared by Yi Changqing. However, Lu Shuang had recently sought him out, conveying that the master harbored concerns for the safety of his disciples and feared potential dangers lurking near the coastal camp. Thus, He intended to secretly harbor some individuals within the sect, a clear violation of the sect's regulations. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinping, with his unwavering integrity, could not remain silent and promptly made his way over. In the entirety of Daoist sect, if Song represented the epitome of obstinacy, then Zhao Jinping embodied a youthful stubbornness. Moreover, he demonstrated a certain superiority, exhibiting a resolve that often surpassed even Song's rigidity, particularly when it came to the sect's rules. This tenacity was closely tied to Zhao Jinping's upbringing. Having been taken in by Hong Zun at a young age and raised within Daoist sect, it represented his soul sanctuary. Thus, he treasured the sect more than anyone else. Even in the face of his own master, Zhao Jinping remained unyielding. The disciples understand that their master cares for them. Yet the duty of guarding the coastal camp is a regulation of the sect. If everyone were to shy away from this responsibility, would it not allow the aquatic creatures to wreak havoc upon our eastern continent? As the foremost sect of the eastern continent, it is our solemn duty to protect the common folk. Since the sect mandates that each year, all disciples from every peak must rotate and fulfill this duty, it is imperative that we all comply. Who have you heard these notions from? The master is merely concerned for the safety of the disciples. Silence. As disciples of the Daoist sect, we must face all dangers without fear and safeguard the eastern continent. As Hong Zun spoke, Zhao Jinping chimed in as well. Each asserted their views, yet ultimately, it was Zhao Jinping's voice that overshadowed Hong Zun's, leaving the elder in a state of exasperation. The eldest brother truly is formidable. Witnessing this exchange, Lu Shuang, Su Jie, and others were not particularly surprised. After all, there had been numerous disputes between the eldest brother and the master. Especially when the eldest brother stands firm in his beliefs, even the master finds it challenging to contend with him. Scolding proves ineffective, and physical reprimand is futile. It is akin to a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Perhaps this analogy is somewhat harsh, yet it remains true that the eldest brother possesses an unwavering spirit. What is the current situation? At this moment, Su Jie quietly inquired of Lu Shuang. Prepare a contingency plan, in case you find it challenging to manage. Chapter 76. Zhao Jinping. Unwaveringly honest, though the specifics of Lu Shuang's actions remained unclear, it was evident that the senior brother had been deftly manipulated. Su Jie discreetly gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the impressive maneuvering of the second senior sister. Meanwhile, Changqing, observing the confrontation between Zhao Jinping and Hong Zun, felt utterly bewildered. What was the purpose of this? Was it an attempt at an insurrection? Changqing had never encountered Zhao Jinping before, leaving him in ignorance of the man's identity. Yet, it was undeniable that he exuded an air of formidable strength. One could hardly forget Su Jie's earlier demeanor before Hong Zun in contrast to Zhao Jinping's current stance. Thus, it was evident that his position as the senior brother was well-deserved. Infuriated, Hong Zun glared at Zhao Jinping, aware that the young man's stubbornness was surfacing once more. With a roar of indignation, he commanded, "Leave. Go to the coastal camp." "Very well," Zhao Jinping replied obediently, turning to depart, but not without Su Jie, Lu Yuyu, and, of course, Changqing in tow. "Wait a moment," Hong Zun interjected, his frustration mounting as he realized he was addressing an entire group rather than just the one. "I meant for you to leave alone. Is the master occupied with other matters? You may proceed, but this young man must remain." The directive was clear. Yet Zhao Jinping's response remained unwavering. According to sect regulations, all disciples are required to report to the coastal camp. When it is stated that all must attend, it encompasses everyone. I have resolved to take this young man as my disciple and intend to test him under exceptional circumstances. To the disciple. This does not appear to be a special situation. I am the master of the divine sword peak. Is it my authority, or yours, that prevails? The rules of the sect hold sway. As the two began to argue once more, Hong Zun's face turned a shade of purple with anger. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely cowered, yet Zhao Jinping exhibited no signs of fear. He even stepped forward once again, addressing Hong Zun with solemnity. "Master, today every disciple of the Divine Sword Peak must proceed to the coastal camp." "Impossible. As long as I am here, this young man shall not depart." While other matters could be set aside, this issue was one that Hong Zun could not concede, even in the face of the resolute Zhao Jinping. Observing Hong Zun's steadfast determination to retain Changqing, Su Jie remarked, somewhat apprehensively, "I did not expect the master to be so resolute." "Of course," Lu Shuang replied. "Other matters may be negotiable, but on this issue, the master will certainly not yield." It was precisely for this reason that she had prepared a contingency, bringing along the senior brother. In the entirety of Divine Sword Peak, who else besides the senior brother would dare confront the master directly? Perhaps now, one could also include Elder Qingshi in that list. With his mind set against allowing Yi Changqing to leave, Zhao Jinping declared in a low voice, "Master, your actions contravene the sect's regulations." "Nonsense. I have already stated that this is a special circumstance." "Master, are you truly determined to proceed in this manner?" "I have stated that this is an exceptional circumstance." Thus, the disciple is left with no choice but to offend. What does this rebellious disciple intend to do? Before Hong Zun could fully comprehend, Zhao Jinping had already retrieved a formation plate from his bosom. The moment Hong Zun beheld the formation plate, his eyelids twitched violently, and he was consumed by fury. "Rebellious disciple, what are you planning?" Hong Zun was all too familiar with this formation plate, bestowed upon Zhao Jinping by his senior brother. "Qi Xiong. It is a sacred-level formation plate, inscribed with a grand sacred formation. At this moment, the rebellious disciple intends to." "Indeed." Before Hong Zun could finish his sentence, Zhao Jinping activated the formation, instantly enveloping Hong Zun within. "This rebellious disciple actually dares to ensnare me with a sacred-level formation." Although a sacred-level formation cannot confine Hong Zun for long, it is sufficient for Zhao Jinping and the others to make their escape. Enveloped by the formation, Hong Zun's eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed incessantly. "This is rebellion, utter rebellion. I am your master. Do you intend to betray your teacher and annihilate your ancestors?" In response to Hong Zun's furious outcry, Zhao Jinping remained unperturbed. He bowed thrice before the formation ensnared Hong Zun and declared, "The disciple is merely upholding the sect's regulations. Once I escort my fellow disciples to the coastal encampment, do as you wish with me, master." With that, he turned and departed, accompanied by Yi Changqing, Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and others. At this moment, Yi Changqing could only feel a buzzing in his head. What on earth is happening? A disciple has ensnared his master with a holy level formation? "Changqing, do not be perplexed. You shall come to understand in due time. Our senior brother is simply a man of unwavering integrity," Su Jie consoled him from the side. However, Yi Changqing's lips twitched in response. Was this truly what one called integrity? The group departed hastily, leaving behind a chorus of furious roars. "Rebellious disciples! A misfortune has befallen our family." As he bellowed, Hong Zun relentlessly assaulted the formation. Striving to extricate himself, the sheer force of his actions reverberating throughout the entire Dao Yi sect. On the main peak, Qi Xiong, engrossed in his cultivation, was suddenly jolted by a tremor that shook the very foundations of the earth. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, he quickly discerned the commotion at the Divine Sword Peak, rendering him momentarily dumbfounded. "What is happening?" He observed Hong Zun furiously bombarding the formation, incessantly cursing the rebellious disciples and lamenting the misfortune of his family. What calamity has befallen the Divine Sword Peak? Summoning an attendant, he inquired about the situation, only to learn that Zhao Jinping had utilized the holy level formation he had provided to ensnare his own master, Hong Zun. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Qi Xiong found himself at a loss, uncertain whether gifting Zhao Jinping the holy level formation was a prudent decision. Meanwhile, disciples from various peaks stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by this unprecedented occurrence. Indeed, I had foreseen the deteriorating condition of the Divine Sword Peak. Fortunately, they are heading to the coastal camp, or else our days would be truly bleak. It is quite disheartening to witness disciples ensnaring their master within formations. Has decorum been entirely cast aside? Yet, we cannot entirely blame Brother Zhao. Perhaps he has afflicted himself. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, it is a relief that they are departing. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions, while atop the Divine Sword Peak, Hong Zun relentlessly assaulted the formation. Upon observing the still figure of Qingshi outside the barrier, his fury reached a boiling point. "What are you dawdling for? Pursue them." Yet, one cannot fault Qingshi. He too was in a state of bewilderment, his mind in a tumultuous haze. Until now, he had not fully grasped the situation. Throughout their time together, Qingshi and Wang Yu had epitomized the bond of master and disciple. Qingshi cherished Wang Yao, and Wang Yao honored Qingshi. They had never encountered such a bizarre turn of events. The notion of disciples imprisoning their master within formations shattered his worldview, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Only upon hearing Hong Zun's urgent call did Qingshi snap back to reality, though he still appeared somewhat dazed as he nodded. "Oh, very well. I shall pursue them at once." Hurry, the starship is about to depart. In this moment, Hong Zun was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, lamenting the sins of his past life, for each of his disciples was turning against him. As a companion, no, as a comrade. I feel like a mere block of wood. Indeed, I find myself in an exceedingly difficult position. Chapter 77. All our traders. Hong Zun urged Changqing to hasten his pursuit. If those little rascals were to breach the coastal camp, it would spell disaster. However, just as Changqing prepared to act, Song obstructed his path. Given the tumultuous state of affairs, allowing Changqing to chase after them would only lead to a confrontation, especially considering Zhao Jinping's temperament. If he dared to trap his own master with formations, he would certainly not hesitate against Changqing. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Song resolutely decided to prevent Changqing from intervening, allowing the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak to depart unimpeded. All Song desired was tranquility, such a modest request, yet it seemed insurmountable. Changqing, let it end here, Song implored. Ah, Song, step aside. Otherwise, this matter will not conclude amicably between us, Changqing retorted. Yet, before Changqing could respond further, within the formation, Hong Zun had already erupted in fury, his eyes ablaze and his countenance twisted in rage, resembling a ferocious lion. With a thunderous voice, he bellowed at Changqing, "What are you waiting for? Deal with him." As the disciples successfully boarded the starship, which began to ascend slowly, Hong Zun's anxiety intensified. At this moment, Changqing, having regained his composure, sprang into action, and the two immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle. Senior brother. On the starship, witnessing the fierce clash between Changqing and Song, one disciple inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jinping replied, "Pay no heed. Let us set forth." Suddenly, 3 starships ignited their engines to full power, indifferent to the consumption of spirit stones, and vanished into the void. The speed of the starships was astonishing. Watching them disappear without a trace drove Master Hong to the brink of madness. "Traitor, traitor!" Only the sorrowful echoes of his cries reverberated throughout the Divine Sword Peak. Meanwhile, as the starships departed, Song also chose to cease his actions. Shortly thereafter, Master Hong shattered the formation in a fit of rage and emerged furiously. His gaze fixated menacingly on Song. "You foolish wretch, do you have any idea what I have lost? Without that young disciple, how am I to endure this year? How am I to endure?" Song, of course, was oblivious to these sentiments. Faced with Master Hong's furious glare, he instinctively recoiled, yet confusion brewed within him. Surely it was not such a grave matter. After all, it was merely one disciple. If he left, he could simply be taken back a year later. Yet, such thoughts were too audacious for Song to voice at that moment. It was wise to avoid provoking him further. Hey, dear junior brother. Since this matter is concluded, I shall take my leave. The law enforcement hall has numerous affairs requiring my attention. You need not see me off. With that, Song intended to slip away, but Master Hong bellowed in fury, "You old fool, do not even think of escaping." With that, he charged forward. Upon witnessing this, Song felt a surge of panic and retreated hastily to evade him, yet Master Hong remained relentless, the reasons for his wrath shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was the provocation from disciples like Zhao Jinping that had incited such ire. Indeed, to be betrayed by one's own disciple is a bitter pill to swallow for anyone. Thus, I must express my apologies, Sujia. Not wishing to prolong this entanglement with Hong Zun, Song retreated to create some distance and promptly called out loudly, "Hold on, junior brother. What final words does the old curmudgeon have? For the sake of our brotherhood, I shall allow you to speak. Do not be agitated, junior brother. I possess a secret that I will share with you, provided you let me depart." "Ha, you old rascal, you are perpetually undermining my endeavors. And now you wish to deceive me? Do you think I would be gullible enough to believe you? Truly, I assure you, I do not jest with you about this matter. It pertains to your disciple, Sujia. Speak." Upon hearing that it involved those rebellious disciples, Hong Zun's interest was piqued, and he became somewhat calmer. Observing this, Song swallowed hard and quickly began to speak. "Your disciple, Sujia, sought me out a few days ago." His words flowed with such rapidity that it was astonishing. Upon finishing, Song had vanished without a trace. He had resolved that for the next year, the law enforcement hall would refrain from any involvement with the Divine Sword Peak. Paying no mind to Song's hasty retreat, Hong Zun, after a moment of stunned silence, suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I understand now, completely understand. So it is. What a group of rebellious disciples. What a pack of insidious little rascals. Ah, how despicable it is to resort to such underhanded tactics to stab me in the back. Truly, you are splendid disciples indeed. Hongzun laughed with a wild abandon, laughter tinged with sorrow, anger, and a sense of injustice. Observing his demeanor, Qingshi approached with concern. Are you all right? Alas, these little rascals truly lack respect for their teacher. Do not take it to heart. After all, they are still our own disciples, and with more guidance, they will improve. Unlike me, Qingshi genuinely worried for Hongzun, relieved that his own disciple, Wang Yao, was well-behaved, unlike Hongzun's rebellious students. However, before Qingshi could finish his thought, Hongzun interrupted with a cold smirk. Like you? In what way? Am I as foolish as you? Why speak like that? I'm merely concerned for you. Concerned for me? Perhaps you should first reflect upon yourself. Is your disciple truly a paragon of virtue? What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Think carefully. Only you and I are privy to this matter. How did those rebellious disciples learn that the young Changqing was in my abode? I have never disclosed this to anyone, and my disciples are unaware. The only possible source of information is you. Yet, albeit somewhat dim-witted, you are not entirely beyond redemption. At the very least, you wouldn't divulge it to others. There is only one person you might consider telling. With Hongzun's words, Qingshi was rendered utterly speechless. If that were the case, had my dear Wang Yao betrayed me? Qingshi was acutely aware that he had indeed divulged considerable information to Wang Yao. He had not contemplated this before. But upon reflection, it seemed that Wang Yao had been deliberately probing for such intelligence, all while he remained blissfully unaware and unguarded. Now, their entire plan had been compromised by those treacherous disciples, which undoubtedly signified a grave error. Impossible. How could Wang Yao possibly betray me? I am her master. In that moment, a chill pierced through Qingshi as the frigid wind seeped through his tattered cotton jacket, leaving his heart encased in ice. Observing Qingshi's incredulous expression, Hongzun let out a derisive laugh. You speak of master-student loyalty, of bonds akin to father and daughter, yet in the end, she is merely a traitor. With just a few words, a mere girl has extracted everything from you. You have squandered your years like a fool. Indeed, Hongzun was furious, and his words were harsh, but he could scarcely contain his wrath. When considering the entirety of the situation, the most egregious blunder lay with Qingshi. Had he not disclosed their plans to Wang Yao, how could those traitorous disciples have so easily triumphed? Thus, it is not the formidable adversary one should fear, but rather. With a cold snort, he turned and strode away. Where are you going? I shall pursue. Am I to hang myself instead? Chapter 78. An encounter and an accusation. With a swift motion, Hongzun vanished from sight. Although the starship was remarkably fast, there remained a glimmer of hope for pursuit. Other matters could be set aside, but anyone attempting to hinder his intent to retain the promising youth, Changqing, would find him far from courteous. Unfazed by Hongzun's departure, Qingshi was ensnared in a web of self-doubt, muttering incessantly to himself. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Xiao Wang Yao betray her master? She was so dutiful, always thinking of her master when delicious food was at hand, and recalling him when she encountered something she cherished. No, she could never be like that. Memories flitted through his mind like a spinning lantern, showcasing the myriad moments shared between master and disciple. Xiao Wang Yao, adorned with a sweet smile, was ever by his side, obedient and devoted. How could she possibly be a wayward disciple? As nostalgia led him back to the day they entered the Daoyi sect at the Divine Sword Peak, the faces of Su Jie, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu began to surface, gradually igniting a chill in Qingshi's eyes. Yes, it was they Hongzun's wayward disciples who had led Xiao Wang Yao astray. It was undoubtedly them, the very ones who had tarnished their bond. He had finally pinpointed the true culprits. It was indeed them. The ones who had disrupted the sacred relationship between master and disciple. Qingshi bellowed toward the heavens. It was they who corrupted my disciple, my once so obedient disciple. Return the old Xiao Wang Yao to me. With his furious cry echoing, Qingshi too vanished into the horizon, fervently pursuing Hongzun. He sought retribution, determined to compel Su Jie and his companions to return his beloved Wang Yao. Old drunkard, you have failed to properly guide your disciple and have led my apprentice astray. Your heart deserves punishment. The flames of fury surged within him, propelling his speed to unprecedented heights. Both Qingshi and Hongzun had pushed their pace to the utmost limit. With righteous indignation ablaze, the other disciples of the Daoyi sect felt the tremors of turmoil emanating from the Divine Sword Peak, rendering them mute with trepidation. Even as they passed by the Divine Sword Peak, they chose to circumvent it rather than draw near. Hong Zun, having taken the lead, raced toward the coastal campsite with astonishing swiftness, showing no signs of pause. However, after traversing thousands of miles, he unexpectedly encountered a demon king, whose eyes gleamed with delight at the sight of the rapidly approaching Hong Zun. Ah, what serendipity! I have stumbled upon you at last. This demon king was none other than the Black Tiger Demon King of the Tiger Ridge. The previous events had left him seething with rage, his anger so intense that it felt as though his liver were aflame. Yet, out of fear for the strength of the Taoist sect, he had refrained from confronting them directly. Now, however, they were outside their domain, and with Hong Zun alone before him. The Black Tiger Demon King sought to inquire whether the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak regarded his Tiger Ridge with utter disdain. Over the years, while Taoist sect and Tiger Ridge had experienced frequent skirmishes, they had mostly been minor conflicts. A battle of the caliber akin to that of a Demon King has not erupted for many years. Yet now, a disciple from the Sword Peak of the Taoist sect not only dares to pilfer from my treasury, but audaciously proclaims intentions to make it his mount. Such insolence is intolerable. Without further contemplation, the Black Tiger Demon King stepped forward to obstruct Hong Zun's path, seeking clarification. Hong Zun, you disciple of the Sword Peak, have stolen from my treasury, and furthermore, he queried, his voice rising in anger. He had anticipated that Hong Zun would halt, if not provide an explanation, at least offer some form of justification. However, as the distance between them diminished, the Black Tiger Demon King realized that this old fellow showed no signs of stopping. His pace remained unyielding. Hong Zun, I am speaking to you. Halt. Wait a moment. As Hong Zun charged directly towards him, the Black Tiger Demon King was momentarily taken aback. What was this old fool attempting to do? The imprint of his shoe drew ever closer, leaving the Black Tiger Demon King no time to react, and he was unceremoniously kicked away by Hong Zun. Get lost. He was propelled backward, his anger boiling over. Hong Zun, your Taoist sect is far too overbearing. I shall not let this go unpunished. However, Hong Zun paid no heed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. For the Black Tiger Demon King, while the impact of that kick was not particularly damaging, the humiliation it wrought was profoundly stinging. The entire mountain peak was shattered by the Black Tiger Demon King, yet it swiftly ascended from the ruins, standing in the air and gazing in the direction where Hong Zun had departed. Its eyes, fierce and crimson, exuded an aura of predation. At last, it comprehended why the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak displayed such audacity. It was evident that the foundation was flawed. As the Demon King of Tiger Ridge, with comparable cultivation and status to that of Hong Zun, it was utterly affronted by the latter's blatant disrespect. It was no wonder the disciples of Divine Sword Peak would engage in such reckless acts. Hong Zun, this matter shall not be settled lightly. Overwhelmed by wrath, the Black Tiger Demon King's demonic energy surged violently, altering the atmosphere around it. Yet, before it could finish its words, a resounding kick struck from behind, propelling the Black Tiger Demon King once again into the air. You scoundrel! The anger within intensified as it turned to see a figure rapidly vanishing into the sky. Despite the swiftness of the retreat, the Black Tiger Demon King recognized the individual. Changqing, I shall certainly bring ruin to your Divine Sword Peak. With a thunderous crash, another mountain was obliterated by the force of the Black Tiger Demon King. Hong Zun, return my dear Wang Yao to me, the once gentle and understanding Wang Yao. Unfazed by the Black Tiger Demon King's fury, Changqing had merely seen a beast obstructing his path and, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick. At this very moment, Changqing's mind was filled with thoughts of his cherished disciple, the little cotton-padded jacket of his heart. The two were in relentless pursuit of one another, while simultaneously, the starship carrying the other disciples was pushing itself to its utmost limits. Third junior brother, is this really necessary? Zhao Jinping remarked, observing Su Jie's complete disregard for the consumption of spirit stones as he pushed the starship's speed to its pinnacle, the formation glowing intensely, seemingly on the verge of surpassing its limits. Are we in a rush to meet our demise? Beside him, Changqing gripped the railing tightly, striving to maintain his balance. If the starship were to be likened to an automobile from a past life, it seemed that Su Jie had pressed the accelerator to the very bottom of the tank. In response to Zhao Jinping's words, Su Jie continued to inject spirit stones into the ship while earnestly stating, I do this for everyone's benefit. If we do not hasten, we may not reach the coastal camp in time. How could we possibly fail to reach the coastal camp? Zhao Jinping clearly underestimated the determination with which their master had entrusted junior brother Changqing. even though they had successfully departed from the Sword Peak. They could not afford to let their guard down for even a moment until they arrived at the coastal camp. As the saying goes, no one knows the master better than the disciple. If his intuition served him correctly, their master was likely already on the chase. Master, having been your disciple for over a century, I have long since discerned the little schemes you harbor in your heart. Chapter 79. Master, I cannot hear the starship. Strained to its limits, emitted a series of mournful cries. Third junior brother, the starship is on the verge of breaking apart. Rest assured, first senior brother, I am well aware of the situation. We are merely a few thousand miles away, and we shall arrive shortly. This is not merely a matter of speed, the starship. Have faith, first senior brother, I shall hasten. You need only endure a little longer. There was no sign of deceleration as it continued to accelerate relentlessly. Meanwhile, at the coastal camp, an endless shoreline lay shrouded beneath a colossal formation, from which over a dozen female disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak emerged. The leading sister voiced her grievances. First sister, truly, did the divine Sword Peak not depart this morning? Why must we wait here now? Even with the starship, it would at least be tomorrow before they arrive. Who knows? Perhaps first sister misses brother Zhao. That is quite possible, considering they have not seen each other in over a year. These female disciples had come specifically to welcome the disciples of the divine Sword Peak, but given the timing, it was certain they would not arrive today. Thus, there was no urgency, and they began to jest amongst themselves. However, amidst their playful banter, 3 starships suddenly streaked across the horizon like meteors. Do you see that? Is that not our Dao Sect starship? It appears so. But how did they arrive so swiftly? That cannot be right. They departed this morning, and yet they have reached here by evening? This speed is truly astonishing. Before the maidens of the Jade Maiden Peak could fully comprehend the situation, 3 starships descended upon the array with an overwhelming force. To say they landed would be an understatement, as they practically crashed down. The tremendous sound stirred up a thick cloud of dust, leaving the female disciples of Jade Maiden Peak utterly astounded. Such a manner of piloting a starship was beyond their imagination. Before they could regain their composure, a furious roar echoed from the distance, imbued with a violent surge of spiritual energy that sent shivers down their spines. Disobedient disciples, halt. You cannot escape. What was happening? The disciples of Jade Maiden Peak were utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Then, from the starship, several disciples of the Sword Peak leapt down. Fortunately, they were indeed disciples of Sword Peak. There was no mistake about that. Just as one of them was about to speak, they were met face to face with Changqing, Lu Shuang, and others, who dared not linger. Su Jie seized the hand of a Jade Maiden Peak disciple, declaring, "There's no time for explanations. We must enter the array." Just as he had surmised, his master was indeed in pursuit. Had he not risked everything to maneuver the starship without regard for the expenditure of spirit stones, they might have been caught squarely in the open. Amidst the confusion of the Jade Maiden Peak disciples, they were swiftly pulled into the array. Meanwhile, Hong Zun, witnessing this scene, was left wide-eyed in disbelief. Especially at the moment Changqing entered the array, Hong Zun could no longer contain himself. Disobedient disciple, stop. Halt at once. Alas, no one paid him any heed as Lu Shuang dragged Changqing swiftly into the array. When Hong Zun arrived, all the disciples had already entered the formation. Though he could see their figures and hear their voices through the barrier, he was unable to enter, which filled him with anxiety. His gaze was fixated on Zhao Zhengping and several of his closest disciples, his eyes reddening and veins bulging with anger. Rebellious disciples, come out at once. He commanded. Master, why must you be so harsh? Zhao Zhengping replied. Enough with the nonsense. All of you, get out here. Hong Zun insisted. Master, I beg you to understand that I cannot comply. Zhao Zhengping remained unmoved. Hong Zun then turned to Lu Shuang, who was holding Changqing. Rebellious disciple, come forth. Yet Lu Shuang kept her head bowed, silent and unyielding, showing no intention of emerging. Shortly thereafter, Qingshi arrived and bellowed, Hong Zun, return my disciple Wang Yao. Have you lost your mind? My little Wang Yao was once so well behaved, but your disciples have led her astray. Return her to me. You are delusional. This has nothing to do with me. If you have the courage, let your disciple come out. Through the barrier, Qingshi spotted Wang Yao standing beside Lu Yuyu, and tears streamed down his face as he lamented, Little Yao, I am your master. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yao, like a child who had erred, lowered her head in shame, unable to meet her master's gaze. Compared to Su Jie and the others, Wang Yao remained the most obedient. Upon witnessing the scene, Qing felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He reflected on how pure and innocent his disciple was, lamenting that it was these vile creatures who had led her astray. With a fierce glare directed at Zhao Jingping and the others, he then turned to Wang Yao with a tender expression. Little Yaoer, Master understands that you have been influenced by them. I do not blame you. Please, take your junior brother Changqing and come out. Be obedient, my dear. Wang Yao remained silent. Little Yaoer, have you forgotten the words I spoke to you? I would never harm you. Please, take your junior brother Changqing and come out. Qing's voice became increasingly urgent as he sought to persuade her. Master commands you. Now bring your junior brother Changqing out. At this proclamation, Wang Yao finally reacted. She lifted her gaze to her master and then glanced at Yi Changqing beside her, before gritting her teeth and responding, Master. Seeing that Wang Yao had finally found her voice, Qing was filled with joy. Communication was a step forward. Little Yaoer, do not be afraid. I do not blame you. If you bring your junior brother Changqing out, I shall reveal to you a magnificent treasure. Yet, despite his coaxing and persuasion, Wang Yao shook her head, her eyes gradually reflecting a resolute determination. Master, given the circumstances, it would be best for you to relinquish this matter. I cannot be without junior brother Changqing. We shall meet again in a year. With that, she turned alongside Lu Shuang, Lu Yuyu, Yi Changqing, and the others, making her way back into the formation. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Shi could no longer maintain his composure. His expression shifted dramatically as he glared with wide eyes. Rebellious disciple, are you attempting to drive your master to madness? Stand still. Yet, no matter how fervently Qing Shi called out, Wang Yao offered no response. And soon, the group vanished from sight. With their departure, the only remaining direct disciples present were Zhao Zhongping and Su Jie. Hong Zun narrowed his eyes slightly, his earlier fury dissipating as he coldly addressed Su Jie. Su Jie, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the young Changqing, and I will overlook the previous incident as if it had never occurred. Observing Hong Zun's demeanor, Su Jie instinctively shivered. He was well aware that this was his master's reaction after reaching the peak of anger, outwardly calm, yet from the narrowness of his eyes. Su Jie perceived a volcano on the verge of eruption. However, at this juncture, surrendering his junior disciple was simply out of the question. Struggling against the oppressive force emanating from his master, Su Jie feigned confusion, placing a hand to his ear and loudly proclaiming, Master, what did you say? In response, a chilling smile spread across Hong Zun's face. You insolent brat, do not pretend to misunderstand me. Master, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. Chapter 80, The Tiger's Roar. I cannot hear you, Master. What did you say? Su Jie feigned ignorance, dramatically reaching out to touch the barrier of the formation. His expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. How strange. When did the formation at the coastal camp upgrade? It even blocked sound. Observing Su Jie's self-directed performance, Hong Zun could not help but chuckle, a smile tinged with irritation. Young man, I am fully aware that you can hear me. I shall reiterate my warning. Do not test my patience. Now, immediately, bring forth the young man from Changqing, or else. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky, drawing everyone's attention. They beheld the Black Tiger Demon King, somewhat disheveled, racing toward them with a fierce expression. Demonic energy swirling around him. Behind him loomed a colossal black tiger, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The Black Tiger Demon King. The maidens of Unu Peak gasped in shock, having been bewildered until now. But with the Demon King's appearance, they wondered what was transpiring today. Why such a commotion? Their gazes swiftly locked onto Hong Zun, as the Black Tiger Demon King bellowed. Hong Zun, Qing Shi, your sect has gone too far. This king. The Black Tiger Demon King was indeed enraged, yet he maintained a semblance of composure. His purpose for coming was merely to demand accountability from Hong Zun. Refraining from direct confrontation, battles at the level of demon kings and saints were seldom instigated lightly, as they could easily ignite a full-scale war between the two great factions. The Black Tiger Demon King sensed that Qing Shi would not act recklessly. After all, the Tiger Ridge and the Daoi sect, though one was a human and the other a demon, were inherently opposed, yet over the years, a delicate balance had been established. No one would dare to shatter this equilibrium lightly. However, this was during ordinary times. Now, the esteemed Hong Zun was on the brink of collapse. Pushed to his limits by several rebellious disciples, resembling a dormant volcano that could erupt with the slightest tremor. At this moment, the arrival of the Black Tiger Demon King had undoubtedly become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Before the Black Tiger Demon King could finish his words, Hongzun turned to look, his eyes glacial. Leaving the Demon King momentarily stunned, his words abruptly halted. Something was amiss with this fellow. Finally recognizing that Hongzun's condition was far from normal, the Black Tiger Demon King regrettably had little time to ponder, as Hongzun had already materialized before him, wielding a seemingly rudimentary long sword that was even speckled with rust. "You seek an explanation, do you?" Hongzun spoke, yet his tone betrayed no hint of emotional fluctuation. The unbidden aura of fury, resentment, and murderous intent emanating from him instinctively caused the Black Tiger Demon King to retreat a half-step. This old man was in a troubling state today. Hongzun, remain calm. He dared not provoke him further, his mind racing to find the right words to express his intentions delicately. Alas, the Black Tiger Demon King barely had time to articulate his thoughts before Hongzun unleashed a swift strike with his sword. "You demand an explanation? Allow me to provide one." "Calm yourself, Hongzun. I am perfectly composed." The blade sliced through the air, its terrifying aura distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. In the face of this strike from Hongzun, the Black Tiger Demon King felt an icy chill surge from his spine to the crown of his head. Although both the Demon King and the Sage occupied the same realm of cultivation, the distinctions were significant. The demon race comprises various tiers: half-demon, mortal demon, mysterious demon, purple demon, original demon, earth demon, celestial demon, demon king, and demon emperor. The human race follows a different hierarchy: chi condensation, meridian opening, Dan formation, purple mansion, nascent soul, dharma aspect, celestial being, sage realm, and great sage. However, the Black Tiger Demon King had only achieved minor success in the Demon King realm, while Hongzun had reached the pinnacle of the sage realm. Despite being a mere half-step away from the great sage level, their strengths were not equivalent. As he spoke, the Black Tiger Demon King dared not confront him head-on, hastily retreating to narrowly evade Hongzun's strike. "Damn it, Hongzun, do calm down. I have no opportunity." Before he could finish his words, Hongzun unleashed another slash. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the Demon King and the human sage in the skies above. Within the formation, the disciples watching this scene swallowed nervously, particularly Su Jie. It seemed that Master was genuinely furious. It was indeed unfortunate for the Black Tiger Demon King to seek trouble at such a moment. Had he not realized he was walking into a trap? The disciples from Una Peak, unaware of the backstory, could only perceive that the Master of the Divine Sword Peak had seemingly lost his sanity, engaging in battle with the Black Tiger Demon King at the slightest provocation. Stunned and rooted to the spot, confusion clouded his eyes. Beneath Hongzun's sword, the Black Tiger Demon King soon bore several deep wounds, exposing flesh and bone. Blood flowed incessantly, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. "Hongzun, have you lost your mind? I came here with no intention of hostility. Please pause for a moment, and let us converse civilly." The Black Tiger Demon King was utterly speechless, wondering if he had desecrated the ancestral grave of Hongzun. Yet, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Hongzun's assault showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it grew increasingly frenzied and violent. Ultimately, the Black Tiger Demon King was struck in the chest by Hongzun's sword, crashing forcefully against the formation. The entire coastal camp trembled as if the very earth were quaking beneath the impact, sliding down the formation's luminous barrier. The Black Tiger Demon King fell miserably before Su Jie and his companions. Meanwhile, Hongzun grasped the Black Tiger Demon King's throat, appearing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Jie despite the barrier between them. With an impassive expression, Hongzun addressed Su Jie, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "If you do not deliver that launching lad to me today, this will be your fate. Do you comprehend?" A gulp echoed in the tense atmosphere. To Su Jie, Hongzun appeared as an entirely different entity, resembling a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. Simultaneously, the severely battered Black Tiger Demon King, his breath shallow and voice slurred, attempted to speak. "The audacity is astounding. You dare to provoke. I am the king of the Tiger Ridge, and I shall not let this matter rest lightly. I will not allow the Blood Tiger to save me." Initially, the sound was barely audible, likely unnoticed by many. Yet, in a sudden turn, the Black Tiger Demon King roared with an intensity that seemed to revive him, shattering the tranquility of the mountains and forests. The ferocity of his roar was so immense that it dispersed the clouds in the sky, resonating with a power that extended for thousands of miles. Countless beings, both human and demon, looked up towards the heavens. The echo of the roar lingered in the air, but was soon followed by a chorus of anguished wails. At the coastal camp, just after the Black Tiger Demon King's roar, Hong Zun struck him fiercely in the abdomen with a punch. Blood erupted from the Black Tiger Demon King, who had just regained his momentary vigor, instantly rendered powerless once more. Within 10 breaths, I demand to see the young lad. Changqing, Hong Zun declared coldly, turning his gaze towards Su Jie. Upon hearing this, Su Jie stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear, unable to respond. Observing this, Hong Zun delivered another crushing blow to the Black Tiger Demon King's belly, causing another spurt of blood to erupt. Do you understand? He demanded, receiving no answer. He struck again. Do not test my patience any further. With yet another punch, the Black Tiger Demon King succumbed to unconsciousness.